This audiobook was created with Google Text-to-Speech. Created by 3T. Don't stop at 10,000 pages a year. And now let's the book begin.
Chapter 1: The End of the Earth. Who's there? Artyom. Go have a look. Artyom rose reluctantly from his seat by the fire and, shifting the machine gun from his back to his chest, headed towards the darkness. He stood right at the edge of the lighted area and then, as loudly and threateningly as he could, he clicked the slide on his gun and shouted gruffly, "Stop." Password. He could hear quick, staccato footsteps in the darkness where moments ago he'd heard a strange rustle and hollow-sounding murmurings. Someone was retreating into the depths of the tunnel, frightened away by Artyom's gruff voice and the rattling of his weapon. Artyom hurriedly returned to the fire and flung an answer at Pyotr Andreevich. Nope, no one came forward. No response, they just ran off. You idiot. You were clearly told, if they don't respond, then shoot immediately. How do you know who that was? Maybe the dark ones are getting closer. No. I don't think they were people. The sounds were really strange. And the footsteps weren't human either. What? You think I don't know what human footsteps sound like? And anyway, when have the dark ones ever run off like that? You know it yourself, Pyotr Andreevich. Lately they've been lunging forward without hesitation. They attacked a patrol with nothing but their bare hands, marching straight into machine gun fire. But this thing, it ran off straight away. Like some kind of scared animal. Alright, Artyom, you're too smart for your own good. But you've got instructions. So follow them, don't think about it. Maybe it was a scout. And now it knows how few of us are here, and how much ammunition they'd need. They might just wipe us out here and now for fun. Put a knife to our throat, and butcher the entire station, just like at GLUKHOVSKY, and all just because you didn't get rid of that rat. Watch it. Next time I'll make you run after them into the tunnel. It made Artyom shudder to imagine the tunnel beyond the 700th meter. It was horrifying just to think about it. No one had the guts to go beyond the 700th meter to the north. Patrols had made it to the 500th, and having illuminated the boundary post with a spotlight on the trolley and convinced themselves that no scum had crossed it, they hastily returned. Even the scouts, big guys, former Marines, would stop at the 680th meter. They'd turn their burning cigarettes into their cupped palms and stand stock still, clinging to their night vision instruments. And then, they'd slowly, quietly head back, without taking their eyes off the tunnel, and never turning their backs to it. They were now on patrol at the 450th meter, 50 meters from the boundary post. The boundary was checked once a day and today's inspection had been completed several hours ago. Now their post was the outermost and, since the last check, the beasts that the last patrol might have scared off would have certainly begun to crawl closer once again. They were drawn to the flame, to people. Artyom settled back down into his seat and asked, so what actually happened at GLUKHOVSKY? Although he already knew this blood-curdling story, from the traders at the station, he had an urge to hear it again, like a child who feels an irrepressible urge to hear scary stories about headless mutants and dark ones who kidnap young children. At GLUKHOVSKY? What? You didn't hear about it? It was a strange story. Strange and frightening. First their scouts began disappearing. Went off into the tunnels and didn't come back. Granted, their scouts are completely green, nothing like ours, but then again, their station's smaller, a lot less people live there. Well, used to live there. So anyway, their scouts start disappearing. One detachment leaves, and vanishes. At first they thought something was holding them up. Up there the tunnel twists and turns just like it does here. Artyom felt ill at ease when he heard these words. And neither the patrols, nor those at the station could see anything, no matter how much light they threw at it. No one appeared, for half an hour, then for an hour, then 2. They wondered where the scouts could have gone. They were only going 1 kilometer in. They weren't allowed to go any further and anyway, they aren't total idiots. Long story short, they couldn't wait to find out. They sent reinforcements who searched, and shouted, but it was all in vain. The patrol was gone. The scouts had vanished. And it wasn't just that no one had seen what had happened to them. The worst part was that they hadn't heard a sound. Not a sound. There was no trace of them whatsoever. Artyom was already beginning to regret that he had asked Pyotr Andreevich to recount the story of GLUKHOVSKY. Pyotr Andreevich was either better informed, or was embellishing the story somewhat, but in any case, he was telling details of a sort that the traders couldn't have dreamed, despite being masters and true enthusiasts of storytelling. The story's details sent a chill over Artyom's skin, and he became uncomfortable even sitting next to the fire. Any rustlings from the tunnel, even the most innocent, were now exciting his imagination. So, there you have it. They hadn't heard any gunfire, so they decided that the scouts had simply left them. Maybe they were dissatisfied with something, and had decided to run. So, to hell with them. If it's an easy life they want, if they want to run around with all kinds of riffraff, then let them run around to their heart's content. It was simpler to see it that way. Easier. But a week later, yet another scout team disappeared. And they weren't supposed to go any further than half a kilometer from the station. And again, the same old story. Not a sound, not a trace. Like they'd vanished into thin air. So then they started getting worried back at the station. Now they had a real mess on their hands. 2 squadrons had disappeared within a week. They'd have to do something about it. Meaning, they'd have to take measures. Well, they set up a cordon at the 300th meter. They dragged sandbags to the cordon, set up machine guns and a spotlight, according to the rules of fortification. They sent a runner to Begovia. They'd established a confederation with Begovia and 1905th Street. Initially, Oktoberfield had also been included, but then something had happened, no one knows exactly what, some kind of accident. Conditions there had become unlivable, and everyone had fled. Anyway, then they sent a runner to Begovia, to warn them that, as they said, trouble was afoot, and to ask for help, should anything happen. The first runner had only just made it to Begovia, and the people there were still considering their answer, when a second runner arrived at Begovia, lathered in sweat, and said that their reinforced cordon had perished to a man, without firing a single shot. Every last one of them had been slaughtered. And it was as if they'd been butchered in their sleep. That's what was scary. But they wouldn't have fallen asleep, not after the scare they'd had, not to mention the orders and instructions. At this point, the people at Begovia understood that if they did nothing, the same story would begin in their neck of the woods as well. They equipped a strike force of veterans, about 100 men, machine guns, and grenade launchers. Of course, that all took a bit of time, about a day and a half, but all the same, they dispatched the group to go and help. And when the group entered GLUKHOVSKY, there wasn't a living soul to be seen. There weren't even bodies, just blood everywhere. There you go. And who knows who the hell did it? I, for one, don't believe that humans are capable of such a thing. And what happened to Begovia? Artyom's voice sounded unusual, unlike him. Nothing happened to them. They saw what the deal was, and exploded the tunnel that led to GLUKHOVSKY. I hear 40 meters worth of tunnel is collapsed. There's no digging through it without special machinery, and even with machinery, I bet you wouldn't get very far. And where are you going to find that kind of machinery, anyway? Our machinery rotted away 15 years ago already. Single quote. Pyotr Andreevich fell silent, gazing into the fire. Artyom gave a loud cough and said, "Yeah. I should have shot the thing, of course. I was an idiot." A shout came from the south, from the direction of the station. "Hey there, at the 400th meter. Everything okay there?" Pyotr Andreevich folded his hands into the shape of a megaphone and shouted in reply, "Come closer. We've got a situation here." 3 figures approached in the tunnel, from the station, their flashlights shining, probably patrol members from the 300th meter. Stepping into the light of the fire, they put out their flashlights and sat down. "Hi there, Pyotr, so it's you here, and I'm thinking to myself, who'd they send off to the edge of the earth today?" said the senior patrolman, smiling and shaking a cigarette from his pack. "Listen, Andriuka, one of my guys saw someone up here, but he didn't get to shoot. It hid in the tunnel. He says it didn't look human." "Didn't look human? What did it look like, then?" Andrei turned to Artyom. "I didn't even see it. I just asked for the password, and it ran right off, heading north. But the footsteps weren't human. They were light, and very quick, as if it had 4 legs instead of 2. Single quote. Or 3. Winked Andrei, making a scary face. Artyom choked, remembering the stories about the 3-legged people from the Filevskaya line, where some of the stations went up to the surface, and the tunnel didn't run very deep at all, so they had almost no protection from the radiation. There were 3-legged things, 2-headed things, and all kinds of weird shit crawling all over the metro from those parts. Andrei took a drag of his cigarette and said to his men, "All right, guys, since we're already here, why don't we sit down for a while? If any 3-legged things crawl up on these guys again, we'll lend a hand." "Hey, Artyom, got a kettle? Pyotr Andreevich got up and poured some water from a canister into a beat-up, soot-covered kettle, and hung it over the flame. In a few minutes, the kettle began to whistle as it came to a boil. The sound, so domestic and comforting, made Artyom feel warmer and calmer. He looked around at the men who were sitting at the fire. All of them strong, dependable people, hardened by the challenging life they led here. You could trust men like these, you could count on them. Their station always had the reputation for being the most successful along the entire line, and that was all thanks to the men gathered here, and to others like them. They were all connected to each other with warm, almost brotherly bonds. Artyom was just over 20 years old and had come into the world when life was still up there, on the surface. He wasn't as thin and pale as the others who'd been born in the metro, who wouldn't dare go up to the surface for fear of radiation in the searing rays of the sun, which are so ruinous for underground dwellers. True, even Artyom, as far as he could remember, had been on the surface only once, and then it was only for a moment. The background radiation there had been so bad that anyone who got a bit too curious would be completely fried within a couple of hours, before he'd even managed to enjoy a good stroll, and see his fill of the bizarre world that lay on the surface. He didn't remember his father at all. His mother had been with him until he was 5 years old. They lived at DMITRY. Things had been good, and life had gone smoothly and peacefully, until DMITRY fell victim to a rat infestation. One day, huge, gray, wet rats poured from one of the tunnels on the dark side of the station without any warning. It was a tunnel that plunged off to the side, a disregarded branch of the primary northern leg, which descended to great depths, only to become lost in the complex network of hundreds of corridors, freezing, stinking labyrinths of horror. The tunnel stretched into the kingdom of rats, where even the most hopeless adventurer wouldn't dare to go. Even a wanderer who was lost and couldn't find his way using underground maps and paths, would stop at this threshold, sensing instinctively the black and sinister danger emerging from it, and would have rushed away from the gaping crevasse of that entrance as though from the gates of a plague-infested city. No one bothered the rats. No one descended into their dominions. No one dared to violate their borders. They came to the people. Many people perished that day, when a living torrent of gigantic rats, bigger than had ever been seen at either the stations or in the tunnels, had flooded through the cordons and the station, burying all of its defenders and its population, muffling their dying screams with the mass of its bodies. Consuming everything in their path, the living, the dead, and their own fallen comrades, the rats tore ahead, further and further, blindly, inexorably, propelled by a force beyond human comprehension. Only a few men remained alive. No women, no old men or children, none of the people who would normally have been saved first, but rather 5 healthy men who had managed to keep ahead of the death-wreaking torrent. And the only reason they'd outrun it was because they'd happened to be standing near a trolley, on watch in the southern tunnel. Hearing the shouts from the station, one of them sprinted to see what had happened. DMITRY was already perishing when he caught sight of it as he entered the station. At the station's entrance, he understood what had happened from the first rivulets of rats seeping onto the platform, and he was about to turn back, knowing that he couldn't possibly help those who were defending the station, when suddenly his hand was seized from behind. He turned around and a woman, her face contorted with horror, pulling insistently at his sleeve, shouted, in an effort to overcome the many-voiced choir of despair, "Save him, soldier! Have mercy!" He saw that she was handing him a child's hand, a small, chubby hand, and he grabbed the hand without even thinking that he was saving someone's life. And, pulling the child behind him and then picking him up and tucking him under his arm, he raced off with the frontrunner rats in a race with death, forward through the tunnel, where the trolley was waiting with his fellow patrolmen. He started to shout at them from afar, from a distance of 50 meters or so, telling them to start up the trolley. Their trolley was motorized, the only one of its kind in the surrounding 10 stations, and it was only because of it that they were able to outrun the rats. The patrolmen raced forward, and flew through the abandoned station of DMITRY at full speed, where a few hermits had sought shelter, just managing to shout to them, "Run! Rats!" without realizing that there was no chance of the hermits saving themselves. As they approached the cordons of GLUKHOVSKY, with whom, thank God, they had peaceful arrangements, they slowed down so they wouldn't be fired at. They would have been taken for raiders at such high speed. And they shouted at the top of their lungs to the guards, "Rats! The rats are coming!" They were prepared to keep running right through GLUKHOVSKY, and further along the line, prepared to beg to be let through, as long as there was somewhere further to go, as long as the gray lava hadn't inundated the entire metro. But luckily, there was something at Savyalovskaya that would save them, the station and perhaps the entire Serpukhovsko-Tymyryazhevskaya branch. They were nearly at the station, soaked in sweat, shouting at the Savyalovskaya guards about their narrow escape from death. Meanwhile, the guards at the post were quickly pulling the cover off of some kind of impressive-looking piece of kit. It was a flamethrower, assembled by the local craftsmen from spare parts, homemade, but incredibly powerful. When the first ranks of rats became visible, gathering force, and you could hear the rustling and the scratching of 1,000 rats' paws from the darkness, the guards fired up the flamethrower. And they didn't turn it off until the fuel was spent. A howling orange flame filled the tunnel for tens of meters and burned the rats, burned them all, without stopping, for 10, 15, 20 minutes. The tunnel was filled with the repulsive stench of burnt flesh and the wild screeching of rats. And behind the guards of Savyalovskaya, who had become heroes and had earned fame along the entire metro line, the trolley came to a stop, cooling down. On it were the 5 men who had fled from Tymyryazhevskaya station, and there was one more, the child they had saved. A boy, Artyom. The rats retreated. Their blind will had been broken by one of the last inventions of human military genius. Humans had always been better at killing than any other living thing. The rats flowed backwards and returned to their enormous kingdom, whose true dimensions were known to no one. All of these labyrinths, lying at incredible depth, were so mysterious and, it seemed, completely useless for the functioning of the metro. It was hard to believe, despite the assurances of various persons of authority on the matter, that all of this was built by ordinary metro builders. One such person of authority had once worked as a conductor's assistant on an electric train in the old days. There were hardly any of his kind left, and they were greatly valued, because at first they had proven to be the only ones who could find their way around. And they didn't give in to fear the moment they found themselves outside the comfortable and safe capsules of the train, in the dark tunnels of the Moscow metro, in these stone bowels of the great metropolis. Everyone at the station treated the conductor's assistant with respect, and taught their children to do the same. It was for that reason, probably, that Artyom had remembered him all his life. A thin, haggard man, emaciated by the long years of work underground, who wore a threadbare and faded metro employee uniform that had long ago lost its chic but that he donned with the same pride a retired admiral would feel when putting on his parade uniform. Even Artyom, still just a kid at that time, had seen a certain dignity and power in the sickly figure of the conductor's assistant. Of course he did. For all those who survived, the employees of the metro were like local guides to scientific expeditions in the jungles. They were religiously believed, they were depended upon completely, and the survival of everyone else depended on their knowledge and skill. Many of them became the heads of stations when the united system of government disintegrated, and the metro was transformed from a complex object of civil defense, a huge fallout shelter, into a multitude of stations unconnected by a single power, and was plunged into chaos and anarchy. The stations became independent and self-sufficient, distinctive dwarf states, with their own ideologies and regimes, their own leaders and armies. They warred against each other, they joined to form federations and confederations. They became metropolitan centers of rising empire one day, only to be subjugated and colonized the next, by their erstwhile friends or slaves. They formed short-term unions against a common threat, only to fall at each other's throats again with renewed energy the moment that threat had passed. They scrapped over everything with total abandon. Over living spaces, over food, over the plantings of albuminous yeast, the crops of mushrooms that didn't require any sunlight, the chicken coops and pig farms, where pale subterranean pigs and emaciated chicks were raised on colorless underground mushrooms. They fought, of course, over water, that is, over filters. Barbarians, who didn't know how to repair filtration systems that had fallen into disuse, and were dying from water that was poisoned by radiation, threw themselves with animal rage upon the bastions of civilized life, at the stations where the dynamo machines and small homemade hydroelectric stations functioned correctly, where filters were repaired and cleaned regularly, where, tended by the caring female hands, the damp ground was punctuated with the little white caps of champignons, and well-fed pigs grunted in their pens. They were driven forward, in their endless and desperate onslaught, by an instinct for self-preservation, and by that eternal revolutionary principle, conquer and divide. The defenders of successful stations, organized into battle-ready divisions by former military professionals, stood up to the assaults of vandals, to the very last drop of their blood. They went on to launch counterattacks and won back every meter of the interstation tunnels with a fight. The stations amassed their military power in order to answer any incursions with punitive expeditions, in order to push their civilized neighbors from territory that was important for sustaining life, if they hadn't managed to attain these agreements by peaceful means, and in order to offer resistance to the crap that was climbing out of every hole and tunnel. These were strange, freakish, and dangerous creatures, the likes of which might well have brought Darwin himself to despair with their obvious lack of conformity to the laws of evolutionary development. As much as these beasts might differ from the animals humans were used to, and whether they had been reborn under the invisible and ruinous rays of sunlight, turned from inoffensive representatives of urban fauna into the spawn of hell, or whether they had always dwelled in the depths, only now to be disturbed by man, still, they were an evident part of life on Earth. Disfigured, perverted, but a part of life here all the same. And they remained subject to that very same driving impulse known to every organic thing on this planet. Survive. Survive at any cost. Artyom accepted a white, enameled cup, in which some of their homemade station tea was splashing around. Of course, it wasn't really tea at all, but an infusion of dried mushrooms and other additives. Real tea was a rarity. They rationed it and drank it only at major holidays, and it fetched a price dozens of times higher than the price of the mushroom infusion. Nevertheless, they liked their own station brew and were even proud enough of it to call it tea. It's true that strangers would spit it out at first, since they weren't used to its taste, but soon they got used to it. And the fame of their tea spread beyond the bounds of their station. Even the traders came to get it, one by one, risking life and limb, and soon after their tea made it down the whole metro line. Even the Hanseatic League had started to become interested in it, and great caravans of the magical infusion rolled towards VDNKH. Cash started to flow. And wherever there was money, there were weapons, there was firewood, and there were vitamins. And there was life. Ever since they started making the very same tea at VDNKH, the station had begun to grow strong. People from the nearby stations moved to the station and stretches of track were laid to the station. Prosperity had come. They were also very proud of their pigs at VDNKH, and legend had it that it was precisely from this station that the pigs had entered the metro. Back at the very beginning of things, when certain daredevils had made their way to the pig breeding pavilion at the exhibition and managed to herd the animals back down to the station. Listen, Artyom, how are things going with Sukhoi? Asked Andrei, drinking his tea with small, cautious sips and blowing on it carefully. With Uncle Sasha? Everything's fine. He came back a little while ago from a hike down the line with some of our people. An expedition. As you probably know, Andrei was about 15 years older than Artyom. Generally speaking, he was a scout, and rarely stood at a watch nearer than the 450th meter, and then only as a cordon commander. And here they'd posted him at the 300th meter, with good cover, but all the same, he felt the urge to head deeper, and made use of any pretext, any false alarm, to get closer to the darkness, closer to the secret. He loved the tunnel and knew its branches very well, but, at the station, he felt uncomfortable among the farmers, the workers, the businessmen and the administration. He felt unneeded, perhaps. He couldn't bring himself to hoe the earth for mushrooms, or, even worse, stuff the fat pigs at the station's farms with mushrooms, standing up to his knees in manure. And he couldn't be a trader either. He'd been unable to stand traders from the day he was born. He had always been a soldier, a warrior, and he believed with all his soul that this was the only occupation worthy of a man. He was proud that he had done nothing his entire life but defend the stinking farmers, the fussy traders, the administrators who were businesslike to a fault, and the women and children. Women were attracted to his arrogant strength, to his total confidence in himself, to his sense of calm in relation to himself and those around him, because he was always capable of defending them. Women promised him love, they promised him comfort, but he could only feel comfortable beyond the 50th meter, beyond the turning point, where the station lights were hidden. And the women didn't follow him. Why not? Now he'd warmed up nicely as a result of the tea, and he removed his old black beret and wiped his mustache, damp from the steam, with his sleeve. Then he began to question Artyom eagerly for news and rumors from the south, brought by the last expedition, by Artyom's stepfather, by the very man who, 19 years ago had torn Artyom from the rats at DMITRY, unable to abandon a child, and had raised him. I myself might know a thing or two, but I'll listen with pleasure, even for a second time. What? Do you mind? Insisted Andrei. He didn't have to spend any time persuading him. Artyom himself enjoyed recalling and retelling his stepfather's stories, After all, everyone would listen to them, their mouths agape. Well, you probably know where they went, began Artyom. I know they went south. They're so top secret, those hikers of yours, laughed Andrei. They are special missions of the administration, you know. He winked at one of his people. Come on. There wasn't anything secret about it. Artyom waved his hand dismissively. The expedition was for reconnaissance, the collection of information. Reliable information. Because you can't believe strangers, the traitors who wag their tongues at us at the station. They could be traitors or they could be provocateurs, spreading misinformation. You can never trust traitors, grumbled Andrei. They're out for their own good. How are you supposed to know whether to trust one? One day he'll sell your tea to the Hansa, and the next he'll sell you and your entrails to someone else. They may well be collecting information here, among us. To be honest, I don't particularly trust ours either. Well, you're wrong to go after our own, Andrei Arkadyk. Our guys are all okay. I know almost all of them myself. They're people, just like people anywhere. They love money, too. They want to live better than others do. They're striving towards something, said Artyom, attempting to defend the local traders. There it is. That's exactly what I'm talking about. They love money. They want to live better than everyone else does. And who knows what they do when they go off into the tunnel? Can you tell me with certainty that at the very next station they aren't recruited by agents? Can you, or not? Which agents? Whose agents did our traders submit to? Here's what I'll say. Artyom. You're still young, and there's a lot you don't know. You should listen to your elders, pay attention, and you'll stick around a bit longer. Someone has to do their work. If it weren't for the traders, we'd be sitting here without military supplies, with burden rifles, and we'd be tossing salt at the dark ones and drinking our tea, said Artyom, not backing down. All right, we've got an economist in our midst. Simmer down now. You'd do better to tell us what Sukhoi saw there. What's going on there with the neighbors? At Alexeyevskaya? At Rizhskaya? At Alexeyevskaya? Nothing new. They're growing mushrooms. And what is Alexeyevskaya anyway? A farmyard. That's all. So they say. Then Artyom lowered his voice in light of the secrecy of the information he was about to give. They want to join us. And Rizhskaya isn't against it either. They're facing growing pressure over there from the south. There's a somber mood. Everyone's whispering about some sort of threat. Everyone's afraid of something, but of what, nobody knows. It's either that there's some sort of new empire at the far end of the line, or that they're afraid of the Hansa, thinking they might want to expand, or it's something else altogether. And all of these barnyards are starting to cuddle up to us. Rizhskaya and Alexeyevskaya both. But what do they want, in concrete terms? What are they offering? Asked Andrei. They want to create a federation with us that has a common defense system, to strengthen the borders on both ends, to establish constant illumination inside the interstation tunnels, to organize a police force, to plug up the side tunnels and corridors, to launch transport trolleys, to lay a telephone cable, to designate any available space for mushroom growing. They want a common economy, to work, and to help each other, should it prove necessary. And where were they when we needed them? Where were they when there was vermin crawling at us from the botanical gardens, from Medvedkov? When the dark ones were attacking us, where were they? Growled Andrei. Don't jinx us, Andrei, be careful, interceded Pyotr Andreevich. There aren't any dark ones here for the time being, and all's well. It wasn't us who defeated them. Something happened that was of their own doing, it was something among themselves, and now they've quietened down. They might be saving up their strength for now. So a union won't hurt us. All the more so, if we unify with our neighbors. It'll be to their benefit, and for our good as well. And we'll have freedom, and equality, and brotherhood, said Andrei ironically, counting on his fingers. What, you don't want to listen? Asked Artyom, offended. No, go ahead, Artyom, continue, said Andrei. We'll have it out with Pyotr later. This is a long-standing argument between us. All right then. And, they say that their chief supposedly agrees. Doesn't have any fundamental objections. It's just necessary to consider the details. Soon there'll be an assembly. And then, a referendum. What do you mean, a referendum? If the people say yes, then it's a yes. If they say no, then the people didn't think hard enough. Let the people think again, quipped Andrei. Well, Artyom, and what's going on beyond Rizhskaya? Asked Pyotr Andreevich, not paying attention to Andrei. What's next? Prospect Mir Station. Well, and it makes sense that it's Prospect Mir. That's the boundary of the Hanseatic League. My stepfather says that everything's still the same between the Hansa and the Reds, they've kept the peace. No one there gives a thought to the war anymore, said Artyom. The Hanseatic League was the name of the concord of ring line stations. These stations were located at the intersection of all the other lines, and, therefore, of all the trade routes. The lines were linked to one another by tunnels, which became a meeting place for businessmen from all over the metro. These businessmen grew rich with fantastic speed, and soon, knowing that their wealth was arousing the envy of too many, they decided to join forces. The official name was too unwieldy though, and among the people, the Concord was nicknamed the Hansa. Someone had once accurately compared them to the Union of Trade Cities in medieval Germany. The short word was catchy, and it stuck. At the beginning, the Hansa consisted of only a few stations. The Concord only came together gradually. The part of the ring from Kievskaya to Prospect Mir, what's called the Northern Arc, and that included Kurskaya, Taganskaya and Oktyabrskaya. Then Pavelitskaya and Dobrinskaya joined in and formed another arc, the Southern Arc. But the biggest problem and the biggest hindrance to uniting the Northern and Southern Arcs was the Sokol line. The thing was, Artyom's stepfather told him, the Sokol line was always sort of special. When you glance at the map, your attention is immediately drawn to it. First of all, it's a straight line, straight as an arrow. Secondly, it was marked in bright red on metro maps. And its station names contributed too: Krasnoselskaya, Krasny Voroda, Komsomolskaya, Biblioteka Emina Lenina and Lenisky Gory. And whether it was because of these names or because of something else, the line would draw to itself everyone who was nostalgic for the glorious Soviet past. The idea of a resurrection of the Soviet state took easily there. At first, just one station returned to communist ideals in a socialist form of rule, and then the one next to it, and then people from the tunnel on the other side caught wind of this optimistic revolution and chucked out their administration, and so on and so on. The veterans who were still alive, former Komsomol men and party officials, permanent members of the proletariat, they all came together at the revolutionary stations. They founded a committee, responsible for the dissemination of this new revolution and its communist idea throughout the metro system, under the almost Lenin-era name of Interstational. It prepared divisions of professional revolutionaries and propagandists and sent them to enemy stations. In general, little blood was spilt since the starving inhabitants of the Sokol line were thirsting for the restoration of justice, for which, as far as they understood, apart from unjustified egalitarianism, there was no other option. So the whole branch, having flared up at one end, was soon engulfed by the crimson flames of revolution. The stations returned to their old, Soviet names. Chastai Prudi became Kirovskaya again, Lubyanka became Dzerzhinskaya, Okhotny Ryad became Prospect Marx. The stations with neutral names were renamed with something more ideologically clear. Sportivnaya became Kommunistikeskaya, Sokolniki became Stalinskaya, Preobrazhenskaya Ploshchad, where it all began, became Zinomya Revolutsiya. And the line itself, once Sokol, was now called by most the Red Line. It was usual in the old days for Muscovites to call their metro lines by their colors on the map anyway, but now the line was officially called the Red Line. But it didn't go any further. When the Red Line had formed itself and had ideas about spreading itself through the metro, patience quickly wore thin at other stations. Too many people remembered the Soviet era. Too many people saw the agitators that were sent by the Interstational throughout the metro as a tumor that was metastasizing, threatening to kill the whole organism. And as much as the agitators and propagandists promised electricity for the whole metro, that by joining with the Soviet powers they would experience real communism, it was unlikely that this had come from any actual slogan of Lenin's. It was so exploitative, people beyond their boundaries weren't tempted. The Interstational sloganeers were caught and thrown back to their Soviet territory. Then the Red leadership decided that it was time to act more resolutely. If the rest of the metro wouldn't take up the merry revolution flame, then they needed to be lit from underneath. Neighboring stations, worried about the strengthening communist propaganda, also came to the same conclusion. Historical experience demonstrates well that there isn't a better way of injecting communist bacilli into an area than with a bayonet. And the thunder rumbled. The coalition of anti-communist stations, directed by the Hansa, broke the Red Line and, wanting to close the ring circle, took up the call. The Reds, of course, didn't expect the organized resistance and overestimated their own strength. The easy victory they had anticipated couldn't even be seen in their distant future. The war turned out to be long and bloody, wearing on and on. Meanwhile, the population of the metro wasn't all that large. It went on for almost a year and a half and mostly consisted of battles for position involving guerrilla excursions and diversions, the barricading of tunnels, the execution of prisoners, and several other atrocities committed by either side. All sorts of things happened. Army operations, encirclement, the breaking of encirclement, various feats, there were commanders, heroes and traitors. But the main feature of this war was that neither of belligerent parties could shift the front line any considerable distance. Sometimes, it seemed that one side was gaining an edge, would take over an adjacent station, but their opponent resisted, mobilized additional forces, and the scales were tipped to the other side. But the war exhausted resources. The war eliminated the best people. The war was generally exhausting. And those that survived grew tired of it. The revolutionary government had subtly replaced their initial problems with more modest ones. In the beginning, they strove for the distribution of socialist power and communistic ideas throughout the underground, but now the Reds only wanted to have control over what they saw as the inner sanctum, the station called Revolution Square. Firstly, because of its name, and secondly because it was closer than any other station in the metro to the Red Square and to the Kremlin, the towers of which were still adorned with ruby stars if you believed the brave men who were so ideologically strong that they broke the surface just to look at them. But, of course, there at the surface, near the Kremlin, right in the center of the Red Square, was the mausoleum. Whether Lenin's body was still there or not, no one knew, but that didn't really matter. For the many years of the Soviet era, the mausoleum had ceased to be a tomb and had become its own shrine, a sacred symbol of the continuity of power. Great leaders of the past started their parades there. Current leaders aspired to it. Also, they say that from the offices of the Revolution Square station there are secret passages to the covert laboratories of the mausoleum, which lead directly to the coffin itself. The Reds still had Prospect Marks, formerly Okhotny Ryad, which was fortified and had become a base from which attacks on Revolution Square were launched. More than one crusade was blessed by the revolutionary leadership and sent to liberate this station and its tomb. But its defenders also understood what meaning it held for the Reds, and they stood to the last. Revolution Square had turned into an unapproachable fortress. The most severe and bloody fights took place at the approach to the station. The biggest number of people was killed there. There were plenty of heroics, those that faced bullets with their chests, and brave men who tied grenades to themselves to blow themselves up together with an enemy artillery point, and those that used forbidden flamethrowers against people. Everything was in vain. They recaptured the station for a day but didn't manage to fortify it, and they were defeated, retreating the next day when the coalition came back with a counterattack. Exactly the same thing was happening at Lenin Library. That was the Reds' fort, and the coalition forces repeatedly tried to seize it from them. The station had huge strategic value because they could split the Red Line in two parts there, and then they would have a direct passage to the three other lines with which the Red Line doesn't intersect anywhere else. It was the only place. It was like a lymph gland, infected with the Red Plague, which would then be spread across the whole organism. And, to prevent this, they had to take the Lenin Library, had to take it at any cost. But as unsuccessful as the Reds' attempts were to take Revolution Square, the efforts of the coalition to squeeze them out of Lenin Library were equally fruitless. Meanwhile, people were tiring of the fight. Desertion was already rife, and there were incidents of fraternization when soldiers from both sides laid down their arms upon confrontation. But, unlike the First World War, the Reds didn't gain an advantage. Their revolutionary fuse fizzled out quietly. The coalition didn't fare much better. Dissatisfied with the fact that they had to constantly tremble for their lives, people picked themselves up and went off in whole family groups from the central stations to the outer stations. The Hansa emptied and weakened. The war had badly affected trade. Traders found other ways around the system, and the important trading routes because empty and quiet. The politicians, who were supported by fewer and fewer soldiers, had to urgently find a way to end the war, before the guns turned against them. So, under the strictest of secret conditions and at a necessarily neutral station, the leaders from enemy sides met. The Hansa president, Loganov, and the head of the Arbat Confederation, Kolpakov. They quickly signed a peace agreement. The parties exchanged stations. The Red Line received the dilapidated Revolution Square but conceded the Lenin Library to the Arbat Confederation. It wasn't an easy step for either to make. The Confederation lost one of its parts along with its influence over the Northwest. The red line became punctuated since there was now a station in the middle of it that didn't belong to it and cut it in half. Despite the fact that both parties guaranteed each other the right to free transit through their former territories, that sort of situation couldn't help but upset the Reds. But what the coalition was proposing was too tempting. And the red line didn't resist. The Hansa gained more of an advantage from the agreement, of course, because they could now close the ring, removing the final obstacles to their prosperity. They agreed to observe the status quo, and an interdiction about conducting propaganda and subversive activities in the territory of their former opponent. Everyone was satisfied. And now, when the cannons and the politicians had gone silent, it was the turn of the propagandists to explain to the masses that their own side had managed an outstanding diplomatic feat and, in essence, had won the war. Years have passed since that memorable day when the peace agreement was signed. It was observed by both parties too. The Hansa found in the Red Line a favorable economic partner, and the latter left behind its aggressive intentions. Comrade Moskvin, the Secretary-General of Communist Party of the Moscow Underground in the name of V.I. Lenin, dialectically proved the possibility of constructing communism in one separate metro line. The old enmity was forgotten. Artyom remembered this lesson in recent history well, just as he strived to remember everything his stepfather told him. "It's good that the slaughter came to an end," Pyotr Andreevich said. "It was impossible to go anywhere near the ring for a year and a half. There were cordons everywhere, and they would check your documents 100 times. I had dealings there at the time, and there was no way to get through apart from past the Hansa. And they stopped me right at Prospect Mir. They almost put me up against a wall. And, you've never told us about this, Pyotr. How did it work out?" Andrei was interested. Artyom slouched slightly, seeing that the storyteller's flashlight had been passed from his hands. But this promised to be interested, so he didn't bother to butt in. "Well, it was very simple. They took me for a red spy. So, I'm coming out of the tunnel at Prospect Mir, on our line. And Prospect is also under the Hansa. It's an annex, so to speak. Well, things aren't so strict there yet. They've got a market there, a trading zone. As you know, it's the same everywhere with the Hansa. The stations on the ring itself form something like their home territory. And the transfer passages from the ring stations are like radials, and they've put customs and passport controls there. ... Single quote. Come on, we all know that. What are you lecturing us for? Tell us instead what happened to you there." Andrei interrupted him. "Passport controls," repeated Pyotr Andreevich, sternly drawing his eyebrows together, determined to make a point. "At the radial stations, they have markets, bazaars. Foreigners are allowed there. But you can't cross the border, no way. I got out at Prospect Mir. I had half a kilo of tea with me. I needed some ammunition for my rifle. I thought I'd make a trade. Well, turns out they're under martial law. They won't let go of any military supplies. I ask one person, then another. They all make excuses, and sidle away from me. Only one whispered to me, 'What ammunition, you moron? Get the hell out of here, and quick. They've probably already informed on you.' I thanked him and headed quietly back into the tunnel. And right at the exit, a patrol stops me, and whistles ring out from the station, and still another detachment is running towards us. They ask for my documents. I give them my passport, with our station stamp. They look at it carefully and ask, 'And where's your pass?' I answer, surprised, 'What pass?' It turns out that to get to the station, you're obliged to get a pass. Near the tunnel exit there's a little table, and they have an office there. They check identification and issue a pass when necessary. They're up to their ears in bureaucracy, the rats. ... How I made it past that table, I don't know. Why didn't the blockhead stop me? And now I'm the one who has to explain myself to the patrol. So this musclehead stands there with his shaved skull and his camouflage and says, he slipped past. He snuck past. He crept past. He flips further through my passport, and sees the Sokol stamp there. I lived there earlier, at Sokol. He sees this stamp, and his eyes all but filled with blood. Like a bull seeing red. He jerked his gun from his shoulder and roars, 'Hands above your head, you scum!' His level of training was immediately apparent. He grabs me by the scruff of my neck and drags me across the entire station, to the pass point in the transfer passage, to his superior. And he says, threateningly, 'Just you wait. All I need is to get permission from command, and you'll be against the wall, spy.' I was about to be sick. So I try to justify myself. I say, 'What kind of a spy am I? I'm a businessman. I brought some tea from VDNKH. And he replies that he'll stuff my mouth full of tea and ram it in with the barrel of his gun. I can see that I'm not very convincing, and that, if his brass gives their approval, he'll lead me off to the 200th meter, put my face to the pipes, and shoot me full of holes, in accordance with the laws of war. Things weren't turning out too well, I thought. We approached the pass point, and this musclehead of mine went to discuss the best place to shoot me. I looked at his boss, and it was as if a burden fell from my shoulders. It was Pashka Fedotov, my former classmate. We'd remained friends even after school, and then we'd lost track of each other. Single quote. Well fuck. You scared the hell out of me. And I already thought you were done for, that they'd killed you, inserted Andrei venomously, and all of the men who were gathered tightly around the campfire at the 450th meter burst into friendly laughter. Even Pyotr Andreevich himself, first glancing angrily at Andrei, couldn't restrain himself and smiled. Laughter sounded along the tunnel, giving birth, somewhere in its depths, to a distorted echo, a sinister screech that sounded unlike anything. And everyone gradually fell silent upon hearing it. From the depths of the tunnel, from the north, the suspicious sounds were rather distinct now. There were rustlings and light rhythmic steps. Andrei, of course, was the first to hear them. He went silent instantly and waved a hand to signal the others to be quiet too, and he picked up his machine gun from the ground and jumped up from where he was sitting. Slowly undoing his safety catch and loading a cartridge, his back to the wall, he silently moved from the fireside into the tunnel. Artyom got up too. He was curious to see who he had missed the last time, but Andrei turned back and frowned at him angrily. He stopped at the border of the darkness, put his gun to his shoulder and lay down flat, shouting, "Give me some light." One of his guys, holding a powerful accumulator flashlight, which had been assembled from old car headlights, turned it on, and the bright beam ripped through the darkness. Snatched from the darkness, a fuzzy silhouette appeared on the floor for a second. It was something small, something not really scary looking, something which rushed back to the north. Artyom couldn't restrain himself and he cried out, "Shoot! It's getting away!" But for some reason Andrei did not shoot. Pyotr Andreevich got up too, keeping his machine gun at the ready, and shouted, "Andriuka! You still alive?" The guys sitting at the fire whispered in agitation, hearing the lock of Andrei's gun slide back. Finally Andrei appeared in the light of the flashlight, dusting off his jacket. "Yes, I'm alive, he said, laughing. "Why you snorting?" Pyotr Andreevich asked him suspiciously. "It had 3 feet, and 2 heads. Mutants. The dark ones are here. They'll cut our throats. Shoot, or they'll get away. Must have been a lot of them. Must have." Andrei continued to laugh. "Why didn't you shoot?" "Fine. My young man might not have, but he's young, didn't get it." "But why did you mess it up? You're not new to this, after all. You know what happened at Polozhaevskaya?" asked Pyotr Andreevich angrily when Andrei had returned to the fire. "Yes, I've heard about Polozhaevskaya a dozen times." Andrei waved him away. "It was a dog. A puppy, not even a dog. It's already the second time it's tried to get close to the fire, towards the heat and the light. And you almost took him out, and now you're asking me why I'm being too considerate. Knackers. How was I supposed to know it was a dog?" Artyom had taken offense. "It gave out such sounds. And then, a week ago they were talking about seeing a rat the size of a pig. You believe in fairy tales. Wait a second and I'll bring you your rat," Andrei said, throwing his machine gun over his shoulder and walking off into the darkness. A minute later, they heard a fine whistle from the darkness. And then a voice called out, affectionately, coaxingly, come here, little one, don't be afraid." He spent a long time convincing it, about 10 minutes, calling it and whistling to it, and then finally his figure appeared again in the twilight. He returned to the fire and smiled triumphantly as he opened his jacket. A puppy fell out onto the ground, shivering, piteous, wet and intolerably dirty, with matted fur of an indistinct color, and black eyes full of horror, and flattened ears. Once on the ground, he immediately tried to get away, but Andrei's firm hand grabbed it and held it in place. Petting it on its head, he removed his jacket and covered the little dog. "The puppy needs to be warmed up," he explained. "Come on, Andrei, it's a fleabag." Pyotr Andreevich tried to bring Andrei to his senses. "And he might even have worms. And generally you might pick up an infection and spread it through the station." "Okay, Pyotr, that's enough. Stop whining. Just look at it." And he pulled back the flaps of his jacket, showing Pyotr the muzzle of the puppy that was still shivering either out of fear or cold. Look at its eyes, those eyes could never lie. Pyotr Andreevich looked at the puppy skeptically. They were frightened eyes, but they were undoubtedly honest. Pyotr Andreevich thought a bit. Alright, you nature lover. Wait. I'll find something for him to chew on, he muttered and started to look in his rucksack. Have a look, have a look. You never know. Maybe something useful will grow from it. A German shepherd, for example. Andrei said and moved the jacket containing the puppy closer to the fire. But where could a puppy come from to get here? There aren't any people in that direction. Only dark ones. Do the dark ones keep dogs? One of Andrei's men, a thin man with tousled hair who hadn't said anything until now, asked as he looked suspiciously at the puppy who had dozed off in the heat. You're right, of course, Kirill, Andrei answered seriously. The dark ones don't keep pets as far as I know. Well, how do they live then? What do they eat, anyway? Asked another man, scratching his unshaven jaw with a light, electric crackling sound. He was tall and obviously battle-hardened, broad-shouldered and thick-set, with a completely shaven head. He was dressed in a long and well-sewn leather cloak, which, in this day and age, was a rarity. What do they eat? They say they eat all kinds of junk. They eat carrion. They eat rats. They eat humans. They're not picky, you know, answered Andrei, contorting his face in disgust. Cannibals? Asked the man with the shaved head, without a shadow of surprise, and it sounded as though he'd come across cannibals before. Cannibals. They're not even human. They're undead. Who knows what the hell they are? It's good they don't have weapons, so we're able to fend them off. For the time being. Pyotr, remember, 6 months ago we managed to take one of them captive? I remember, spoke up Pyotr Andreevich. He sat in our lockup for 2 weeks, wouldn't drink our water, didn't touch our food, and then croaked. You didn't interrogate him? Asked the man. He didn't understand a word we said, in our language. They'd speak plain Russian to him, and he'd keep quiet. He kept quiet the entire time. Like his mouth was full of water. They'd beat him too, and he said nothing. And they'd give him something to eat, and he'd say nothing. He'd just growl every once in a while. And he howled so loudly just before he died that the whole station woke up. So how'd the dog get here anyway? Kirill reminded them. Who the hell knows how it got here? Maybe it ran away from them. Maybe they wanted to eat it. It's about 2 kilometers to here. Couldn't a dog have run here from there? Maybe it belongs to someone. Maybe someone was coming from the north and fell on the dark ones. And the little dog managed to get away. Doesn't matter anyway how she got here. Look at her yourself. Does she look like a monster? Like a mutant? No, she's a little puppy dog, nothing special. And she's drawn to people, that means she's used to us. Otherwise, why would she have tried 3 times to get close to the fire? Kirill went silent, thinking through the argument. Pyotr Andreevich filled up the kettle with water from the canister, and asked, Anyone want more tea? Let's have a final cup, soon it'll be time for us to be relieved. Tea. Now you're talking. Let's have some, Andrei said. The others became animated at the idea as well. The kettle came to a boil. Pyotr Andreevich poured another cup for those who wanted it, and made a request. You guys. There's no point in talking about the dark ones. The last time we were sitting like this and talking about them, they crawled up. Other guys have told me that the very same thing happened to them. Maybe it's just a coincidence. I'm not superstitious, but what if it's not? What if they can sense it? Our shift's almost over already. What do we need these shenanigans for at the last minute? Yeah, actually. It's probably not worth it, seconded Artyom. Okay. That's enough, man, don't chicken out on us. We'll get there in the end, said Andrei, trying to cheer up Artyom but not really succeeding in convincing him. The mere thought of the dark ones sent an unpleasant shiver through everyone, including Andrei, although he tried to hide it. He didn't fear humans of any kind. Not bandits, not cutthroat anarchists, not soldiers of the Red Army. But the undead disgusted him, and it wasn't that he was afraid of them, but that he couldn't stay calm when he thought about them or indeed any other danger. Everyone fell quiet. A heavy, oppressive silence came over the men grouped around the fire. The knobbly logs in the fire were crackling, and to the north, a muted, deep-chested croaking sound in the tunnel could be heard from time to time in the distance, as if the Moscow metro were the giant intestine of some unknown monster. And these sounds were really terrifying. Chapter 2: The Hunter. Once again, all sorts of nonsense started filling Artyom's head. The dark ones. He'd come across those damn non-humans only once during his watch, and he'd been scared silly, but how could he not have been? So, you're sitting there on watch. You're warming yourself by the fire. And suddenly you hear it. From the tunnel, from somewhere in the depths, a regular, dull knocking rings out. First, in the distance, quietly, and then, ever closer, and ever louder. And suddenly your ears are struck by a horrible, graveyard howl, and it's coming closer. And then complete mayhem. Everyone jumps up. They heap the sandbags and crates on which they'd been sitting into a barrier, quickly so that there'd be something to hide behind. And the most senior among them shouts with all his might, at the top of his lungs, alert. Reserves rush in from the station to give support. At the 300th meter where the main blow will have to be absorbed, they pull the cover from the machine gun, and people throw themselves to the ground, behind the sandbags, directing their guns at the mouth of the tunnel, taking aim. Finally, having waited for the dark ones to draw closer, they turn on the spotlight, and strange, delirious silhouettes become visible in its beam. They're naked, covered in black, glossy skin, with huge eyes and mouths like gashes. They're striding rhythmically ahead, towards the fortifications, towards death, with reckless abandon, without wavering, closer and closer. There are 3, 5, 8 beasts. And the first among them suddenly throws back its head and emits a howl like a requiem. You feel a shiver along your skin. You resist the urge to jump up and run, to toss your gun aside, to abandon your comrades, to throw everything to the devil and run. The spotlight is aimed straight into the muzzles of these nightmarish creatures to strike their pupils with its bright light, but it's obvious that they're not even squinting, they're not throwing up their hands, but they are looking into the spotlight with eyes wide open, and continuing to move steadily onward. Do they even have pupils? And now, finally, the guys run up from the 300th meter with more machine guns. They lie down alongside, commands fly overhead. Everything's ready. The long-awaited fire thunders. At once, several guns begin to rattle, and the big machine gun rumbles. But the dark ones don't stop, they don't crouch. They stride ahead fully erect, without slowing their pace, just as steadily and calmly as before. In the light of the spotlight, you can see how the bullets tear at their glossy bodies, how they're being pushed backwards, how they fall. But they get right back up again, rise to their full height, and march on. And again, hoarsely now, because its throat has already been pierced, a sinister howl rings out. Several minutes more will pass as the steel tempest finally breaks this inhuman, unthinking obstinacy. And then, when all of these ghouls have tumbled, breathless and motionless, the guys will finish them off with shots to the head from 5 meters, just to be sure. And even when everything's over, when the corpses have been tossed into the shaft, that same sinister image will continue to hover before your eyes, for a long time to come. Bullets plunging into those black bodies, the spotlight scalding those wide-open eyes, but they kept on marching, as steadily as ever, onwards. Artyom convulsed at the thought. Yes, of course, it'd be better not to chat about them, he thought. Just in case. Hey, Andrik, get ready, we're on our way. They shouted from the south, from the darkness. Your shift's over. The men at the fire began to move about, throwing off their stupor, rising to their feet, stretching, putting on their backpacks and weapons, and Andrei picked up the little puppy. Pyotr Andreevich and Artyom were returning to the station while Andrei and his men were returning to the 300th meter since their shift there hadn't quite ended. Their replacements walked up and exchanged handshakes, ascertained whether or not anything strange or peculiar had happened, wished each other the relaxation they deserved, and sat down a bit closer to the fire, continuing a conversation they'd begun earlier. When everyone was already headed south along the tunnel, towards the station, Pyotr Andreevich began speaking heatedly with Andrei about something, apparently returning to one of their eternal disputes, and the husky guy with the shaved head, who had questioned them concerning the Dark One's eating habits, fell away from them, drawing even with Artyom, and beginning to walk in step with him. So then, you know Sukhoi? He asked Artyom in a low, muffled voice, without looking him in the eye. Uncle Sasha. Well, yes, he's my stepfather. I live with him, answered Artyom honestly. You don't say. Your stepfather? I've never heard of such, muttered the man. And what's your name? Artyom decided to ask, having reasoned that if someone questions you about your own relative, then that gives you the right to ask a question in return. My name? Asked the man, surprised. Why do you need to know? Well, I'll tell Uncle Sasha, Sukhoi, that you were asking after him. Tell him that Hunter was asking. Hunter. Tell him I said hello. Hunter? That's an odd name. What is it, your last name? Your nickname? Artyom asked. Last name? Hunter smirked. What of it? It's totally. No, son, it's not a last name. It's, how should I put it? A profession. And what's your name? Artyom. Fine then. Nice to meet you. I'm sure we'll see each other again. And fairly soon at that. Cheers. Giving Artyom a wink before parting, he remained behind at the 300th meter, along with Andrei. There wasn't much further to go. From a distance, the lively noise of the station could already be heard. Pyotr Andreevich, walking alongside Artyom, asked him worriedly, Listen, Artyom, who was that, anyway? What was he saying to you back there? He was a strange sort of guy. He was asking about Uncle Sasha. An acquaintance of his, I guess? Do you know him? Don't seem to. He's just come to our station for a couple of days, on some sort of business, it seems. Looks like Andrei has already met him. He was the one who insisted on being on the same watch with him. Who the hell knows why he found that so necessary? His face is somehow familiar. Single quote. Yeah, it's probably hard to forget an appearance like that, said Artyom. Exactly. Where was it that I saw him? What's his name? Do you know? Inquired Pyotr Andreevich. Hunter. That's what he said. Hunter. Just try and figure out what that's supposed to be. Hunter? Not a Russian name. Frowned Pyotr Andreevich. In the distance, a red glow had already appeared. VDNKH, like the majority of stations, didn't have normal lighting and, for 30 years now, people had lived under scarlet emergency lights. Only occasionally were there normal electric light bulbs in their apartments, their tents and rooms. And only a few of the wealthiest metro stations were illuminated by the light of genuine mercury lamps. Legends had formed around them, and provincial types, from distant, God-forsaken substations, would nourish the dream for years on end of making it there and beholding this miracle. At the tunnel exit, they handed over their weapons to the other guards, and signed their names in the ledger. Pyotr Andreevich shook Artyom's hand before parting and said, It's about time we hit the sack. I can barely stand on my feet, and you're probably ready to sleep standing up yourself. Give Suhoy my warmest regards. He should pay me a visit. Artyom said goodbye and, feeling the sudden onset of fatigue, took himself off to his apartment. 200 people lived at VDNKH. Some in the service quarters, but the majority in tents on the platform. The tents were army issue, now old, tattered, but still intact. They didn't have to contend with wind or rain underground, and they were well maintained, so it was easily possible to live in them. They didn't lose heat or light, and they even kept out the noise. What more could one ask of one's housing? The tents were tucked up against the wall on either side, both along the tracks and in the central hall. The platform had been turned into something resembling a street. There was a fairly wide passage along its middle. Some of the tents were large, housing the more numerous families, and they occupied the space beneath the archways. But several arches remained free for passage, at each end of the hall, and at its center. There were other accommodations below the platforms as well, but the ceiling there wasn't very high, and they weren't very suitable for habitation. They used them at VDNKH for the storage of provisions. The two northern tunnels were joined by a side tunnel, several tens of meters beyond the station, which, once upon a time, allowed trains to turn around and head back in the other direction. Now one of these two tunnels was plugged up. The other led to the north, towards the botanical garden, and almost to DMITRY. They'd left it as a retreat route in the case of extreme circumstance, and it was there that Artyom had been on watch. The remaining segment of the second tunnel, and the unified stretch between the two tunnels, was designated for mushroom plantations. The rails there had been dismantled and the ground had been tilled and fertilized. They hauled waste products there from the cesspit. Tidy rows of mushroom caps shone white along the tunnel. One of the two southern tunnels had been collapsed as well, at the 300th meter, and they used that area for chicken coops and pig pens. Artyom's home stood on the main thoroughfare. He lived there in one of the smaller tents together with his stepfather. His stepfather was an important man associated with the administration. He maintained contact with other stations, so the powers that be reserved the tent for him. It was granted to him as his own personal tent, and it was a first-rate one at that. His stepfather would frequently disappear for 2 or 3 weeks at a time, and never took Artyom with him, excusing himself by saying that he was occupied with matters too dangerous, and didn't want to subject Artyom to any risk. He'd return from his trips thinner, his hair unkempt, sometimes wounded. But the first evening of his return he would always sit with Artyom, telling him things that were hard to believe even for a resident of this grotesque little world, and one who was used to unbelievable stories. Artyom felt the urge to travel himself, but to wander around in the metro for no good reason was too dangerous. The patrol guards at independent stations were very suspicious, and wouldn't let a person pass with a weapon, and heading off into the tunnels without a weapon meant certain death. And so, ever since he and his grandfather had come from GLUKHOVSKY, Artyom hadn't had the chance to take part in any decent excursions. He'd sometimes be sent to Alexeyevsky on business, but he didn't go alone, of course. They went in group, sometimes as far as Rizhskaya. But on top of that, he had one more trip under his belt, about which he couldn't tell anyone, although he desperately wanted to. It happened a long, long time ago, when there wasn't even the slightest hint of the Dark Ones at the Botanical Garden, when it was simply an abandoned and dark station, and patrols from VDNKH were stationed much further to the north. At the time, Artyom himself was still just a kid. Back then, he and his buddies decided to take a risk. During a shift change, they stole past the outer cordon with flashlights and a double-barreled rifle stolen from someone's parents, and crawled for a long time around the Botanical Garden station. It was eerie, but it was interesting. In the light of the flashlights, you could see the remnants of human habitation everywhere. Ash, singed books, broken toys, torn clothing. Rats darted about, and from time to time, strange rumbling sounds would ring out from the northern tunnel. One of Artyom's friends, he didn't even remember who it was anymore, but it was probably Zhenya, the most lively and most curious of the three, said, "What if we try to take down the barrier and go up to the surface, up the escalator? Just to see what it's like there. To see what's there." Artyom had said right away that he was against it. The recent tales his stepfather told him about people who had spent time on the surface were fresh in his mind, about how afterwards they had long been sick, and about the sorts of horrors sometimes seen up there. But they immediately began to argue that this was a rare opportunity. When else would they manage to make it, with no adults, to an abandoned station, as they had now? And now they had the chance to go up to the surface too, and see with their own eyes, what it's like to have nothing above your head. And, resigning all hope of convincing him nicely, they declared that if he was such a coward, then he could sit down below and wait for them to come back. The thought of staying alone in an abandoned station, and, on top of that, besmirching his reputation in the eyes of his two best friends, was completely unbearable to Artyom. So, summoning his courage, he consented. To everyone's surprise, the mechanism that brought the barrier dividing the platform from the escalator into motion actually worked. And it was Artyom himself who managed to start it up after half an hour of desperate attempts. The rusty iron wall moved aside with a nasty grating sound, and before their eyes stood the short row of steps of the escalator, leading upwards. Some of the steps had collapsed in. Through the yawning gaps, in the light of the flashlights, one could see colossal gears that had stopped years ago, corroded with rust, grown over with something brownish that was moving, just barely noticeably. It wasn't easy for them to force themselves to go up there. Several times, the steps they stepped on gave way with a screech, and dropped below, and they climbed across the chasm, clinging to the old hulls of the metro lamps. The path to the surface wasn't long, but their initial determination was evaporating after that first collapsed step, and in order to raise their spirits, they imagined themselves to be real stalkers. Stalkers. The word, strange and foreign to the Russian language, had caught on very well nonetheless. Earlier, this was the name given to people whose poverty compelled them to make their way to abandoned military firing ranges, take apart unexploded missiles and bombs, and redeem brass casings with those who bought non-ferrous metals. It was also given to those strange people who, in times of peace, climbed around in the sewers. But all of these meanings had something in common. It was always an extremely dangerous profession, always a confrontation with the unknown, the mysterious, the ominous. Who knows what happened at those abandoned ranges, where the radioactive earth, disfigured by thousands of explosions, plowed with trenches and pitted with catacombs, put forth monstrous sprouts. And one could only guess what might dwell in the sewers of a teeming metropolis once the builders had closed the hatches behind them, leaving those gloomy, narrow, reeking corridors forever. In the metro, the rare daredevils who had the guts to venture to the surface were called stalkers. In protective suits and gas masks with tinted glass, they were heavily armed as they ascended to the surface in search of items that were necessities for everyone: military supplies, equipment, replacement parts, fuel. There were hundreds of men who dared to do this. Those who were able to make it back alive could be counted on one's fingers, and these men were worth their weight in gold. They were valued even more highly than former Metro employees. All kinds of dangers awaited those who dared to go up above, from the radiation to the ghoulish creatures it had created. There was life there too, on the surface, but it was no longer life according to the customary human conception of it. Every stalker became a living legend, a demigod, whom everyone, young and old, regarded with rapt amazement. In a world in which there was nowhere left to sail or fly, and the words pilot and sailor were becoming dull and losing their meaning, children dreamed of becoming stalkers. To strike out, clothed in shining armor, accompanied by hundreds of gazes of adoration and gratitude, climbing to the surface, to the realm of the gods, to do battle with monsters and, returning underground, to bring the people fuel, military supplies, light and fire. To bring life. Artyom, his friend Zhenya, and Vitalik the Splinter, all wanted to become stalkers. And, compelling themselves to climb upwards along the horrifying, screeching escalator with its collapsing steps, they imagined themselves in protective suits, with radiation damage monitors, with hulking machine guns at the ready, just as one would expect of real stalkers. But they had neither radiation monitors, nor protection, and instead of imposing army-issue machine guns, they had only the ancient double-barreled rifle, which, perhaps, didn't even shoot at all. Before long, their ascent was complete, and they found themselves almost on the surface. Fortunately, it was night. Otherwise, they would have been blinded. Eyes accustomed to darkness and to the crimson light of bonfires and emergency lamps in their many years of life underground wouldn't have withstood the glare. Blinded and helpless, they would have been unlikely to make it back home again. The vestibule of the botanical garden station was almost destroyed. Half of the roof had collapsed, and through it one could see the radioactive dust of the dark blue summer sky, already cleansed of clouds, and strewn with myriad stars. But what was a starry sky for a child who wasn't even capable of imagining that a ceiling might not be above his head? When you lift your gaze, and it doesn't run up against concrete coverings and rotten networks of wires and pipes, but is lost instead in a dark blue abyss, gaping suddenly above your head, what an impression! And the stars. Could anyone who had never seen stars possibly imagine what infinity is, when, most likely, the very concept of infinity first appeared among humans inspired, once upon a time, by the nocturnal vault of the heavens? Millions of shining lights, silver nails driven into a dome of dark blue velvet. The boys stood for 3, 5, then 10 minutes, unable to utter a word. They wouldn't even have moved, and by morning would certainly have been cooked alive, if they hadn't heard a blood-curdling howl ring out nearby. Coming to their senses, they rushed headlong back to the escalator, and raced down it as fast as their legs could carry them, having thrown all caution to the wind, and several times nearly plunging downwards, into the teeth of the gears. Supporting each other, and pulling each other out, they made the journey back in a matter of seconds. Spinning down the final 10 steps like a top, having lost the double-barreled rifle along the way, they immediately lunged for the control panel of the barrier. But, damn it, the rusted old iron had become wedged, and it didn't want to return to its place. Scared half to death that the monsters would pursue them from the surface, they raced off homewards, to the northern cordon. But, remembering that they'd probably done something very bad, having left the hermetic gates open, and had possibly left the path downward, into the metro, and to people, open for the mutants, they found the time to agree to keep their lips sealed, and not to tell any of the adults where they'd been. At the cordon, they said that they'd gone to a side tunnel to hunt for rats, but had lost their gun, become frightened, and returned. Artyom, of course, caught hell from his stepfather. His rear end smarted for a long time from that officer's belt, but Artyom held up like a captive partisan, and didn't blurt out his military secret. And his comrades kept silent as well. Everyone believed them. But now, when he thought of their escapade, Artyom fell, more and more often, into reflection. Was this journey, and, more importantly, the barrier they'd opened, connected somehow to the scum that had been assaulting their cordons for the last several years? Greeting passers-by, stopping now and then to hear some news, to shake hands with a friend, to land a kiss on the cheek of a familiar girl, to tell the older generations about his stepfather's dealings, Artyom finally reached his home. Nobody was there, and he decided not to wait for his stepfather but to go to bed. An 8-hour watch was enough to take anyone off their feet. He threw off his boots, took off his jacket and planted his face in the pillow. Sleep didn't make him wait. The flaps of the tent were lifted and a massive figure slipped quietly inside, whose face couldn't be seen. The only thing visible was the ominous gleam of a smooth skull reflecting the red emergency lights. A muffled voice was heard. "We meet again. Your stepfather, I see, is not here. Doesn't matter. We'll find him. Sooner or later. He won't get away. For now, you'll come with me. We have something to talk about. For example, the barrier at the botanical gardens." Artyom, frozen, recognized the guy he had met at the cordon earlier, the man who had introduced himself as Hunter. The man came closer, slowly, silently, and his face was still not visible. For some reason the light was falling in a strange way. Artyom wanted to call for help, but a powerful hand, as cold as death, clamped onto his mouth. At last he managed to grab hold of a lantern, turn it on and light up the person's face. What he saw rendered him powerless for a moment and filled him with horror. What loomed in front of him was not a human face, but a terrible black muzzle with two huge, vacant and white-less eyes and a gaping maw. Artyom darted and threw himself out of the tent. The light suddenly went out and the station became totally dark. There was only some weak reflected light from a small fire somewhere in the distance. Without pausing for thought, Artyom rushed in that direction, toward the light. The ghoul jumped towards him from behind, growling, "Stop. You have nowhere to run." He roared with terrifying laughter, which slowly became a familiar graveyard howl. Artyom ran off, without turning to look, hearing the footfalls of heavy boots behind him, unhurried, even, as if his pursuer knew that there was nowhere to run, that Artyom would be caught sooner or later. Artyom ran up to the fire and saw a figure sitting there with its back to him. He was going to tap the sitting person on the shoulder and ask for help, but the person suddenly fell backwards and it was clear that he had been dead a long time and his face was covered with hoarfrost for some reason. And in the face of this frozen person, Artyom recognized Uncle Sasha, his stepfather. "Hey, Artyom, that was a good sleep. Now get up. You've been snoozing for 7 hours in a row already. Get up, sleepyhead. We have guests coming." Suhoi's voice rang out. Artyom sat up in bed and stared at him, stunned. "Oh, Uncle Sash, you. Is everything okay with you?" he asked at last, after a minute of blinking. It was hard for him to overcome the urge to ask him if he was alive or not, and that was only because the fact of it was standing in front of him. "Yes, as you can see. Come on, get up, no point lying about." "I want to introduce you to my friend," said Suhoi. There was a familiar but muffled voice nearby, and Artyom was covered in perspiration, remembering his recent nightmare. "So, you've met already?" Suhoi was surprised. "Well, Artyom, you're sharp." Finally, the visitor squeezed into the tent. Artyom shuddered and pressed against the tent wall. It was Hunter. The nightmare came alive again. Dark, vacant eyes. The roar of heavy boots behind him. The stiff corpse sitting at the fire. "Yes, we've met." Artyom managed to squeeze out his reply and reluctantly extended a hand to the visitor. Hunter's hand was hot and dry, and Artyom slowly started to convince himself that it was just a dream, that there was nothing sinister about this person, that it was just his imagination, ignited with fear after 8 hours at the cordon, playing out in his dreams. "Listen, Artyom, do us a favor. Boil some water for tea. Have you tried our tea?" Suhoi winked at the visitor. "A poisonous potion. I know it," Hunter responded, nodding. "Good tea. They make it at Pachotniki too. Pig's swill. But here, it's a different matter." Artyom went to get the water, then to the communal fire to boil the kettle. It was strictly forbidden to make fires inside tents. A couple of stations had burnt down due to tent fires before now. On the way he thought about Pachotniki. It was at the other end of the metro system, and who knows how long it would take to get there, how many transfers, crossings, through how many stations you'd have to go. Lying sometimes, fighting sometimes, other times getting through thanks to connections. And this guy says casually, they make it at Pachotniki too. Single quote. Yes, he's an interesting character, even if a little scary. His grip squeezes like a vice, and Artyom wasn't a weakling. He was always eager to compare strength with a good handshake. Having boiled the kettle, he returned to the tent. Hunter had already thrown off his raincoat under which you could see a black polo neck jumper, tightly filled with a powerful neck and a bulging, strong body, and military trousers drawn tight with an officer's belt. On top of the polo neck, he was wearing a vest with lots of pockets, and a holster hung under his arm containing a burnished pistol of monstrous size. Upon closer inspection, Artyom could see that it was a Stechkin with a long silencer, and it had something attached to it, which by the looks of it was a laser sight. A monster like that would cost you all you had. The weapon, Artyom noted immediately, was not a simple one, not for self-defense, that was for sure. And then he remembered that when Hunter introduced himself he added, as in someone who hunts. So, Artyom, pour the visitor some tea. Yes, and you Hunter, take a seat. Tell us how you are. Sukhoi was excited. Devil knows how long it's been since I last saw you. I'll tell you about myself later. There's not much to say. But strange things are going on with you, I hear. Goblins are crawling around, coming from the north. Today I was listening to fairy stories while standing with the patrol. What's up? Hunter spoke in brief, choppy phrases. It's death, Hunter. Sukhoi's mood suddenly darkened. It's our death stealing up from the future. Our fate is creeping in. That's what it is. Why death? I heard that you crushed them very successfully. That they're disarmed. Well, where are they from and who are they? I've never heard anything like this at any of the other stations. Never. And that means that it isn't happening anywhere else. I want to know what's up. I'm sensing a great danger. I want to know the level of danger. I want to understand its nature. That's why I'm here. Danger should be liquidated, right Hunter? You're still a cowboy, Hunter. But can danger be liquidated? That's the question. Sukhoi grinned sadly. That's the hitch. Everything here is more complicated than it seems to you. A lot more complicated. This is not just zombies and corpses walking across cinema screens. That's too simple. You load a revolver with silver bullets. Sukhoi demonstrated by putting his palms together and pretending to point a pistol as he continued, pow pow. And the forces of evil are slain. But this is something different. Something frightening. And as you well know, it's hard to scare me. You're panicking? Hunter asked, surprised. Their main weapon is horror. The people are barely maintaining their positions. People are sleeping with machine guns, with Uzis, and they're coming at us unarmed. And everybody knows that there's a higher quality and quantity of them still to come. They are almost running away, going crazy from the horror of it. Some have already gone crazy, between you and me. And this isn't just fear, Hunter. Sukhoi lowered his voice. This. I don't even know how to explain it to you plainly. It gets stronger every time. They are getting into our heads somehow. And it seems to me that they're doing it on purpose. You can sense them from afar, and the feeling gets stronger and stronger, and the agitation is so vile that your knees start to shake. And you can't hear anything yet, and you can't see anything, but you already know that they're coming nearer. Nearer. And then there's a howl, and you just want to run. But they're coming closer, and you're starting to shake. And a while later you can see them walking with open eyes into the searchlights. Single quote. Artyom shuddered. It seemed that he wasn't the only one tormented by nightmares. He used to try not to talk about it to anyone before. He was afraid that they would take him for a coward or for a lunatic. They're crippling our minds, the reptiles. Sukhoi continued. And you know, it's like they adjust themselves to your wavelength, and the next time they come, you feel them even more strongly, and you're even more afraid. And this isn't just fear, I can tell you. He went silent. Hunter was sitting there without moving, studying him, and apparently thinking over what he'd heard. Then he took a mouthful of hot brew and spoke, slowly and quietly. This is a threat to everybody, Sukhoi. To the whole filthy metro, not just to your station. Sukhoi was silent, as though he didn't want to reply, but suddenly he burst out. The whole metro, you think? No, not just the metro. This is a threat to the progress of mankind, which got itself into trouble with its progress already. It's time to pay. It's a battle of species, Hunter. A battle of species. And these dark ones are not evil spirits, and they aren't some kind of ghoul. This is Homo novus, the next stage in evolution, better adapted to the environment than us. The future is behind them, Hunter. Maybe, Homo sapiens will rot for another couple of decades, or for another 50 in these demonic holes that we've dug for ourselves. Back when there was plenty and not everyone could fit above ground, so the poorer folk were driven underground in the daytime. We will become as pale and sick as Wells Morlocks. Remember them? From the time machine where beasts of the future lived underground? They too were once Homo sapiens. Yes, we are optimistic. We don't want to die. We will cultivate mushrooms with our own dung, and the pig will become man's best friend, as they say, and our partner in survival. And we will guzzle multivitamins with an appetizing crunch that were prepared by our careful ancestors in the tons. We will shyly crawl up to the surface to quickly steal another canister of petrol, a few more rags, and if you're really lucky, a handful of cartridges, only to quickly run back down into the stuffy vaults, looking shiftily around like thieves to see if anyone noticed. Because we aren't at home there on the surface anymore. The world doesn't belong to us anymore, Hunter. The world doesn't belong to us anymore. Suhoi fell silent, looking at the steam slowly rising from his cup of tea and condensing in the twilight of the tent. Hunter said nothing, and Artyom suddenly realized that he had never heard anything like it from his stepfather. There was nothing left of his former confidence in the fact that everything would necessarily be fine. Nothing left of his, "Don't panic, we'll get through it," and nothing left of his encouraging winks. Or was that just all for show? You don't have anything to say, Hunter? Nothing? Go on, contradict me. Where are your arguments? Where is that optimism of yours? Last time when I spoke to you, you were certain that the levels of radiation would lower, and people could return to the surface again. Hunter. The sun will rise over the woods, but just not for me. Suhoi sang in a teasing voice. We'll seize life with our teeth, we will hold onto it with all our strength, but what would the philosophers have said and the sectarians confirmed, if there was suddenly nothing to grab? You don't want to believe it, can't believe it, but somewhere in the depths of your soul you know that that's how it is. But we like this whole business, Hunter, don't we? Me and you, we really love living. We will crawl through the stinking underground, sleep in an embrace with pigs, eat rats, but we will survive. Right? Wake up, Hunter. No one will write a book about you called The Story of a Real Person. No one will sing about your will to live, your hypertrophic instinct for self-preservation. How long will you last on mushrooms, multivitamins and pork? Surrender, Homo sapiens. You are no longer the king of nature. You've been dethroned. No, you don't have to die instantly, nobody will insist on that. Crawl on a little more in agony, choking on your own excrement. But know this, Homo sapiens, you are obsolete. Evolution, the laws of which you understood, has already created its new branch, and you are no longer the latest stage, the crown of creation. You are a dinosaur. Now you must step aside for a new, more perfect species. No need to be egotistical. Game over. It's time you let others play. Your time is up. You're extinct. And let future generations rack their brains over the question of what made Homo sapiens extinct. Though, I doubt anyone will be interested. Single quote. Hunter, who was studying his fingernails through this monologue, raised his eyes to Suhoi and said gravely, You have really given up on everything since I last saw you. I remember that you were telling me that if we preserve culture, if we don't turn sour, if we don't stop using proper Russian, if our children learn to read and write, then we'll be fine and we'll last here underground. Didn't you say all that, or wasn't it you? And now, look at you, surrender, Homo sapiens. What the hell is that? Yeah, well, I just figured out a thing or two, Hunter. I have felt something which you have yet to get, and maybe you'll never get it. We are dinosaurs, and we are living the last days of our life. It might take 10 or even 100 years, but all the same. Single quote. Resistance is futile, right? Hunter offered, in a mean voice. What are you driving at? Suhoi was silent, his eyes downcast. Clearly this had cost him a lot, having never admitted his weaknesses to anybody, or said such a thing to an old friend. Even worse that it was in front of Artyom. It was painful to him to hold up a white flag. But no, you won't wait, Hunter slowly said, standing up to full height. And they won't wait. New species you say? Evolution? Inevitable extinction? Dung? Pigs? Vitamins? I'm not there yet. I'm not afraid of it either. Got it? I am not putting my hand up to volunteer. The instinct of self-preservation? You call it that. Yes. I will sink my teeth into life. Fuck your evolution. Let other species wait their turn. I'm not a lamb being led to slaughter. Capitulate and go off with your more perfect and more adapted beings. Give them your place in history. If you feel that you've fought all you can fight, then go ahead and desert. I won't judge you. But don't try to scare me. And don't try to drag me along with you into the slaughterhouse. Why are you giving me a sermon? If you don't do it alone, if you need to do it collectively, you won't be so ashamed? Or has the enemy promised you a bowl of hot porridge for each person that you bring to them in captivity? My fight is hopeless? You say that we're at the edge of the abyss? I spit on your abyss. If you think that your place is at the bottom of the abyss, then take a deep breath and forward march. But I'm not coming for the ride. If rational man, refined and civilized Homo sapiens chooses to capitulate, then I refuse to be called one and would rather become a beast. And I will, like a beast, sink my teeth into life and gnaw on the throats of others in order to survive. And I will survive. Got it? I will survive. He sat down and quietly asked Artyom for another splash of tea. Sukhoi stood up himself and went to fill and heat the kettle, gloomily and silently. Artyom stayed in the tent alone with Hunter. His last words were ringing with contempt. His malicious confidence that he would survive lit a fire in Artyom. For a long time he was trying to decide whether to say something. And then Hunter turned to him and said, "And what do you think, my friend? Tell me, don't be shy. You want to turn into vegetation too? Like a dinosaur? To sit on your things and wait until someone comes for you? Do you know the parable about the frog in the cream? 2 frogs landed in a pail of cream. One, thinking rationally, understood straight away that there was no point in resistance and that you can't deceive destiny. But then what if there's an afterlife? Why bother jumping around, entertaining false hopes in vain?" He crossed his legs and sank to the bottom. The second, the fool, was probably an atheist. And she started to flop around. It would seem that she had no reason to flail about if everything was predestined. But she flopped around anyway. Meanwhile, the cream turned to butter. And she crawled out. We honor the memory of this second frog's friend, eternally damned for the sake of progress and rational thought. Who are you? Artyom ventured at last. Who am I? You already know who I am. The one who hunts. But what does that mean, the one who hunts? What do you do? Hunt? How can I explain it to you? You know how the human body is built? It's made up of millions of tiny cells. Some emit electrical signals, others store information, others still soak up nutrients, transfer oxygen. But all of them, even the most important among them, would be dead in less than a day, and the whole organism would die, if it wasn't for cells responsible for immunity. They're called macrophages. They work methodically and regularly like a clock, a metronome. When an infection gets into an organism, they find it, track it down, wherever it's hiding, and sooner or later, they get to it and... He made a gesture as though he was wringing someone's neck and let out an unpleasant crunching sound. Liquidate it. But what relevance does that have to your job? Artyom insisted. Imagine that the whole metro was a human organism. A complex organism, made up of about 40,000 cells. I am the macrophage, the hunter. This is my job. Any danger that is sufficiently serious as to threaten the whole organism must be liquidated. That's what I do. Sukhoi finally came back with the kettle and poured the boiling brew into the mugs. He had obviously gathered his thoughts in the meantime, and he said to Hunter, "So you're going to take on the liquidation of the source of danger, cowboy? You're going to go hunting and shoot down all the dark ones? It's hardly possible that anything will come of it. There's nothing to be done, Hunter. Nothing. There is always one last option, the last resort. To blow your northern tunnel to pieces. Collapse it completely. To cut off that new species of yours. Let them procreate from above and leave us moles alone. The underground is now our natural habitat. I'll tell you something interesting. Only a few people know about this at the station. They've already blown up one tunnel. But above us, above the northern tunnel, there is a stream of groundwater. And, when they blew up the second northern tunnel, we were almost flooded. If the explosion had been just a bit stronger, goodbye my dear VDNKH. So, if we now blow up the remaining northern tunnel, then we'll be flooded. We'll be covered in radioactive swill. Then that will be the end, not only for us. Therein lies the real danger to the metro. If you start an interspecies battle now and in this way, then our species will lose. As they say in chess, check. What about the hermetic gate? Surely we can simply close the hermetic gate in that tunnel? Hunter said. The hermetic gate was already dismantled along with the rest of the line's gates 15 years ago by some smart guys, and they sent the material to fortify one of the stations. No one remembers which one anymore. Surely you knew about this? There you go. Check again. Tell me. Have they increased their pressure recently? Hunter, it seems, was conceding and shifting the conversation to another tack. Increasing? And how? It's hard to believe that it was only a little while ago that we didn't know they existed. And now, here they are, a major threat. And believe me, the day is near when they will sweep us away, with all of our fortifications, searchlights and machine guns. It's impossible to raise the whole metro to defend one good-for-nothing station. Yes, we make pretty good tea, but but it's unlikely that anyone will risk their life even for such excellent tea as ours. In the end, there's always competition with Pachotniki. Check again. Sukhoi grinned sadly. No one needs us. We ourselves will soon not be in any condition to handle the onslaught. We can't blow up the tunnel and cut them off. We also don't have the means to go to the surface and burn them down, for obvious reasons. Checkmate. Checkmate to you, Hunter. And checkmate to me. Checkmate to all of us in the near future, if you see what I mean. Sukhoi grinned sourly. We'll see, Hunter snapped back. We'll see. They sat there a little longer, discussing all kinds of things. Many of the names mentioned weren't familiar to Artyom. There were references to bits and pieces of stories. Every once in a while an old argument would spark up, of which Artyom understood little, but their discussions had clearly been going on for years, abating if the men hadn't seen each other in a while and flaring up again when they met. Finally, Hunter stood up and said it was time he went to bed because he, unlike Artyom, hadn't slept since his patrol. He said goodbye to Sukhoi. But before leaving he suddenly turned to Artyom and whispered to him, "Come out for a minute." Artyom jumped up straight away and followed him, not paying attention to the surprised look on his stepfather's face. Hunter waited for him outside, silently buttoning up his raincoat and lifting the latch on the gate. "Shall we go through?" he suggested, and he quickly stepped forward onto the platform towards the guest tent where he was staying. Artyom hesitantly moved to follow him, trying to guess what this man wanted to discuss with him, a mere boy really, who had done nothing significant or even useful for anyone so far. "What do you think about the job that I do?" Hunter asked. "It's cool. I mean, if it wasn't for you. Well, and the others like you, if there are such people. Then we would have long ago. Single quote. Artyom mumbled uncomfortably. His tongue was twisted and he felt hot suddenly. As soon as someone like Hunter paid him attention and wanted to tell him something, even just asking him to come outside for a minute, to be alone, without his stepfather, he blushed like a virgin and started agonizing, bleeding like a lamb. You think highly of it? Well, then, if people think highly of it, Hunter grinned, that means there's no point in listening to the defeatists among us. Your stepfather is being a coward, that's all. But he's really a brave man. In any case, he was once. Something horrific is happening here, Artyom. Something that can't be allowed to continue. Your stepfather's right. These aren't just the goblins we've seen at dozens of other stations. These aren't vandals. They're not just degenerates. This is something new. Something meaner. There's a chill in the air. There's death in the air. I've only been here 2 days and I am already being penetrated by the fear here. And the more you know about them, the more you study them, the more you see them, the stronger the fear, as far as I understand. You, for example, have you seen them often? Only once so far. I've only just started on the northern patrol, though, Artyom confessed. But if I'm honest, once was enough. I've been tortured by nightmares ever since. Like today, for example. And it was a while ago that I saw them. Nightmares, you say? You too? Hunter frowned. Yes, it doesn't look like a coincidence. And if I live here a bit longer, another couple of months, and go on patrols regularly, then it's not out of the question that I'll turn sour too. No, my lad. Your stepfather is mistaken. It isn't him speaking. It's not his thinking. It's them thinking for him, and it's them speaking for him. Give up, they say. Resistance is futile. And he's their mouthpiece. And he probably doesn't even know it himself. And it's right, I guess, that they tune in and impress themselves on the psyche. Fiends. Tell me. Artyom. Hunter turned to him straight on, and the boy understood. He was about to tell him something really important. Do you have a secret? Something that you wouldn't tell anyone on the station, but that you could tell a passerby perhaps? Well, Artyom hesitated, and for a perceptive person that would have been enough in order to understand that such a secret existed. And I have a secret too. Why don't we swap? I need to share this secret with someone, but I want to be sure that they won't blab. That's why you give me yours, and don't let it be any crap about a girl, but something serious, something that no one else should ever hear. And I'll tell you something. This is important to me. Very important, you understand? Artyom wavered. Curiosity, of course, had got him, but he was frightened of telling his secret to a man who was not only interesting to talk to and who had seen many adventures but, by the looks of things, was also a cold-blooded murderer, who wouldn't hesitate in the slightest to remove any obstacle in his path. And what if Artyom happened to have been an accessory to the incursion of the Dark Ones? Hunter looked into his eyes reassuringly. You have nothing to be afraid of in me. I guarantee inviolability. And he winked fraternally. They had walked up to the guest tent that had been given to Hunter for the night, but they remained outside. Artyom thought again for the last time and decided what to do. He took in some more air and then hurriedly, in one breath, laid out the whole story of the expedition to the botanical gardens. When he was finished, Hunter was silent for a time, digesting what he'd heard. Then, in a hoarse voice, he said, "Well, generally speaking, you and your friends should be killed for doing that, from a disciplinary point of view. However, I already guaranteed you inviolability. But that doesn't extend to your friends." Single quote. Artyom's heart jumped, he felt his body freeze in fear and his legs falter. He wasn't able to speak, and so he waited in silence for the verdict. "But in light of your age and the general brainlessness of that event, and also the fact that it happened a while ago, you are pardoned. Go on." And so that Artyom could be brought out of his prostration sooner, Hunter winked again at him, this time even more reassuringly. "But know that you'd be shown no mercy by your fellow inhabitants at this station. So you have voluntarily given over to me a powerful weapon against you yourself. And now listen to my secret." Single quote. And while Artyom was regretting his big mouth, Hunter continued, "I haven't come across the whole metro system to this station for no reason. I'm not giving up on my own task. Danger should be eliminated, as you have probably heard many times today. Should and will be eliminated. I do that. Your stepfather is afraid of it. He is slowly turning into their instrument, as far as I can see. He is resisting them more and more reluctantly, and he's trying to get me to join him. If the groundwater thing is true, then the option of exploding the tunnel is, of course, obsolete. But your story has clarified something for me. If the Dark Ones first made their way here after your expedition, then they're coming from the botanical gardens. Something has been growing there that isn't right, in that botanical garden, if that's where they were born. And that means that you can block them there, closer to the surface, without the threat of unleashing the ground waters. But the devil knows what's happening at the 700th meter of the northern tunnel. That's where your powers end. That's where the powers of darkness begin, the most widespread form of government in the whole Moscow metro system. I'm going there. No one should know this. Tell Sukhoi that I asked you lots of questions about conditions at the station, and that will be the truth. You don't have to explain anything, right? If everything goes smoothly, I'll explain everything to whoever needs to know. But it might be that." He stopped short for a second, and looked at Artyom more closely. "That I don't come back. Whether there's an explosion or not, if I don't come back before the following morning, someone should say what's happened to me, and tell my colleagues about the fiends that are making trouble in your northern tunnels. I have seen all my former acquaintances here at this station today, including your stepfather. And I almost see, that there's a little worm of doubt and horror crawling through the brains of everyone who has been exposed to their influence. I can't rely on people with worm-eaten brains. I need a healthy person, whose ability to reason has not yet been stormed by these ghouls. I need you." "Me? But how can I help you?" Artyom was surprised. "Listen to me. If I don't come back, then you have to, at any cost you hear. You have to go to Polis. To Gorod. And look there for a man with the nickname Melnik. Tell him the whole story. And one other thing. I will give you something, which you will give to him as proof that I sent you. Come inside for a minute." Hunter took the lock off the entrance, lifted the flap of the tent and ushered Artyom inside. There wasn't much room in the tent due to the huge camouflage rucksack and the impressively large trunk which were standing on the floor. By the light of the lantern, Artyom saw a dark shimmering gun barrel in the depths of the bag, which, by the looks of it, was a reassembled army hand machine gun. Before Hunter could manage to close the bag so he wouldn't see, Artyom caught a glimpse of a matte black metal box containing machine gun magazines, laid in a dense row next to the weapon, and small green anti-personnel grenades on the other side of it. Without any commentary on this arsenal, Hunter opened the side pocket of his rucksack and withdrew a small metal capsule from it, made of a machine gun cartridge case. The side where there should have been a bullet was screwed up into a little twist. "Here, take this. Don't wait for me if I've been gone 2 days. And don't be afraid. You will meet people everywhere who will help you. You have to do this. You know that everything depends on you. I don't have to explain that to you, right? That's it. Wish me success and get out of here. I need to catch up on some sleep." Artyom managed to utter a word of goodbye, shook Hunter's hand and started wandering over to his tent, stooping under the weight of the mission on his shoulders. Chapter 3: If I Don't Come Back. Artyom was sure he would be cross-examined as soon as he got home. His stepfather would shake him down, trying to find out what he spoke about with Hunter. But, contrary to his expectations, his stepfather wasn't awaiting him with a rack and Spanish boots but was snoring peacefully. He hadn't had a chance to sleep in the last 24 hours. Since he'd been on night patrol and slept that day, Artyom was again going to have to work the night shift, this time at the tea factory. Decades of life underground, in the darkness interspersed with patches of dull red light, makes you lose a true sense of day and night. At night, the station's lighting was a little weaker, as it was on the trains of long ago so that people could sleep, but the lights never went out completely except in the case of an accident. Though it had become aggravated by years of living in darkness, human vision was nonetheless comparable with the eyesight of the other creatures that lived in the tunnels and abandoned passages. The division of day and night had probably come about by force of habit, rather than by necessity. Night made sense because the majority of inhabitants at the station were more comfortable with the idea of everyone sleeping at the same time, letting the cattle rest, turning down the lights and imposing restrictions on noise. The inhabitants of the station could find out the time by the 2 station clocks, placed over the entrance to the tunnels on either side. These clocks were considered to be as important as strategic objects like the arms store, the water filters and the electric generator. They were always looked after, and the smallest problems with them were immediately dealt with, and any delinquents attempting to take them down were dealt with very strictly, sometimes sent into exile from the station. Here there was a criminal code, by which the VDNKH judged criminals in swift trials, and it was always being applied to extraordinary situations which were resolved and then new rules were established. Any actions against strategic objects brought about the most severe punishments. For smoking and the setting of fires on platforms, as well as the careless handling of weapons and explosives, you would be immediately expelled from the station and your property confiscated. These draconian measures can be explained by the fact that several stations had already been burnt to nothing. Fire spread instantly through the small tent cities, devouring everything, and the wild screams of awful pain would echo in the ears of the neighboring stations for months afterwards. Charred bodies stuck to the melted plastic and canvas, and sets of teeth, cracked from the inconceivable heat of the flames, gnashed in the light of the lanterns held by frightened traders who had accidentally come upon this traveler's hell. In order to avoid the repetition of such a grim fate in the rest of the stations, the careless setting of fires became a serious criminal offense. Theft, sabotage and the deliberate avoidance of labor were also punished with exile. But, considering that almost everyone was always visible to each other and that there were only 200 or so people at the station, these kinds of crimes were rare and usually perpetrated by strangers. Labor was compulsory, and everyone, young and old, had to fulfill a daily quota. The pig farm, the mushroom plantation, the tea factory, the meat packing plant, the fire and engineer services, the weapon shop, every inhabitant worked in one or two of these places. Men were also required to go on military duty in one of the tunnels once every 48 hours. And when some kind of conflict arose, or some new danger appeared from the depths of the metro, the patrols were strengthened and they put a reserve force on the pathways, at the ready. Life was so meticulously arranged here, and VDNKH had established such a reputation for it that there were many wishing to live there. But it was very rare for outsiders to be taken into the settlement. There was a few more hours until his night shift at the tea factory, and Artyom, not knowing what to do with himself, trudged over to see his friend Zhenya, the same one with whom he undertook the head-spinning adventure to the surface. Zhenya was his age, but unlike Artyom, he lived with his own real family, his father, mother, and younger sister. There were only a handful of incidents where a whole family had been saved, and Artyom secretly envied his friend. Of course, he loved his stepfather very much and respected him even now that the man's nerves had got the better of him. But nonetheless, he knew that Sukhoi wasn't his father, and wasn't his kin altogether, and he never called him Dad. At the beginning Sukhoi asked Artyom to call him Uncle Sasha, but later regretted it. Years had gone by and the old tunnel wolf hadn't managed to start a family of his own. He didn't even have a woman who would wait for him to return from expeditions. His heart would beat harder when he saw a mother and child, and he dreamed about the possibility that one day he wouldn't have to go out into the darkness, disappearing from the life of the station for days and weeks, and maybe forever. And then, he hoped that he would find a woman who would be prepared to be his wife, and to bear him children, which, when they learned to speak, would not call him Uncle Sasha, but Father. Old age and feebleness were getting ever closer, and there was less and less time remaining, and he needed to hurry, but all the same it would be hard to pull off. Task followed task, and he couldn't find anyone to take over his work, no one to trust with his connections and his professional secrets, in order to finally start doing some non-manual work at the station. He had already long considered doing work that was a bit more peaceful, and he even knew that he could fall back on a supervisory role at the station thanks to his authority, his stellar record and his friendly relations with the administration. But for now, there was no one capable of replacing him, not even on the horizon, so he entertained himself with thoughts of a happy future, and he lived for today, postponing his final return and continuing to spend his sweat and blood for the sake of the granite of other stations and the concrete of far-off tunnels. Artyom knew that his stepfather, despite showing fatherly love towards him, didn't think of him as his successor in professional matters and mostly thought of Artyom as a nitwit, and completely undeserving of such responsibility. He didn't take Artyom on long expeditions, ignoring the fact that Artyom had grown up and could no longer be persuaded that he was still too young and that zombies would drag him off or rats would eat him. He didn't understand expressing a lack of confidence in Artyom had pushed the boy into desperate escapades for which Sukhoi had to punish him afterwards. He had probably wanted not to subject Artyom to the senseless mortal danger of wandering the metro but allow the boy to live the way Sukhoi wanted to live himself. In peace and safety, working and raising children, not wasting his youth unnecessarily. But in wanting such a life for Artyom, he was forgetting to strive for such a life himself, and had passed through fire and water, had succeeded in surviving hundreds of adventures and was satisfied with them. And the wisdom acquired with years wasn't speaking to him anymore, all that spoke to him were the years themselves and the fatigue they brought. Artyom had energy boiling inside him. He had only just started living, and the prospect of drudging through the vegetative existence of crumbling and drying mushrooms, and changing diapers, and never going beyond the 500th meter seemed absolutely inconceivable. The desire to get away from the station grew in him every day, as he understood more and more clearly what life his stepfather was molding for him. A career as a tea factory worker and the role of a father with many children was less appealing than anything on earth. He was drawn to adventure, wanted to be carried along like tumbleweed in the tunnel drafts, and to follow these drafts into uncertainty, to meet his fate, and that's what Hunter probably saw in him, asking him to take part in a venture of such enormous risk. This Hunter fellow had a subtle sense of smell when it came to people, and after an hour of conversation he understood that he could propose the plan to Artyom. Even if Artyom didn't ever get to the designated place, at least there was the prospect of leaving the station, in accordance with his orders in the event that something should happen to Hunter at the botanical gardens. And the Hunter wasn't mistaken in his choice. Luckily, Zhenya was at home and now Artyom could pass the evening discussing the latest gossip and having conversations about the future over strong tea. Great! His friend exclaimed in response to Artyom's greeting. You're also on night duty at the factory today? They put me there too. I'm so sick of it that I wanted to ask the boss to switch me. But if they put you with me then that's fine, I can handle it. You were on patrol today, right? Well, tell me, I heard that you had a state of emergency there. What happened? Artyom cast a sidelong look at Zhenya's younger sister with great emphasis as she had become so interested in the conversation that she had stopped stuffing mushroom waste into the ragdoll that her mother had sewn for her, and was watching them with bated breath and round eyes from the corner of the tent. Listen, little one, Zhenya said strictly, having understood what Artyom meant. Now, go on, get out of here with your little thing and go and play at the neighbors. I think Katya invited you over. We have to be nice to the neighbors. So, go on, and take your dollies with you. The little girl squeaked indignantly and started to gather her things with a gloomy look on her face, meanwhile making suggestions to her doll, who was blankly looking up at the ceiling with her semi-erased eyes. You think you're so important. I know everything anyway. You're going to talk about your mushrooms, she said contemptuously as she left. You, Lenka, are still too small to discuss mushrooms. The milk on your lips hasn't even dried yet. Artyom put her in her place. What's milk? The girl asked, puzzled, touching her lips. But neither of them bothered to explain and the question hung in the air. When she left, Zhenya fastened the flaps of the tent and asked, well, what happened? Go on, spill it. I've heard quite a lot about it already. One guy says that a huge rat crawled out of the tunnel. Another guy says that you scared off a spy for the Dark Ones and that you even wounded him. Who should I believe? Don't believe anyone, Artyom advised. They're all lying. It was a dog. A little puppy. Andrei the Marine picked it up. He said that it was a German Shepherd. Artyom smiled. Yeah, but I heard from Andrei that it was a rat. Zhenya said, perplexed. Did he lie on purpose or what? You don't know? That's his favorite catchphrase. The one about the rats the size of pigs. He's a comedian, you see, Artyom responded. So what's new with you? What have you heard from the boys? Zhenya's friends were traders, delivering teas and pork to the market at Prospect Mir. They brought back multivitamins, cloth, all sorts of junk. Sometimes they even got hold of oil. Sometimes they'd bring dirt-stained books, often with pages missing, which had mysteriously ended up at Prospect Mir, having traveled through half the metro system, passing from one trunk to the next, from one pocket to the next, from one merchant to another, before finally finding their rightful owners. At VDNKH, they were proud of the fact that, despite their distance from the center and the main trade routes, the settlers there were able not just to survive conditions that worsened every day, but to maintain, at least within the station, human culture, which was quickly dying out underground. The administration of the station had strived to give this issue as much attention as possible. It was mandatory to teach children to read, and the station even had its own small library, to which all the books that they managed to acquire at markets were added. The problem was that the traders didn't really choose the books, they just brought what they were given and they collected it as though it was scrap paper. But the attitude of the people at the station towards books was such that they wouldn't rip even one page out of the silliest pulp fiction. People revered books as though they were relics, as a final reminder of the wonderful world that had sunk into oblivion. Adults, who held sacred every second of a memoir they read, transferred this love of books to their children, who had nothing to remember of the other world and only knew the endlessly intersecting and gloomy tunnels, corridors and passages. In the metro there were just a few places where the written word was idolized like this, and the inhabitants of VDNKH considered themselves to be one of the last strongholds of culture, the northernmost post of civilization on the Kalushko-Riskoy line. Artyom also read books and Zhenya did too. Zhenya awaited the return of his friends from the market, and when they arrived he would rush up to them to ask if they'd brought anything new. And so, books almost always got into Zhenya's hands first, and then they went to the library. Artyom's stepfather brought him books from his expeditions and they had almost a whole bookshelf of books in their tent. The books lay on the shelf, yellowing and sometimes a little gnawed by mold and rats, sometimes sprinkled with brown specks of blood. They had things that no one else had, at the station and perhaps in the whole metro system. Marquez, Kafka, Borges, Vian, and some Russian classics. The guys didn't bring anything this time, said Zhenya. Leica says that there will be a load of books coming soon from a guy in Polis. He promised to bring a couple here. I'm not talking about books. Artyom waved Zhenya away. But what have you heard? What's the situation? The situation? Nothing it seems. There are all sorts of rumors, of course, but that's no different than usual. You know yourself that the traders can't survive without their gossip and stories. They'd wither straight away if you didn't feed them a few rumors. But whether you should believe their rubbish is another question. It looks as though all's quiet. If you compare it with the times when the Hansa was at war with the Reds, that is. But wait, he remembered something. On Prospect Mir they have forbidden the sale of weed. Now, if they find any weed on a trader, they will confiscate it all and will chuck him out of the station and put it on his record too. If they find any on you a second time, Leica says that they won't let you into Hansa for a few years. And that's death to a trader. Come on. What? They've just forbidden it. What are they thinking? They say that they decided that it's a drug since it affects the way you see things. And that your brain starts to corrode if you take it too often. They're, doing it for health reasons. They should take care of their own health. Why are they worrying about ours all of a sudden? You know what? Zhenya said in a low voice. Leica says that they're putting out all sorts of misinfo about things that are bad for your health. What misinfo? Artyom asked, surprised. Misinformation. Here, listen. Leica once went along the line, past Prospect Mir. He made it to GLUKHOVSKY. He was doing some dark business, wouldn't even say what it was. And there he met an interesting old guy. A magician. Who? Artyom couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. A magician? At GLUKHOVSKY? Come on. He's having you on. You're Leica. And what? The magician gave him a magic wand. Or a stick that turns into a flower? You're an idiot. Zhenya was offended. You think you know it all? Just because you haven't met a magician doesn't mean there aren't any. Do you believe in the mutants at Falevki? Who needs to believe? They're there, and that's pretty clear. My stepfather told me about them. But I've never heard anything about magicians. Even though I have a lot of respect for Suhoi, I don't think he knows everything in the whole world either. And maybe he wanted just to scare you. Basically, if you don't want to hear about it, then screw you. Okay, Zhenya, go ahead. It's interesting anyway, even if it sounds like. Artyom grinned. Okay, they were spending the night by the fire. No one, lives permanently at Sukharevskaya. So the traders from other stations stop there because the Hansa authorities see them off from Prospect Mir after lights out. And, well, the whole crowd hangs around there, various charlatans and thieves, they all stick to the traders. And various wanderers rest there too, before heading south. So, in the tunnels beyond Sukharevskaya, some kind of ruckus begins. Nobody lives there, not rats, not mutants, and the people that try to pass through those tunnels mostly disappear. Just disappear without a trace. Beyond Sukharevskaya, the next station is Turgenevskaya. It's next to the Red Line. There was a passage to Chastai Prudi there, but the Reds have named it Kirov again. Some communist was called that, they say. People were too afraid to live near that station. They walled up the passage. And now Turgenevskaya is there, empty. Abandoned. So the tunnel there, from Sukharevskaya to the nearest human settlement, is a long way. And it's there that people disappear. If people go one by one, then they almost certainly don't make it through. But if they go in a caravan of more than 10 people, then they get through. And it's nothing, they say, just a normal tunnel, clean, quiet, empty, and there aren't any side passages, and there doesn't seem to be anywhere to disappear to. Not a soul, not a sound, not a beast to be seen. And then, the next day, someone will hear about it, that it's clean and easy, and they'll spit on the superstition and go into the tunnel alone, and then, peekaboo. Now you see him, now you don't. You were saying something about a magician, Artyom quietly reminded him. I'm getting to the magician. Wait a minute, Zhenya said. So, here you have it. People are afraid to go alone through this tunnel to the south. And they look for companions at Sukharevskaya so they can go through together. And if there's not a market day, then there aren't many people, and sometimes they have to wait days and weeks until there are enough people to set off. So, the more people, the safer. Leica says that you sometimes meet really interesting people there. There are plenty of wastrels there too, and you have to know how to differentiate between them. But sometimes you're lucky. So, Leica meets this magician there. It's not what you think, not some hotabich that comes out of a lamp. Single quote. Hotabich was a djinn, not a magician. Artyom carefully corrected him, but Zhenya ignored his comment and continued. The guy is an occultist. He'd spent half his life studying all kinds of mystical literature. He told Leica mostly about this Castaneda chap. So the guy, basically, reads a lot, and looks into the future, finds missing things, and knows about future dangers. He says that he sees spirits. Can you imagine, he even... Single quote. Zhenya paused dramatically. He even goes through the metro without a weapon. I mean completely unarmed. He only has a penknife, to cut up food, and he has a plastic staff too. See? So, he says that everyone who takes weed and the people who drink it too, they're all madmen. Because it is not what we think it is at all. It's not any kind of real weed, and those mushrooms, they aren't mushrooms either. Such toadstools have never grown in the central region before. Basically, one day I looked in a mushroom book, and it's true, there's not a word about the kinds of mushroom we have here. And there's nothing even remotely like them. Those that eat it thinking that it is just a hallucinogen and they can watch cartoons on it, are totally mistaken, says this magician. And if you cook these toadstools in a slightly different way, then you can enter a state where it is possible to regulate events in the real world. That's quite a magician you have there. More like a drug addict. Artyom declared with conviction. A lot of people here play around with weed to relax, but, as you know, no one has ever taken it to that degree. The guy is addicted, 100%. And he hasn't got long, I'd say. Listen, Uncle Sasha told me this story. There's some station, I don't remember which, where this old man he didn't know came up to him, and starts telling him that he has a powerful extra sense and that he is waging an ongoing war with similar powerful psychics and aliens, only they are malicious. And they are almost defeating him, and he might not be able to fight them any longer, and all his strength was going into the fight. And the station, it was like Sukharevskaya, a kind of half-station where people sit around campfires in the center of the platform, a ways off from the tunnel mouth, so they can get some sleep before they move on. And let's say, there were 3 guys that walked past my stepfather and the old man said to him in horror, "You see, there, that one, in the middle, that is one of the main evil psychics, a disciple of darkness. And on either side of him are aliens. They're helping him. And their leader lives at the deepest point in the metro. And he says, basically, that they don't want to come up to me because you're sitting with me. They don't want regular people to know about our fight. But they're attacking me with their energy right now and I'm putting up a shield. And he says, I will continue to fight. You think it's funny, but my stepfather didn't think it was so funny at the time. Imagine. In some godforsaken corner of the metro, who knows what might happen. ... It sounds like rubbish, I know, but all the same. And there's Uncle Sasha telling himself that this old man is crazy, but then the guy who is walking with the 2 aliens on either side, is looking at him meanly, and there's something flashing in his eyes. ... Single quote. What crap, Zhenya said, disbelievingly. Crap it may be, but you well know that you should be prepared for anything at the distant stations. And the old man says to him that soon he, the old man, that is, will face the final battle with the evil psychics. And if he loses, and his forces are less than theirs, then it's the end for everyone. Before, he says, there were more positive psychics, and the battleground was even, but now the negatives had started to conquer and this old man was one of the last standing. Maybe even the last one standing. And if he is killed then the evil ones will win, and that will be it. Checkmate. We're already at checkmate in my opinion, Zhenya observed. Well, let's say not total checkmate. There's still possibilities, Artyom replied. So, in parting, the old man says to him, my son. Give me something to eat please. I have little strength left. And the final battle is coming nearer. And everyone's future depends on its outcome. Yours too. You get it? The old man was begging for food. That's your magician, I'd say. Also, lost some marbles, I'd say. But for another reason. You're a total fool. You didn't even listen to the ending. And anyway, who told you that the old guy was lying? What was his name, by the way? Did your stepfather tell you? He told me, but I don't remember it exactly. Some kind of funny name. Starts with a chew. Could it be Chum, or Chump? Bums often have some kind of funny nickname instead of a real name. And what was the name of your magician? He told Leica that they call him Carlos now. Because of the similarity. I don't know what he meant but that's how he explained it. But you should listen to the end of the story. At the end of their conversation, he told Leica that it's best not to go through the northern tunnel, though Leica was preparing to go back the next day. Leica listened to him and didn't go. And he was right. That day some thugs attacked a caravan in the tunnel between GLUKHOVSKY and Prospect Mir even though it had been considered safe. Half of the traders were killed. The rest barely managed to fight them off. So there. Artyom went quiet and sank into thought. Well, generally speaking, it's impossible to know. Anything can happen. Things like that used to happen, that's what my stepfather said. And he also said that at the most distant stations, where people have gone wild and have become primitive, they've forgotten that man is a rational being, and the strangest things happen. Things that our logical minds wouldn't be able to explain. He didn't go into it, though. And he wasn't even telling it to me, I just overheard by accident. Ha, I'm telling you. Sometimes they describe things that normal people just wouldn't believe. Last time, Leica shared another story with me. Want to hear it? You won't have heard this one from your stepfather, I tell you. A trader from the Serpukovskaya line told it to Leica. So, do you believe in ghosts? Well, every time I talk to you I start to wonder if I believe in them or not. But then when I'm on my own or with other people I come back to my senses, Artyom replied, barely managing to hold back a smile. Are you serious? Well, I've read some things, of course. And Uncle Sasha has told me a lot of stories. But, if I'm honest, then I don't really believe in all these stories. In general, Zhenya, I don't really understand you. Here at the station, we're living an unending nightmare with these dark ones. Something you don't find in any other part of the metro, I bet. Somewhere in the center of the metro system there are kids talking about our life here, telling scary stories and asking each other, do you believe the tales about the dark ones or not? And to you that means nothing. You want to scare yourself with yet more things? Yeah, but don't tell me that you're only interested in things you can see and feel. You don't really think that the world is organized into things you can see and hear. Take a mole, for example. It doesn't see. It's blind from birth. But that doesn't mean that all the things that the mole doesn't see don't actually exist. That's what you're saying. Greater than, okay. So what's the story you wanted to tell me? About the trader up at the GLUKHOVSKY line? About the trader? Well, somehow Aleka met this one guy at the market there. He, I guess, was definitely not from GLUKHOVSKY. He's from the Ring. He's a citizen of the Hansa, but he lives at Dobryninskaya. Over there, they have a passage to GLUKHOVSKY. On the line. I don't know if your stepfather told you, but there's no one living beyond the Ring. That is, until the next station, which is Tulskaya, where there's a Hansa patrol. They take measures to protect it. They basically think that since the line is uninhabited, you never know what will crawl out of it, and so they made a buffer zone there. And no one goes beyond Tulskaya. They say that there's nothing to find there. The stations are all empty, the equipment there is broken, and life is impossible. A dead zone. Not an animal, not any kind of vermin, there's not even rats there. Empty. But the trader had one acquaintance, a wanderer type, who once went beyond Tulskaya. I don't know what he was looking for there. And he told the trader that things are not so simple on the GLUKHOVSKY line. And that it's not empty for no reason. He was saying that you can't even imagine what's going on out there. And there's a reason why the Hansa aren't colonizing the area, even though you might think it would be a fine place for a plantation or a pigsty. Zhenya went silent, feeling that Artyom had finally forgotten his robust cynicism and was listening with an open mouth. Then he settled more comfortably on the ground, with an inner feeling of triumph. Yeah, well, you're probably not interested in all this crap. Old wives' tales. Want some tea? Wait a second with the tea. Instead, tell me why the Hansa didn't colonize the area? You're right, it's strange. My stepfather says that there's a general overpopulation problem anyway, there isn't room for everyone anymore. So why would they give up the chance of taking a little more space? It's not like them. Ah, so you are interested. Okay, so this stranger went pretty far into it. He was saying that you walk and there isn't a soul. There's nothing and no one, like in that tunnel beyond Sukharevskaya. Can you imagine? There's not even a rat. You just hear water dripping. Abandoned stations just sit there in darkness and no one has ever lived there. And you always have a sense of being in danger. And it's oppressive. He was walking quickly, and he went through 4 stations in almost half a day. A desperate person, no doubt. I mean, really, to get into a game like that alone. So, he gets to Sebastopolskaya. There's a passage to Kakhovskaya. And you know the Kakhovskaya line, there's only 3 stations on it. It's not a line but an unfinished thought. Sort of like an appendix. And he decides to spend the night at Sebastopolskaya. Having worn out his wits, he's tired. He found some wood chips, laid a fire so it wouldn't be all so awful, and crawled into his sleeping bag and went to sleep in the middle of the platform. And during the night. Single quote. At this point, Zhenya stood up, stretching, and said with a sadistic smile, okay, I don't know about you, but I myself really want some tea. And, not waiting for an answer, he took the kettle out of the tent, leaving Artyom alone with his impressions from the story. Artyom, of course, was angry at Zhenya for leaving him there, but he decided to patiently await the end of the story and then he'd give Zhenya a piece of his mind. Suddenly he was reminded of Hunter and his request. It was more like an order, really. But then his thoughts went back to Zhenya's story. Having returned with tea, he poured some into a tea glass which had a rare metal outer casing, the kind they used to have in trains for tea, and he continued, so he went to sleep next to the fire and there was silence all around. A heavy silence as though his ears were full of cotton. And in the middle of the night there's a strange sound. A totally sanity-challenging and impossible sound. He was immediately covered in cold sweat, and jumped right up. He heard children's laughter, coming from the tunnel. This is 4 stations from the nearest people. Rats don't even live there, can you imagine? There was reason to be alarmed. So he jumps up and runs under the arches to the tunnel. And he sees. There's a train coming into the station. A real train. Its headlights are shining, and blinding him. The wanderer could have been blinded by them, so it's good he covered his eyes with his hand in time. The windows were lit in yellow and there were people inside, and this was all going on in total silence. Not a sound. There wasn't a hum from the engine, not a clatter of wheels. The train glides into the station in total silence. You see? The guy sits down. Something's wrong with his heart. And there's people in the train windows, like real people who are chatting away inaudibly. The train, wagon by wagon, is going past him, and he sees in the last window of the last wagon, there's a 7-year-old child looking at him. Looking at him, pointing at him, and laughing. And the laughter was audible. There was such silence that the guy could hear his own heart beating along with this child's laughter. ... The train dives into the tunnel, and the laughter gets quieter and quieter. And goes silent in the distance. And again, emptiness. And an absolute and horrifying silence. And then he woke up? Artyom asked maliciously but with a certain hope in his voice. If only. He rushed back, towards the extinguished fire, quickly gathered up his belongings and ran back to Tulskaya without stopping. He ran the whole way in 1 hour. It was so scary. You have to think. ... Single quote. Artyom had gone quiet, frozen by what he'd heard. Silence descended in the tent. Finally, having gathered his wits and coughed, making sure that his voice wouldn't give him away and crack, Artyom asked Zhenya as indifferently as he could. And what, you believe all that? Well, it's not the first time I've heard this kind of story about the Serpukhowskaya line, Zhenya replied. Only I don't always tell you them. It's not possible to talk about these things with you in a normal way. You start interrupting straight away. Okay. We've sat here for a while, you and me, and it's almost time to go to work. Let's get ready. We can talk more when we get there. Artyom got up reluctantly, dragged himself home. He needed to get a snack to take to work. His stepfather was still sleeping. It was totally quiet at the station. Most people had probably been let off work and there was a little time left until the night shift began. He should hurry up. Going past the guest tent, in which Hunter was staying, Artyom saw that the tent flaps were pulled aside and the tent was empty. His heart skipped a beat. Finally he understood that everything he discussed with Hunter hadn't been a dream, that it had actually taken place, and that the development of events could have a direct impact on him. He knew what fate lay before him. The tea factory was located in a dead end, at a blocked exit from the underground, where there were escalators leading upwards. All the work in the factory was done by hand. It was too extravagant to waste precious electric energy on production. Behind the iron screens that separated the territory of the factory from the rest of the station, there was a metal wire drawn from wall to wall, on which cleaned mushrooms were drying. When it was particularly humid, they made little fires underneath the mushrooms so that they would dry more quickly and wouldn't get covered in mold. Under the wire there were tables where the workers first cut and then crushed the dried mushrooms. The prepared tea was packed into paper or polyethylene packages, depending on what was available at the station, and they added some extracts and powders to it, the recipe of which was only known to the head of the factory. That was the straightforward process of producing tea. Without the much-needed conversation while you worked your 8-hour shift of cutting and crushing mushroom caps, then it would probably be the most exhausting business. Artyom worked this shift with Zhenya and a new, shaggy-haired guy called Kirill with whom he'd been on patrol too. Kirill became very animated at the sight of Zhenya. Obviously they had met and spoken before, and he quickly took to telling him some story that had apparently been interrupted the last time they spoke. Artyom sat in the middle and wasn't interested enough to listen, so he plunged into his thoughts. The story about the Serpukhowskaya line, that Zhenya had just told him, had started to fade in his memory, and his conversation with Hunter surfaced. What could be done? The orders given to him by Hunter were too serious not to think them over. What if Hunter would not be able to do whatever it was that he intended? He had committed to a completely senseless act, having dared to venture into the enemy's lair, right into the heat of the fire. The danger he was subjecting himself to was enormous, and he himself didn't even know its true parameters. He could only guess at what awaited him at the 500th meter, where the light of the last fire at the border post grows dim, the last man-made flames to the north of VDNKH. All he knew about the Dark Ones was what everyone else knew, but no one else was thinking of going out there. In fact, it wasn't even a known fact that there was a real passageway at the Botanical Gardens where beasts could enter the metro from above. The likelihood was too great that Hunter wouldn't be able to complete the mission he'd taken upon himself. Obviously, the danger from the north seemed to be so great and was increasing so quickly that any delay was inadmissible. Hunter probably knew something about its nature that he hadn't revealed in his meeting with Sukhoi or his conversation with Artyom. Therefore he probably was aware of the degree of the risk and understood that he would probably not be up to his task. Otherwise, why would he prepare Artyom for a turn of events? Hunter didn't resemble an overcautious person, so that meant that the probability that he wouldn't return to VDNKH existed and was rather significant. But how could Artyom give up everything and leave the station without saying anything to anyone? Hunter himself was afraid of warning anyone else, afraid of the worm-eaten brains here. How would it be possible to get to Polis, to the legendary Polis, all alone, through all the evident and mysterious dangers that awaited travelers in the dark and mute tunnels? Artyom suddenly regretted that he had succumbed to Hunter's strong charms and hypnotizing gaze, that he had told him his secret, and agreed to such a dangerous mission. Hey Artyom, you sleeping there or what? Why aren't you saying anything? Zhenya shook his shoulder. Did you hear what Kirill was saying? Tomorrow night they're organizing a caravan to Rizkaya. They say that our administration has decided to make a pact with them, but meanwhile it looks like we're sending them humanitarian aid, with a view to becoming brothers. Seems they have found some kind of warehouse containing cables. The leaders want to lay them down. They say they're going to make a telephone system between the stations. In any case, a telegraph system. Kirill says that whoever isn't working tomorrow can go. Want to? Artyom thought right there and then that fate itself was giving him an opportunity to fulfill his mission, if it came to that. He nodded silently. Great. Zhenya was glad. I'll also go. Kirill, sign us up, okay? What time are they going to set off tomorrow? At 9. Until the end of the shift, Artyom didn't say a word. He wasn't in the mood to extract himself from his distracting, gloomy thoughts. Zhenya was left to deal with the disheveled Kirill by himself and he obviously felt hurt. Artyom continued to chop mushrooms with mechanical movements, and to crumble them into dust, taking the little caps down from the wire, and again chopping them, and so on, indefinitely. Hunter's face hovered in front of his eyes, frozen at the moment when he was saying that he might not make it back, the calm face of a person who is used to risking his life. And an ink stain marred his heart with the presentiment of trouble. After work, Artyom went back to his tent. His stepfather wasn't there anymore. He had clearly gone out to take care of business. Artyom fell onto the bed, and buried his face in the pillow, and went to sleep straight away, even though he had planned to think over his situation again in the peace and quiet. His sleep was delirious after all the conversations, thoughts and worries of the preceding day, and it enveloped him and carried him away into an abyss. Artyom saw himself sitting next to the fire at GLUKHOVSKY station, next to Zhenya and the wandering magician with the unusual Spanish name of Carlos. Carlos is teaching Zhenya how to make weed out of mushrooms and he is explaining that you have to use it just like they use it at VDNKH, a clean crime, because these mushrooms aren't mushrooms at all but a new type of rational life on Earth, which may with time replace humans. That these mushrooms aren't independent beings, but just elements connected by neurons to the whole unit, spread across a whole metro of a gigantic fungus. And that, in reality, the person who consumes the weed isn't just using a psychotropic material, but is making contact with this new form of rational life. And if you do it right, then you can make friends with it, and then it will help the person that makes contact with it through the weed. But then Sukhoi appears and, threatening Artyom with his forefinger, he says that you absolutely mustn't take weed because if you use it for an extended amount of time then your brain becomes worm-eaten. But Artyom decides to test it and see if it's really true, and he tells everyone that he's going out to get some air but he carefully goes behind the back of the magician with the Spanish name, and he sees that the magician doesn't have a back to his head but his brains are visible, full of wormholes. Long whitish worms curling in circles are chewing into the fabric of his brains and are making new tunnels, and the magician just carries on talking as though nothing is happening. Then Artyom gets scared and decides to run away from him. He begins to tug at Zhenya's sleeve, so that he would come with him but Zhenya just waves him away and asks Carlos to go on, and Artyom sees that the worms are crawling down from the magician's head and towards Zhenya, and crawling up Zhenya's back. They are trying to get into his ears. Then Artyom jumps up and takes to his heels and runs from the station with all his might, but then remembers that this was the tunnel you're not supposed to go through alone, and only in groups, so he turns around and runs back to the station but for some reason he can't get to it. Behind him, suddenly there is a light, and with a clarity and logic that is unusual for dreams, Artyom sees his own shadow on the floor of the tunnel. He turns around and from the bowels of the metro, a train is heading towards him without stopping, gnashing and rattling its wheels with deafening sound and blinding him with its headlights. And his legs refuse to budge, they've lost all power, and they aren't even legs anymore but empty trousers stuffed with rags. And when the train has almost reached Artyom, the visions suddenly lose their color and disappear. Instead, something new appears, something totally different. Artyom sees Hunter, dressed in snow white, in an unfurnished room with blindingly white walls. He stands there, his head hanging down, his gaze drilling into the floor. Then he raises his eyes and looks straight at Artyom. The feeling is very strange, because in this dream Artyom can't feel his own body, but it is as if he is looking at what is going on from all angles at once. When Artyom looks into Hunter's eyes, he is filled with an incomprehensible uneasiness, an expectation of something very significant, something that might happen any second. Hunter starts talking to him, and Artyom has the feeling that what has just happened was real. When he'd had nightmares before, he had told himself simply that he was sleeping, and that everything that was happening was only the fruit of an excited imagination. But in this vision, the knowledge that he could wake up at any moment if he wanted, was totally absent. Trying to meet Artyom's gaze, even though he had the impression that Hunter couldn't actually see him and was blindly undertaking his task, the Hunter slowly and gravely says, "The time has come. You have to do what you promised me. You have to do it. Remember. This is not a dream. This is not a dream." Artyom opened his eyes wide. And again in his head, he heard with horrifying clarity the gruff voice saying, "This is not a dream. This is not a dream," Artyom repeated. The details of the nightmare about the worms and the train were quickly wiped from his memory, but Artyom could remember the second vision perfectly in all its detail. Hunter's strange clothes, the mysterious empty white room and the words, "You have to do what you promised me." He couldn't get them out of his mind. His stepfather came in and worriedly asked Artyom, "Tell me, did you see Hunter after our meeting together? It's becoming evening already and he has gone missing, and his tent is empty. Did he leave? Did he tell you anything yesterday about his plans?" "No, Uncle Sasha, he was just asking about the conditions at the station and about what was going on," Artyom lied conscientiously. "I'm afraid for him. That he's done something silly at his own expense and to our general harm." Suhoy was clearly upset. He doesn't know who he's been dealing with. What, you're not working today? Me and Zhenya signed up to join the caravan to Rizhskaya today, to help them get across, and we'll start unwinding the cable from there, Artyom replied, suddenly realizing that he'd just decided to go. At that thought something broke inside him. He felt a strange lightening and also some kind of inner emptiness, like someone had taken a tumor out of his chest, which had been burdening his heart and interfering with his breathing. "The caravan? You do better to sit at home instead of wading through tunnels. I need to go there anyway, to Rizhskaya, but I'm not feeling all that great today. Another time, maybe. Are you going out now? At 9? Well, then we'll get to say goodbye then. Get your things together in the meantime." And he left Artyom alone. Artyom started to throw things into a rucksack, things which might be useful on the road. A small lamp, batteries, mushrooms, a package of tea, and liver and pork sausage, a full machine gun clip which he once filched from someone, a map of the metro and more batteries. He needed to remember to bring his passport. It would be of no use at Rizhskaya of course, but beyond that station he'd be detained or put against a wall by the very first patrol of another sovereign station, depending on their politics. And there was the capsule given to him by Hunter. And that was all he needed. He threw the rucksack on his back and Artyom looked back for the last time at his home, and walked out of the tent with resolve. The group that was going with the caravan had gathered on the platform, at the entrance to the southern tunnel. On the rails, there was a cart loaded with boxes of meat, mushrooms and packages of tea. On top of them, there was some kind of clever device, put together by local experts, probably some kind of telegraph apparatus. In the caravan, apart from Kirill, there was another pair, a volunteer, and a commander from the administration who would establish relations and come to an agreement with the administration at Rizhskaya. They had already packed and were playing dominoes while waiting for a departure signal. The machine guns that were assigned to them for the journey were piled beside them. They formed a pyramid with the barrels directed upwards and their spare clips attached to their bases with blue insulation tape. Finally Zhenya appeared. He'd had to feed his sister and send her to the neighbors before he left since his parents were still at work. At the very last second, Artyom suddenly remembered that he hadn't said goodbye to his stepfather. Excusing himself and promising that he would be right back, he threw off his rucksack and ran home. There was no one in the tent and Artyom ran to the quarters where service personnel often hung around, but it now belonged to the station's administration. Suhoy was there. He was sitting opposite the duty officer of the station, the elected head of VDNKH, and they were talking about something animatedly. Artyom knocked on the door jamb and quietly coughed. "Greetings, Alexander Nikolaevich. Could I speak to Uncle Sasha for a minute?" "Of course, Artyom, come in. Want some tea?" the duty officer said hospitably. You off already? When are you coming back? Suhoy asked while pushing his chair back from the table. I don't know exactly. Single quote. Artyom mumbled. We'll see how it goes. Single quote. And he understood that he might never see his stepfather again, and he really didn't want to lie to him, the one man who truly loved Artyom, and say that he would be back tomorrow or the day after and everything would continue as it was. Artyom suddenly felt a sting in his eyes, and to his shame, he found that they were wet. He stepped forward and hugged his stepfather. Now, Artyom, what's the matter? You'll be back tomorrow after all. Well? His surprised stepfather said reassuringly. Tomorrow night if everything goes to plan, Alexander Nikolaevich confirmed. Take care of yourself, Uncle Sasha. Good luck, Artyom uttered hoarsely, shaking his stepfather's hand, and he quickly left. Suhoy watched him leave in surprise. Why's he come unglued? It's not the first time he's been to Rizhskaya. Nothing, Sasha, nothing. There will be a time when your boy will grow up. Then you'll be nostalgic for the days when he said goodbye to you with tears in his eyes when he was just going 2 stations away. So what were you saying about the opinion at Alexeyevskaya about the patrolling of tunnels? It would be very handy for us. Single quote. When Artyom ran back to the group, the commander had given each person a machine gun and said, So then, men. Shall we sit down for a moment before we go? And he sat down on the old wooden bench. The rest of them followed his example silently. Okay, God be with us. The commander stood up and jumped down onto the path, taking his place at the front of the group. Artyom and Zhenya, as the youngest members of the group, climbed up onto the cart and prepared themselves for hard work. Kirill and the second volunteer took their places behind, completing the chain. Let's go, shouted the commander. Artyom and Zhenya leaned on the levers, and Kirill pushed the cart from behind, and it squeaked, shunting forward and then started gliding ahead. The last 2 guys walked behind it and the group disappeared into the muzzle of the southern tunnel. Chapter 4: The Voice of the Tunnels. The unreliable light of the lantern in the hands of the commander wandered like a pale yellow stain on the tunnel walls, licking the damp floor and disappearing completely when the lantern was pointed into the distance. There was deep darkness ahead, which was greedily devouring the weak beams of their pocket flashlights from just 10 paces away. The wheels of the cart squeaked with a whining and melancholic sound, gliding into nowhere, and the breathing and the rhythmic footfalls of the booted people walking behind it punctuated the silence. The southern cordons were behind them now, the flickering light of their fires had died away long ago. They were beyond the territory of VDNKH. And even though the journey from VDNKH to Rizhskaya was considered safe, given the good relations between the stations and the fact that there was a sufficient amount of movement between the two, the caravan needed to stay on alert. Danger was not something that just came from the north or the south, the 2 directions of the tunnel. It could hide above them, in the air shafts or at the sides in the multiple tunnel branches behind the sealed doors of former utility rooms or secret exits. There were dangers waiting below too, in mysterious manholes left behind by the metro builders, forgotten and neglected by maintenance crews back when the metro was still just a means of transportation, where terrible things now lurked in their depths, things which could squeeze the mind of the most reckless of daredevils in a vice of irrational horror. That was why the commander's lantern was wandering along the walls, and the fingers of the people at the back of the caravan stroked the safety locks of their machine guns, ready to fix them into firing mode at any moment and to lunge at their triggers. That's why they said Lil as they walked. Chatting weakened and interfered with their capacity to hear in the breathing space of the tunnel. Artyom was starting to get tired already. He labored and labored, but the handle, descending and then returning to its former place, gnashed monotonously, turning the wheels again and again. He was looking ahead without success, but his head was spinning to the beat of the wheels, heavily and hysterically, just like the phrases he heard from Hunter before he left, his words about the power of darkness, the most widespread form of government in the territory of the Moscow metro system. He tried to think about how he was going to get to Polis, he tried to make a plan, but slowly a burning pain and fatigue was spreading in his muscles, rising from his bent legs through the small of his back, into his arms and pushing any complicated thoughts right out of his head. Hot, salty sweat dripped onto his forehead, at first slowly, in tiny droplets, and then the drops had grown and became heavier, flowing down his face, getting into his eyes, and there was no chance of wiping them away because Zhenya was on the other side of the mechanism, and if Artyom released the handle then it would land all the effort on Zhenya. Blood was pounding louder and louder in his ears, and Artyom remembered that when he was little he liked to adopt an uncomfortable pose in order to hear the blood pounding in his ears because the sound reminded him of the steps of soldiers on parade. And if he closed his eyes, he could imagine he was a marshal leading the parade and faithful divisions were passing him, measuring their paces, and saluting him. That's how it was described in books about the army. Finally, the commander said, without turning around, "Okay, guys, come down and change places. We've reached halfway." Artyom exchanged glances with Zhenya and he jumped off the cart, and they both, without speaking, sat on the rails, even though they were supposed to be going to the rear of the cart. The commander looked at them attentively and said sympathetically, "Milksops." "Milksops," Zhenya admitted readily. Get up, there'll be no sitting here. It's time to go. I'll tell you a good little story. We can also tell you a few stories," Zhenya confidently declared, not wanting to get up. "Yes, I know all your stories. About the dark ones, about the mutants. About your little mushrooms, of course. But there are a few tales you've never heard." "Yes, indeed, and they might not even be tales, it's just that no one is able to confirm them. That is, there have been people who have tried to confirm the stories, but they couldn't tell us for sure." For Artyom, this short speech had been enough to give him a second wind. Now any information about what happened beyond the Prospect Mir station had great meaning for him. He hurried to get up from the rails and, transferring his machine gun from his back to his chest, he took up his place behind the cart. With a little shove, the wheels started singing their plaintive song again. The group moved forward. The commander was looking ahead, peering watchfully into the darkness because not everything was audible. "I'm interested. What does your generation know about the metro anyway?" the commander was saying. "You tell each other such tales. Someone went somewhere, someone made it all up. One tells the wrong thing to the next who whispers it to a third, who, in turn, stretches the story over a cup of tea with a fourth person, who pretends that it was his own adventure. That's the main problem with the metro. There aren't any reliable communication lines. It isn't possible to get from one end to the other quickly. You can't get through in some places, it's partitioned in others where some crap is going on, and the conditions change every day. Do you think that this metro system is all that big? Well, you can get from one end to the other in an hour by train. And it takes people weeks to do that now, and that's if they make it. And you never know what is waiting for you at every turn. So, we've set off for Rizhskaya with humanitarian aid. But the problem is that no one, me and the duty officer included, no one is prepared to guarantee that when we get there, we won't be met with heavy fire. Or that we won't find a burned-out station without a living soul in it. Or that it won't suddenly become clear that Rizhskaya has joined forces with the Hansa and therefore there's no passage to the rest of the metro left to us anymore, ever again. There's no exact information. We received some data yesterday, but everything is out of date by evening and you can't rely on it the next day. It's just like going through quicksand using a 100-year-old map. It takes so long for messengers to get through with the messages they carry that it often happens that the information's not needed anymore or it's already unreliable. The truth is distorted. People have never lived under these conditions. And it's scary to think of what will happen when there isn't any fuel for the generators, and there isn't electricity anymore. Have you read Wells' The Time Machine? Well, there they had these Morlocks. This was already the second such conversation in the last 2 days, and Artyom already knew about the Morlocks and about Herbert Wells, and he didn't want to hear about it all over again. So, disregarding Zhenya's protests, he resolutely turned the conversation back to its original direction. "So, what does your generation know about the metro?" Talking about the devilry in the tunnels is bad luck. And about Metro 2 and the invisible observers? I won't talk about that either. But I can tell you something interesting about who lives where. So, do you know, for example, that at the place that used to be Pushkinskaya station, where there's another 2 pedestrian passages to Chekhovskaya and Tverskaya, that the fascists have now taken that? What fascists? Zhenya asked, puzzled. Real fascists. A while ago, when we still lived there, the commander pointed upwards, there were fascists. There were also skinheads who called themselves the RNE, and others who were against immigration, and there were all kinds of different types, since that was the trend in those days. Only a fool knows what these acronyms mean. Now no one remembers, and they themselves probably don't even remember. And then, it seemed, they disappeared. You heard and saw nothing of them. And suddenly, a little while ago, they turned up again. The metro is for Russians. Have you heard of that? Or, they say, do a good deed, clean up the metro. And they threw all the non-Russians out of Pushkinskaya, and then from Chekhovskaya and Tverskaya. In the end they became rabid and started punishing people. They have a Reich there now. The 4th or the 5th. Something like that. They haven't crawled any further yet, but our generation still remembers the 20th century. And what fascists are. The mutants from the Filevskaya line, basically, exist in actual fact. And our dark ones, what are they worth? And there are various sectarians, Satanists, communists. It's a chamber of curiosities. That's what it is. They went past the broken down door to an abandoned administrative room. Maybe it was a lavatory, or maybe before it was a refuge. Full of furniture. Iron bunk beds and crude plumbing. It was all stolen long ago, and nowadays no one tried to get into those dark empty rooms scattered along the length of the tunnels. There's nothing there. But truth is, you never know. There was a weak blinking light ahead. They were approaching Alexeyevskaya. The station was minimally populated, and the patrol consisted of one person. At the 50th meter, they couldn't allow themselves to go any further. The commander gave the order to stop at 40 meters from the fire that had been lit by the patrol at Alexeyevskaya, and he turned his flashlight on and off several times in a precise sequence, giving the patrol a signal. A black figure was delineated by the light of the flames. A scout was coming towards them. From far off, the scout yelled, "Halt! Don't approach." Artyom asked himself, could it be possible that one day they wouldn't be recognized at a station with whom they considered themselves to have friendly relations, and they would be met with hostility? The person was approaching them slowly. He was dressed in torn camouflage trousers and a quilted jacket which displayed the letter A in bold, apparently from the first letter in the station's name. His hollow cheeks were unshaven, and his eyes gleamed suspiciously, and his hands were nervously stroking the body of an automatic machine gun that was hanging from his neck. He looked them right in the face and smiled. He recognized them and, with a little wave showing his trust, he pushed the machine gun onto his back. "Great, guys. How are you doing? Is it you guys heading to Rizhskaya? We know, they warned us. Let's go." The commander started to ask the patrolman something, but it was inaudible, and Artyom, hoping that he also wouldn't be heard, said quietly to Zhenya, "He looks overworked and underfed. I don't think they want to join forces with us because they're having the good life." "Well, so what?" his friend responded. "We also have our interests in the matter. If our administration is pursuing it, then it means there's something they want from it. It's not out of charity that we are coming to feed them." They went past the campfire at the 50th meter where a second patrolman was sitting, dressed just like the one who had met them, and their cart rolled towards the station. Alexeyevskaya was badly lighted and the people that lived there looked sad and seemed to speak little. At VDNKH, they looked on guests with friendliness. The group stopped in the middle of the platform and the commander announced a smoking break. Artyom and Zhenya stayed on the cart to protect it and the others were called to the fireside. "I've never heard about the fascists and the Reich," Artyom said. "I've heard that there were fascists somewhere in the underground," Zhenya answered, "but they only said that they were at Novokuznetskaya." "Who told you?" "Leica did," Zhenya admitted reluctantly. "He's told you a lot of other interesting things," Artyom reminded him. "But there really are fascists there. The guy just got the wrong place. He wasn't lying, okay?" Zhenya said in defense. Artyom became silent and sank into thought. The smoking break at Alexeyevskaya was supposed to last no less than a half hour. The commander was having some kind of conversation with the local leader, probably about the future cooperation. Afterwards, they were supposed to push on forward, so that they would make it to Rizhskaya by day's end. They would spend the night there, decide what needed deciding, and look at the newly discovered cable, and then they would send a messenger back to ask for their next instructions. If the cable could be used for communication between three stations, then it made sense to unwind it and to open up a telephone connection. But if it looks unusable, then it would be necessary to return to the station at once. So Artyom had dispensation for no more than 2 days. During this time, it would be necessary to invent a pretext under which it would be possible to get through the external cordons of Rizhskaya, who were even more suspicious and nit-picking than the external patrols at VDNKH. Their lack of trust was totally understandable. There, in the south, the wider metro system began, and the southern cordon of Rizhskaya was subjected to attacks pretty often. And though the dangers that were threatening the population of Rizhskaya were not as mysterious and frightening as those hanging over VDNKH, they were different in their amazing variation. The fighters that defended the southern approach to Rizhskaya never knew what to expect, and therefore they had to be ready for everything. 2 tunnels go from Rizhskaya to Prospect Mir. To collapse one of them for some reason didn't seem possible, and the Rizhskys had to put blockades up in both. But this took such a toll on their forces that it became vitally important for them to at least secure the northern tunnel. They joined forces with Alexeyevskaya and, more importantly, with VDNKH, and shifted the burden of defense in the northern direction onto them, which provided some peace in the tunnels between stations, so that they could focus on their domestic goals. And at VDNKH, they saw this as an opportunity to widen their sphere of influence. In light of the imminent union, the outposts of Rizhskaya were showing increased vigilance. It was necessary to prove to their future allies that they could be counted on to defend the southern borders. That's why it seemed a particularly difficult task to get through the cordons in either direction. And Artyom had a maximum of 2 days to figure it out. However, despite the complexities, it didn't seem impossible. The question lay in what he would do after that. Even if he got through the southern outposts, it would be necessary still to find a sufficiently safe route to Polis. Since he had had to make an urgent decision, he hadn't had time in VDNKH to think about his next moves to make it to Polis. At home, he could have asked traders he knew about the dangers out there, without raising suspicions. And he knew that he would raise suspicions immediately if he asked Zhenya or anyone else in the group about the way to Polis, and Zhenya would definitely know that Artyom was up to something. He didn't have friends at Alexeyevskaya or at Rizhskaya, and he couldn't trust mere acquaintances with these questions either. Having taken advantage of the fact that Zhenya walked off to chat with a girl who was sitting nearby on the platform, Artyom furtively got a tiny map of the metro out of his rucksack. It was printed on the back of a card with charred edges that was advertising a market fair that had been and gone long ago, and he circled Polis a few times with a pencil. The way to Polis looked easy and short. In the ancient, mythical times that the commander had been describing, when people didn't have to carry weapons, and they went from station to station, even if they had to change trains and take another line, in the times when the journey from one end to the opposite end didn't take more than an hour, in the times when the tunnels were only populated by rattling and rushing trains, back then the distance between VDNKH and Polis would have been quick and clear. It was directly along the line to Turgenevskaya, and from there a pedestrian tunnel to Chastai Prudy, as it was called on the old map, which Artyom was examining. Or take the Kirovskaya line and the Red Line, the Sokolnicheskaya line, straight to Polis. In the era of trains and fluorescent light, such a trip would take about 30 minutes. But ever since the words Red Line had been written in capital letters, and the red calico banner had hung over the pedestrian tunnel to Chastai Prudy, there was no point even thinking of a shortcut to Polis. The leadership of the Red Line had abandoned attempts to force the population of the whole metro to be happy by forcing Soviet power on them, and it had adopted a new doctrine which established communism along a separate line of the metro system. Though it had been unable to dispense with its original dream and continued to call the metro system the VI Lenin Metropolitan, it had taken no practical steps to pursue the grand plan for a while. But despite the seemingly peaceful behavior of the regime, its internal paranoid nature hadn't changed at all. Hundreds of agents of the Internal Security Service, like in the old days, with a certain nostalgia for the KGB, constantly and diligently watched the happy inhabitants of the Red Line, and their interest in guests from other lines was unending. Without the special permission of the management of the Reds, no one could get to any other station. And the constant monitoring of passports, the total watching and a general clinical suspicion was imposed on the accidental travelers as well as the spies who were sent there. The former were equated with the latter, and the fate of both was rather sad. So there was no point in Artyom thinking about getting to Polis through 3 stations that belonged to the Red Line. Generally, there wasn't an easy route into the very heart of the metro. To Polis. Just the mere mention of this name in a conversation made Artyom, and most others, fall into a reverential silence. He clearly remembered even now the first time he heard the word in a story told by one of his stepfather's friends. Afterwards, when the guest had left, he asked Sukhoi quietly what the word meant. His stepfather then looked at him carefully and, with a vague sadness in his voice, he said, "That, Artyom, is probably the last place on the earth where people live like people. Where they haven't forgotten what the word, person, means, and, moreover, how the word should sound." His stepfather smiled sadly and added, "That is a city." Polis was located where 4 metro lines crossed, and it took up 4 stations all by itself: Alexander's Garden, Arbatskaya, Borovitskaya and the Lenin Library. That enormous territory was the last, genuine seat of civilization, the last place with such a large population that provincial types who happened upon it couldn't help but call it a city. It was given a name, but it meant the same thing anyway, polis. And perhaps it was because this word had a foreign ring to it, an echo of a powerful and marvelous ancient culture which seemed to protect the settlement, that the name stuck. Polis remained a unique phenomenon in the metro. There, and only there, you could still meet the keepers of old and strange knowledge, which in this severe new world, with its disappearing laws, you just couldn't find anymore. Knowledge for the inhabitants of almost all the other stations, and in essence for the whole metro, was slowly plunging into an abyss of chaos and ignorance, becoming useless along with those who carried it. Driven from everywhere, the only refuge they found was in Polis, where they were welcomed with open arms, because their colleagues were in power here. That's why in Polis, and only in Polis, you could meet decrepit professors, who at some point worked in the departments of famous universities, which were now empty and in ruins, crawling with rats and mold. And the last remaining artists lived there too, the actors, the poets. The last physicists, chemists, biologists. Those who stored the best of man's achievements in their skulls, and who knew 1,000 years of history. Those whose knowledge would be lost when they died. Polis was below what used to be the very center of the city above. Right above Polis stood the building of Lenin's library, the most extensive storehouse of information to come from all ages. There were hundreds of thousands of books in dozens of languages, covering probably all the areas in which human thought was directed. There were hundreds of tons of papers marked with all sorts of letters, signs, hieroglyphs, some of which no one could read anymore because the language had died with the last of their speakers. But the whole massive collection of books could still be read and understood, and the people who died 100 years ago and who wrote them still had a lot to say to the living. Of all the confederations, empires and powerful stations who had the means to send expeditions to the surface, only Polis sent stalkers up to get books. It was the only place where knowledge was valued so much that people were willing to risk the lives of their volunteers for the sake of books, to pay enormous sums to those they hired to do it and forego material assets for the sake of acquiring spiritual assets. And, despite the seeming impracticality and idealism of the administration, Polis stood strong year after year and troubles bypassed it. If any danger threatened it, then the whole metro was ready to rally for its protection. The echoes of the last battle that took place there in living memory, between the Red Line and the Hansa, had died down, and there was a magic aura of invulnerability and well-being surrounding Polis again. And when Artyom thought about this wonderful city, it didn't seem strange to him at all that the journey to such a place wouldn't be easy. He would have to get lost, go through dangers and tests of strength, otherwise the purpose of the journey would have its charms wasted. If the way through Glukhovskaya along the Red Line to the Lenin Library seemed impenetrable and too risky, then he'd have to try overcoming the Hansa patrol and go along the ring. Artyom peered into the charred map even more closely. Now, if he could be successful in getting through the Hansa territory, by creating some sort of pretext, chatting to the guards at the cordons, breaking through with a fight or by some other means, then the trip to Polis would be short enough. Artyom pushed his finger into the map and drew it along the lines. If he went from Prospect Mir in the direction of the ring, through the two stations that belonged to the Hansa, he would come out at Kurskaya. Then he could switch over to the Arbatsko-Pokrovsk line, and from there he could get to Arbatskaya, which is to say, to Polis. True, Revolution Square was on the way, surrendered after the war to the Red Line in exchange for the Lenin Library, but the Reds guaranteed free transit to all travelers. This was one of the basic conditions of the peace agreement. And since Artyom was not planning on staying at that station but just going through it, he would ideally be let through freely. Having thought about it, he decided to stick with that plan and to try to iron out the details along the way about the stations he would have to pass through. If something didn't work out, he said to himself, he could always find an alternative route. Looking at the interlacing lines of the numerous passages, Artyom thought that the commander went a bit too far in painting a picture of the difficulties of even the shortest trips through the metro. For example, you could get from Prospect Mir not from the right, but from the left. Artyom drew his finger down the map to the ring, until you got to Kievskaya, and there you could go through a pedestrian passage to the Filevskaya line or the Arbatsko-Pokrovskoy line with just 2 stops to Polis. The task didn't seem so impossible to Artyom anymore. This little exercise with the map had given him confidence in himself. Now he knew how to act, and no longer doubted that when the caravan got to Rizkaya, he wouldn't be returning with the group back to VDNKH but would go on with his journey to Polis. Studying? Zhenya asked him, having walked right up to Artyom without his noticing. Artyom jumped up in surprise and tried to hide the map in his confusion. Yes, no. I wanted to find the station on the map where this Reich is, the one that the commander was telling us about before. Well, then, did you find it? No? Oh, come on. Let me show you, Zhenya said with a sense of superiority. He oriented himself in the metro much better than Artyom, better than their other contemporaries too, and he was proud of it. He put his finger on the triangle of Glukhovskaya, Pushkinskaya and Tverskaya straight away without mistake. Artyom exhaled with relief, but Zhenya thought that it was out of envy. He decided to console Artyom. Don't worry, one day you'll be as good as me in figuring it out. Artyom had an expression of gratitude on his face and hurried to change the subject. How long are we stopping here? He asked. Young men, let's be off. The booming bass of the commander's voice rang out, and Artyom understood that there would be no more resting, and he hadn't managed to get anything to eat. Again it was Artyom and Zhenya's turn to be on the cart. The levers started to grind, boots started to clatter against the concrete, and they were off again into the tunnel. This time the group moved forward in silence, and only the commander spoke. He had called Kirill to the front and discussed something quietly with him. Artyom had neither the strength nor the desire to hear their conversation. All his energies were taken up by the accursed cart. The man at the rear, left all alone, felt distinctly uncomfortable, and timidly looked behind himself again and again. Artyom was standing facing him in the cart and could see that there was nothing scary behind him, but he was just as reassured when he glanced over his own shoulder to the front. This fear and mistrust followed him always, and it wasn't just him. Any lone traveler was familiar with this feeling. They even had a name for it: tunnel fear. It was when you were going along a tunnel, especially if you had a bad flashlight, and it felt like there was danger right behind your back. Sometimes the feeling was so augmented that you felt someone's gaze at the nape of your neck, or not even a gaze, but who knew who or what was there and how it perceived the world. And then, sometimes, it was so intolerably oppressive that you couldn't stand it, and you turned around lightning fast, poking your flashlight into the darkness, and there was no one there. Silence. Emptiness. All was quiet. But while you were looking behind you, and straining your eyes into the darkness until they hurt, and the darkness was condensing behind you again, you wanted to throw yourself in the other direction, to light the tunnel ahead. Was anyone there? Had anyone stolen up on you while you were looking the other way? And again. The main thing was not to lose control, not to give in to the fear, to convince yourself that it was all crap and that there was nothing to be afraid of, and that you hadn't heard anything anyway. But it was very hard to control yourself, especially when you were walking alone. People had lost their minds. They just couldn't calm themselves down, even when they reached inhabited stations. Then, of course, slowly, they came to themselves again, but they couldn't make themselves go into the tunnel again, or they would immediately be seized by the same feeling of alarm, familiar to every metro dweller, and it could turn into a pernicious delusion. Don't be scared, I'm watching, Artyom shouted to the man at the back. And the man nodded, but after a couple of minutes he couldn't help it and looked behind himself again. It was hard. A guy the first no at Sergei also went a little crazy like that, Zhenya said quietly, knowing what Artyom had been referring to. To be fair, he had a pretty serious reason for it. He decided to go through that tunnel at Glukhovskaya. Remember I was telling you about it? Where you shouldn't ever go alone and you have to go in a caravan. Well, the guy lived. And, you know why he survived? Zhenya smirked. Because he didn't have enough courage to go beyond the 100th meter. When he was heading in he was so brave and resolute. After 20 minutes he came back, his eyes goggling, his hair standing on end, and he couldn't pronounce a single discernible word. So, they didn't get anything out of him, and since then, he speaks incoherently, mostly lowing like a cow. And won't put a foot in the tunnel, just stays at Glukhovskaya begging. He's the local village idiot now. Is the moral of the story clear now? Yeah, Artyom said uncertainly. The group moved along for a while in total silence. Artyom sunk into his thoughts again and walked like that for a while, trying to think up something plausible to say at the exit post to get out of Rizhskaya. And so they continued until, after a while, he noticed some kind of strange sound that was getting louder and louder, coming from the tunnel ahead of them. This noise, which had been almost inaudible to begin with, was on the border of audible sound and ultrasound, slowly and imperceptibly gaining strength, so that you couldn't tell when you'd started hearing it. It reminded him of a whistling whisper more than anything, incomprehensible and inhuman. Artyom quickly looked over at the others. They were all moving rhythmically and silently. The commander had stopped talking to Kirill. Zhenya was thinking about something, and the man at the back was calmly looking forward, having stopped his nervous backward glancing. They didn't hear anything. Nothing. Artyom became scared. The calm and silence of the group became even more noticeable against the background of this whispering, which was getting louder and louder, and it was incomprehensible and frightening. Artyom stopped working the lever and stood up to his full height. Zhenya looked at him in surprise. Zhenya's eyes were clear with no trace of the drugs that Artyom was afraid he might find there. "What are you doing?" Zhenya asked, annoyed. "Are you tired or something? You should have said so and not just stopped like that." "You don't hear anything?" Artyom asked in bewilderment, and something in his voice made Zhenya's face change expression. Zhenya listened harder without ceasing to work the lever. The cart, however, was going slower and slower, because Artyom was still standing there with a confused look, catching the echoes of the mysterious noise. The commander noticed this and turned around. "What's wrong with you? Have your batteries run out? You don't hear anything?" Artyom asked him. And at that moment a foul sensation crept into his soul, that maybe there was no noise and that's why no one heard it. He was just going mad, he was imagining it out of fear. The commander gave the signal to stop so that the squeaking of the cart wouldn't interfere and the grumble of boots would die away. His hands crept up onto his machine gun and he stood motionless and tense, listening, and turning one ear to the tunnel. The strange noise was right there now. Artyom could hear it distinctly, and the clearer the sound became the more attentively Artyom peered at the commander's face, trying to make out if he could also hear what was filling Artyom's consciousness with ever-strengthening agitation. But the features of the commander's face gradually smoothed out, and Artyom was overcome with a sense of shame. Moreover, he had stopped the group for nothing and had freaked out and alarmed the others as well. Zhenya, clearly, couldn't hear anything either even though he was trying. Having given up his work at last, he looked at Artyom with spiteful mockery, looking him in the eye, and asked, "Hallucinations? Fuck off." Artyom unexpectedly shouted with irritation. "What, are you all deaf or something? Hallucinations?" Zhenya concluded. "Quiet. There's nothing. You just thought you heard it probably. Don't worry, it happens, don't get tense, Artyom. Go ahead and start up again and we'll go on," the commander said softly, calming the situation, and walking ahead himself. Artyom had no other option but to return to his work. He earnestly tried to convince himself that the whisper was only in his imagination, that it was just tension. He tried to relax and not to think about anything, hoping he could throw the sound out of his head along with his disturbing and rushing thoughts. He managed to stop the thoughts for a time but, in his empty head, the sound grew more resonant, louder and clearer. He gained strength from the fact that they were all moving further to the south, and when the noise had become so great that it seemed to fill the whole metro, Artyom suddenly noticed that Zhenya was working with just one hand, and that, without noticing it, he was rubbing his ears with the other. "What are you doing?" Artyom whispered to him. "I don't know. They're blocked. They're itching. Single quote. Zhenya mumbled. "And you don't hear anything?" Artyom asked. "No. I don't hear a thing. But I feel pressure," Zhenya whispered in response, and there wasn't a trace of the former irony in his voice. The sound had reached an apogee and then Artyom understood where it was coming from. It was emanating from one of the pipes that lay along the tunnel walls. It had been used as a communication line and who knows what else. The pipe was burst and the torn black muzzle was emitting this strange noise. It was coming from the depths of the pipe and, as Artyom tried to figure out why there were no wires, nothing, just complete emptiness and blackness, the commander stopped suddenly and said slowly and laboriously, "Guys, let's... Here. Let's have a break. I don't feel so well. Something in my head." He approached the cart with uncertain steps so he could sit on its edge but he hadn't gone a step before he dropped like a bag to the ground. Zhenya looked at him in confusion, rubbing his ears with both hands and not moving from his place. Kirill for some reason had continued walking alone, as though nothing had happened, not reacting to their shouts. The man at the back sat down on the rails and started to cry helplessly like a baby. The light of the flashlight beamed at the tunnel's ceiling and, lit from below, the scene looked even more sinister. Artyom panicked. Clearly he was the only one whose mind hadn't been dulled by the sound, but the noise was becoming completely intolerable, preventing any concrete thoughts from developing. Artyom covered his ears in despair, and that helped a little. Then with all his might he slapped Zhenya, who was rubbing his ears with a silly expression on his face, and yelled at him, trying to overcome the noise, forgetting that he was the only one to hear it. Pick up the commander. Put the commander in the cart. We can't stay here, no way. We have to get out of here. And he picked up the fallen flashlight and went after Kirill, who was marching like a sleepwalker into the pitch darkness ahead. Luckily, Kirill was walking rather slowly. In a few bounds, Artyom managed to chase him down and tap him on the shoulder. But Kirill continued walking, and they were getting further and further away from the others. Artyom ran ahead of him and, not knowing what to do, he directed the flashlight into Kirill's eyes. They were closed, but Kirill suddenly frowned and broke his stride. Then Artyom, holding him with one hand, used the other to lift Kirill's eyelid and shine the light into his pupil. Kirill screamed, began to blink, shook his head and regained consciousness in a fraction of a second and opened his eyes, looking at Artyom in bewilderment. Blinded by the flashlight, he could almost see nothing, and Artyom had to lead him by the hand back to the cart. The unconscious body of the commander was lying on the cart, and Zhenya sat next to him, with the same stupid expression on his face. Leaving Kirill at the cart, Artyom went to the man at the back, who was still sitting there on the rails, crying. Having looked him in the eye, Artyom met a look of total suffering, and the feeling was so sharp that he stepped backwards in fear that he himself might also start crying in the face of this pain. They were all killed. And it was so painful. Artyom made out the words between sobs. Artyom tried to get the man to stand up, but he pulled away and unexpectedly cried out angrily, "Pigs! Bad people! I won't go anywhere with you, I want to stay here. They are so lonely, and are in so much pain here, and you want to take me away from here? It's all your fault. I won't go anywhere. Let me go, you hear?" At first Artyom wanted to slap him, thinking that might bring him back to his senses, but then he was afraid that the guy was so excited that he might just retaliate instead. So, Artyom got down on his knees in front of the man and, even though it was difficult since the noise was so loud, he spoke softly. "Now, you want to help them though, right? You want to stop their suffering?" Through his tears, the man looked at Artyom and whispered with a frightened smile, "Of course. Of course, I want to help them. Then you have to help me. They want you to help me. Go to the cart and stand at the lever. You have to help me get to the station. They told you so?" The man looked at Artyom disbelievingly. "Yes," Artyom replied confidently. "And then you'll let me go back to them? I give you my word that if you want to go back to them, then I will send you back," Artyom confirmed, and, without giving the man time to think any more, he pulled him up into the cart. He left the man on the cart, mechanically obeying Zhenya, and he and Kirill worked the levers, while the unconscious commander lay there in the middle. Meanwhile, Artyom took the forward position and aimed his machine gun into the darkness, and walked forward with quick steps. He was surprised himself that he could hear the cart following him. Artyom felt that he was doing the unacceptable, having an unprotected rear, but he understood that now the most important thing was to get out of this terrible place as fast as they could. There were now 3 of them working the levers, and the group was moving faster than before. Artyom felt with some relief that the vicious noise was getting quieter and his sense of being in danger was diminishing. He shouted at the others, telling them to keep up the pace, and suddenly he heard the sober and surprised voice of Zhenya behind him. "What are you, the commander now?" Artyom signaled to stop, having understood that they had gone past the dangerous zone, and returned to the group and fell to the ground weakly, leaning his back on the cart. The others slowly came to their senses. The man from the back stopped sobbing and was wiping his face with his hands, looking around in perplexity. The commander started to move and rose with a dull groan, complaining of a headache. Half an hour later, it was possible to go on. Apart from Artyom, no one remembered anything. A heaviness pulled me down so quickly and my head was so fogged up, and then suddenly I was out. I've had it happen once before from a gas attack in another tunnel, far from here. But if it had been gas, then it would have had a different effect, on everybody at once, without discriminating. And you really heard that sound? Yes, this is all strange. Single quote. The commander was thinking aloud. And Nikita was roaring. So, Nikita, who were you crying about? He asked the rearguard. The devil knows. I don't remember. That is, I did remember about a minute ago, but it's flown out of my head. It was like a dream. As soon as you wake up, you remember everything and the picture is so clear in your mind. But after a few minutes you regain consciousness a little, and it's all gone, empty. Just fragments remain. Well, it's the same now. I remember that I was really, really sorry for someone. But who, and why, no clue. And you wanted to stay in the tunnel. Forever. With them. I promised you that if you wanted I would let you go back, said Artyom, with a sidelong glance at Nikita. So, there you go, I'll let you go back, he added and chuckled. No thank you, Nikita responded gloomily, I've reconsidered. Okay, guys. That's enough hanging about. There's nothing here in this tunnel to stick around for. Let's get there first and then we'll talk about it all. We still have to get back home at some point too. Single quote. Though why plan ahead on a day like this? God willing they'd just make it to their first destination. Let's go. The commander concluded. Listen. Artyom, come and walk with me. You're our hero today, he added unexpectedly. Kirill took his place behind the cart. Zhenya, despite his protest, stayed on the cart with Nikita and they moved forward. There was a broken pipe there, you say? And your noise was coming from it? You know, Artyom, maybe we blockheads are all deaf and didn't hear a thing. You probably have a special sense for that crap. You were lucky on this one, boy, the commander said. Very strange, that it came from a pipe. An empty pipe, you say? Who the hell knows what goes through them anymore, he continued, cautiously glancing at the snake-like interlacing pipes along the tunnel walls. There wasn't much further to go before they'd get to Rizhskaya. A quarter of an hour later, they could see the light of the patrol fire, and the commander slowed his pace and gave the correct signal with his flashlight. They let them through the cordon quickly, without delay, and the cart rolled into the station. Rizhskaya was in better condition than Alexeyevskaya. Sometime a long time ago, there was a big market above ground at this station. Among those who managed to run to the metro and save themselves were a lot of traders from that market. The people at the station ever since the beginning had been enterprising people, and its proximity to Prospect Mir and thereby to the Hansa and its main trade routes also gave it a certain prosperity. They had electric light, emergency lights like at VDNKH. Their patrols were dressed in old camouflage, which looked more impressive than the decorated quilted jackets at Alexeyevskaya. The inhabitants led the guests to their tent. Now a swift return home was not likely, since it was unclear what this new danger was in the tunnel and how to deal with it. The administration of the station and the commander of the small group from VDNKH came together for a meeting, and the rest of them were given some time off. Artyom, tired and overwrought, fell face down onto his cot immediately. He didn't want to sleep, but he was out of strength. After a couple of hours, the station had promised to have a feast for their guests and, judging from the winking and whispering of their hosts, it seemed there would probably be some meat to eat. But now there was time to lie down and think about nothing. Noise started up beyond the walls of the tent. The feast was being prepared right in the middle of the platform, where the main campfire was. Artyom couldn't resist and looked outside. Several people were cleaning the floor and laying out a tarpaulin, and a little further away they were carving up a pig, cutting it into pieces and sliding them onto steel wire to string them over the fire. The walls of the station were unusual. Not marble like at VDNKH and Alexeyevskaya, but lined with yellow and red tile. This combination must have looked pretty cheerful at one time. Now, the glazed tile and plastering were covered with a layer of soot and grease, but some of the old feeling of it was preserved. But the most important thing was that at the other end of the station, half buried in the tunnel, was a real train, though its windows were blown in and its doors were open. You didn't find trains in every passage or station by any means. Over the last 2 decades, many of them, especially the ones that had got stuck in the tunnels and were unsuitable for living inside, were gradually pulled apart by people who used the wheels, the glass and the outer material of the train to make things at their own stations. Artyom's stepfather told him that at Hansa one of the passages was cleared of trains so that passenger trolleys could move between points easily. Also, according to rumor, they were pushed into the Red Line. And in the tunnel that went from VDNKH to Prospect Mir, there wasn't a wagon left, but that was probably just accidental. Locals were slowly gathering, and a sleepy-faced Zhenya crawled out of the tent. Half an hour later the local leadership came out with Artyom's commander, and the first pieces of meat were put on the fire. The commander and the station's government were smiling and joking around a lot, seemingly satisfied with the results of their discussions. They brought a bottle of some kind of homemade liquor, there were toasts and everyone was very merry. Artyom gnawed on his meat and licked the dripping hot grease off his hands, looking at the glowing coals, the heat of which brought on an inexplicable feeling of coziness and peace. Was it you that dragged them out of the trap? Said an unfamiliar guy who was sitting nearby and had been looking at Artyom for the last several minutes. Who told you that? Artyom replied to his question with a question, looking at the man. He had a short haircut, he was unshaven, and under his rough and tough leather coat you could see a soft vest. Artyom could see nothing suspicious about him. His interlocutor looked like a normal trader, the kind that you find at Rizhskaya, a dime a dozen. Who? Yeah, it was your brigadier said something. He nodded at someone sitting a little way away and talking animatedly with the commander's new companions. Well, yeah, it was me, Artyom reluctantly admitted. And even though he'd been planning to make a couple of useful acquaintances at Rizhskaya, now that he was faced with an excellent opportunity, he suddenly didn't feel much like it. I'm Bourbon. What's your name? The guy said. Bourbon? Artyom was surprised. Why is that? Wasn't there a king of that name? No, my boy. There was a kind of drink called bourbon. A fiery spirit, you see. It would put you in a good mood, so they say. So what is your name anyway? The guy was still interested to know. Artyom. Listen. Artyom, and when are you going back? Bourbon seemed insistent, and it made Artyom suspicious. I don't know. Now no one will say when we're going back exactly. If you heard what happened to us, sir, then you should understand why, Artyom answered coolly. Listen. I'm not all that much older than you, so you can speak with me without the formality. Basically, I'm asking you. I have something to propose to you, boy. Not for your whole group but for you personally. Me, well, I need your help. You get it? It won't take long. Artyom didn't get it at all. The guy was talking haltingly, and something in the way he pronounced his words made Artyom wince inside. He wanted nothing in the world more than to end this incomprehensible conversation. Listen, boy, don't get tense. Bourbon sensed his feelings of mistrust and sought quickly to disperse them. Nothing dodgy, it's all above board. Well, almost all. Basically, this is it. The day before yesterday some of our guys went along to GLUKHOVSKY, and well, you know, they went straight along the line and they never got there. Only one of them came back. And he doesn't remember anything, came running back covered in snot, howling like your brigadier was telling us. The rest didn't come back. Maybe they got out at GLUKHOVSKY. But maybe they didn't get out at all, because no one has come from Prospect for 3 days now, and no one wants to go to Prospect either anymore. And well, basically, I think that there's the same crap there as what you had. As I was listening to your brigadier, I got the idea that it might be the same thing. The line is just the same. And the pipes are the same too. Then Bourbon quickly looked over his shoulder, to check, probably, that no one was listening to him. And that crap didn't affect you, he continued quietly, you get it? I'm starting to, Artyom replied uncertainly. Basically, I need to get over there now. I really need to, you see? Really. I don't exactly know what the chances are that I'll lose it, like our boys did, probably like all your guys did. Except you. Artyom muttered, you want me to take you through the tunnel? To lead you to GLUKHOVSKY? Yeah, something like that. Bourbon nodded in relief. I don't know if you heard about it or not, but there's a tunnel beyond GLUKHOVSKY, which, is even worse than this one, full of crap, and I need to get through that one too. Bad shit has happened there to the boys. Everything will be fine, don't worry. If you take me, I'll make it worth your while. I'll need to get further, of course, to the south, but I have there, at GLUKHOVSKY, some people, who will dust you off and set you on your road back home and all the rest of it. Artyom, who had wanted to send Bourbon and his proposals to hell, understood suddenly that this was his chance to get past the southern gates of Rizhskaya without a fight and without any other problems. And to go even further. Bourbon didn't say much about his next moves, but still he'd said he was going through the accursed tunnel between GLUKHOVSKY and Turgenevskaya. And that was exactly where Artyom needed to get. Turgenevskaya, Trubnaya, Svetnoy Bulvap, Chekhovskaya. And then it was only a stone's throw to Arbatskaya, Polis. What are you paying? Artyom decided to add for the sake of acting normal. Whatever you want. Currency. Basically, Bourbon doubtfully looked at Artyom, trying to make out if the guy understood his meaning. I mean, like, Kalashnikov cartridges. But if you want, I can get some food, some spirits or weed. He winked. I can also get you that. No, cartridges are fine. 2 magazines. And, well, enough food to get there and back. I won't negotiate. Artyom named his price as confidently as he could. trying to meet the Bourbon's challenging gaze. You drive a hard bargain, Bourbon responded. Okay, 2 horns for the Kalashnikov. And something to eat. Okay, fine, he mumbled, apparently to himself. Okay, my boy, so how are you doing there anyway? You should go and sleep, and I'll come and get you soon, when all this ruckus calms down. Pack your stuff. You can leave a note if you can write so that they don't arrange a search. ... So be ready when I come. Got it? Chapter 5 In exchange for cartridges. He didn't really need to pack his stuff since he hadn't unpacked. There'd been no special reason to do so. The only thing he couldn't work out was how to get his machine gun out of the station so it wouldn't be noticed, so it wouldn't attract attention. They were given bulky military 7.62 caliber machine guns with wooden butts. VDNKH always sent their caravans to the nearer stations with these bulky guns. Artyom lay there, his head buried in the blanket, not answering Zhenya's puzzled questions. Why was he snoozing here when everything was so great at the feast? Was he sick or something? It was hot and humid in the tent, and it was worse under the covers. Sleep was a long time coming in. When he finally went out, his dreams were unsettling and muddled, as though he was seeing them through clouded glass. He was running somewhere, he was talking to some faceless person, and then he was running again. Zhenya woke him up, shaking him by the shoulder and told him in a whisper. Listen, Artyom, there's some guy here for you. Are you having some trouble? He asked carefully. Why don't I get all the guys up and wheel? ... No, it's fine, he just needs to talk to me. Go to sleep, Jen. I'll be back in a sec, Artyom said quietly, pulling on his boots and waiting for Zhenya to go back to sleep. He was carefully dragging his rucksack out of the tent and gathering up his machine gun, when suddenly Zhenya, having heard a metallic clattering, asked again, Now what's happening? Are you sure that everything's okay? Artyom had to get him off his back by making up a story that he wanted to show the guy a thing or two because they'd argued, but everything would be fine. Liar, Zhenya said pointedly. Okay. When should I be worried? In a year, Artyom mumbled, hoping that this was inaudible enough, and he moved the tent flap aside and went out onto the platform. Boy, you're slowing us down, Bourbon said through his teeth. He was dressed as before, only he had a long rucksack on his back. Fuck you. Are you planning to drag that big lump across every cordon with you? He asked disgustedly, pointing at the machine gun. As far as Artyom could tell, Bourbon didn't have a weapon himself. The light at the station was fading. There was no one on the platform, everyone had gone to sleep, exhausted from the feast. Artyom tried to walk faster, worried all the time that he would bump into someone from his group, but at the entrance to the tunnel Bourbon trapped him and told him to slow his pace. The patrolman in the passage noticed them and asked them from afar where they were planning to go in the middle of the night, but Bourbon addressed one of them by name and explained that they had some business to attend to. Listen carefully, he said to Artyom and turning on his flashlight. Now, there'll be guards at the 100th and 200th meter lines. So you just keep quiet, above all. I will figure it out with them. Shame that you have a kalash that's as old as my grandma, you won't hide that thing. ... Where'd you dig up such a piece of crap? Everything went smoothly at the 100th meter. There was a small fire dying out, and 2 people were sitting next to it, dressed in camouflage. One of them was snoozing and the second one shook Bourbon's hand like a friend. Business? I see, he said with a mischievous smile. Bourbon didn't say a word before the 250th meter. He just sullenly marched forward. He seemed sort of angry and unpleasant, and Artyom was starting to regret that he'd come with him. He stepped away from Bourbon and checked to see that his machine gun was in order, and he put his finger on the trigger. There was some delay at the last guard post. Bourbon either didn't know them well, or they knew him too well. The main guy took him off to the side, putting his rucksack by the fire, and asked him a lot of questions. Artyom, feeling pretty foolish, stayed by the fire and sparingly answered the questions of the duty officer. They were obviously bored and had nothing better to do. Artyom knew for himself that if the duty officer was chatty then everything was fine at the post. If something strange had happened there recently, if something had crawled out of the depths, or someone had tried to break through from the south, or they'd heard a suspicious sound, then they would be crowding around the fire silently, saying nothing, tense, and they wouldn't take their eyes off the tunnel. It looked as though everything had been quiet, and that they could get at least to Prospect Mir without worrying. You're not from around here, I guess. From Alexeyevskaya or what? The duty officer was trying to elicit information from Artyom and looking at him right in the face. Artyom, remembering that Bourbon had ordered him to stay quiet and to talk to no one, muttered something that could have been interpreted in several ways, leaving the guy to his own interpretation. The duty officer, having given up on getting an answer from him, turned to his mate and started discussing a story told by some guy called Mikhail who had been trading at Prospect Mir a few days ago and had had some trouble with the station's administration. Satisfied that they'd given up on him, Artyom sat at the fire and looked at the southern tunnel through the flames. It looked like the same wide and endless tunnel as they had in the northerly direction at VDNKH, where Artyom had, not so long ago, sat by a fire at the 450th meter. By the looks of it, it wasn't different at all. But there was something about it, a particular smell, brought up by the tunnel vents, or was it a particular mood, an aura, that belonged only to this tunnel and gave it an individuality, made it dissimilar to all the rest. Artyom remembered his stepfather saying that there weren't two tunnels alike in the metro. Such supersensitivity had developed over many years of trips and not many had it. His stepfather called it listening to the tunnel, and he had such a sense of hearing that he was proud of it and often admitted to Artyom that he had survived many adventures thanks to this sense. Many others, despite their many travels in the metro, had no such thing. Some people developed inexplicable fear, some heard sounds, voices, and slowly lost their minds, but everybody agreed on one thing. Even when there wasn't a soul in a tunnel, it was still not empty. Something invisible and almost intangible slowly and viscously dripped onto them, filling them with its being, almost like it was the heavy cold blood in the veins of a stone leviathan. And now the duty officer's conversation was fading into the background as he tried in vain to see something in the darkness that was swiftly thickening about 10 paces from the fire. Artyom started to understand what his stepfather meant when he would tell him about the feeling of the tunnel. Artyom knew that beyond that indistinct boundary, marked by the flames of the fire, where crimson light mixed with shivering shadows, there were more people, other people, but in that moment he couldn't quite believe it. It seemed that life stopped 10 paces beyond the firelight, and that there was nothing in front of them, only dead, black emptiness, that answered a shout with the deception of a dull echo. But if you sit for a while, if you plug your ears, if you don't look into the depths of the tunnel like you're looking for something but instead you try to dissolve your gaze in the darkness, and to merge with the tunnel, to become a part of this leviathan, a cell in the organism, then through your fingers, that are closing off the sounds of the external world, past your auditory organs, a thin melody will flow directly into your brain. An unearthly sound from the depths, indistinct and incomprehensible. It's nothing like that disturbing, urging noise, spilling out of the broken pipe in the tunnel between Alexeyevskaya and Riskaya. No, it's something different, something clean and deep. It seemed to him that he could dip into the quiet river of this melody for short spells, and suddenly he would understand the essence of this phenomenon, not using reason but using an intuition that was probably awakened by that noise from the broken pipe. The flowing sounds from that pipe seemed to him the same as ether, slowly extending along the tunnel, but they had been rotting inside the pipe, infected by something, seething nervously, and they broke out where tension in the pipe became too much, and the rotting matter pushed itself out into the world, taking its sorrow with it, imparting nausea and madness to all living beings. Suddenly it seemed to Artyom that he was standing on the threshold of an understanding of something important, as though the last hour he had spent wandering in the pitch-black darkness of the tunnels and in the twilight of his own consciousness had pulled the curtain of this great mystery slightly to the side, separating all rational beings from a knowledge of the true nature of this new world which was gnawed into the earth's bowels by previous generations. But with this realization, Artyom also became scared, as if he had only had a peek through the keyhole of the door hoping to find out what was behind it, and seeing only an unbearable light punching through it and singeing the eyes. And if you opened the door, then the light would gush out irrepressibly and incinerate the audacious person who decided to open the forbidden door on the spot. However, this light is knowledge. The whirlwind of all these thoughts, feelings and worries came whipping through Artyom too suddenly, and he wasn't at all ready for anything like it, and so he recoiled in fright. No, this was all just a fantasy. He hadn't heard anything and hadn't realized anything. It was just a game of his imagination. With mixed feelings of relief and disappointment, he observed how, for an instant, an amazing, indescribable vision was revealed to him. It instantly grew dim, melted, and the mind again was faced with its usual muddy haze. He was afraid of this knowledge and stepped back from it, and now the curtain was lowered again and perhaps forever. The hurricane in his head died down as quickly as it had come, and he was left with a devastated and exhausted mind. Artyom was shaken and sat there trying to understand everything. Where his fantasy ended and where reality began. Wondering if any of these sensations might be real after all. Slowly, his soul was filled with bitterness at the fact that he had stood a step away from enlightenment, from the most real enlightenment, but he hadn't been resolute, he hadn't dared give himself to the flow of the tunnel's ether, and now he would be left to wander in the darkness for his whole life because he was once too afraid of the light of authentic knowledge. But what is knowledge? He asked himself again and again, trying to give value to the thing that he had just refused in a hurried and cowardly manner. Sunk in his thoughts, he didn't notice that he had said these words aloud a few times. Knowledge, my friend, is light, and non-knowledge is darkness. One of the duty officers explained to him eagerly. Right? He merrily winked at his friends. Artyom was dumbstruck and stared at the guy and sat like that for a while until Bourbon returned and got him up and said goodbye to the officers, saying that he had been detained and that they were in a hurry. Watch it, the commander of the post said to him threateningly. I'm letting you leave here with a weapon. He waved a hand at Artyom's machine gun. But you won't be coming back through with it. I have clear instructions on that. I told you, you blockhead. ... Bourbon hissed to Artyom in irritation after they'd hastily walked away from the fire. So you can do what you want on the way back. But you'll get a fight. I don't care. I just knew it. I knew that this would happen. Fuck you. Artyom said nothing, almost not hearing Bourbon chiding him. Instead, he suddenly remembered what his stepfather said that time when he was explaining about the uniqueness of every tunnel, that each one has its own melody and that you can learn to hear it. His stepfather probably wanted simply to express his thought beautifully, but, remembering what he felt sitting at the fire moments ago, Artyom thought that he'd heard just such a melody. What he was listening to, really listening to, and hearing, was the melody of the tunnel. However, the memory of what happened quickly faded, and half an hour later Artyom could not be sure that it had all really happened, and that he hadn't imagined it, that it wasn't air blown about by the playing flames. Okay. ... You probably didn't do it on purpose, you've just got shit for brains. Bourbon said in conciliation. If I'm, not very nice to you, I'm sorry. This is stressful work. But, okay, seems we got out, so that's good. Now we have to trudge to Prospect Mir without being stopped. There we can, relax. If everything is quiet, then it won't take much time. But beyond that, there's a problem. So it's okay that we're just walking along like this? I mean that when we go in a caravan from VDNKH, if there's any less than 3 people, then we don't leave, you need a rearguard, and basically. ... Artyom said, looking behind himself. Well, there are pluses of course to going in caravan with a rearguard and all that, Bourbon started to explain. But listen here, there's a concrete minus to that too. I used to be afraid. And forget 3 people, we used to not go anywhere without at least 5 people. You think it helped? Doesn't help in the least. Once we were moving a cargo and so we had protection. 2 in front, 3 in the middle and a rearguard. Everything as it should be. We were going from GLUKHOVSKY to what's it called? Used to be called Marxistskaya. The tunnel was okay. But something about it I didn't like straight away. A certain decaying. And there was a fog. You couldn't see for shit, not 5 paces ahead, and the flashlights didn't help much. But we decided to tie a rope to the rearguard's belt, drawn from the belt of one of the guys in the middle, and up to the commander at the head of the group. So no one would get lost in the fog. And we're moving at an easy pace, and everything's normal, quiet, there was no need to rush, we hadn't encountered anyone yet, touch wood, and we have about 40 minutes to go. Though we did it faster than that in the end. ... His words twisted and he went silent for a little while. Somewhere in the middle, this guy Tolian asks the rearguard something. But the guy doesn't answer. Tolian waited and asked again. Nothing. Tolian then pulls on the rope and the end of it appears. It's been bitten right through. Really. Bitten through, and there's even some wet gunk on the end of it. And the guy is nowhere to be seen. And they didn't hear a thing. Nothing at all. And I was walking with Tolian myself. He showed me the end of the rope and my knees quaked. Of course we shouted back at him for the sake of it but didn't hear anything. There wasn't anyone there to answer. So we exchanged glances, and went forward so that we were at Marxistskaya in no time. Maybe the guy was playing a joke? Artyom asked hopefully. A joke? Maybe. But he hasn't been seen since. So, there's one thing I've understood. If it's your time, It's your time and no guard's going to help you. Only you go a little slower. And I go everywhere in a twosome, with a partner if you like, except in one tunnel, from GLUKHOVSKY to Turgenevskaya, which is a particular situation. If something happens then they'll drag you out. And quickly. Get it? Got it. So, they'll let us into Prospect Mir? I still have this thing. Single quote. Artyom pointed to his machine gun. They'll let us onto the radial. But to the ring, definitely not. They wouldn't let you in anyway, and with that cannon you don't have a hope. But we don't need to get in there. We don't need to hang around there for much time anyway. We'll just make a stop and then go on. Have you ever been to Prospect Mir? Only when I was little. But otherwise not, Artyom admitted. Well, why don't I get you up to speed then? Basically, there aren't any guard posts there, they don't need them. There's a market there, and no one lives there so everything is fine. But there's a passage there to the ring, which means to the Hansa. A radial station which doesn't belong to anyone, but the Hansa soldiers patrol it, to keep order. Therefore you have to behave yourself, got it? Or else they'll send you to hell and they'll deny you access to all their stations. So when we get there, you crawl onto the platform and sit quietly. And that samovar of yours, he nodded at Artyom's machine gun, don't go waving it around. I have to sort something out with someone so you'll have to sit and wait. We'll go to Prospect, we'll have a talk about how to get through that damn passage to GLUKHOVSKY. Bourbon went silent again and Artyom was left to himself. The tunnel wasn't too bad here. The ground was a little damp, and there was a dark, thin stream following the rails, headed in the same direction as they were. But, after a while, there was a quiet rustle and squeaking sound which sounded to Artyom like a nail scratching along glass and it made him wince in aversion. The little beasts weren't visible yet but their presence could already be felt. Rats. Artyom spat out the vile word, feeling a chill pass along his skin. They still visited his nightmares, although his memories of that terrible dark moment when his mother and their entire station were drowned in a flood of rats were almost erased from his memory. Were they actually erased? No, they had just gone deeper, like a needle that wasn't pulled out but gets stuck in the body. It travels around, having been pushed in by an insufficiently trained doctor. At first it will hide and stay still, but after a time an unknown force will set it in motion and it will make its pernicious way through the arteries, the nerve ganglions, ripping up vital organs and dooming its carrier to intolerable torment. The memory of that time, of the blind fury and insatiable cruelty of those beasts, of the experiences of horror that the steel needle left deep in his subconscious only came to disturb Artyom at night. And the mere sight of them, even the vague smell of them, created a sort of electrical discharge in him, forcing his body to shudder in reflex. For Artyom and for his stepfather, and maybe for the other four who escaped with them on the trolley that day, rats were something much more frightening and loathsome than for the other inhabitants of the metro. There were almost no rats at VDNKH. There were traps everywhere and poison had been spread around so Artyom had become unused to them. But they swarmed through the rest of the metro, and he'd forgotten about that or, rather, avoided thinking about it when he had taken the decision to go on this journey. What's up boy? You afraid of rats? Bourbon inquired maliciously. Don't like them? You're painfully spoiled. But get used to it. They're everywhere. But that's okay, it's good even. You won't go hungry, he added and winked while Artyom was starting to feel nauseous. But really, Bourbon continued seriously, you're better to be afraid where there's no rats. If there's no rats then there's been some bad trouble. And if there's no people either then you want to be afraid. But if the rats are running then everything's normal. Business as usual. Get it? There are people and Artyom definitely didn't want to share his suffering with this guy. So he nodded and didn't say anything. There weren't that many rats, and they ran away from the light of the flashlight and you hardly noticed them. But all the same one of them managed to get underfoot and Artyom stepped on something soft and slippery only to hear a shrill squeal. Artyom lost his balance and almost fell face down with all his equipment. Don't be afraid boy, don't be afraid, Bourbon cheered him up. It gets worse. There's a couple of passages in this shithole teeming with them and you have to walk on the rails. And you're walking and crunching them underfoot. And he snorted meanly for effect. Artyom frowned. He was silent but he was squeezing his fists. He would have punched Bourbon right in his grinning face with pleasure. Suddenly an indecipherable din came from far off and Artyom immediately forgot the insult and clasped the handle of his automatic weapon and looked at Bourbon questioningly. Don't worry. Everything's fine. We're coming up to Prospect. Bourbon reassured him and patted him patronizingly on the shoulder. Even though he'd warned Artyom that there were no guard posts at Prospect Mir, this was all very unusual for Artyom, to just go straight into another station without first seeing the weak light of a fire designating the border, without any obstacles along the way. When they got to the tunnel's exit, the din got louder and a glow of light became noticeable. Finally, there were some cast iron stairs to the left and a little bridge which took you up to the level of the platform. Bourbon's boots rattled up the iron steps, and after a few steps the tunnel turned to the left and opened up and they were in the station. There was a bright white beam of light in their faces. Invisible from the tunnel, there was a little table on the side at which sat a man in a strange and unfamiliar old-fashioned gray uniform, wearing a peak cap. "Welcome," he greeted them, averting the flashlight. "Trading or transit?" While Bourbon stated the purpose of their visit, Artyom peered at the Prospect Mir metro station before him. On the platform, along the pathways, twilight reigned, but there were arches lighted from the inside with a soft yellow light from which Artyom unexpectedly felt a squeeze in his chest. He wanted to be done with all the formalities and to look at what was going on in the station, there, where the arches were, from which this light was coming, so familiar and comforting that it almost hurt. And though it seemed to Artyom that he hadn't seen anything like it before, the sight of this light brought him back to the distant past, and suddenly a strange image appeared to him. A small home, flooded with warm yellow light. A woman is half reclined on a wide ottoman and she is reading a book, but you can't see her face amidst the pastel wallpaper and the dark blue square of the window. The vision flashed in front of his mind but melted a second later, leaving him puzzled and excited. What had he just seen? Could it be that the weak light coming from the station could project an old slide of his childhood that had been lost in his subconscious onto an invisible screen? Could that young woman who was peacefully reading a book on the spacious and comfortable ottoman be his mother? Artyom impatiently thrust his passport at the customs officer after agreeing, despite Bourbon's objections, to put his machine gun in their storage room for the duration of his visit. Then Artyom hurried along, attracted to the light behind the columns like a moth, towards the light and the din of a bazaar. Prospect Mir was different from VDNKH, from Alexeyevskaya, from Rizskaya. The prosperity of the Hansa meant that they had better illumination than the emergency lights that gave light to the stations that Artyom had known during his conscious life. No, these weren't the same lamps that lighted the metro in the old days. They were weak, glowing lights which hung overhead every 20 feet, drawn along a wire that went across the whole station. But for Artyom, who was used to the cloudy red emergency glow, to the unreliable light of fires, to the weak radiance from tiny pocket flashlights illuminating the inside of tents, the light at this station was totally strange. It was the same light that lit his early childhood, as far back as the time when life was at the surface, and he was charmed to be reminded of something that had long ago ceased to exist for him. So, arriving at the lighted part of the station, Artyom didn't rush into the rows of traders like the others but leant his back against a column and, partly covering his eyes with his hand, he stood and looked at the lamps, again and again, until there was a sharp pain in his eyes. "You what, gone crazy or something? Why are you staring at them so hard? You want to lose your eyes? You'll be as blind as a puppy, and what'll I do with you?" Bourbon's voice resounded in Artyom's ears. "You've already gone and given them your balalaika, so you might as well go and have a look around at what the lamps are trying to show you." Artyom cast a hostile look over at Bourbon, but he obeyed him anyway. There weren't all that many people at the station, but they spoke so loudly, trading, beckoning, demanding, trying to out-yell each other, that it became clear why it was all so audible from afar, from the approach to the tunnel. On both tracks there were scraps of train structures, and some wagons were converted for habitation. 2 rows of trays were arranged along the platform that displayed various utensils, some in orderly piles, others in sloppy heaps. On one side of the station there was an iron curtain which stood in the place where there was once an exit to the surface, and on the opposite side there was a line of gray bags which clearly demarcated a line of firing positions. An unnaturally white banner hung from this ceiling on which was painted a brown circle, the symbol of the ring. Beyond the firing line were 4 escalators, which led to the ring circuit, and that's where the territory of the powerful Hansa began, which was closed to foreigners. The frontier guards beyond the fences were dressed in waterproof overalls with the usual camouflage, but for some reason they were gray in color. "Why do they have gray camouflage?" Artyom asked Bourbon. "They're fat animals, that's why," he answered contemptuously. You go ahead and look around while I do a little trading here." There was nothing of particular interest to Artyom. There was tea, sticks of sausage, storage batteries for lamps, jackets and raincoats made from pigskin, some tattered books, most of which were pornography, half-liter bottles of a suspicious-looking substance with the inscription, "Home Brew," written on crooked labels. And there really wasn't one trader selling weed which you used to be able to get hold of anywhere. Even the gaunt little man with the blue nose and watery eyes who was selling the dubious home brew told Artyom to get lost when he asked if he had a little stuff. There was a trader selling firewood, knotty logs and branches that some stalker had brought down from the surface. It was said to burn for a long time and produce little smoke. Here you paid for things in dimly gleaming Kalashnikov cartridges. 100 grams of tea was 5 cartridges. A stick of sausage was 15 cartridges. A bottle of home brew was 20. They fondly called them little bullets. Listen, man, look at this. What a cool jacket. It's cheap, just 30 little bullets, and it's yours. Okay, 25 and you'll take it now? Looking at the neatly arranged rows of little bullets on the counters, Artyom recollected the words of his stepfather. I once read that Kalashnikov was proud of his invention, that his automatic weapon was the most popular gun in the world. They say that he was particularly happy that thanks to his device the borders of his homeland were kept safe. I don't know, if I had invented that thing I think I would have gone mad. To think that most murders have been committed with the help of your device. That's even scarier than being the inventor of the guillotine. 1 cartridge, 1 death. Someone's life removed. 100 grams of tea cost 5 human lives. A length of sausage? Very cheap if you please. Just 15 lives. A quality leather jacket, on sale today, is just 25, so you're saving 5 lives. The daily exchange at this market was equal in lives to the entire population of the metro. Well, so, did you find anything for yourself? Bourbon came up and asked. Nothing interesting here for me. Artyom brushed the question away. Aha. You're right, it's full of garbage. But, boy, this little station used to be the one place in this stinking metro station where you could find everything you want. You go there and they're all vying with one another. Weapons, narcotics, girls, fake documents. Bourbon sighed dreamily. But these cretins, he nodded at the Hansa flag, have made this into a nursery school. You can't do this, you can't do that. Okay, let's go and get your hoe, we need to keep going. After getting Artyom's machine gun, they took a seat on the stone bench before entering the southern tunnel. It was murky there, and Bourbon had picked this spot especially in order to get their eyes used to the weaker light. Basically, this is the deal. I can't vouch for myself. I've never done this and so I don't know what I'm doing and if we'll run into trouble. Touch wood, of course, but even so, if we run into something. Well, if I start sniveling or go deaf, then that should be okay. As far as I heard, everybody goes crazy in their own way. Our boys didn't make it back to Prospect. I think that they didn't get far, and we might bump into them today. So you get ready for that, because you're a little soft after all. And if I start to see red, I'll shut you up. That's the problem, you see? I don't know what to do. Well, okay. Bourbon finally felt resolved after his hesitations. Boy, you're all right I guess, and you won't shoot a guy in the back. I'm going to give you my gun while we go through this passage. Watch it, he warned, looking Artyom tenaciously in the eyes, and don't be funny. I have a limited sense of humor. He shook some rags out of his rucksack, and then carefully pulled out a machine gun that was wrapped in plastic packaging. It was also a Kalashnikov, but it was cut off like the ones held by the Hansa border guards, with a hinged butt and a short socket instead of the long one that Artyom had. Bourbon took the magazine out of it and put it back in his rucksack, throwing the rags in after it. Hold this. He gave Artyom the weapon. And don't pack it away. It might prove useful. Though the passage looks quiet. Single quote. And Bourbon didn't finish his sentence but jumped onto the pathway. Okay, let's go. The sooner you go, the sooner you get there. It was frightening. When they went from VDNKH to Rizhskaya, Artyom knew that anything could happen, but at least people went back and forth along those tunnels every day, and he knew that there was an inhabited station ahead of them where they were expected. It was just as unpleasant as it always was for anyone leaving a lighted and peaceful place. Even when they were headed for Prospect Mir from Rizhskaya, despite his doubts, he could amuse himself with the thought that ahead of him lay a Hansa station. That there was somewhere to go where he could relax in safety. But it was terrifying here. The tunnel that lay before them was totally black, and an unusual, total, absolute darkness reigned. It was so thick you could almost touch it. As porous as a sponge, it greedily swallowed the rays of their flashlight, which was hardly sufficient to illuminate even a foot ahead. Straining to the limits of his hearing, Artyom attempted to distinguish the smallest germ of that strange and painful noise, but it was in vain. Sounds probably had as hard a time getting through this darkness as light did. Even the bold crashing of Bourbon's boots sounded limp and mute in this tunnel. On the right wall suddenly there was a gap. The flashlight beam sank into a black spot, and Artyom didn't immediately understand that it was simply a side passage which exited sideways from the main tunnel. He looked at Bourbon questioningly. "Don't be scared. There was a transfer passage here," he explained, "so that trains could get directly onto the ring without transferring at other stations. But the Hansa filled it in. They're not fools. They wouldn't leave an open tunnel pointing straight at them." Single quote. After that they walked in silence for quite a long time, but the silence was getting more and more oppressive, and finally Artyom couldn't bear it. "Listen, Bourbon," he said, trying to disperse any hallucinations, "is it true that some morons attacked a caravan here not long ago?" Bourbon didn't answer at once, and Artyom thought that perhaps he hadn't heard the question and was about to repeat it when Bourbon responded, "I heard something like that. But I wasn't here then, so I can't tell you for sure." His words made a dull sound, and Artyom barely caught their sense, and had a hard time separating the words he heard from his own grinding thoughts about the fact that everything was so hard to hear in this tunnel. What? No one saw it? There are stations at either end. How could that be? Where could they have gone? He continued, and not because he was especially interested in the answer but simply in order to hear his own voice. Several minutes went by before Bourbon replied at last, but this time Artyom hadn't wanted to rush him, because there was an echo of the words he had just said resounding in his head and he was too busy listening to them. "They say that somewhere here there's a kind of hatch. It's covered over. It's not really visible." "Well, how likely is it anyway that you'd see something in this darkness?" Bourbon added with a sort of unnatural irritation in his voice. It took some time for Artyom to remember what they were talking about, and he agonizingly tried to catch hold of the sense of it all and to pose another question simply because he wanted to continue the conversation. Even if it was clumsy and difficult, it was saving them from the silence. "And is it always so dark in here?" Artyom asked, feeling a bit spooked that his words made such little sound, as though there was something covering his ears. "Dark? Yes, always. Everywhere is dark. It comes in the great darkness, and it shrouds the world, and it will dominate eternally," Bourbon responded, making strange pauses. "What's that? A book or something?" Artyom said, noticing that he had to make increasing efforts to catch the sound of his own words, and also paying attention to the fact that Bourbon's language had altered in a frightening way. But Artyom didn't have enough strength to be surprised by this. "A book. Be afraid of truths concealed in ancient volumes, where words are embossed in gold on paper. Slate black. They don't decay," Bourbon said ponderously, and Artyom was struck by the thought that the man wasn't turning to speak to him as he had before. "Beautiful," Artyom almost yelled. "Where does it come from? And beauty will be overthrown and crushed, and the prophets will choke, endeavoring to pronounce their premonitions. For a day, the future will be blacker than their most ominous fears, and what they see will poison their reason." Single quote. Bourbon continued quietly. Suddenly he stopped and he turned his head to the left so sharply that Artyom could hear how his vertebrae cracked, and then he looked Artyom straight in the eye. Artyom started and stepped backwards, groping for his machine gun just in case. Bourbon looked at it with wide open eyes, but his pupils were contracted into two tiny dots, even though in the pitch-black darkness of the tunnel they should have been thrown open to their limits in an attempt to capture as much light as possible. His face seemed unnaturally peaceful, not one muscle was tense, and there was even a contemptuous smile which had just disappeared from his lips. "I've died," Bourbon said. "There is no more me." And as straight as a cross tie, he fell face down. And then that same terrible sound rushed into Artyom's ears, but this time it did not expand and amplify gradually as it had the last time. No, it burst suddenly at full volume, deafening him and knocking him from his feet. The sound was more powerful here than it had been when he met it before, and Artyom, laid out on the ground, couldn't muster the will to stand for some time. But once he had covered his ears like before, and yelling as loudly as he could, he rushed and got up from the ground. Then he picked up the flashlight that had fallen from Bourbon's hands. He started feverishly to scan the walls, trying to find the source of the noise, the broken pipe. But the pipes were absolutely intact here, and the sound was coming from somewhere above. Bourbon was lying there, immobile, still face down, and when Artyom turned him over, he saw that Bourbon's eyes were still open. Artyom tried hard to remember what to do in situations like this, and he put his hand on the man's wrist to look for a pulse. Even if it was as weak as a thread, or inconsistent, he wanted to feel it. But it was useless. Then he grabbed Bourbon by the hands and, pouring with sweat, he dragged his ever heavier body forward, straight out of this place. It was fiendishly hard and made even more so because he had forgotten to remove his companion's rucksack. After a few dozen steps, Artyom suddenly stumbled on something soft and his nose was struck by a sickening and slightly sweet smell. He immediately remembered the words, "We might bump into them," and he redoubled his efforts, trying not to look underfoot, passing bodies stretched out on the rails. He pulled and pulled Bourbon along. Bourbon's head hung lifelessly and his hands were growing cold and slipping out of Artyom's sweaty hands, but he didn't acknowledge it. He didn't want to acknowledge it. He had to get Bourbon out of there and he had promised him. They had an agreement. The noise gradually began to die down and suddenly disappeared. Again there was a deathly silence and, feeling an enormous relief, Artyom allowed himself to finally sit down on the rails and catch his breath. Bourbon was lying motionless next to him and Artyom was looking with despair at his pale face as he breathed heavily. After about 5 minutes he made himself get up onto his feet and, taking Bourbon by the wrists, he moved forward stumbling. His head was absolutely empty apart from the vicious determination to drag this person to the next station. Then his legs buckled and he tumbled onto the cross ties, but after lying there for a few minutes he crawled forward and grabbed Bourbon by the collar. "I'll get there, I'll 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 get there," he assured himself, although he barely believed it. Having lost his strength entirely, he pulled his machine gun down from his shoulder and switched the safety lock to single shots, and he directed the barrel to the south, let out a shot and called out, "People." But the last sound that he heard was not a human voice but the rustle of rat paws. He didn't know how long he had lay there like that, gripping Bourbon by the collar, squeezing the handle of his machine gun, when his eyes perceived a ray of light. An unfamiliar old man with a flashlight in one hand and a strange gun in the other was standing above him. "My young friend," he was saying in a pleasant and sonorous voice. "You can forget about your friend. He's as dead as Ramses II. Do you want to stay here and reunite with him in the heavens as soon as possible, or can he wait for you for a little while? Help me to take him to the station," Artyom asked the man in a weak voice, covering his eyes from the light. "I'm afraid that it's necessary for us to reject that idea," the man said bitterly. "I am resolutely against turning the metro station of Glukhovskaya into a tomb. It's not even that comfortable as it is. And then, if we take this lifeless body there, then it's unlikely that anyone in the station will undertake to put him on his final path in a respectable way. What difference does it make whether the body decomposes here or at the station if its immortal soul has already returned to his creator? Or to be reincarnated, depending on your religious views. Although all religions are mistaken to differing degrees. I promised him. Single quote. Artyom sighed. We had an agreement. Single quote. My friend. The unfamiliar man said, frowning. I'm starting to lose my patience. My rules don't tell me to help the dead when there are enough living people that need help. I am returning to Glukhovskaya. I'm getting rheumatism from spending a long time in this tunnel. If you want to see your companion as soon as possible, I advise you to stay here. The rats and the other lovely creatures will help you with that. And if you are concerned about the legal aspect of the question, then the contract is considered terminated if there is no objection from the other party. But I can't just leave him here. Artyom quietly tried to convince his rescuer. This was a living being. Leave him to the rats? This, by the looks of it, was indeed a living person, the man responded, inspecting the body skeptically. But now it is definitely a dead person, and that isn't the same thing. Okay. If you want, we can return here and you can make a cremation bonfire or whatever it is that you do in such circumstances. Now, get up, he ordered, and Artyom got to his feet reluctantly. Despite his protests, the stranger decisively pulled the rucksack off Bourbon's back and threw it over his shoulder and, supporting Artyom, he quickly walked forward. At first Artyom had a hard time walking, but it was as if with each step the old man was giving Artyom injections of his ebullient energy. The pain in his feet subsided, and his rational mind returned gradually. He was looking intently into the face of his rescuer. By the looks of him, the man was over 50, but he looked surprisingly fresh and robust. His arms, which were supporting Artyom, were firm and didn't once tremble with fatigue the whole way back. His short hair was turning gray and his little, sculpted beard surprised Artyom. The man looked too well groomed for the metro, especially given the godforsaken place where it seemed this man lived. "What happened with you, friend?" the unfamiliar man asked Artyom. "It doesn't look like an attack, but more like he was poisoned. And I really want to hope that it's not what I think it is," he added, not going into what exactly it was that he feared. "No. He died by himself," Artyom said, not having the strength to explain the circumstances of Bourbon's death, which he himself was only just starting to get his head around. "It's a long story. I'll tell you later." The tunnel suddenly widened and they appeared to have arrived at the station. Something seemed strange to Artyom here, something unusual, and a few seconds later he understood what it was. "It's what, dark here?" he asked his companion in dismay. "There's no authorities here," the man replied. "So there's no one to provide light for the people. That's why whoever needs light has to get it himself. Some can, some can't. But don't be afraid. Luckily I'm acquainted with the top ranks," and he quickly climbed onto the platform and held out a hand to Artyom. They turned into the first archway and went into a hall. There was only one long passage, a colonnade with arches on both sides, and the usual iron walls, the stalled escalators. Barely lighted by weak little fires, and most of it plunged in darkness, GLUKHOVSKY was an oppressive vision and very sad. Crowds of people swarmed around the fires, some were sleeping on the floor, and strange half-bent figures in rags wandered from fire to fire. They were all clustered in the middle of the hall as far from the tunnels as they could be. The bonfire to which the stranger led Artyom was noticeably brighter than the rest of them, and it was located in the center of the platform. "One day this station will burn to the ground," Artyom thought aloud, looking despondently at the hall. "In 420 days, his companion said calmly. "So, it's best you leave before then. In any case, that's what I plan to do." "How do you know?" Artyom asked and froze, remembering in a flash all that he had heard about magicians and psychics, and scrutinizing the face of his companion, looking for the markings of unearthly knowledge. "The mother heart python is unsettled," he answered, smiling. "Okay. That's all. You must have a sleep, and then we'll introduce ourselves and have a talk." With these last words, Artyom suddenly was overcome by monstrous fatigue, which had accumulated in the tunnel before Rizkaya, in his nightmares, in the recent tests of his will. Artyom had no more strength to resist, and he got down onto a piece of tarpaulin that was spread near the fire and put his rucksack under his head and fell into a long, deep and dreamless sleep. Chapter 6: The Rights of the Strong. The ceiling was so sooty that there wasn't a trace left of the whitewash that had once been applied to it. Artyom looked dully at it, not knowing quite where he was. "You're awake?" He heard a familiar voice, forcing the scatterings of thoughts to build a picture of yesterday's, was it yesterday? Events. It all seemed unreal to him now. Opaque, like fog, the wall of sleep had separated actuality from recollections. "Good evening," Artyom said to the man who had found him. He was sitting on the other side of the fire, and Artyom could see him through the flames. There was a mysterious, even mystical quality to the man's face. "Now we can introduce ourselves to each other. I have a regular name, similar to all the other people that surround you in your life. It's too long and it says nothing about me. But I am the latest incarnation of Genghis Khan, and so you can call me Khan. It's shorter." "Genghis Khan?" Artyom looked at the man disbelievingly. Artyom didn't believe in reincarnation. "My friend," Khan objected as though insulted. "You don't need to look into my eyes and at my behavior with such obvious suspicion. I have been incarnated in various other and more easily acceptable forms too. But Genghis Khan remains the most significant stage along my path, even though I don't remember anything from that life, unfortunately." "So why Khan and not Genghis?" Artyom pushed further. "Khan isn't a surname after all, it's just an professional assignation if I remember correctly. It brings up unnecessary reference, not to mention Genghis Aitmatov," his companion said reluctantly and incomprehensibly. "And by the way, I don't consider it my duty to explain the origins of my name to whoever asks. What's your name?" "I'm Artyom and I don't know who I was in a previous life. Maybe my name was also a little more resounding back then," said Artyom. "Nice to meet you," Khan said, obviously completely satisfied with his answer. "I hope you will share my modest meal," he added, lifting and hanging a battered metal kettle over the fire. It was just like the ones they had at the Northern Patrol of VDNKH. Artyom stood up and put his hand in his rucksack and pulled out a stick of sausage, which he'd acquired on his way from VDNKH. He cut off several pieces with his penknife and put them on a clean rag that was also inside his rucksack. "Here." He extended it towards his new acquaintance. "To go with tea." Khan's tea was VDNKH tea, which Artyom recognized. Sipping the tea from an enameled metal mug, he silently recalled the events of the day before. His host, obviously, was also thinking his own thoughts, and he didn't bother Artyom. The madness lashing at the world from the broken pipes seemed to have a different effect on everyone. Artyom was able to hear it simply as a deafening noise that didn't let you concentrate, a noise which killed your thoughts, but spared your mind itself, whereas Bourbon simply couldn't stand the powerful attack and died. Artyom hadn't expected that the noise could actually kill someone. Otherwise he would never had agreed to take one step into that black tunnel between Prospect Mir and Glukhovskaya. This time the noise had snuck up surreptitiously, at first dulling the senses. Artyom was now sure that all usual sounds had been muted and the noise itself had been inaudible at first, but then it froze the flow of thoughts so they were suddenly covered with the hoarfrost of weakness and, finally, it delivered its crushing blow. And why hadn't he immediately noticed that Bourbon had suddenly started talking in terms that he couldn't possibly have known, even if he had read lots of apocalyptical prophecies? The noise went deeper into Bourbon, as if bewitching him, and a strange intoxication had taken hold. Artyom himself had been thinking all sorts of rubbish about the fact that he mustn't go silent, that they had to keep talking, but it hadn't occurred to him to try to figure out what was going on. Something had been interfering. He wanted to throw all that had happened out of his consciousness, to forget it all. It was impossible to get his head around it. In all his years at VDNKH he had only heard about such things. It had been easier to think that anything he'd heard was just not possible in this world. Artyom shook his head and looked from side to side again. The same suffocating twilight filled the space. Artyom thought that it had probably never been light here, and that it could only get darker, when the fuel reserves for the fire ended. The clock above the entrance to the tunnel had stopped ticking a long time ago since there was no one who took care of such things. Artyom wondered why Khan had said, "Good evening," to him, because according to his calculations it should be morning or midday. "Is it really evening?" he asked Khan, puzzled. "It's evening for me," Khan replied pensively. "What do you mean?" Artyom didn't understand. "See, Artyom, you obviously come from a station where the clock works and you all look at it in awe, comparing the time on your wristwatch to the red numbers above the tunnel entrance. For you, time is the same for everyone, just like light. Well, here it's the opposite. Nothing is anyone else's business. No one is obliged to make sure there's light for all the people who have made their way here. Go up to anybody here and suggest just that and it will seem absurd to them. Whoever needs light has to bring it here with them. It's the same with time. Whoever needs to know the time, whoever is afraid of chaos, needs to bring their own time with them. Everyone keeps some time here. Their own time. And it's different for everybody and it depends on their calculations, but they're all equally right, and each person believes in their own time, and subordinates their life to its rhythms. For me it's evening right now, for you it's morning, and what? People like you are so careful about storing up the hours you spend wandering, just as ancient peoples kept pieces of glowing coal in smoldering crucibles, hoping to resurrect fire from them. But there are others who lost their piece of coal, maybe even threw it away. You know, in the metro, it is basically always nighttime and it makes no sense to keep track of time here so painstakingly. Explode your hours and you'll see how time will transform. It's very interesting. It changes. You won't even recognize it. It will cease to be fragmented, broken into the sections of hours, minutes and seconds. Time is like mercury. Scatter it and it will grow together again. It will again find its own integrity and indeterminacy. People tamed it, shackled it into pocket watches and stop watches, and for those that hold time on a chain, time flows evenly. But try to free it and you will see. It flows differently for different people. For some it is slow and viscous, counted in the inhalations and exhalations of smoked cigarettes. For others it races along, and they can only measure it in past lives. Do you think it's morning now? There is a great likelihood that you are right. There's a roughly 25% likelihood. Nevertheless, this morning of yours has no sense to it, since it's up there on the surface and there's no life up there anymore. Well, there are no more people, anyway. Does what occurs above have value for those who never go there? No. So when I say, good evening, to you, if you like, you can answer, good morning. There's no time in this station, except perhaps one, and it's very strange. Now it is the 419th day and I'm counting backwards. He went silent, sipping on his hot tea, and Artyom thought it was funny when he remembered that at VDNKH the station clock was treated as a holy thing and any failure of it immediately put anyone nearby under the hot hand of blame. The authorities would be astonished to learn that time doesn't exist, that the thought of it had just been lost. What Khan had just described reminded Artyom of a funny thing that he had been surprised by repeatedly as he grew up. They say that before, when trains used to run, in the wagons they used to announce, be careful of the closing doors, the next stop is X, Y, Z, and the next platform will appear on your left or right, he said. Is that true? Does it seem strange to you? Khan raised his eyebrows. How could they tell which side the platform would be on? If I'm coming from the south to the north, then the platform is on the right. If I'm coming from the north to the south, then it's on the left. And the seats on the train were against the walls of the train, if I remember right. So for the passengers, the platforms were either in front of them or behind them, half of them on one side and the other half on the other with different perspectives. You're right, Khan answered respectfully. Basically, the train drivers were only speaking for themselves because they traveled in a compartment at the front, and for them right was absolute right and left was absolute left. So they must have mostly been saying it for their own benefit. So in principle they might as well have said nothing. But I have heard these words since I was a child, and I was so used to them that I had never stopped to consider them. Some time passed and then he said, you promised to tell me what happened to your friend. Artyom paused for a moment, wondering if he should tell this man about the mysterious circumstances surrounding the death of Bourbon, about the noise that he had heard twice now in the last 24 hours, about its destructive influence on human reason, about his sufferings and thoughts when he could hear the melody of the tunnel. And he decided that if there was anyone worth telling it all to, then it would be the person who sincerely considered himself to be the latest incarnation of Genghis Khan and for whom time doesn't exist. So he started to lay out his misadventure in a muddled, anxious way without observing the sequence of events, attempting to convey the various sensations he felt rather than the facts. It's the voices of the dead, Khan said quietly after Artyom had completed his narrative. What? Artyom asked, surprised. You heard the voices of the dead. You were saying that at the beginning it sounded like a whisper or a rustle. Yes, that's them. Which dead? Artyom didn't quite understand. All the people who have been killed in the metro since the beginning. This, basically, explains why I am the last incarnation of Genghis Khan. There won't be any more incarnations. Everyone has come to their end, my friend. I don't know quite how this has happened, but this time humanity has overdone it. There's now no more heaven and no more hell. There isn't purgatory either. After the soul flies out from the body, I hope you at least believe in the immortal soul? Well, it has no refuge anymore. How many megatons and bevatons does it take to disperse the noosphere? It was as real as this kettle. And whatever you say, we weren't sparing of ourselves. We destroyed both heaven and hell. We now happen to live in this strange world, in a world where after death the soul must remain right where it is. You understand me? You will die, but your tormented soul won't get reincarnated anymore, and, seeing as there is no more heaven, your soul won't get any peace and quiet. It is doomed to remain where you lived your entire life, in the metro. Maybe I can't give you the exact theosophic explanation for why this is, but I know one thing for sure. In our world the soul stays in the metro after death. It will rush around under the arches of these underground tunnels until the end of time because there isn't anywhere for it to go. The metro combines material life with the hypostasis of the other world. Now Eden and the netherworld are here, together. We live amidst the souls of the dead. They surround us in a full circle. All those that were crushed by trains, shot, strangled, burnt, eaten by monsters. Those who died strange deaths, about which no living being knows anything and won't ever be able to imagine. Long ago I struggled to figure out where they would go, why their presence isn't felt every day, why you don't feel a light and cold gaze coming from the darkness. You are familiar with tunnel horror? I thought before that the dead blindly followed us through tunnels, step by step, hiding in the darkness as soon as we turn to look. Eyes are useless. You won't see the dead with them. But the ants that run along your spine, the hair standing on end, the chill which shakes our bodies, they are all witness to the invisible pursuit. That's what I thought before. But now your story has explained much to me. Somehow they get into the pipes, into the communication lines. Sometime a long time ago, before my father and even my grandfather was born, in the city of the dead, which lies above us, there was a little river. People who lived there knew how to lock this river and to direct it into pipes under the earth where it probably flows until today. And it looks like this time someone's buried the river Styx itself in these pipes. Your friend was speaking not in his own words. No, it wasn't him. Those were the voices of the dead. He was hearing them in his head and repeating them, and then they absorbed him. Artyom stared at Khan and could not avert his gaze from the man's face for the duration of his monologue. Indistinct shadows skittered across Khan's face and his eyes were flaring with some internal fire. Towards the end of the story, Artyom was almost sure that Khan was mad, that the voices in the pipes had whispered something to him too. And though Khan had saved him from death, and shown him such hospitality, the thought of staying with him for any length of time was uncomfortable and unpleasant. He needed to think about how to move on, through the most evil of all the tunnels in the metro, about which he had heard much, from GLUKHOVSKY to Turgenevskaya and farther. So, you'll have to forgive me for my little lie, Khan added after a short pause. Your friend's soul didn't go up to the Creator, it won't reincarnate and come back in a new form. It joined the other unhappy ones, in the pipes. These words reminded Artyom that he had planned to go back for Bourbon's body, in order to bring it to the station. Bourbon had said that he had friends here, friends who would take Artyom back if they arrived successfully. This reminded him of the rucksack, which Artyom had not yet opened and in which, apart from Artyom's machine gun, there might be something useful. But to take it over was somehow frightening, and superstitions of all kinds climbed into Artyom's head, and he decided to open it only slightly and to peek into it without touching or moving anything. You don't need to be afraid of it, Khan said to Artyom unexpectedly, as though he could feel his trepidation. The thing is now yours. I think what you did is called looting, Artyom said quietly. You don't need to be afraid of retribution. He won't reincarnate, said Khan, not replying to what Artyom said but to what was flitting about in Artyom's head. I think that when they get taken into the pipes, the dead lose themselves and they become part of a whole, their will is dissolved into the will of the rest of them, and reason dries up. There's no more individual. But if you're afraid of the living and not the dead, well, then drag this bag into the middle of the station and empty its contents onto the floor. Then no one will accuse you of thieving, and your conscience can be clean. But you tried to save the guy and he would be grateful to you for that. Consider that this bag is his repayment to you for what you did. He was speaking so authoritatively and with such conviction that Artyom gained the courage to put his hand into the pack, and he started to take things out of it and lay them on the tarpaulin to see them in the light of the fire. There were 4 extra cartridges for Bourbon's gun, in addition to the 2 that he had taken out when he gave the gun to Artyom. It was surprising that the traitor had such an impressive arsenal. Artyom carefully wrapped up 5 of the cartridges he found in their cloth and put them into his rucksack, and he put one in the Kalashnikov. The weapon was in excellent condition, thoroughly oiled and looked after. The lock moved smoothly, giving off a dull click when pushed, and the safety catch was a bit stiff. All this indicated that the gun was practically new. The handle fitted comfortably into his hand and its shank was well polished. The weapon gave off a feeling of reliability and encouraged calmness and confidence. Artyom immediately decided that if he were to take any one thing from Bourbon, it would be this gun. The 7.62 cartridges that Bourbon had promised him for his hoe weren't there. It wasn't clear how Bourbon had been planning to pay Artyom. Artyom thought about it and came to the conclusion that it may be that Bourbon hadn't been planning to give him a thing, but, having passed through the dangerous part, he would sling a shot into the back of Artyom's head and throw him down a shaft and think no more of it. And if anyone had asked him about Artyom's whereabouts, then he would have any number of answers. Anything can happen in the metro, and well, the boy agreed himself to come along. Apart from various rags, a map of the metro imprinted with notations that only its dead owner would understand, and 100 grams of weed, he found a few pieces of smoked meat in plastic bags and a notebook at the bottom of the rucksack. Artyom didn't read the book and he was disappointed in the rest of the stuff. In the depths of his soul, he had hoped to find something mysterious, maybe something precious. The reason that Bourbon was so intent on getting through the tunnel to GLUKHOVSKY. He decided that Bourbon was a messenger or maybe a smuggler or something of the kind. This, at least, explained his determination to get through the damn tunnel at any price and his readiness to be generous. But since there was not much left in the rucksack after he'd pulled out the last pair of linen pieces, Artyom decided that the reason for his insistence had to have been something else. Artyom racked his brains for a long while about what Bourbon needed at GLUKHOVSKY, but he couldn't think of anything plausible. Then he remembered that he had left the poor man in the middle of the tunnel, left him to the rats, even though he had planned to go back and do something about the body. True, he had only a vague idea of how to give the traitor his final honors and what to do with the corpse. Burn it? But you needed strong nerves for that, and the suffocating smoke and the stink of the burning meat and burning hair was sure to filter through to the station, and then he wouldn't be able to avoid unpleasantness. Dragging the body to the station would be heavy and awful. It's one thing to pull a man along by the wrists if you think he's alive and you're pushing away all thoughts of the fact that he is not breathing and has no pulse, but it's another thing to pull along a corpse. So what, then? Just like Bourbon lied to him about his payment, he might have been lying about his friends here at the station. Then Artyom, having dragged the body back here, might just be putting himself in a worse situation. So what do you do here with those that die? Artyom asked Khan after a long bout of thinking. What do you mean, my friend? Khan answered a question with a question. Are you talking about the souls of the deceased or about their perished bodies? About the corpses, Artyom growled. He was becoming fed up with his talk of the netherworld. There are 2 tunnels that go from Prospect Mir to GLUKHOVSKY, Khan said, and Artyom thought to himself that trains went in 2 directions, so they always needed 2 tunnels. So why would Bourbon, knowing about the second tunnel, want to go towards his fate? Was there an even greater danger hiding in the second tunnel? But you can only go through it alone, the man continued, because in the second tunnel, near our station, the ground sags, the floor has collapsed, and now there's some kind of deep ravine where, according to local legend, a whole train fell through the ground. If you stand on one end of this ravine, it doesn't matter which, then you can't see the other end, and the light of even the strongest flashlight won't illuminate the depths. And so all sorts of blockheads say that it's a bottomless abyss. This ravine is our cemetery. We put all our corpses in there. Artyom started to feel ill when he realized that he would have to go back to the place where Khan had picked him up, to drag Bourbon's rat-gnawed body to the station and then to the ravine in the second tunnel. He tried to convince himself that throwing the corpse into the ravine was the same, in essence, as throwing it into a tunnel, because you couldn't call either one a burial. But just when he was ready to believe that leaving everything as it was the best solution to the situation, Bourbon's face appeared in front of his eyes with amazing clarity, saying, "I've died." Artyom immediately was drenched with sweat. He got up with difficulty, put his new machine gun on his shoulder and said, "Okay, I'm off. I promised him. We had an agreement. I need to." And with that he started to walk down the hall with stiff legs and onto the iron stairs which led down to the tunnel from the platform. It was necessary to turn on his flashlight even before he went down the stairs. Thundering down the stairs, Artyom stopped dead for a moment, not wanting to step any further. A heavy air blew a rotting smell in his face, and for an instant his muscles refused to obey him. He tried to force himself to take another step. When he overcame his fear and repulsion and started to walk on, a heavy palm was placed on his shoulder. He cried out in surprise and turned around sharply, his chest tight, understanding that he wouldn't have time to grab the machine gun from his shoulder. He wouldn't have time for anything. It was Khan. "Don't be scared," he said to Artyom to calm him. "I was just testing you. You don't need to go. Your friend's body isn't there anymore." Artyom stared at him uncomprehendingly. "While you were sleeping, I completed the funeral rite. You have no reason to go. The tunnel is empty." And, turning his back to Artyom, Khan wandered back toward the arches. Feeling enormous relief, the young man hurried after him. Catching up to Khan in 10 paces, Artyom asked him in an emotional voice, "But why did you do that, and why didn't you tell me? You told me yourself that it didn't matter if he stayed in the tunnel or if he was brought to the station." "For me it doesn't matter at all." Khan shrugged his shoulders. "But to you it was important. I know that your journey has a purpose and that your path is long and difficult. I don't understand what your mission is, but its burden will be too heavy for you alone, so I decided to help you a bit." He looked over at Artyom with a smile. When they had returned to the fire and sat down on the creased tarpaulin, Artyom couldn't help but ask, "What did you mean when you mentioned my mission? Did I say something in my sleep?" "No, my friend, you were silent as you slept. But I had a vision, and in it I was asked to help by a person who shares part of my name. I was warned of your arrival, and that's why I went out to meet you and pick you up, when you were crawling along with your friend's corpse." That's why? Artyom looked at him distrustfully. I thought it was because you heard shots. I heard the shots, there was a loud echo here. But you don't really think that I would go into the tunnel every time I hear a shot? I would have come to the end of my life's path a lot sooner and completely ignominiously if I had done so. But this was an exception. And what about the person who shares part of your name? I can't say who that is. I've never seen him before and have never spoken with him, but you know him. You ought to understand this yourself. I've only seen him once, and even then not in real life, but I immediately felt his colossal strength. He commanded me to help a youth who would come from the northern tunnel, and your image stood before me. This was all a dream, but the feeling that it was real was so great that when I woke up I couldn't make out the difference between dream and reality. This powerful man with a bright shaved head, dressed all in white. You know him? At this point Artyom shook, and it was as if everything was swimming before him, and the image that Khan was describing was clear in his mind. The man who shared half a name with his rescuer. Was Hunter. Khan. Artyom had had a similar vision. When he couldn't decide whether to embark on this journey, he saw Hunter, but not in the long black raincoat which he'd worn at VDNKH on that memorable day, but in the formless snowy white garments. Yes, I know this man, Artyom said, looking at Khan in a totally new way. He invaded my dreams, and I usually never forgive that. But everything was different with him, Khan said distractedly. He needed my help just as you did, and he didn't order me to do it, didn't ask me to submit to his will, but it was more like he was asking me persistently. He wasn't able to crawl inside and wander through someone else's thoughts, but he was having a hard time, a very hard time. He was thinking about you in desperation and needed a helping hand, a shoulder to lean on. I extended a hand to him and gave him my shoulder. I went to meet you. Artyom was buried in thoughts that were seething and floating up to his consciousness one after the other and dissolving, never making it into words, and then sinking back down to the depths of his mind. His tongue was stiff, and the young man took a long time to conjure up even a word. Could this man have really known of his arrival beforehand? Could Hunter have somehow warned him? Was Hunter alive, or had he been turned into a bodiless shadow? He was going to have to believe in this nightmarish and delirious story of the netherworld that had been described by Khan, but it was easier and more pleasant to tell himself that the man was just crazy. But the most important thing was that this man knew about the task that faced him. He had called it a mission, and though he was probably having a hard time figuring out what it was, he had understood its importance and gravity. Where are you going? Khan asked Artyom quietly, calmly looking him in the eye as though he was reading his thoughts. Tell me where your path lies, and I will help you make your next step towards your goal if it is within my power. He asked me to do that. Polis. Artyom exhaled. I need to get to Polis. And how do you intend to get there from this godforsaken station? Khan inquired. My friend, you should have gone up to the ring from Prospect Mir to Kurskaya or to Glukovskaya. The Hansa are there, and I don't know anyone there, so I wouldn't be able to get through. And anyway, now I can't return to Prospect Mir. I'm afraid that I won't be able to stand another journey through that tunnel. I was thinking of getting to Turgenevskaya. I looked at an old map, and it says that there's a passage there to Sretensky Boulevard. There's a half-built tunnel there, and you can get to Trubnaya through it. Artyom took the charred map out of his pocket. From Trubnaya there's a passage to Svetnoy Boulevard. I saw it on the map, and from there, if everything is fine, you can get to Polis directly. No, Khan said sadly, shaking his head. You won't get to Polis via that route. The map is lying. They printed them way before everything happened. They describe metro lines that were never fully built. They describe stations that have collapsed, burying hundreds of innocents, and they don't say anything about the frightening dangers that are hidden along the way and will make most itineraries impossible. Your map is as stupid and naive as a 3-year-old child. Give it to me. He held out his hand. Artyom obediently gave him the piece of paper. Khan immediately screwed up the map and threw it into the fire. Artyom thought that this was a bit excessive but had decided not to argue about it, when Khan said, "And now show me the map that you found in your friend's rucksack." Rummaging through his things, Artyom found the map, but he wasn't in a rush to give it to Khan, thinking about the unfortunate fate that may lie ahead of it. He didn't want to be left without any map. Khan noticed his trepidation and hurried to reassure him. I won't do anything to it, don't worry. And trust me, I never do anything without a reason. You might have the impression that some of my actions have no point and are even a little crazy. But there is a point. You just don't get it, because your perception and understanding of the world is limited. You are only at the beginning of your path. You are too young to really know some things. Artyom gave Khan Bourbon's map. He didn't have the strength to object. It was a yellowed piece of card the size of a postcard, and it had pretty sparkling balls on it and the words, Happy New Year 2007. It's very heavy, Khan said hoarsely, and Artyom turned his attention to Khan's palm, which held the piece of card. It suddenly fell to the ground as though the card weighed more than a kilo. A second ago, Artyom hadn't noticed anything heavy about it when he held it in his hand. Paper is paper. This map is much wiser than yours, Khan said. It contains such knowledge that I don't believe that it belonged to the person who was traveling with you. It's not even that it is marked up with all these notations and signs, although they probably say a lot. No, it has something about it. Single quote. His words broke off sharply. Artyom looked up and peered at Khan. Khan's forehead was carved with deep wrinkles, and the dying fire appeared to flash in his eyes. His face had changed so much that Artyom was frightened and wanted to get out of the station as soon as possible, to go anywhere, even back through the terrible tunnel that he had managed to get through with such difficulty. Give it back to me. Khan wasn't asking but was rather giving an order. I will give you another one and you won't know the difference. And I'll throw in anything else you want, he continued. Take it, it's yours. Artyom easily yielded it, lightly spitting as he uttered the words of agreement. Khan suddenly moved away from the fire so that his face was in the shadows. Artyom guessed that he was trying to take control of himself and didn't want him to be witness to his inner struggle. You see, my friend. His voice resounded in the darkness, sort of weakly and indecisively, without the power and will it had possessed just a moment before. That's not a map. I mean, that's not simply a map. It's a guide to the metro. Yes, there's no doubt that's what it is. The person who holds it can get across the whole metro in 2 days because this map is alive or something. It will tell you itself where to go and how to go, it will warn you of dangers. That is, it will lead you on your way. That's why it's called a guide. Khan moved towards to the fire again, with a capital letter. I've heard of them. There are only a few of them in the whole metro and this may be the last one. It's the legacy of one of the most powerful magicians of the last era. The one who sits at the deepest point in the metro. Artyom decided to flash some knowledge at Khan but immediately stopped short. Khan's face went dark. Never speak lightly about things you don't know anything about. You don't know what happens at the deepest point in the metro, and even I only know a little, and God forbid we ever find out. But I can swear to you that whatever happened there dramatically differs from whatever you heard from your friends. So don't repeat other people's idle imaginings because one day you'll have to pay for it. And it has nothing to do with the guide. Well, anyway, Artyom hurried to assure him, not wanting to miss a chance to switch the conversation to a less dangerous tack, you can keep the guide for yourself. After all, I don't know how to use it. And then I'm so grateful to you for rescuing me that even giving you this map doesn't seem to repay the favor. That's true. The wrinkles on Khan's face smoothed out, and his voice became soft again. You won't know how to use it for a long while yet. So if you give it to me, we'll be quits. I have a normal map of the metro lines and if you want I can copy the markings of the guide onto it and you can have it instead. And then, single quote, he fumbled in his bags. I can offer you this thing, and he brought out a strangely shaped flashlight. It doesn't need batteries. It's made so that you just charge it like this manually. Can you see the 2 little knobs? You have to press them with your fingers and they manufacture the current themselves and the flashlight shines. It's not too bright of course but there are sometimes situations when this beam seems brighter than the mercury lamps at Polis. It has saved me many times, and I hope that it will prove useful. Take it, it's yours. Take it. The trade isn't fair anyway. It's me who owes you and not the reverse. In Artyom's opinion, the exchange was actually unusually advantageous. What did he need with a map with mystical properties, if he was deaf to its voice? He would have thrown it away anyway, after turning it over again and vainly attempting to read the curlicues painted on it. So now, the route which you sketched out won't take you anywhere except into an abyss. Khan continued the interrupted conversation, holding the map with great care in his hands. Here you go. Take my old one and follow it. He held out a tiny map, printed on the other side of an old pocket calendar. You were talking about the passage from Turgenevskaya to Sretensky Boulevard? Don't tell me you don't know the evil reputation of this station and the long tunnel that goes from here to Katai Gorod? Well, I have been told that you mustn't go into it alone, that it's only safe to go through in a caravan, and I was thinking to go in a caravan until Turgenevskaya and then to run off from them into the transfer passage. They're not going to run after me after all. Single quote. Artyom answered, feeling vague thoughts swarming in his head. There isn't a transfer passage there. The arches are walled up. You didn't know that? How could he have forgotten? Of course, he had been told about this before, but it had flown out of his head. The Reds were frightened of the demons in that tunnel and they walled up the only way to Turgenevskaya. But is there no other passage there? He asked carefully. No, and the map is silent about it. The passage to lines that are actually constructed doesn't begin at Turgenevskaya. But even if the passage did exist, I'm not sure that you have enough courage to separate from the group and go into it. Especially if you listen to the latest rumors about that lovely little place while you're waiting to join the caravan. So what should I do? Artyom asked despondently, scrutinizing the little calendar. It's possible to get to Khytai Gorod. Oh, now that's a curious station, and the morals there are very amusing. But there, at least, you won't disappear without a trace in such a way that your closest friends wonder to themselves if you ever existed at all. At Turgenevskaya that can happen. From Khytai Gorod, follow me now, he was tracing a finger on the map. It's only 2 stations to Pushkinskaya, and there's a passage to Chekhovskaya, and another one there, and then you're at Polis. That would be shorter than the route which you were planning. Artyom was moving his lips, counting the stations and transfers on each route. However he counted though, the route that Khan suggested was much shorter and less dangerous, and it wasn't clear why Artyom hadn't thought of it himself. So there was no choice left. You're right, he said finally. And how often do caravans go there? I'm afraid not often. And there is one small but annoying detail. In order to go into the southern tunnel to Khytai Gorod, you have to come to our little half station from the north, and he pointed at the damned tunnel which Artyom had only barely made it out of. Basically, the last caravan to the south left a while ago now, and we're hoping that there's another group planning on coming through soon. Talk to some people, ask around, but don't talk too much. There are some cutthroats around here and they can't be trusted. Okay, I'll go with you so you don't get into anything stupid, he added after thinking it over. Artyom was going to put on his rucksack when Khan stopped him with a gesture. Don't worry about your things. People are so scared of me here that no riff-raff would dare even look at my lair. And while you're here, you're under my protection. Artyom left his rucksack by the fire, but he took his machine gun with him anyway, not wanting to be separated from his new treasure, and he hurried to follow Khan, who was walking in a leisurely fashion towards the fires that were burning on the other side of the hall. He noticed with surprise how undernourished tramps, wrapped in stinking rags, scuttled away from them as they passed, and Artyom thought that people really were probably afraid of Khan here. He wondered why. The first fire swam by, but Khan didn't slow his pace. It was a very tiny little fire, barely burning, and there were 2 figures sitting next to it, tightly pressed to each other, a man and a woman. They were whispering quietly in an unknown language, and their whispers dispersed, not quite reaching Artyom's ears. Artyom was so fascinated that he almost turned his head. He could hardly resist looking at this pair. In front of them was another fire, a big, bright one, and a whole camp of people were settled around it. Fierce-looking peasant types were sitting there, warming their hands. Loud laughter thundered, and the air was so torn with the sound of noisy arguing that Artyom became a bit scared and slowed his pace. But Khan calmly and confidently walked up to the seated men, greeted them, and sat down by the fire so that Artyom could do nothing else but follow his example and sit down next to him. He's looking at himself and sees that he has the same rash on his hands, and something is swelling and hard and really painful in his armpits. Imagine the horror. Fuck sake. Different people behave in different ways. Some shoot themselves straight away, some go crazy and start throwing themselves at other people trying to hug them so they won't die alone. Some run into the tunnel beyond the ring to the backwaters so they won't infect other people. There are all sorts of people. So this guy, as soon as he sees all this, asks his doctor, "Is there any chance I can get better?" The doctor tells him straight, "None. After the appearance of this rash you have about 2 weeks to live." And the battalion commander, I see, is already quietly taking his Makarov out of its holster just in case the guy starts to get violent. Single quote. The man speaking was a thin old guy with a bristly chin in a quilted jacket, with a voice faltering out genuine anxiety as he looked at the gray watery eyes around him. And though Artyom did not understand what it was all about, The spirit with which the story was told in the pregnant silence among the recently riotous group made him shudder and ask Khan quietly about it in order not to draw any attention to himself. What's he talking about? The plague, Khan answered heavily. It started. Those words emitted the stench of decomposed bodies and the greasy smoke of cremation fires and echoes of alarm bells in the howl of manual sirens. At VDNKH and its surroundings there had never been an epidemic. Rats as carriers of infection were destroyed, and there were also several good doctors at the station. Artyom had only read in books about fatal infectious diseases. He came across some of them when he was very young and they had left a deep trace in his memory and long inhabited the world of his childhood dreams and fears. Therefore, when he heard the word plague, he felt a cold sweat on his back and a little faint. He didn't ask Khan anything more, but listened with an unhealthy attention to the story of the thin man in the quilted coat. But Ruji wasn't that type. He wasn't a psycho. He stood there silently for a minute and says, "Give me some cartridges and I'll go. I can't stay here with you anymore." I heard the battalion commander sigh with relief straight away. It was clear. There's little joy in shooting one of your own even if he's sick. They gave Ruji 2 horns. And he went to the northeast, beyond Aviamoternaya. And we didn't see him again. But the battalion commander asks our doctor afterwards about how long it takes the disease to act. The doctor says the incubation period is a week. If nothing appears a week after contact with it, then you're not infected. So the battalion commander then decides, we'll leave the station and stay there for a week and then we'll see. We can't be inside the ring. Basically, if the infection penetrates the ring, then the whole metro will die. And so they stayed away for a whole week. They didn't even go up to each other, because how could we know who was infected among us? So there was this other guy, who we called Cup because he really liked to drink. Everyone kept away from him since he'd hung out with Riji a lot. When he approached anyone, they would run to the other end of the station. Some guy even pointed his barrel at him, telling him to, push off. When Cup ran out of water, the guys shared with him, of course, but they did it by putting it on the floor and then walking away, and no one got near. After a week he went missing. Then people were saying different things. Some were even telling lies and saying that some beast had dragged him off, but the tunnels there are quiet and clean. I personally think that he noticed a rash on himself and his armpits were hurting, so he ran off. And no one else from our forces was infected, and we waited a little longer and then the battalion commander checked everyone himself. Everyone was healthy. Artyom noticed that despite this assurance, the space around the storyteller was empty, even though there wasn't much space at the fire altogether and everyone was sitting close together, shoulder to shoulder. "Did it take you a while to get here, brother?" A thick-set bearded man in a leather waistcoat asked him quietly but clearly. "It's about 30 days since we came out from Aviamoternaya," the thin guy replied, looking at him uneasily. "So I have news for you. There's plague at Aviamoternaya. There's plague there, do you hear? The Hansa have closed it, as well as Taganskaya and Kurskaya. They've called a quarantine. I have acquaintances there, Hansa citizens. And there's flamethrowers standing at the passages to Taganskaya and Kurskaya, and everyone who comes within range is blasted. They're calling it disinfection. Apparently, some have an incubation period of a week and for others it takes longer, so you obviously brought the infection back," he concluded, viciously lowering his voice. "What? Oh, come on guys. I'm healthy. See for yourself." The little guy jumped up from his place and started to convulsively strip off his quilted coat and to show the dirty body underneath it, hurrying, afraid that he wouldn't convince them. The tension mounted. There was no one left near the thin man. They'd all crowded at the other side of the fire. People were talking nervously and Artyom heard the quiet clanking of gunlocks. He looked at Khan questioningly, pulling his gun from his shoulder to firing position, pointed forward. Khan kept his silence but stopped him with a gesture. Then he quickly got up and walked away from the fire without a sound, taking Artyom with him. At about 10 paces he froze and continued to look at what was happening. Quick and busy movements were visible in the light of the fire and they looked like some kind of primitive reckless dance. Talk in the crowd went silent and the action continued in ominous silence. Finally, the man succeeded in pulling off his undershirt and he exclaimed triumphantly, "See. Look. I am clean. I am healthy. There's nothing there. I'm healthy." The bearded guy in the waistcoat pulled a board out of the fire that was burning on one end and carefully approached the thin guy, looking at him with disgust. The skin of the overly talkative guy was dark with dirt and glossy with grease, but there was no trace of a rash as far as the bearded guy could see, and so after a thorough inspection he commanded him, raise your arms. The unfortunate fellow quickly threw his arms up, giving the people crowded on the other side of the fire a view of his armpits, which were overgrown with fine hairs. The bearded man made a show of holding his nose as he got closer, meticulously examining and looking for buboes, but he couldn't find any symptoms of plague. I am healthy. Healthy. Are you convinced now? The little man cried out, almost hysterical now. There was a hostile whisper in the crowd. Taking stock of the overall mood and not wishing to succumb to it, the thick-set man declared, well, let's assume that you're healthy. That still means nothing. Why does it mean nothing? The thin man was taken aback and immediately drooped. That's right. You might have not got sick yourself. You might be immune, but you can still carry the infection. You had contact with that Rigi guy? Were you in the same force? Did you talk with him, share the same water? Did you shake his hand? You shook his hand, don't lie, brother. So what? What if I shook his hand? I didn't get sick. ... Single quote. The man replied at a loss of what to say. He was frozen powerless, and persecuted by the gaze of the crowd. So, it isn't impossible that you're infectious, brother. So, I'm sorry, but we can't risk it. It's a prophylactic, brother, you see? The bearded man undid the buttons of his waistcoat, bearing a brown leather holster. There were encouraging outbursts and more sounds of snapping gunlocks among the crowd at the fire. Guys. But I'm healthy. I didn't get sick. Look, see. The thin man again raised his arms, but now everyone just winced disdainfully and with evident aversion. The thick-set man took his pistol from its holster and pointed it at the guy who it seemed couldn't understand what was going on, and he was muttering that he was healthy, squeezing his quilted coat to his chest. It was chilly and he had already started to get cold. Then Artyom couldn't stand it. Pulling at his gunlock, he stepped toward the crowd, not exactly knowing what he was about to do. There was a lump in the pit of his stomach and one stuck in his throat too, so he wouldn't be able to utter a word. But something in this person, in his empty and desperate eyes, in the senseless, mechanical mutterings, had hooked into Artyom and had pushed him to take a step forward. It wasn't clear what he was going to do next, but there was a hand on his shoulder, and God, what a heavy hand it was. Stop. Khan ordered him quietly, and Artyom was as frozen as a corpse, feeling that his brittle determination had been shattered against the granite of someone else's will. You can't help him. You will either be killed or you will bring fury on yourself. Your mission will not be completed in either case, and you should remember that. At that moment the thin man suddenly twitched, yelled, clinging to his quilted jacket, and with a wave he jumped onto the path and dashed into the black trough of the southern tunnel with superhuman speed, squealing, as wild as an animal. The bearded man jerked and was after him, trying to take aim at his back, but then stopped and waved a hand. This was already going too far, and all of them stood on the platform knew it. It wasn't clear if the chased man remembered what he was running into. Perhaps he was hoping for a miracle, or maybe fear had wiped everything out of his head. After several minutes, there was a howl which tore painfully into the dull silence of the terrible tunnel, and the echoes of his footsteps went suddenly silent, as if someone had turned off the sound. Even the echo died immediately, and silence reigned again. This was so strange, so unusual to human hearing and reason, that the imagination tried to fill the gaps, and it seemed to them that they could hear a far-off cry. But everyone understood that it was an illusion. Jackals always know when one of their pack is sick, my friend, said Khan, and Artyom almost fell backwards as he noticed the predatory fire in Khan's eyes. The sick one is a burden to the pack and a threat to its health. So the pack kills the sick one. They tear him to pieces. To pieces, he repeated, as though he was relishing what he'd said. But these aren't jackals. Artyom finally found the courage to object to Khan, who he was suddenly believing to be the reincarnation of Genghis Khan. These are people, and what would you have them do? Khan parried. Degradation. Our medicine is at the level of jackals. And there's as much humanity in us too. So, Artyom knew how to object to this too, but arguing with his only protector at this wild station was not appropriate. But Khan, who had been expecting an objection, evidently decided that Artyom had given up, and he turned the conversation to a different subject. So now, while the subject of infectious diseases and the methods to fight them will dominate our friends' discussions, we need to forge some iron. Otherwise they might decide not to move ahead for weeks. Even though weeks around here can fly past unnoticed. The people at the fire were excitedly discussing what had happened. They were all tense and upset. The spectral shadow of the terrible danger had covered them, and now they were trying to decide what to do next, but their thoughts, like those of lab mice in a labyrinth, were going in circles as they helplessly poked into blind alleys, senselessly rushing back and forth, unable to find the exit. Our friends are very close to panic, Khan commented smugly, smiling and looking gaily at Artyom. Furthermore, they suspect that they just lynched an innocent man, and this act does not stimulate rational thinking. Now we are dealing not with a collective but with a pack. A perfect mental state for the manipulation of their psyches. The conditions couldn't be better. Artyom felt uneasy again seeing the triumphant look on Khan's face. He tried to smile in response. After all, Khan wanted to help him, but the smile came out pitifully and unconvincing. The main thing now is authority. Strength. The pack respects strength, and not logical argument, Khan added, nodding. Stand and watch. You'll be able to go on your way in less than a day's time. And with these words, he took several long strides and wedged himself into the crowd. We can't stay here. His voice thundered and the conversation in the crowd went silent. People listened to him carefully. Khan was using his powerful, almost hypnotic gift of persuasion. With his first words, there was an acute feeling of danger hanging above each person, and Artyom doubted that anyone would choose to remain at the station after this. He infected the air here. If we breathe this much longer, then it's over. Bacilli are everywhere here, and we will definitely get hooked by it if we stay here any longer. We'll die like rats and we'll rot right in the middle of this hall on the floor. No one will choose to come and help us, there isn't a hope. We can only count on ourselves. We need to get out of this demonic station, which is seething with microbes, as soon as we can. If we leave now altogether, then it won't be hard to get through the tunnel. But we have to do it quickly. People made noises of agreement. The majority of them couldn't, like Artyom, protest against the colossal force of Khan's persuasion. In following Khan's words, Artyom obediently worried about all the circumstances and feelings that were proposed in them. The feelings of threat, the fear, the panic, the weak hope which was growing as Khan continued talking about his suggestions for escape. How many of you are there? Immediately several people started counting the gathered group. There were 8 men, not counting Artyom and Khan. That means there's nothing to wait for. We're already 10 people, so we can get through. Khan stated, and, not allowing the people to come to their senses, he continued, gather your things, we need to leave within the hour. Quick. Let's get back to the fire. You also need to get your belongings, Khan whispered to Artyom, tugging him towards their little camp. The most important thing is that they don't realize what's going on. If we delay, they will start to question whether it is worth it for them to leave and go to Chastai Prudy. Some of them were headed in the opposite direction, and others just live here, and they have nowhere else to go. It seems that I'll have to take you to Katai Gorod, otherwise, I'm afraid that they'll lose direction or they'll just forget where they're going and why. Quickly putting Bourbon's fancy things into his rucksack while Khan rolled up his tarpaulin and put out the fire, Artyom saw what was going on at the other end of the hall. People who were initially animated and quickly gathering up their households were moving less and less certainly. Someone now was squatting by the fire and another was wandering towards the center of the platform for something, and there were 2 people discussing something amongst themselves. Having understood what was going on, Artyom pulled on Khan's sleeve. They're discussing it, Artyom warned him. Alas, it's an inherent human feature to discuss things, Khan answered. Even if their will is suppressed and even though they are in fact hypnotized, they will still gravitate towards each other and start talking. Man is a social being, and there's nothing you can do about it. In any other situation, I would accept any human activity as a divine concept or as the inevitable result of evolution, depending on who I was talking to. But in this situation, the fact that they're thinking is not good. We need to interfere here, my young friend, and to direct their thoughts along the most useful path, he concluded, putting his enormous traveling pack on his back. The fire was put out and the dense, almost tangible darkness squeezed them on all sides. Reaching into his pocket and getting out his flashlight, Artyom pushed on its button. Something buzzed inside the device and the lamp came to life. An uneven, flickering light splashed out from it. Go on, press it again, don't be afraid, Khan encouraged him, it can work better than that. When they went up to the others, the stale tunnel drafts had had time to blow through their minds so that they were less than convinced in Khan's proposition. The strong man with the beard stepped forward. Listen, brother, he carelessly turned to Artyom's companion. Without even looking at him, Artyom could feel the air around Khan electrify. It seemed that such familiarity had incensed Khan. Of all the people Artyom knew, it was Khan that he would least like to see furious. There was also the hunter, but he seemed to Artyom to be so much more cold-blooded that it was impossible to imagine him in a rage. He would probably kill people with the same expression on his face that other people have when they were washing mushrooms or making tea. We've been discussing it and we think, the thick-set man continued, that you're chasing snowstorms here. For me, for example, it's completely inconvenient to go to Khatai Gorod. And those guys are against it too. Right, Semenich? He turned for the support of the crowd. Someone in the crowd nodded in agreement, though rather timidly. Most of us were going to Prospect Mir, to the Hansa, until the business in the tunnel started up. So we're waiting here and then moving on. Nothing is left here anyway. We burned his things. And don't try to get us thinking about the air. This isn't pulmonary plague. And if we're infected, then we're already infected and there's nothing to be done. It's more likely that there wasn't any infection here to start with, so you can get lost, brother, with your propositions. The bearded man's manner was becoming even more familiar. Artyom was a little taken aback by this onslaught. But, stealing a look at his companion, he felt that the guy was in trouble. There was that blazing orange internal flame in Khan's eyes, and there was such savage malice and power coming from him that Artyom felt a chill, and the hair on his head began to rise, and he wanted to bare his teeth and roar. Why did you kill him if there was no infection after all? Khan asked insinuatingly, with a deliberately soft voice. It was prophylactic. The thick-set man answered with an insolent look. No, my friend, this isn't medicine. This was a crime. What gave you the right to do it? Don't call me friend. I'm not your dog, okay? The bearded man growled. What right did I have? The right of the strong. Haven't you heard of it? And you're not exactly. ... We could get you and your foundling too. As a prophylactic measure. Got it? With a gesture already familiar to Artyom, the man pulled open his waistcoat and put his hand on his holster. This time Khan didn't manage to hold Artyom back, and the bearded man was in the crosshairs of Artyom's machine gun before he could even unbutton his holster. Artyom was breathing heavily and could hear his heart beating and the blood pounding in his temples, and there wasn't a reasonable thought in his head. He knew only one thing. If the bearded man said one more thing, or if his hand continued on its way to his pistol's handle, then he would immediately pull the trigger. Artyom didn't want to die like that poor guy had. He wouldn't let the pack tear him to pieces. The bearded guy froze in place and didn't make a move, with evil flashing in his dark eyes. And then something incomprehensible happened. Khan suddenly took a big step forward, looked the man in the eye and said quietly, "Stop it. You will obey me, or you will die." The threatening gaze of the bearded man faded, and his hands were powerless, hanging down beside his body. It looked so unnatural that Artyom had no doubt that it was Khan's words and not the machine gun that had had an effect on the man. Never discuss the rights of the strong. You are too weak to do that, said Khan, and he returned to Artyom, without even disarming the man. The thick-set man stood still, looking from side to side. People were waiting to hear what Khan was going to say next. His control over the situation had been restored. We will consider the matter closed and that consensus has been reached. We leave in 15 minutes. And turning to Artyom he said, "People, you say? No, my friend, they are beasts. They are a pack of jackals. They were preparing to tear us apart. And they would have. But they forgot one thing. They are jackals, but I am a wolf. And there are some stations where I am known only by that name." Artyom was silent, dumbstruck by what he had seen, finally understanding who Khan reminded him of. "But you are a wolf cub," Khan added after a minute, not turning around, but Artyom heard the unexpectedly warm notes in his voice. Chapter 7: The Khanate of Darkness. The tunnel was absolutely empty and clean. The ground was dry, there was a pleasant breeze blowing into their faces, there wasn't even one rat, and there were no suspicious-looking side passages and gaping patches of blackness to the sides, only a few locked doors, and it seemed that one could live in this tunnel just as well as at any of the stations. But more than that, this totally unnatural calm and cleanliness not only meant they weren't on their guard, but it instantly dissipated any fear of death and disappearance. Here the legends about disappeared people started to seem like silly fabrications, and Artyom already started to wonder if the wild scene with the unfortunate man who they thought had the plague had actually happened. Maybe it was just a little nightmare that had visited him while he snoozed on the tarpaulin by the wandering philosopher's fire. He and Khan were bringing up the rear since Khan was concerned that the men might break away from the group one by one, and then, according to him, no one would reach Khatai Gorod. Now he was quietly walking next to Artyom, calmly, as though nothing had happened, and the deep wrinkles which had cut through his face during the skirmish at GLUKHOVSKY were now smooth. The storm had passed, and walking next to Artyom there was now a wise and restrained Khan and not a furious, full-grown wolf. But Artyom was sure the transformation would take only a minute. Understanding that the next opportunity to draw aside the curtain from the metro's mysteries had arisen, he couldn't hold himself back. Do you understand what's happening in this tunnel? No one knows that, including me, Khan answered reluctantly. Yes, there are some things that even I know exactly nothing about. The only thing I can tell you is that it's an abyss. I call this place the black hole. You probably have never seen a star? Or did you say you once saw one? And do you know anything about the cosmos? Well, a dying star can look like a hole if, when it goes out, it is affected by its own incredibly powerful energy and it starts to consume itself, taking matter from the outside to the inside, to its center, which is becoming smaller all the time, but more dense and heavier. And the denser it becomes, the more its force of gravity grows. This process is irreversible and it's like an avalanche. With the ever-increasing gravity, the growing quantity of matter is drawn faster and faster to the heart of the monster. At a certain stage, its power achieves such magnitudes that it sucks in its neighbors, and all the matter that is located within the bounds of its influence, and finally, even light waves. The gigantic force allows it to devour the rays of other suns, and the space around it is dead and black. Nothing that falls into its possession has the strength to pull itself away. This is a star of darkness, a black sun, and around it is only cold and darkness. He went quiet, listening to the conversation of the people ahead of them. But what does that have to do with the tunnel? Artyom couldn't resist asking after a 5-minute silence. You know, I have the gift of foresight. I sometimes succeed in seeing into the future, into the past, or sometimes I can transport my mind to other places. Sometimes it's unclear, it's hidden from me, like, for example, I don't know how your journey will end. Your future is generally a mystery to me. It's kind of like looking through dirty water and you can't make out anything. But when I try to look into what happened here or to understand the nature of this place, there's only blackness in front of me, and the rays of my thoughts don't return from the absolute darkness of this tunnel. That's why I call it the black hole. That's all I can tell you about it. And he went silent, but after a few moments, he added, and that's why I'm here. So you don't know why sometimes this tunnel is completely safe and other times it swallows people? And why it only takes people traveling alone? I know nothing more about it that you do, even though I've been trying for 3 years to figure out this mystery. So far, in vain. Their steps resounded with a distant echo. The air here was transparent, and breathing was surprisingly easy, and the darkness didn't seem frightening. Khan's words didn't put him on his guard or worry him. Artyom thought that his companion was so gloomy not because of the secrets and hazards of the tunnel but because of the futility of his investigations. His preoccupation was self-conscious and even ridiculous in Artyom's opinion. Here was the passage and there were no threats here, it was straight and empty. A boisterous melody even started to play in his head, and apparently it then became external without his noticing, because Khan suddenly looked at him mockingly and asked, "So then, isn't this fun? It's nice here, right? So quiet, so clean, yes?" Aha! Artyom agreed joyfully. And he felt so light and free in his soul because Khan had understood his mood and was also affected by it. He is also walking and smiling and not burdened with heavy thoughts. He also believes that this tunnel is. So now, cover your eyes, and I'll take you by the hand so you won't stumble. Do you see anything? Khan asked with interest, softly squeezing Artyom's wrist. No, I don't see anything, only a little light from the flashlights through my eyelids, Artyom said a little disappointedly, squeezing his eyes closed obediently. And suddenly he quietly yelped. There, you made it. Khan noted with satisfaction. It's beautiful, yes? Amazing. It's like when there's no ceiling, and everything is so blue. My God, what beauty. And how easy to breathe. That, my friend, is the sky. It's curious, no? If you relax and close your eyes in the right mood here, then lots of people see it. It's strange, of course. Even those who have never been to the surface see it. And the feeling is as though you've landed at the surface. Before it all happened. And you, do you see it? Artyom asked blissfully, not wanting to open his eyes. No, Khan said darkly. Almost everyone sees it but I don't. I only see thick, bright darkness around the tunnel, if you know what I mean. Blackness above, below, and on all sides, and only a small thread of light extends into the tunnel, and we follow it when we're in the labyrinth. Maybe I'm blind. Or maybe everyone else is blind. Okay. Open your eyes. I'm not a guide dog and I don't intend to take you by the hand to Katai Gorod. He let go of Artyom's wrist. Artyom tried to walk on with his eyes squeezed shut, but he stumbled on a cross tie and almost fell to the ground along with his whole load. After that, he reluctantly lifted his eyelids and stayed silent for a long while afterwards, smiling stupidly. What was it? He asked finally. Fantasies. Dreams. A mood. Everything together, Khan replied. But it's very changeable. It's not your mood or your dreams. There are a lot of us here and so far nothing has happened, but the mood can change totally, and you will feel it. Look there, we are already coming out at GLUKHOVSKY. We got here fast. But we can't stop here at any cost, not even for a break. People will probably ask to take a break, but not everyone feels the tunnel. The majority of them don't even feel what is accessible to you. We need to go on, even though now it will be harder. They stepped into the station. The light marble that coated the walls was barely distinguishable from that which covered the walls at Prospect Mir and Sukharevskaya, but there the walls and ceilings were so smoke-stained and greasy that the stone was almost invisible. Here it was untainted and it was hard not to admire it. People had left this place so long ago that there was no trace of their presence. The station was in surprisingly good condition, as though it had never been flooded, never seen a fire, and if it weren't for the pitch darkness and the layer of dust on the floor, benches and walls, you could have thought that in a minute a stream of passengers would start flowing into it or, after emitting its melodious signal, a train would arrive. It had hardly changed after all these years. His stepfather had described all this with bewilderment and awe. There weren't any columns in Turgenevskaya. Low arches were cut in thick marble at wide intervals. The flashlights of the caravan didn't have enough power to disperse the dusk of the hall and to light the opposite wall, so it looked as though there was absolutely nothing beyond the arches, as though there was the end of the universe. They passed through the station rather quickly and, contrary to Khan's fears, no one expressed the desire to stop for a break. People looked perturbed and they started talking more and more about the fact that they needed to go as fast as they could, and get to an inhabited place. Do you feel it? The mood is changing. Single quote. Khan observed quietly, raising a finger as though trying to feel the direction of the wind. We do indeed have to go faster. They'll feel this on their skin no less than I will with my mysticism. But there's something preventing me from continuing on our route. Wait here for a little while. Single quote. He took the map that he called the guide out of his pocket carefully and, having told everyone to stay still, he extinguished his flashlight and took a few long and soft steps and disappeared into the dark. When he stepped away, one guy came out from among the group and slowly, as though with effort, made his way over to Artyom. He spoke so timidly that at first Artyom didn't recognize the thick-set bearded man who had threatened him at Sukharevskaya. Listen. It isn't good that we've stopped here. Tell him, we're afraid. There are a lot of us but anything can happen. Damn this tunnel, and damn this station. Tell him we have to go. You hear? Tell him. Please. And he looked away and hurried back into the crowd. This last, please, made Artyom shudder. He was unpleasantly surprised by it. Taking a few steps forward so that he would be closer to the group and could hear the general conversation, he immediately realized that there was nothing left of his previous good mood. In his head, where a small orchestra had just been playing a bravura march, it was now empty and quiet and he could only hear windy echoes despondently sounding in the tunnels that lay before them. Artyom went quiet. His whole being had frozen, tensely waiting for something, sensing an inevitable change in plans. And he was right. After a fraction of an instant it was as if an invisible shadow swooped in above them and it became cold and very uncomfortable, wiping away all the feelings of peace and confidence which had settled upon them when they were walking through the tunnel. Now Artyom remembered Khan's words about the fact that this wasn't his mood, not his joy, and that a change in circumstances did not depend on him. He nervously turned his flashlight in a circle around him. An oppressive sensation of premonition had piled on top of him. The dusty white marble flared before him dimly, and the dense black curtain under the arches wouldn't be pushed backwards in spite of the panicky flashings of his light. This strengthened the illusion that the world ended beyond the arches. Unable to control himself, Artyom almost ran back to the others. Come to us, come, brother, someone whose face he'd never seen before said to him. They, apparently, were also trying to save the batteries of their flashlights. Don't be afraid. You're a person and we're people too. When things like this go on, people have to stick together. Don't you think? Artyom willingly acknowledged that there was something in the air. Because he was scared, he was unusually chatty, and he started to discuss with the people of the caravan his worries, but his thoughts kept returning to Khan's whereabouts. The man had disappeared over 10 minutes before and there was no sign of him. Indeed, he knew himself that you shouldn't go into this tunnel alone, you should only go together. How could he have gone off like that? How could he have dared to defy the unwritten law of this place? He couldn't have simply forgotten it, or just decided to trust his wolf's sense of smell. Artyom couldn't believe that. After all, Khan had spent 3 years of his life studying this tunnel. And it didn't take that long to learn the basic rule: never go into the tunnel alone. But Artyom didn't have time to consider what might have happened to his protector up ahead before the man himself appeared noiselessly at his side, and the people were reanimated. They don't want to stop here any longer. They're scared. Let's go on, quickly, Artyom proposed. I also feel something's not right here. They're not scared yet, Khan assured him, looking behind him, and Artyom suddenly realized that his hard, husky voice was quivering. Khan continued, and you also don't know fear yet, so let's not waste breath. I am scared. And remember, I don't use words lightly. I am scared because I dipped into the station's gloom. The guide wouldn't let me take another step. Otherwise I would have undoubtedly disappeared. We can't go any further. Something lies ahead. But it's dark there and my vision doesn't penetrate and I don't know what exactly is awaiting us there. Look. He lifted the map up to their eyes with a quick motion. Do you see? Shine your flashlight on it. Look at the passage from here to Katai Gorod. Don't tell me you don't notice anything? Artyom scrutinized the tiny section of the diagram with such urgency that his eyes hurt. He couldn't make out anything unusual, but he didn't have the courage to admit it to Khan. Are you blind? You really don't see anything? It's all black. It's death. Khan whispered and jerked back the map. Artyom stared at him cautiously. Khan again seemed like a madman to him. He was remembering the stuff Zhenya had told him about going into the tunnel alone, about the fact that whoever survived the tunnel would go crazy from fright. Could this have happened to Khan? And we can't turn back either. Khan whispered. We managed to get through while there was a benevolent mood in there. But now the darkness is unfurling and a storm is brewing. The only thing we can do now is to go forward, but not through this tunnel, but through the parallel one. Maybe it's clear right now. Hey, he shouted at the others. You're right. We need to move on. But we can't go along this route. There's destruction and death that way. So how are we going to move on? Asked one of them in puzzlement. We'll cross the station and go through the parallel tunnel. That's what we have to do. And as soon as possible. Oh no. Someone in the group burst out. Everyone knows that you don't take the reverse direction tunnel if the one you're facing is clear. It's a bad sign, certain death. We won't go in the left-hand tunnel. Several voices agreed. The group shuffled their feet. What's he talking about? Artyom asked Khan. Apparently it's native folklore, he said and frowned. The devil. There is absolutely no time to convince them and I don't have the strength to either. Listen. He addressed them. I'm going into the parallel tunnel. Whoever trusts me can come with me. The rest of you, goodbye. Forever. Let's go. He nodded at Artyom and picked up his rucksack, which was heavy in his hands, and climbed up onto the edge of the platform. Artyom was frozen with indecision. On the one hand, Khan knew things about these tunnels and the metro in general that far exceeded human understanding, and you could rely on that. On the other, there was the immutable law of these accursed tunnels that you could only go through them with a certain number of people because that was your only hope for success. What's up there? Too heavy? Give me your hand. Khan extended his palm down to him and got onto his knees. Artyom really didn't want to meet his gaze at that moment. He was afraid to see that spark of madness he had been so frightened to see flashing in the man's eyes a few times before. Did Khan understand that he was rejecting the warning calls of not just the people here but of the tunnel itself? Was it enough just to feel the nature of the tunnel? The place on the map, the guide, at which he'd pointed wasn't black. Artyom was ready to swear that it was a faded orange color, like all the other lines. So here was the question. Which of them was actually blind? So, what are you waiting for? You what? Don't understand that a delay will kill us. Your hand. For the devil's sake, give me your hand. Khan was yelling, but Artyom slowly, with small strides, stepped away from Khan, still staring at the floor, and moved closer to the grumbling group. Come on. Brother, come with us. No need to hobnob with that jerk, you'll be safer here, he heard from the crowd. Fool. You'll perish with them all. If you don't give a shit about your life, then at least think of your mission. Artyom summoned the courage to finally lift his head and set his gaze on Khan's dilated pupils, but there wasn't the fire of madness in them, only desperation and fatigue. He started to doubt himself and he paused, and at that moment someone's hand came lightly down onto his shoulder and it softly pulled him. Let's go. Let him die alone, he only wants to drag you along into the grave. Artyom heard the person say. The meaning of the words made their way to him heavily, he slowly grasped them, and in a moment of resistance he let the man lead him off after the others. The group set off and moved forward into the darkness of the southern tunnel. They were moving surprisingly slowly, as though affected by the friction of some kind of dense medium, like they were walking in water. And then Khan, with unexpected lightness, sprang off the platform and onto the path, and in 2 swift bounds he was at their side. And in one fell swoop he brought down the man who was leading Artyom along, and gripped Artyom and jerked his body backwards. It all seemed to go in slow motion for Artyom. He watched Khan's leap from over his shoulder with mute surprise. Khan's flight seemed to have lasted several seconds. And with the same dull reasoning, he saw how the mustached man in the tarpaulin jacket who was softly gripping his shoulder, fell hard to the ground. But from the moment when Khan intercepted him, time started to speed up and the reactions of the others upon hearing the sound of impact seemed to him to be lightning quick. They were making their first steps toward Khan with their guns fixed on him, and Khan retreated softly to the side, squeezing Artyom to himself with one arm, holding him up, shielding his own body. His other hand was stretched forward and in it he held Artyom's dimly shining new machine gun. Go on, Khan pronounced hoarsely. I don't see the point in killing you, you'll die anyway in an hour's time. Leave us. Go on, he was saying, moving towards the center of the station, step by step while the frozen figures of the undecided people were starting to turn into vague silhouettes and merged with the darkness. Some sort of fuss was heard, they were probably helping the mustached man who'd been knocked down by Khan, and the group started to move toward the entrance to the southern tunnel. They'd decided not to join Khan. Only then did Khan lower the gun and sharply ordered Artyom to get up onto the platform. Any more of this and I'll get sick of rescuing you, my young friend, he said with unconcealed irritation. Artyom obediently climbed up and Khan followed him. Picking up his stuff, he walked into the black aperture, with Artyom trailing behind. The hall in Turgenevskaya was quite short. On the left, there was a blind alley, a marble wall, and on the other side, there was a piece of corrugated iron over a break in the wall, and that was as far as you could see by the light of a flashlight. Marble, slightly yellowed with age, covered the whole station, which had only 3 arches. These led to the stairway which connected this station to DMITRY, whose name had been changed to Kirovskaya by the Reds and which was now walled up with rough grey concrete blocks. The station was completely empty, there wasn't an object on the floor, there were no traces of human activity, not a rat, not a cockroach. While Artyom looked around, he remembered his conversation with Bourbon, which confirmed that rats were afraid of nothing and if there were no rats in a place then there was something wrong there. Grabbing him by the shoulder, Khan crossed the hall with a quick step, and Artyom could feel, even through his jacket, that Khan was trembling, as though he'd caught a chill. When they put down their bags at the edge of the platform, getting ready to jump onto the path, a weak light suddenly hit them from behind, and Artyom was again surprised by the speed with which his companion reacted to the danger. Within a short moment, Khan was on the ground, spread out and looking at the source of the light. The light wasn't very strong but it was shining straight into their eyes and it was hard to make out who was in pursuit of them. A moment's delay and Artyom too dropped to the floor. He crawled to his rucksacks and got out the old weapon he was carrying. It was bulky and inconvenient but it made flawless holes of 7.62 caliber and whoever was on the receiving end of it would have a hard time functioning with holes like that in them. What's your business? Khan's voice growled, and Artyom managed to figure out that if the person had wanted to kill them then they would have done so already. He could see how it probably looked from the outside. Helplessly crouched on the floor, in the light of a flashlight and in his crosshairs too. Yes, if he'd wanted to kill them, they would be lying in a pool of blood already. Don't shoot. A voice called out. No need. Single quote. Turn off your flashlight, Khan said, and he moved over to the column to get his own flashlight. Artyom finally got hold of his weapon and, holding it fast, he rolled over to the side, out of the line of fire and hid in one of the arches. Now he was ready to emerge on the other side and cut off whoever it was, if the person chose to shoot. But the stranger followed Khan's orders as soon as they were given. Good. Now put your weapon on the ground, Khan said in a less tense voice. Metal clinked on the granite floor, and Artyom, aiming his weapon forward, crawled sideways and appeared in the hall. He had calculated correctly. 15 paces in front of him, lit up by the reflections of the flashlight on the arches, with hands up, was that same bearded man who had initiated the skirmish at GLUKHOVSKY. Don't shoot, he said again with a trembling voice. I wasn't planning on attacking you. I decided to come with you. You did say that anyone who wanted could come. I trust you, he said to Khan. I also feel that there's something going on over there, in the right-hand tunnel. They've already left, they all went. But I stayed behind, I want to go with you. Good sense, Khan said, studiously examining the guy. But my friend, you don't inspire trust in me. Who knows why that is, he added mockingly. Basically, we'll examine your proposal. On condition that you hand over your entire arsenal to me. You'll walk in front of us in the tunnel. If you want to play the fool, then it won't end well for you. The bearded guy pushed his pistol across the floor to Khan with his foot, and carefully put several spare cartridges next to it. Artyom picked them up from the floor and approached him, not lowering his gun. I've got him, he shouted. Keep your hands up, Khan thundered, and jump onto the path, quickly. Stand there with your back to us. After about 2 minutes into the tunnel, as they walked in a tight triangle, the bearded guy called Ace walked 5 paces ahead of Khan and Artyom. They heard a muted howl. It stopped almost as soon as it had started. Ace looked back at them frightened, forgetting even to shine his flashlight to the side of them. The flashlight was shaking in his hands, and his face, lit from underneath, was forced into a grimace of horror, and that had a greater effect on Artyom than the howl had. Yes, Khan nodded, silently answering the question. They made a mistake, but I guess time will still tell whether we have to. They hurried on, casting looks over to his protector from time to time. Artyom noted in him more and more signs of fatigue. His hands were lightly trembling, his stride was uneven, and sweat had gathered in huge droplets on his face. But they hadn't been walking for long at all. This path was obviously considerably more tiring for him than it was for Artyom. Thinking about what was draining the strength from his companion, the young man couldn't stop returning to the thought that Khan had seemed to be right in this situation, that he'd saved Artyom again. Had Artyom followed the caravan into the right-hand tunnel, then he would undoubtedly already be dead. He'd have disappeared without a trace. But there were a lot of them, at least 6 of them. Had the iron rule not held? Khan had known. He'd known. Whether it really was premonition or if indeed it was thanks to the magic of the guide. It was almost funny that a bit of paper with ink on it could do that. Could that piece of rubbish really help them? Well, the passage between Turgenevskaya and Kotai Gorod had been orange, definitely orange. Or had it really been black? What's this? Ace asked, suddenly stopping and uneasily looking at Khan. Do you feel that? From behind. Single quote. Artyom stared in puzzlement at him and wanted to let out a sarcastic comment about jangled nerves because he didn't feel anything in the slightest. The claws of the heavy sensation of depression and danger had even seemed to unclench since they'd left Turgenevskaya. But Khan, to his surprise, froze in place, gestured to him to keep quiet, and turned to face the direction from which they'd just come. What a keen sense, he said after a half-minute. We're in admiration. The Queen of Admiration, he added for some reason. We must definitely discuss this in more detail if we get out of here. You don't hear anything? He inquired of Artyom. No, everything seems quiet. Artyom listened and responded. At that moment he was filled with something. Jealousy? Offense? Vexation. That his protector had said such things about the rough-bearded scumbag who had only 2 hours ago threatened their lives. Please. That's strange. I think you have the rudiments of the skill to hear tunnels. Maybe it hasn't developed itself totally in you yet. Later. That will all come later. Khan shook his head. You're right, he addressed Ace, confirming the man's suspicions. Something's coming this way. We have to move and fast. He listened again and sniffed the air in a very wolf-like manner. It's coming from behind like a wave. We have to run. If it covers us, then the game is over, he concluded, tearing off. Artyom had to rush after him and break into a run so he wasn't left behind. The bearded guy was now keeping pace with them quickly, moving his short legs and breathing heavily. They went along like that for 10 minutes, and all that time Artyom couldn't understand why they were rushing so much, getting so out of breath, stumbling on the cross ties if the tunnel behind them was empty and quiet, and there was no evidence that they were being chased. 10 minutes passed before they felt it. It was definitely rushing after them, hard at their heels, chasing them step after step, something black. It wasn't a wave, but more like a whirlwind, a black whirlwind, cutting through the emptiness. And if it overtook them, then the same fate awaited them as had met the other 6 and all the other daredevils and fools who entered the tunnel alone or at a fatal time, when fiendish hurricanes raged, sweeping up any living thing. Such suppositions and a vague understanding of what was going on were rushing through Artyom's mind, and he looked at Khan with anxiety. Khan returned his look and everything was clear. "What, have you got it now?" he exhaled. "It's a bad business. That means, it's already very close. We have to go faster." Artyom wheezed as he ran. Before it's too late. Khan picked up his pace and now he was trotting along with wide paces, saying nothing, not answering Artyom's questions anymore. Even the traces of exhaustion that Artyom had seen in the man seemed to have disappeared and something beast-like had emerged in him again. Artyom had to run to keep up, but when it seemed that they had broken away from the thing that was pursuing them inexorably, Ace tripped on a cross tie and fell head over heels onto the ground. His face and hands were covered in blood. Out of inertia, they ran another dozen paces before they took in that Ace had fallen, and Artyom thought quickly that he didn't really feel like stopping and going back for the guy. He wanted to leave him to the dogs, the short-ass bootlicker with his amazing intuition. He wanted to keep going before the thing got to them. It was a disgusting thought, but Artyom was seized by such a compulsion to flee and leave the fallen man that his conscience had gone silent. Therefore he felt a certain disappointment when Khan rushed back and, with a powerful jerk, lifted the bearded man to his feet. Artyom had secretly hoped that Khan, with his more than disdainful attitude towards others' lives, and indeed their deaths, wouldn't hesitate to forget the guy and leave him in the tunnel like the burden he was, and rush on. Having ordered Artyom to take one of the injured Ace's arms, he took the other and pulled them along. This made running considerably more difficult. Ace was moaning and grinding his teeth from pain with each step, but Artyom didn't feel anything for him, apart from growing irritation. The long, heavy machine gun was painfully knocking against his legs, and he didn't have a free hand to hold onto it. But death was very near. If they stopped and waited for half a minute, the ominous vortex would overtake them, whip and tear them into the smallest particles. In the course of a second they would no longer be of this universe and death cries would burst from them with unnatural speed. These thoughts didn't paralyze Artyom, but, mixed with malice and irritation, they gave him strength and he gained more and more with each step. And suddenly it disappeared, vanished entirely. The feeling of danger was released so suddenly that one's consciousness was left unusually empty, like the gap after a pulled tooth, and it was as though Artyom was now feeling around with the tip of his tongue for the pit. There was nothing behind them. Just tunnel, clean, dry, clear and completely safe. All that running from fear and paranoid fantasies, the unnecessary belief in some sort of special feelings and intuition, seemed so funny to Artyom now, so silly and absurd, that he burst out laughing. Ace, who had stopped next to him, looked at him with surprise at first and then also started to laugh. Khan looked at them, annoyed, and finally spat at them. "Well, what's so funny? It's nice here, right? So quiet, so clean, right?" And he walked on alone. Then Artyom realized that they were altogether only about 50 paces from the station, and that light was clearly visible at the end of the tunnel. Khan waited at the entrance, standing on the iron stairs. He had had time to smoke some kind of homemade cigarette, while they, laughing away, completely relaxed, made the 50 paces. Artyom was penetrated by a feeling of sympathy and compassion for the limping Ace who was moaning through his laughter. He was ashamed at the thoughts that had flashed through his mind back there when Ace had fallen. His mood was dramatically improved, and therefore the sight of Khan, tired, emaciated, scrutinizing them with a strange look of suspicion, seemed a little unpleasant to Artyom. "Thanks." Boots rumbled on the stairs and Ace climbed up onto the platform saying to Khan, "If it weren't for you. Well, it would have all been over. But you didn't leave me there. Thank you. I don't forget things like that." "Don't worry," Khan responded without any enthusiasm. "Why did you come back for me? You're interesting to me as someone to talk to." Khan flung his cigarette butt on the ground and shrugged his shoulders. That's all. After climbing a little higher, Artyom understood why Khan had gone up the stairs to the platform and not continued along the path. In front of the actual entrance to Kitai Gorod, the path was heaped with sandbags as high as a man. Behind the sandbags was a group of people sitting on wooden stools with a very serious look about them. Buzz cuts and wide shoulders under beaten-up leather jackets, shabby sports trousers. All this looked rather amusing, but, for some reason, it hadn't produced any merriment. 3 of them sat there, and on a 4th stool there was a deck of cards, which the thugs had strewn carelessly about. There was such abusive language being used that, listening to it, Artyom couldn't make out even one normal word in the conversation. To get through the station you could only pass along a narrow path and up the little stairway, which ended with a gate. But diagonally across from the path, there was an even more imposing pack of 4 guards. Artyom threw them a look. Shaved heads, watery gray eyes, slightly bent noses, cauliflower ears, wearing training pants with a heavy TT imprinted on the stripe. And there was an unbearable smell of fumes, which was making it hard to think. So what do we have here? The 4th guard said hoarsely, examining Khan and Artyom behind him from head to foot. Are you tourists or what? Or traders? No, we're not traders, we're travelers and we have no goods with us, Khan explained. Travelers. Grovelers. The thug rhymed and guffawed loudly. Hear that, Kolya? Travelers. Grovelers, he repeated, turning to the card players. They responded enthusiastically. Khan smiled patiently. The bull of a man leant one hand against the wall, blocking their way. We have here a kind of a customs operation. You know what I mean? He explained. Cash is the currency. You want to go through, you pay. You don't want to, then you can get lost. Whose prerogative? Artyom protested indignantly. That was a mistake. The bull didn't probably quite get what he'd meant, but he'd understood the intonation and he didn't like it. Pushing Khan to the side, he took a heavy step and got right up into Artyom's face. He lowered his chin and gave the young man a severe look. His eyes were completely empty and seemed almost transparent, and they lacked any sign of a reasonable mind. Stupidity and malice, that's what they emitted, and though it was hard to hold his gaze and Artyom was blinking from the tension, he felt how fear and hatred was growing in those eyes as they sat there at the tunnel entrance watching people come past. What the fuck? The guard said threateningly. He was taller than Artyom by more than a head and 3 times as wide. Artyom remembered the legend someone had told him about David and the Goliath. Though he was confused which was which, he knew that it ended well for the smaller and weaker of the 2, and this gave him a certain optimism. Whatever, he unexpectedly plucked up the courage to say. This answer upset the man for some reason, and he spread out his short and fat fingers and, with a confident motion, he put all 5 of them on Artyom's forehead. The skin on his palms was yellow, calloused, and it stank of tobacco and car grease, and Artyom didn't have time make out all the many aromas did because the thug pushed him backwards. He probably didn't have to apply much force, but Artyom flew a meter backwards and knocked Ace, who was standing behind him, over too. They both fell onto the little bridge while the thug returned to his place. But a surprise awaited him there. Khan, who'd thrown his bag on the ground, was standing there gripping Artyom's machine gun in his hands. He demonstratively clicked open the safety catch and with a quiet voice that indicated that nothing good could come of all this, so much so that even Artyom's hair was standing on end upon hearing it, he pronounced. Now why so rude? He hadn't said anything much but, to Artyom, who was floundering on the floor, trying to get to his feet, burning with shame, these words seemed like a dull precautionary growl which would likely be followed by a quick and hard attack. He stood up, finally, and tore his old machine gun off his shoulder and trained it on the offender, with the safety catch undone. Now he was ready to pull the trigger at any moment. His heart was beating hard and hatred definitely outweighed fear on the scales of his feelings, and he said to Khan, "Let me take care of him." And he was surprised himself at how unhesitatingly ready he was to kill the man for pushing him over. The sweaty shaved head was clearly visible in the crosshairs of his scope, and the temptation to pull the trigger was strong. After that, what would be, but most important was to get rid of this piece of filth right now, to wash him in his own blood. Alert. The bull bawled. Khan pulled the pistol out of his belt with lightning speed, and slid to the side, and he took aim at the customs officers who had leapt from their places. Don't shoot. He managed to yell to Artyom, and the animated scene was frozen again. The bull standing there with his hands up on the little bridge and a motionless Khan, aiming at the 3 thugs who hadn't managed to grab hold of their machine guns from the pile they made nearby. There's no need for blood, Khan said quietly and imposingly, not asking but more like giving an order. There's a rule here, Artyom, he continued, not taking his eyes off the 3 card players, who were frozen in absurd poses. The skinheads probably knew the price of the Kalashnikov and its lethal force at such a distance, and therefore they didn't want to cause any unnecessary suspicion in the man who held them in his sights. Their rules force us to pay duty to enter. How much do you take? Khan asked. 3 cartridges each, the guy on the bridge responded. Shall we haggle? Artyom suggested mockingly, pointing the barrel of his machine gun at the guy's belt area. 2. The man offered some flexibility, giving Artyom the evil eye. But he didn't seem sure of what Artyom was going to do. Give it to him. Khan ordered Ace. Pay for me too and consider it payback. Ace readily pushed his hand into the depths of his traveling bag and approaching the guard, he counted out 6 shining and sharp cartridges. The man quickly squeezed his fist around them and poured them into the protruding pockets of his jacket, and then raised his hands again and looked at Khan, waiting. So the duty is paid? Khan raised his eyebrows questioningly. The bull nodded sullenly, without taking his eyes off Khan's weapon. The incident is settled? Khan asked. The thug kept silent. Khan reached into his auxiliary bag and took out another 5 cartridges and put them in the guard's pocket. They tinkled into the pocket and disappeared together with the tense grimace on the bull's face, which had resumed its usual lazy and suspicious expression. Compensation for moral damage, Khan explained, but the words didn't have any effect. It was likely that the bull hadn't understood them, as he hadn't understood the previous question. He was guessing at the meaning of Khan's wise statements by Khan's preparedness to use money and force. This was the language he understood perfectly, and probably the only one he spoke to. You can put your hands down, Khan said and carefully lifted his gun upwards, taking his aim away from the 3 gamblers. Artyom did the same, but his hands were shaking. He had been ready to take out the shaved skull of the thug at any moment. He didn't trust these people. However, his agitation was unfounded. The thug, having relaxed and lowered his hands, growled to the rest of his buddies that everything was fine and, leaning with his back to the wall, he assumed an indifferent attitude, letting the travelers go by him into the station. As he passed, Artyom gave him an obnoxious look, but the bull didn't take the bait and was looking off to the side. However, Artyom heard a disgusted pee puppy dog, and heard spittle hit the floor. He had wanted to turn around, but Khan, walking a pace ahead of him, grabbed him by the hand and dragged him along so that Artyom was torn between satisfying his urge to turn back and show the sorry guy a thing or two, and the other cowardly part of him that just wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. When they had all stepped onto the dark granite floor of the station, they suddenly heard a bellow of stretched vowels behind them. Hee-why, gimme my piece. Khan stopped, took the cartridge clip labeled TT, with its rounded bullets and flung it over to the bull. The man rather deftly caught the pistol and put it in his belt, watching annoyed at how Khan had let some extra cartridges fall on the floor. Sorry. Khan opened his palms, a prophylactic. Isn't that what it's called? He winked at Ace. Katai Gorod differed from other stations that Artyom had seen. It didn't have 3 arches like VDNKH but was one large hall with a wide platform, with tracks on either side of it, and it gave the alarming impression of an unusual space. The accommodations were lit in the most disorganized way, weak pear-shaped lamps dangling here and there. There weren't any fires here at all, apparently they weren't allowed. In the center of the hall, generously pouring light around itself, there was a white mercury vapor lamp, a real miracle for Artyom. But there was bedlam surrounding it, so one's attention was distracted and you couldn't keep your eyes on the marvel for more than a second. What a big station, he exhaled in surprise. You're only really seeing half of it, Khan reported. Katai Gorod is about twice as big as this. Oh, this is one of the strangest places in the world. You have heard, I guess, that all the lines meet here. Look at those rails, to the right of us, that's the Tagansko-Krasnopreznenskaya branch. It's hard to describe the craziness and disorder that goes on there, and here at Katai Gorod it meets your Orange Kaluzhsko-Riskaya, and no one from the other lines believes what goes on there. Apart from that, this station doesn't belong to any of the federations, and its inhabitants represent themselves completely. It's a very, very curious place. I call it Babylon. With affection, Khan added, looking around the platform at all the people who were scurrying to and fro. Life at the station was bubbling. It was vaguely like Prospect Mir, but the latter was more modest and more organized. Artyom remembered Bourbon's words about the fact that there were better places in the metro than that wretched market which they walked through at Prospect. There were rows of trays along the endless rails, and the whole platform was filled with tents. Several of them were made into commercial stalls, others were used as shelter for people. The letters SDAYU were painted on some of them, and that's where travelers could spend the night. They made their way through the crowds and, looking sideways, Artyom noticed on the left-hand track that there was an enormous gray-blue figure of a train. It wasn't complete. There were altogether only 3 wagons. There was an indescribable roar at the station. It seemed that the inhabitants never fell silent for a moment, and they just constantly talked, screamed, sang, argued desperately, laughed or cried. In several places, overlapping the din, there was a rush of music, and this created an unusual holiday mood in underground life there. At VDNKH there were also people who sang enthusiastically, but it was different there. There were only a couple of guitars there, and sometimes people would gather at someone's tent to relax after work. Yes, and there was music sometimes at the 300th meter border where you didn't have to listen hard to hear it coming from the northern tunnel. At the little patrol fire they sang with guitars, but mostly about things that Artyom didn't really understand. About wars that he hadn't taken part in, and which were conducted according to different, strange rules. About life there, above, before. He especially remembered songs about some Afghanistan place which Andrei really loved to sing. Although there wasn't much not to understand in these songs, they were all about sadness for fallen friends and hatred for the enemy. But Andrei could sing so well that everyone who listened was touched so much that their voices quivered and they had goosebumps. Andrei explained to the younger ones that Afghanistan was quite a country, and he described its mountains, the passes, the bubbling brooks, the villages, the helicopters and coffins. Artyom knew what a country was pretty well, since Sukhoi had spent worthwhile time explaining things to him. But while Artyom knew something about governments and their histories, mountains, rivers, and valleys remained as abstract notions to him, and they were mere words which were defined for him by the discolored pictures his stepfather had shown him in a geography textbook. Even Andrei hadn't been to any Afghanistan, he was too young for that, but he had just heard the songs from his older army friends. But did they really play music like this at VDNKH? No, the songs were pensive and sad. That's what they sang there, and, remembering Andrei and his melancholic ballads, and comparing them to the merry and playful melodies which issued from different corners of the hall, Artyom was surprised again and again how varied, how different music can be and how much it can affect one's mood. Coming up to the nearest musicians, Artyom stopped without meaning to, and joined the small group of people not just to listen to the words about adventures through the tunnels under the influence of weed, but to hear the music itself and to look curiously at the performers. There were 2 of them. One with long greasy hair, tied down with a leather strap around his forehead, dressed in some kind of strange multicolored rags, jingling on the guitar. The other was an elderly man with a significant bald spot from the looks of it, and a pair of glasses that had been repaired many times, in an old faded jacket, and he was charming them with some kind of wind instrument, which Khan called a saxophone. Artyom hadn't ever seen anything like it. The only wind instrument he knew was the pipe. There were people who knew how to play it well, cutting insulating tubes of different diameters, but they only made them to sell. People didn't like pipes at VDNKH. And furthermore, the horn looked a little like the saxophone, which sometimes was used to sound the alarm if something was hindering the siren that was usually used. On the floor next to the musicians lay an open guitar case in which lay a dozen cartridges. When the long-haired one had finished singing his heart out, he said something particularly funny, accompanying it an amusing grimace. The crowd chuckled with joy and applause broke out, and another cartridge flew into the case. The song about the wanderings of the poor devil had ended, and the hairy guy leaned on the wall to relax, and the saxophonist in the jacket then took to playing some kind of motif that was unfamiliar to Artyom but evidently popular here because people started applauding and a few cartridges flashed through the air and into the red velvet of the case. Khan and Ace were discussing something, standing near a tray. They weren't telling Artyom to hurry up, and he could have stayed there another hour probably, listening to the simple songs, if they hadn't suddenly stopped. 2 powerful figures approached the musicians with an unsteady gait, and they were very reminiscent of and dressed similarly to the thugs whom they'd met at the entrance to the station. One of the approaching figures crouched and started to unceremoniously remove the cartridges from inside the case, pouring them into the pocket of his leather jacket. The long-haired guitarist rushed at him, trying to stop him, but was quickly knocked over by a fierce blow to his shoulder and had his guitar torn away from him, lifted up in order to smack it down, to shatter the instrument on the side of the column. The second thug pushed the elderly saxophonist against the wall with little effort when the man tried to get away to help his friend. None of the audience standing around the musicians stepped in. The crowd thinned noticeably, and the ones who were left either covered their eyes or pretended to be looking at the goods for sale lying on a tray nearby. Artyom burned with shame for them and for himself, but he decided not to get involved. "You've already been here today," the long-haired musician said, almost weeping, holding his hand to his shoulder. "Listen you, if you're having a good day that means we're have a good day, got it? And don't you start with me, right? What, you want to go to the wagon do you? You hairy faggot." The thug screamed at him, throwing down the guitar. It was clear that he had been waving it around more as a warning than anything else. At the word, wagon, the long-haired guy immediately stopped short, shook his head quickly and didn't say another word. "Got it, faggot?" The thug finished, stressing the first syllable, contemptuously spitting at the musician's feet. The musician again said nothing. Convinced that the rebellion was quashed, the two bulls went off slowly, searching for their next victim. Artyom looked around in dismay and saw Ace nearby, who had also been attentively watching the scene. "Who was that?" Artyom asked, puzzled. "Well, who did they look like to you?" Ace inquired. "The usual bandits. There's no governing power at Khytai-Gorod, so there are two groups that control it. This half is under the brother Slavs. All the riff-raff from the Glukhovskaya line gather here, all the cutthroats. Mostly they're called the Kalushkis. Some of them are called the Riskis, but you won't see the likes of them either at Kaluga or at Riga. But there, you see, where the little bridge is," he pointed to the stairway that went off to the right and upwards in the middle of the platform. "There is another hall, and it's identical to this one. There isn't this racket up there, but the Caucasus Muslims are in charge there, basically the Azerbaijanis and the Chechens. It was once a slaughterhouse with each of them trying to take over as much territory as possible. In the end they split the station in half." Artyom didn't bother asking what a Caucasian was, having decided that this name, like the incomprehensible and hard to pronounce Chechens and Azerbaijanis, were referring to stations he didn't know, where the bandits came from. "Now both groups behave peacefully," continued Ace. "They grab those that decide to stop at Khytai-Gorod to make some money and charge customs duty. The charge is the same in both halls, 3 cartridges, so it makes no difference how you enter the station. Of course, there's no order here at all, and they of course don't need it. The only thing is you can't build a fire. If you want to buy some weed? Go for it. Want some spirits? Buy as much as you want. You can load yourself with the kind of weapon that could take down half the metro, no problem. Prostitution flourishes. But I don't advise it," he added, and muttered something about personal opinion with embarrassment. "And what was that about the wagon?" "The wagon? It's like their headquarters. And if anyone misbehaves in front of them, you refuse to pay, you owe them money or something like that, then they drag you in there. There's a prison there and a torture chamber. It's like a pit of debt. Better not to land there. Are you hungry?" Ace turned the conversation to a different topic. Artyom nodded. The devil knew how much time passed since that moment when he and Khan were drinking tea at GLUKHOVSKY. Without clocks he had lost his ability to orientate himself in time. His journeys through the tunnels, full of strange experiences, could have lasted many hours, and also could have flown past in mere minutes. Apart from that, the passage of time inside tunnels was totally different than anywhere else. In any event, he wanted to eat. He looked around. Kebab. Hot kebabs. A swarthy trader was standing nearby with thick black eyebrows underneath his arched nose. He had pronounced it a little strangely. He hadn't used a hard K, and instead of an A came the sound of O. Artyom had met people before who had spoken with unusual accents, but he hadn't ever paid special attention to it. The word was familiar to Artyom. They made kebabs at VDNKH and liked them too. It was pork, obviously. But whatever that trader was waving around seemed a far cry from that. Artyom looked at it tensely and for a long time, and finally recognized the charred carcasses of rats with twisted paws. It made him dizzy. "You don't eat rats?" Ace asked him sympathetically. "Here are some." He nodded at the swarthy trader. "They won't give you pork. It's forbidden by the Koran. But rats are okay," he added, hungrily examining the smoking grill. "I also used to be disgusted and now I'm used to it. A little cruel, of course, and they're a little bony, and apart from that, they smell a little. But these abraks," again he shot a glance over at him, "know how to cook a rat and you can't take that away from them. They pickle it in something, and afterwards it becomes as soft as a suckling pig. And with spices. And much cheaper. Artyom pushed his palm against his mouth, inhaled deeply and tried to think about something else to distract himself, but the blackened carcasses of rats mounted on spits kept swimming before his eyes. The spits were stuck into the bodies from the back and came out at their opened mouths. As you like, but I'm treating. So join us. It's altogether 3 cartridges for a skewer. Ace issued his final argument and headed for the grill. Having warned Khan, Artyom needed to go around the station and find something more normal to eat. Artyom looked through the whole station. He was offered home brew in all manner of flasks. He greedily but cautiously scrutinized the tempting half-naked girls who stood at lifted tent flaps throwing inviting looks at the passers-by. Vulgar though they were so relaxed, so free, and not tense, beaten down by the harsh life women like them were at VDNKH. He hung around the booksellers for a bit but there was nothing of interest there. Everything was much cheaper. There were pocket-sized books, that were falling apart, about a great and pure love for women, and books about murder and money for men. The platform was about 200 paces long, a little longer than usual. The walls and the amusing columns that were reminiscent of accordions were coated with colored marble, mostly a gray-yellow, but pinkish in places. The length of the station was decorated with heavy sheets of some kind of yellow metal that had darkened with time, and on them were barely recognizable symbols from a past epoch. The ceilings were darkened from fires, the walls were speckled with a multitude of inscriptions made in paint and soot, and depicting primitive and frequently obscene pictures. On some places there were chunk-sized chips in the marble and the metal sheets were dented and badly scratched. In the middle of the hall, on the right side, through one of the short flights of stairs, beyond the little bridge, you could see the second hall of the station. Artyom wanted to wander around there too, but he stopped at the iron enclosure, which were made up of 2-meter sections like at Prospect Mir. Several people stood by the narrow passage, leaning on the fence. On Artyom's side were the familiar bulldozers in training pants. On the other side, they were swarthy and mustached, of average size, but they didn't look like they could take a joke either. One of them was squeezing a machine gun between his legs, and the other had a pistol poking out of his pocket. The bandits conversed calmly together and you could hardly believe that there had ever been hostility between them. They fairly politely told Artyom that passage to the adjacent station would cost him 2 cartridges and he'd have to pay the same to get back again. Having learnt his lesson from bitter experience, Artyom didn't dispute the fairness of the tariffs and just walked off. Having made a circle, carefully studying the stalls and bazaars, he returned to the end of the platform where they'd arrived. The hall didn't end there was another staircase leading up. He went up and found a small hall there, split in half in exactly the same way with a cordon. Here, apparently, was another boundary between the 2 areas. On his right, he saw, to his surprise, a real monument, one of those that you see in pictures of the city. But this wasn't a full figure, just the head of a man. What a big head. It was no less than 2 meters high. Though it was dirtied on top by something, and its nose was shiny from frequent rubbings by human hands, all the same it demanded respect and was even a little frightening. Fantasies about giants entered his mind. One of the giants lost the battle in his head and now its head was dipped in bronze, to decorate the marbled hall of this small Sodom, buried deeply in the earth's crust, hidden from the all-seeing eyes of God. The face of the severed head was sad, and Artyom suspected at first that it belonged to John the Baptist of the New Testament, which he had once leafed through. But then he decided that, judging from the scale of it, that it was probably something to do with a big and strong hero who had genuinely been a giant but had lost his head in the end. None of the inhabitants scurrying around could tell him who this severed head belonged to, and he was a bit disappointed. But near the statue he came across a wonderful place, a real restaurant, set up in a spacious and clean tent of a pleasant, dark green color, like at his own station. Inside, plastic vases of flowers with cloth leaves were in the corners, and a pair of tables had oil lamps on them, suffusing the tent with a comfortable, soft light. And the food. It was the food of the gods. The most tender pork with hot mushrooms which melted in your mouth. Restaurants served that at VDNKH on holidays, but it had never been so delicious. The people sitting there were solid, respectable types with good and tasteful clothes. Apparently they were important merchants. Carefully cutting pieces of fried crackling, which oozed with hot fat, they unhurriedly placed small pieces of it in their mouths. Meanwhile they sedately conversed with each other, discussing their business, and sometimes threw a politely curious glance over at Artyom. It was expensive, of course. He had to give over a whole 15 cartridges from his supply and put them in the wide palm of the fat innkeeper, and then he regretted that he'd succumbed to temptation, but his stomach was nonetheless happy, calm and warm, so the voice of reason was silenced. And the mug of fermented mixture was sweet, and it pleasantly swirled his head, but it wasn't strong. It wasn't that poisonous, turbid home brew in the dirty bottles and jars that would make you weak at the knees with one sniff. Yes, and it was only for 3 more cartridges, and what's 3 cartridges if you exchange them for a phial of a sparkling elixir which helps you to come to terms with the imperfection of this world and restores a certain harmony? Drinking the fermented mixture in small gulps, sitting alone in silence and peace for the first time in a few days, Artyom tried to resurrect recent events in his memory and to understand where he had got to and where he had yet to go. There was still another section of his designated journey to overcome, and he was again at a crossroads. He felt like the hero of the almost forgotten fairy tales of his childhood. The memory of them was so distant now that he didn't remember who had told them to him. Was it Sukhoi, or was it Zhenya's parents, or was it his own mother? More than anything, Artyom liked to think that he'd heard them from his mother, and her face even would swim out of the fog for a moment and he could hear her voice reading to him with smooth intonations, "Once upon a time." And so, like the fairy tale hero, he was standing there, and in front of him there were 3 roads, one to Kuznetsky Most, one to Tretyakovskaya, and one to Taganskaya. He savored the intoxicating drink, his body seized by a blissful languor. He didn't want to think at all, and all that was circulating in his head was, "Go straight, you'll lose your life. Go left, you'll lose your horse." Single quote. This probably could have gone on forever. He really needed this rest after his recent experiences. It was worth waiting at Khatai Gorod, to look around, to ask the locals about the tunnels. He had to meet up with Khan again, to find out if he would be going further with him or if their paths would diverge at this strange station. It hadn't gone at all according to the lazy plan that Artyom had made. He exhaustedly contemplated the small tongue of flame that was dancing in the lamp on the table. Chapter 8: The Fourth Reich. Pistol shots began to crack, slashing through the merry din of the crowd, and then there was a shrill female scream, and a machine gun rattled. The chubby innkeeper snatched a small gun from under the counter and ran to the entrance of the tent. Leaving his drink, Artyom leapt up after him, throwing his rucksack on his shoulder, thumbing the safety catch on his gun, regretting as he went that they had made him pay in advance, otherwise he could have slipped away without settling his bill. The 18 cartridges he had spent could prove very useful one day soon. At the top, from the stairs, he could see that something terrible was happening. To get down there, he had to push through the crowd of people who had lost their senses out of fear and who were throwing themselves up the stairs. Soon the crush was so bad that Artyom asked himself whether he really needed to get down there, but his curiosity pushed him forward. On the pathways lay several prostrate bodies, clad in leather jackets, and on the platform, right under his feet, in a puddle of bright red blood, lay a dead woman, face down. He quickly stepped over her, trying not to look down, but he slipped and almost fell. Panic reigned, and half-dressed people were jumping out of their tents, hysterically looking around. One of them was left behind, his foot still stuck in one leg of his trousers, when he suddenly bent over, clutched his stomach and tipped over to the side. But Artyom couldn't figure out where the shooting was coming from. The firing continued, and heavy-set people in leather were running from the other side of the hall, throwing squealing women and frightened traders out of the way. But these weren't the ones being attacked, it was the bandits themselves, the ones who controlled this side of Khatai Gorod. And along the whole platform, it wasn't clear who was creating this slaughterhouse. And then Artyom understood why he didn't see anyone. The attackers were in the tunnel, and they were opening fire from there, apparently afraid of showing themselves in open space. This changed things. There was no more time to reflect. They would come out onto the platform when they felt that there was no more resistance. He had to get away from that entrance as soon as possible. Artyom ran forward, tightly gripping his machine gun and looking over his shoulder. The echo of the thundering shots, resounding through the arches, made it difficult to tell from which tunnel the shots were coming, the right or the left. Finally, he noticed camouflaged figures in the opening of the left side tunnel. Instead of faces, there was blackness, and Artyom felt a chill inside. Only after a few moments did he remember that the Dark Ones who had encroached on VDNKH never carried weapons and weren't dressed in clothes. The attackers were just wearing masks, balaclavas of the kind you could buy at any arms market. They would even give you one for free when you bought an AK-47. The Kaluga reinforcements had also arrived and were on the ground, hiding behind the corpses, returning fire. You could see how they smashed the plywood boards mounted on the wagon windows, breaking open hidden machine gun positions. Heavy fire thundered. Looking up, Artyom managed to get a glimpse of the plastic tablet that showed the stations and hung in the middle of the hall. They were attacking from the direction of Tretyakhovskaya, so this route was cut off. To get to Taganskaya, he'd have to go to a part of the station that was now on fire. The only route left to him was to Kuznetsky Most. Jumping onto the path, Artyom headed for the blackened entrance to the one tunnel he could get into. He couldn't see Khan or Ace anywhere. He thought he saw a figure who reminded him of the wandering philosopher, but when he stopped for a moment, Artyom realized he was mistaken. He wasn't the only one running into the tunnel. Almost half of those escaping were heading that way as well. The passage was ringing with frightened cries. One person was sobbing hysterically. The lights of torches shined here and there was even the uneven flickering of a few fire torches. Each person was lighting the path for himself. Artyom took Khan's present out of his pocket and pressed on the handle. After directing the weak light of the torch to the path under his feet, trying not to trip, he rushed forward, catching up to small groups of fugitives, sometimes whole families, sometimes lone women, old men, and young, healthy men, who were dragging parcels that probably didn't belong to them. He stopped a couple of times to help someone who'd fallen. He lingered with one of them for a moment. Leaning against the ribbed wall of the tunnel, sat an old man, totally gray, with a painful grimace on his face, clutching his heart. Next to him stood an adolescent boy who was looking serenely and dully. From his animal looks and his turbid eyes, you could see that this was an unusual child. Something squeezed Artyom's soul, and when he saw this strange pair, even though he was pressing himself forward and cursing himself when he met obstacles, he stopped. The old man, feeling the attention that was being focused on him and the boy, tried to smile at Artyom and to say something, but he didn't have the breath for it. He frowned and closed his eyes, gathering his strength, and Artyom bent over the old man, trying to hear what he was trying to tell him. But the boy suddenly started to bellow threateningly, and Artyom noticed that there was a thread of spit coming from his mouth, and that he was baring his small yellow teeth. Not wanting to deal with any attack, Artyom pushed him aside, and the boy moved back and settled clumsily onto the rails, issuing plaintive howls. Young man. ... The old man struggled. Don't. He. ... That's Vanechka. He doesn't understand. Artyom just shrugged. Please. Nitro. Glycerin. In the bag. At the bottom. One pill. Give it to me. I can't myself. ... The old man wheezed horribly, and Artyom dug into the bag, quickly finding a new-looking package, and he cut through the foil with a fingernail. The pill jumped out, and he gave it to the old man, who extended his lips into a guilty smile and said, I can't. ... My hands. Don't listen to me. Under my tongue. ... Then his eyelids closed again. Artyom looked at his black hands in doubt, but he obeyed and put the slippery little ball in the old man's mouth. The stranger nodded weakly and said nothing. More and more fugitives were striding past them hurriedly, but Artyom could only see an endless row of dirty boots and shoes. Sometimes they stumbled on the black wood of the cross ties, and then there was an outburst of swearing. No one paid any attention to the three of them. The teenager was sitting in the same place and was quietly mumbling. Artyom noticed with some indifference and even a little smugness that one of the passers-by kicked him hard, and the boy started to howl even more loudly, smearing his tears with his fists and swaying from side to side. Meanwhile, the old man opened his eyes, sighed heavily and muttered, Thank you very much. I feel better already. ... Will you help me to get up? Artyom supported him by the arm while the man rose with effort, and he picked up the old man's bag, which meant he had to put his machine gun over the other shoulder. The old man began to hobble forward, and went to the boy and started encouraging him to get up. The boy bellowed, offended, but when he saw Artyom come up to them, he started to hiss maliciously, and spittle again dripped from his protruding lower lip. You see, I just bought the medicine, the old man said. Indeed, I came here especially for it, to this faraway place, you know. You can't get it where we live, no one brings it in, and there's no one to ask for it, and I had just finished my supply. I took the last tablet on the way here, and when they didn't want to let us through Pushkinskaya. There are fascists there now, you know, It's just a disgrace to think that at Pushkinskaya there are fascists. I heard that they even want to rename it, either to Hitlerskaya or to Schillerovskaya. Though, of course, they haven't even heard of Schiller. And, imagine, they didn't want to let us through. Those swaggering fellows with their swastikas started to tease Vanechka. And what could he answer, the poor boy, in his condition? I was very worried, my heart went bad, and only then did they let us out. What was I saying? Oh yes. And you see, I especially put them deep into my bag in case anyone searched us, and they would have asked questions, and you know that they could get the wrong idea. Not everyone knows what kind of medicine this is. And suddenly there's all this firing. I ran off as fast as I could. I even had to drag Vanechka because he had seen some chickens on sticks and he really didn't want to go. And to start off with, it wasn't squeezing so hard. I thought, maybe it will go away, and I don't have to get out the medicine. It's of course worth its weight in gold, but then I understood that I wouldn't manage. And as I reached for a tablet, it got me. And Vanechka, he doesn't understand a thing. I've been trying to teach him for a long time to give me tablets if I don't feel well, but he just can't understand it, and he either eats them himself or he gets the wrong thing out of the bag and gives it to me. I tell him thank you, smile, and he smiles at me, with such joy, he bellows merrily. God forbid something happens to me. There's no one to take care of him at all, and I can't imagine what would become of him. The old man talked and talked, ingratiatingly, looking into Artyom's eyes, and Artyom felt very awkward for some reason. Even though the old man was hobbling with all his strength, Artyom thought that they were moving too slowly, everyone was overtaking them. It looked like they would soon be last. Vanechka clumsily walked to the right of the old man, holding his hand. His former serene expression had returned to his face. From time to time he pushed his right hand forward and excitedly gurgled, pointing at some object that had been thrown away or dropped as the fugitives ran from the station, sometimes pointing at the darkness that was thickening in front of them. Forgive me, young man, but what's your name? Because we're talking, right, and we haven't even introduced ourselves. Artyom? Nice to meet you, and I'm Mikhail Porfirovich. Porfirovich, that's right. They called my father Porfiry, an uncommon, name, and in the Soviet times he was even questioned by various organizations because at that time there were other names in fashion. Vladilin or Stalin. And you're from where? VDNKH? Well, me and Vanechka, we're from Barikadnaya, I once lived there. The old man smiled, embarrassed. There was a building there, it was such a building, so high, right near the metro. But you probably don't remember any buildings, do you? How old are you, if you don't mind? Well, of course, that's not important. I had a little flat there, 2 rooms, on a high floor, and there was such a wonderful view of the city center. The flat wasn't big, but it was very, comfortable. The floors were, of course, oak, and like all flats, then there was a gas stove. Lord, I'm thinking right now about just how comfortable. A gas stove. And back then no one cared for them. They all wanted electricity, but they just couldn't get it. As you walked in, there was a reproduction of a Tintoretto painting, in a pretty gold-plated frame. What beauty. The bed was real, with pillows, with sheets that were always clean, and a big desk, with a lamp and it burned brightly. But most importantly, there were bookshelves to the ceiling. My father left me a big library and I collected them too. Why am I telling you all of this? You probably aren't interested in all this old man nonsense. And yet still now, you see, I remember, I really miss the things, particularly the desk and the books, and recently I really miss the bed. You don't know such luxuries here, but we had these wooden beds, handmade, and sometimes we slept right on blankets on the floor. But that's nothing. What's important is what's here. He pointed to his chest. What's important is what goes on inside, and not outside. The important thing is that what's in the head stays the same, and who gives a fig about the conditions, excusez my French. But that bed, it's especially. Single quote. He didn't shut up for a minute, and Artyom listened the whole time with great interest, even though he couldn't at all imagine what it would be like to live in a tall building, and what the view would be like, and what it would be like to go up in a lift. When Mikhail Porfirovich paused for a little while, in order to catch his breath, Artyom decided to use the break to turn the conversation in a useful direction. Somehow he had to get through Pushkinskaya and to make the transfer to Glukhovskaya, and from there get to Polis. Are there really real fascists at Pushkinskaya? He asked. What's that you're saying? Fascists? Ah, yes. Single quote. The old man sighed confusedly. Yes, The skinheads with the armbands, they're just awful. These symbols are hanging at the entrance there and all over the station. You know they used to mean that you couldn't go there. It's a black figure in a red circle with a red diagonal line through it. I thought that they had made some kind of a mistake and I asked why they were there. It means that the Dark Ones can't enter. It's some kind of idiocy, basically. Artyom turned to him when he heard the words, Dark Ones. He threw a frightened look at Mikhail Porfirovich and asked carefully, Are there Dark Ones there now too? Don't tell me they've reached there too? A carousel of panic turned feverishly in Artyom's head. How could it be? He'd only been in the tunnel a week and the Dark Ones were already attacking Pushkinskaya. Had his mission already failed? He hadn't succeeded, hadn't come good? It was all for nothing? No, that couldn't be. There would have been rumors. They would have distorted things, but there still would have been rumors, right? But it might be the end to everything. Mikhail Porfirovich cautiously looked at him and, stepping a little to the side, carefully asked, And you, yourself, what ideology do you adhere to? I? Basically, well, none. Artyom hesitated. And how do you feel about other nationalities, about Caucasians, for example? What do Caucasians have to do with anything? Artyom was puzzled. Generally, I don't know much about nationalities. There used to be the French there, or the Germans, the Americans. But I guess none of them are left. And as for the Caucasians, if I'm honest, I don't really know any, he admitted awkwardly. It's the Caucasians that they call the Dark Ones, Mikhail Porfirovich explained, still trying to figure out if Artyom was lying, playing the fool. But Caucasians, if I remember right, are regular people? Artyom said. I saw a few of them here today. Single quote. Completely normal people. Mikhail Porfirovich assured him. Completely normal people, but those cutthroats have decided that there's something different about them and they persecute them. It's simply inhuman. Can you imagine? They have a ceiling there, right over the pathways, fitted with hooks, and there was a man hanging from one of them, a real man. Vanechka got so excited that he started to poke it with his finger, to bellow, and then these monsters turned their attention to him. At the sound of his name, the teenager turned and fixed the old man with a long stare. Artyom had the impression that the boy could hear and could even partly understand what the conversation was about, but when his name wasn't repeated, he quickly lost interest in Mikhail Porfirovich and turned his attention to the crossed ties. And once we started talking about nations and, by the looks of it, they really worship Germans. It was the Germans after all who invented their ideology, and you, of course, know what I'm going to tell you, Mikhail Porfirovich added quickly, and Artyom vaguely nodded even though he didn't actually know, but he didn't want to look like an ignoramus. You know, there's German eagles hanging everywhere, swastikas, which are self-explanatory, and there are various German phrases, quotes from Hitler. About valor, about pride and things in that vein. They have parades and marches. While we were there, and I was trying to persuade them to stop antagonizing Vanechka, they were all marching across the platform and singing songs. Something about the greatness of the spirit and contempt for death. But, generally, you know, the German language was perfectly chosen. German was simply created for such things. I can speak a little of it, you see. Here, look. I have something written somewhere here. And, breaking step, he extracted a dirty notebook from his inside pocket. Wait a second. Put your light here, if you don't mind. Where was it? Ah, here it is. In the yellow circle of light, Artyom saw some jumping Latin letters, carefully drawn on a page of the notebook and even thoughtfully surrounded with a frame of drawn vine leaves. Du stirbst. Beseits stirbt. Die Sippen stirben. Der einzig Let. Wir wissen es der Toten Tatenrum. Artyom could also read Latin letters. He had studied them in some textbook for schoolchildren that they dug up at the station library. He looked behind him and he pointed his torch at the notebook again. Of course, he couldn't understand a thing. What is it? He asked, again helping Mikhail Porfirovich along, and quickly pushing the notebook into the man's pocket, and trying to get Vanechka, who was rooted to the spot and growling unhappily, to move forward. It's a poem, the old man replied, and he seemed a bit offended. It's in memory of those that perished in war. I, of course, am not planning to translate, but broadly speaking, it means this: you will die. All those close to you will die. Your belongings will disappear. But one thing will cross the centuries: glorious death in combat. But it comes out so pathetically in Russian, doesn't it? While it just thunders in German. Der Toten Tatenrum. It just sends a chill through you. Yes. Single quote. He stopped short, apparently ashamed by his outburst. They walked on quietly for a time. It seemed silly to Artyom, and it angered him too that they were probably the last ones walking the tunnel and it wasn't clear what was going on behind their backs, and now the guy was stopping to read poetry. But against his will he was still rolling the last lines of the poem around on his tongue, and for some reason he suddenly recalled Vitalik, with whom he went to the botanical gardens. Vitalik the Splinter, who the robbers had shot down as they tried to break into the station through the southern tunnel. That tunnel was always considered to be dangerous, and therefore they put Vitalik there. He was 18 years old, and Artyom was just coming up to his 16th year. But that evening they agreed to go to Zhenya's because there was a weed trader who had brought in some new stuff, some special stuff. And he got it right in the head. The little black hole was right in the middle of his forehead and the back of his head was blown off. That was it. You will die. ... Single quote. For some reason the conversation between his stepfather and Hunter came vividly to mind, particularly when Suhoy said, "And what if there's suddenly nothing there? You die and there's nothing beyond that. Nothing. Nothing remains. Someone might remember you for a little while after, but not for long. People close to you will die too, or how did it go?" Artyom really felt a chill now. When Mikhail Porfirovich finally broke the silence, Artyom was actually glad of it. "Will you, by any chance, be going the same way as us? Or are you only going to Pushkinskaya? Do you intend to get out there? I mean, get off the path. I would really not recommend that you do that, Artyom. You can't imagine what goes on there. Maybe, you'd like to go with us to Barakadnaya? I would be most happy to talk to you along the way." Artyom again nodded indistinctly and mumbled something noncommittal. He couldn't just discuss the aims of his journey with the first person he met, even if that person was an inoffensive old man. Mikhail Porfirovich went silent, having heard nothing in answer to what he'd asked. They walked for quite a long time more in the silence. Everything sounded quiet behind them too, and Artyom finally relaxed. In the distance, lights were shining, at first weakly, but then brighter and brighter. They were approaching Kuznetsky Most. Artyom knew nothing about the local order of things, and so he decided to hide his weapon. After wrapping it up in his vest, he pushed it deep into his rucksack. Kuznetsky Most was an inhabited station, and about 50 meters before the entrance, in the middle of the path, there stood a sturdy checkpoint. It was only one checkpoint, but it had a searchlight, though it was turned off at the moment since it wasn't needed, and it was equipped with a machine gun position. The machine gun was covered, but next to it sat a very fat man in a threadbare green uniform. He was eating some kind of mash from a beaten-up soldier's bowl. There were yet another couple of people in the same outfit with clumsy-looking army machine guns on their shoulders, who nitpickingly checked the documents of those who were coming out of the tunnel. There was a small line in front of them. All the fugitives who had come from Katai Gorod, who had overtaken Artyom while he had walked slowly with Mikhail Porfirovich and Vanechka. The people were slowly and reluctantly admitted. One guy had been rejected and he was now sitting in dismay, not knowing what to do and trying from time to time to approach the checkpoint guards, who pushed him off each time and called up the next person in line. Each of the arriving people was thoroughly searched, and they saw for themselves how a man on whom they'd found an undeclared Makarov pistol was thrown out of the line, and, when he tried to argue with them, they tied him up and led him away. Artyom felt a twirling inside, sensing that trouble was ahead. Mikhail Porfirovich was looking at him in surprise, and Artyom quietly whispered that he was armed, but the man just nodded reassuringly and promised him that everything would be all right. It wasn't that Artyom trusted him, but thought that it would be very interesting to see how he intended to settle the matter. The old man merely smiled mysteriously. Slowly, their turn approached. The border guards were now gutting the insides of some 50-year-old woman's coat, while she took to accusing them of being tyrants, and expressing surprise that people such as them could exist. Artyom agreed with her, but he decided not to voice his solidarity audibly. Digging around, the guard, with a satisfied whistle, took several grenades from her dirty brassiere and looked for an explanation. Artyom was sure that the woman would now tell a touching story about her grandson who needed these things for his work. You see, he works as a welder, and this is part of his welding equipment. Or she'd say that she had found these grenades along the road and she was, as it happens, rushing to give them to the relevant authorities. But, taking a couple of steps backwards, she hissed a curse and rushed back into the tunnel, hurrying to hide in the darkness. The machine gunner set aside his bowl of food and gripped his unit, but one of the two border guards, apparently the older one, stopped him with a gesture. The fat one sighed in disappointment, and turned back to his porridge, and Mikhail Porfirovich took a step forward, holding his passport at the ready. It was amazing, but the senior guard, without the slightest twinge of conscience, having upturned the whole bag belonging to the completely inoffensive-looking woman, quickly leafed through the old man's notebook, and he didn't pay a jot of attention to Vanechka, as though he wasn't there. It was Artyom's turn. He readily gave his documents over to the lean-mustached guard, and the man started meticulously scrutinizing each page of them, and shined his torch on his stamps for an especially long time. The border guard compared Artyom's physiognomy no less than 5 times against the photograph, outwardly expressing his doubts, while Artyom gave a friendly smile, trying to portray himself as innocence itself. "Why is your passport a Soviet model?" the guard finally asked with a stern voice, not knowing what else to pick on. "I was little, when there were still real ones. And then our administration corrected the situation with the first form they could find to fill in. That's out of order." The man frowned. "Open your rucksack. If he detects the machine gun," Artyom thought, "then he could run back. Otherwise they would confiscate it." He wiped perspiration from his forehead. Mikhail Porfirovich went up to the guard and stood very close to him, and whispered quickly, "Konstantin Alexievich, you understand, this young man is my friend. He's a very, very decent youth, I can guarantee it personally." The border guard opened Artyom's bag and pushed his hand inside it. Artyom went cold. Then the guard said dryly, 5, and while Artyom figured out what he meant, the old man pulled a fistful of cartridges out of his pocket and, quickly counting out 5, he put them into the half-open field bag that was hanging off the guard's belt. But Konstantin Alexievich's hand had continued its rummaging in Artyom's bag, and, apparently, the worst had happened, because his face took on a suddenly interested expression. Artyom felt his heart falling into a precipice and he shut his eyes. 15, the guard said impassively. After nodding, Artyom counted off 10 additional cartridges and poured them into the same bag. Not one muscle flickered on the face of the border guard. He simply took a step to the side and the path to Kuznetsky most was free and clear. With admiration for the man's iron restraint, Artyom went forward. The next 15 minutes were spent squabbling with Mikhail Porfirovich, who stubbornly refused to accept 5 cartridges from Artyom, assuring him that his debt to Artyom was much greater. Kuznetsky Most was no different from most of the other stations that Artyom had managed to see on his journey so far. It had the same marble on the walls and granite on the floors, but the arches here were unusually high and wide, creating an unusual sensation of spaciousness. But the most surprising thing was that on each of the tracks stood entire trains that were incredibly long and so enormous that they took up almost all the room at the station. The windows were lit up with a warm light that shone through variously colored curtains, and the doors were welcomingly open. Artyom had not seen anything like it. Yes, he had half-erased memories of swiftly moving and hooting trains with bright squares of windows. The memories were from his early childhood, but they were diffuse, ephemeral, like the other thoughts about what had gone before. As soon as he tried to remember any details, to focus on something small, then the elusive image dissolved right away, and flowed like water through his fingers, and there was nothing left. But since he'd grown up, he had only seen the train that had got stuck in the tunnel entrance at Rizhskaya, and some wagons at Kitai Gorod and Prospect Mir. Artyom froze on the spot, captivated, looking at the train, counting the carriages that melted into the haze of the other end of the platform, near the entrance to the Red Line. There, a red calico banner hung down from the ceiling, snatched from the darkness by a distinct circle of electric light, and underneath it stood 2 machine gunners, in identical green uniforms and peak caps, who seemed small from far away and amusingly reminiscent of toy soldiers. Artyom had 3 toy soldiers like them when he lived with his mother. One was the commander with a tiny pistol pulled out of its holster. He was yelling something, looking backwards. He was probably ordering his group to follow him into battle. The other 2 stood straight, holding their machine guns. The little soldiers were probably from different collections and there was no way to play with them. The commander was throwing himself into battle, and despite his valiant cries, the other 2 were standing in place, just like the border guards of the Red Line, and they weren't particularly heading for battle. It was strange, he remembered these soldiers so well, and yet he couldn't remember his mother's face. Kuznetsky Most was relatively orderly. The light here, like at VDNKH, came from emergency lights that were strung along the length of the ceiling on some kind of mysterious metal construction that had perhaps once illuminated the station itself. Apart from the trains, there was absolutely nothing remarkable about the station. I've heard so often that there are so many amazingly beautiful places in the metro, but from what I can see they're almost all identical. Artyom shared his disappointment with Mikhail Porfirovich. Come now, young man. There are such beautiful places, you wouldn't believe. There's Komsomolskaya on the ring, a veritable palace. The old man heatedly took to persuading him. There's an enormous panel there, you know, on the ceiling. It has Lenin on it and other rubbish, it's true. Oh. What am I saying? He stopped short and, with a whisper, said to Artyom, this station is full of secret agents from the Sokolnicheskaya line, that's to say the Red Line. Sorry. I call things by their old names. So you have to be quiet here. The local leadership looks like it's independent, but they don't want to quarrel with the Reds, so if they ask them to hand someone over, then they can just hand you over. Not to mention the murders, he added very quietly, looking timidly from side to side. Come on. Let's find somewhere to rest. To be honest, I'm terribly tired, and indeed you, in my opinion, are only barely managing to stay on your feet. Let's spend the night here, and then we'll go on. Artyom nodded. This day had indeed seemed to be endless and stressful, and rest was absolutely necessary. Enviously sighing and not taking his eyes off the train, Artyom followed Mikhail Porfirovich. There was joyful laughter and conversation coming from the carriages, and they passed a man standing in the doorway. He looked tired after a day's work and was smoking a cigarette with his neighbor, calmly discussing the events of the day. Gathered around a table, old ladies were drinking tea under a small lamp that was hanging from a wire, and children were running wild. This seemed unusual to Artyom. At VDNKH, the conditions were always very tense and people were ready for anything to happen. Yes, people got together in the evenings to sit quietly with friends in someone's tent, but there was nothing like this where doors were open, in full view, and people were visiting each other so easily, children everywhere. This station was just too happy. And what do they live on here? Artyom couldn't contain himself as he caught up to the old man. What, you don't know? Mikhail Porfirovich said politely, but he was surprised. This is Kuznetsky most. You get the best technicians in the metro here, important masters. They bring all sorts of devices to be fixed here from the Sokolnicheskaya line, even from the ring itself. They're flourishing. What it would be like to live here. He sighed dreamily. But they're very strict about that. Artyom hoped in vain that they would also be able to sleep in one of the railroad cars, on a bed. In the middle of the hall stood a row of big tents, the kind that they lived in at VDNKH, and the first one they came to had a stenciled inscription on it that said, Hotel. Next to it was a whole line of fugitives, but Mikhail Porfirovich, calling one of the organizers to the side, tinkled some copper, and whispered something magical starting with, Konstantin Alexievich, and the matter was settled. We'll go here, he said with an inviting gesture, and Vanechka joyfully gurgled. They even gave them some tea there, and he didn't have to pay anything extra for it, and the mattresses on the floor were so soft that after you'd fallen on them you really didn't want to have to get up. Half reclining, Artyom carefully blew on the mug of tea and attentively listened to the old man, who was telling him something with a burning look, having forgotten about his cup of tea. They have power across the whole branch. And no one will tell you about that, and the Reds will never admit to it, but university is not under their control and everything beyond university too. Yes, the Red Line continues to Sportivnaya. There's a passage that starts there, you know, which was once the station Lenisky Gory, and then they changed the name, but I can only remember the old one. But Lenisky Gory was below a bridge actually. And you see, there was an explosion on the bridge and it collapsed into the river and the station was flooded, so there hasn't been any communication with university from the very beginning. Single quote. Artyom swallowed a little gulp of tea and felt that everything inside was sweetly freezing in place in anticipation of something mysterious, unusual. That something had started back where the broken rails hovered over a precipice on the Red Line, down in the southwest. Vanechka was gnawing on his nails, only stopping sometimes to look with satisfaction at the fruits of his labor and then starting up again. Artyom looked at him almost with sympathy and felt grateful to the boy that he was being quiet. You know, we have a small circle at Barikadnaya, Mikhail Porfirovich smiled embarrassedly. And we get together in the evenings. Sometimes people come to us from Ulitsa 1905, and now they chased all the differently thinking people, and Anton Petrovich moved to our station too. It's nonsense of course, these are simple literary gatherings, but we sometimes talk about politics. They don't especially like educated people at Barikadnaya, either. so we just do it on the quiet. But Yakov Yosifovich was saying that, allegedly, University Station didn't perish. That they managed to block off the tunnel and there are still people there now. Not just people but, ... You understand. That's where Moscow University used to be, that's why the station is called University. And so, allegedly, some of the professoriate were saved at University Station, and some students too. There was some kind of bomb shelter under the university, something constructed by Stalin, and I think they were connected by special tunnels to the metro. And now there's another kind of intellectual center there, you know. But that's probably just legend. That there's educated people in power there, and all the 3 stations in the shelter are governed by a rector, and each station is headed by a deacon, all elected for a specified term. There, studies aren't at a standstill. There are still students, you know, postgrads, teachers. And culture hasn't died out, not like it has here, and they write things and they haven't forgotten how to conduct research. And Anton Petrovich even said that one of his friends, an engineer, told him in secret that they'd even found a way to go to the surface. They created a protective suit, and sometimes their scouts are sent into the metro. You'll agree that it sounds improbable. Mikhail Porfirovich added half-questioningly, looking Artyom in the eye, and Artyom noticed something sad in his eyes, a timid and tired hope, that made Artyom cough a little and answer as confidently as possible. Why? It sounds completely possible. Take Polis for example. I heard the same about it. ... Yes, it's a wonderful place Polis, but how can you get there these days? They told me that at the council the power has been taken by the military. ... Which council? Artyom raised his eyebrows. What? Polis is governed by a council of the most authoritative people. And they're, you know, authoritative people are either librarians or servicemen. But I don't really know about Biblioteka Lenina exactly, so there's no point in talking about it. But the other entrance to Polis is located right behind the Ministry of Defense, as far as I remember, or, in any case it was somewhere nearby, and some of the generals were able to evacuate to it at the time. At the very beginning, the military men took power, and this junta ruled Polis for a sufficiently long time. But the people didn't really like them ruling. There was disorder, of the blood-spilling kind, but that was a long time ago, a long time before the war with the Reds. Then they came to a compromise and this council was founded. And it happened that within it there were 2 factions, the librarians and the servicemen. It was a strange combination, of course. You know, the military had probably not met many live librarians in their lives. And here they were, together. And between these factions there was an eternal fight, of course. One would take control, then the other. When the war started with the Reds, defense was more important than culture and the scales tipped to the generals. Then peaceful times began and again the librarians gained influence. And it's like a pendulum, there. Now I hear that the military people have a stronger position, and they're imposing discipline there, you know, curfews and all those other joys of life. Mikhail Porfirovich quietly smiled. Going through there isn't any easier than getting to the Emerald City. That's what we call university among ourselves, and the station surrounding it, for a joke. ... You have to go either through the Red Line or through the Hansa, but you can't just go there, as you yourself understand. Before the fascists, you could go through Pushkinskaya to Glukhovskaya and then it's just one transfer to Borovitskaya. It's not a good transfer of course, but when I was younger, I made my way through it. Artyom asked what was so bad about the transfer he mentioned, and the old man reluctantly answered. You understand, right there in the middle of the tunnel there's a burned-out train. I haven't been there in ages so I don't know how it is now, but before you could see charred human remains sitting in its seats. ... It was just terrible. I don't know how this happened, and I asked some friends but no one has been able to say exactly. And it's very hard to get through this train, because the tunnel has started to collapse and dirt has filled in all the spaces around the train. In the train itself, in the carriages, I mean, various bad things are going on and it would be difficult to explain them. I'm an atheist in general, you know, and I don't believe in all that mystical nonsense. And now I don't believe in anything anymore. These words led Artyom to the gloomy memories of the noise in the tunnel on his line, and he couldn't restrain himself and he told the old man what had happened to his group, and then what happened with Bourbon and, after hesitating a little, he tried to repeat the explanation that Khan had given him. What are you talking about? That's utter rubbish. Mikhail Porfirovich brushed him off, sternly knitting his brows. I've already heard about such things. You remember I was telling you about Yakov Yosifovich? Well, he's a physicist and he explained to me that these disruptions to the psyche occur when people are subjected to the lowest frequencies of sound. They are essentially inaudible. If I'm not mistaken, it's around 7 Hz, but then my mind is like a sieve. And this sound can come about by itself, as a result of natural processes, for example, from tectonic shifts and things like that. I wasn't listening very attentively as he told me about it. But that it has something to do with souls of the dead? In the pipes? Please. This old man was interesting. Artyom heard things from him that he had never heard from anyone else. The man saw the metro from a different angle, an old-fashioned one, an amusing one, and everything, apparently, pulled his soul to the surface of the earth. He was clearly very uncomfortable here, as though these were his first days underground. And Artyom, thinking of the argument between Sukhoi and Hunter, asked him, "And what do you think?" We. People, I mean. Will we ever return to the surface? Will we survive and go back? And he immediately regretted asking it, because it was as though the question had cut into the old man's very veins, and he became soft straight away, and said, quietly, with a lifeless voice, "I don't think so. I don't think so." But after all, there were other metro systems, in Petersburg, in Minsk, and in Novgorod. Artyom listed the names he had learnt by heart. They had always been empty shells of words. Ah, what a beautiful city, Petersburg. Mikhail Porfirovich didn't answer him but sadly sighed. You know, Isaac's, or Admiralteystvo, the spire there. What grace, what grace. And evenings on Nevsky Prospect, people, noise, crowds, laughter, children with ice cream, pretty girls. Music playing. In summer especially. It's rarely good weather in the summer there, but when it happens. The sun, the sky is clear, azure. And then, you know, it's just easy to breathe again. His eyes fixed on Artyom, but his gaze was going right through the young man and dissolved in the ethereal distance, where translucent, majestic silhouettes of the dusty buildings rose from the dusky smoke, giving Artyom the impression that he could have turned around and seen it for himself. The old man went quiet, heaved a deep sigh, and Artyom decided not to interrupt his reminiscing. Yes, there were indeed other metro systems apart from Moscow's. Maybe people took refuge there and saved themselves. But think about it, young man. Mikhail Porfirovich raised a naughty finger in the air. How many years have gone by, and nothing? Surely they would have found us after all these years if they had been looking for us? No, he dropped his head. I don't think so. And then, after 5 minutes of silence, almost inaudibly, the old man sighed and said, more to himself than to Artyom, Lord, what a splendid world we ruined. Single quote. A heavy silence hung in the tent. Vanechka, lulled by their quiet conversation, was sleeping, with his mouth slightly open and snuffling quietly, sometimes whining a little, like a dog. Mikhail Porfirovich didn't say another word, and though Artyom was sure that he wasn't yet sleeping, he didn't want to disturb him, so he closed his eyes and tried to fall asleep. He was thinking that, after everything that had happened to him over the course of that endless day, sleep would come instantly, but time stretched out slowly. The mattress, which had seemed so soft not long ago, now seemed lumpy, and he had to turn over many times before he could find a comfortable position. The old man's sad words were knocking around in his ears. No, I don't think so. There will be no return to the sparkling avenues, the grandiose architectural constructions, the light, refreshing breezes of a warm summer evening, running through your hair and caressing your face. No more sky, it will never be like the old man described again. Now, the sky was receding upwards, enmeshed in the decayed wires of the tunnel ceiling, and so it would remain forever. But before it was, what did he say? Azure? Clear? This sky was strange, just like the one that Artyom saw at the botanical gardens that time, covered in stars, but instead of being velvet blue, it was light blue, shimmering, joyful. And the buildings were really enormous, but they didn't press down with their mass. No, they were light, easy, as though they were woven out of sweet air. They soared, almost leaving the earth, their contours washed in the endless height of the sky. And how many people there were! Artyom had never seen so many people at once, only perhaps at Kitai Gorod, but here there were even more of them. The space in between of these great buildings was full of people. They scurried around, and there were a great deal of children among them, and they were eating something, probably real ice cream. Artyom had even wanted to ask one of them if he could try some. He'd never eaten real ice cream. When he was little, he'd really wanted to try some. But there had been nowhere to get any. The confectionery factory had long since produced only mold and rats and mold. But these little children, licking the delicacy, were running away from him and laughing, deftly dodging him, and he didn't even get the chance to look into any of their faces. Artyom didn't know anymore what he was trying to do. Take a bite of ice cream or just to look one of the children in the face, to understand if the children did actually have faces. And he got scared. The light outlines of the buildings started to slowly darken and, after some time, they were hanging over him threateningly, and then they started to move closer and closer. Artyom was still chasing the children, and it seemed to him that the children weren't laughing joyfully but evilly, and then he gathered all his strength and grabbed one of the little boys by the sleeve. The boy pulled away and scratched him like a devil, but squeezing the boy's throat with an iron grip, Artyom managed to look him in the face. It was Vanechka. Roaring and baring his teeth, he shook his head and tried to seize Artyom's hand. In panic, Artyom flung him away, and the boy, jumping up from his knees, suddenly lifted his head and let out that same terrible howl which made Artyom run back at VDNKH. And the children, randomly rushing around, started to slow down, and slowly to look at him from the side, getting closer, and the black bulky buildings towered right over them, drawing closer. And the children were filling the decreasing spaces between the buildings, and they took up Vanechka's struggle, full of savage malice and icy sadness, and finally they turned to Artyom. They didn't have faces, only black leather masks with mouths painted on them, and eyes, without whites or pupils. And suddenly there was a voice that Artyom couldn't place. It was quiet and the vicious battle was drowning it, but the voice repeated itself insistently and, listening closely, trying not to pay attention to the children who were getting closer and closer, Artyom finally figured out what it was saying. "You have to go." And it said it again. And again. And Artyom recognized the voice. It was Hunter's. He opened his eyes and threw off his covers. It was dark in the tent and very muggy, his head was filled with lead weight, his thoughts turned over lazily and heavily. Artyom couldn't seem to come to his senses, to figure out how long he'd slept and whether it was time to get up and get on the road or whether he should just turn over and try to have a better dream. Then the tent flaps were pulled aside and through it poked the head of the border guard who had let them into Kuznetsky most. Konstantin. What was his second name? Mikhail Perforovich. Mikhail Perforovich. Get up now. Mikhail Perforovich. Has he died or what? And not paying any attention to Artyom, who was staring at him in fright, he climbed into the tent and started to shake the sleeping old man. Vanechka woke up first and started to bellow badly. The guard didn't pay him any attention, and when Vanechka tried to pull on his arm, he boxed him on the ear. And then the old man woke up. Mikhail Perforovich, get up quickly. The border guard whispered urgently. You have to go. The Reds are asking for you to be handed over as a slanderer and enemy propagandist. I've been telling you. While you're here, while you're at our lousy station, don't start with your university talk. Did you listen to me? Please, Konstantin Alexeyevich, what is all this? The old man's head turned in confusion, rising from his cot. I didn't say anything, no propaganda. Perish the thought. I was only telling the young man about it, but very quietly, and there were no witnesses. Single quote. Well, take the young man with you. You know what kind of station this is. On Lubyanka they'll gut you and string you up on a stick, and your friend here will be put against the wall straight away so that he doesn't go talking again. Come on, be quick. Why are you hanging around? They're coming for you right now. They're just conferring for a moment to decide what to ask the Reds for in exchange, so hurry up. Artyom had stood up and had his rucksack on his back. He didn't know whether to get out his weapon or not. The old man was also fussing, but a minute later they were already on the road, walking quickly, whereupon Konstantin Alexeyevich himself pressed a hand over Vanechka's mouth with a martyred expression, and the old man looked over at him anxiously, afraid that the frontier guard might twist the boy's neck. The tunnel leading to Pushkinskaya was better defended than the other had been. Here they passed two cordons, at 100 and at 200 meters from the entrance. At the first one there was concrete reinforcements, a parapet that cut across the way and forced people along a narrow path by the wall. And to the left of it was a telephone and its wire led right into the center of the station, probably to the headquarters. At the second cordon there were the usual sandbags, the machine gun and the searchlights, like at the other side. There were duty officers at both posts, but Konstantin Alexeyevich led them through both cordons to the border. Let's go. I'll walk with you for 5 minutes. I'm afraid that you can't come here again, Mikhail Porfirovich, he said as they walked slowly toward Pushkinskaya. They haven't yet forgiven you for your old sins, and you've done it again. I heard that Comrade Moskvin is personally interested, you hear? Well, okay, we'll try to think of something. Be careful as you go through Pushkinskaya, he said as they carried on through the darkness. Go through it quickly. We're afraid of them, you see. So, be off and be well. Meanwhile, there was nowhere to rush to, so the fugitives shortened their stride. What made them so bitter about you? Artyom asked, curiously looking over at the old man. Well, you see, I just disliked them very much, and when the war was on. Well, basically, you see, my little circle put together some texts. And Anton Petrovich, he then lived at Pushkinskaya, had access to a typographical press. There was a press at Pushkinskaya, where some madmen were printing news. And that's where he printed it. But the Reds' border looks harmless. There are 2 people there, there's a flag hanging, there are no reinforcements. Nothing like the Hansa has, Artyom suddenly remembered. Of course, from this side everything is harmless because their main force is on the inside, not the outside. Mikhail Porfirovich smiled maliciously. That's where the reinforcements are. On the borders, it's just decoration. They went on in silence, each thinking their private thoughts. Artyom was listening to his sensations about the tunnel. It was a strange business, but this tunnel and also the one that led from Katai Gorod to Kuznetsky Most were both empty and you didn't feel anything inside them. They weren't filled with anything, they were just soulless constructions. Then he remembered the nightmare he had just had. The details of it had already been wiped from his memory and all that was left were vague, frightening memories of faceless children and black masses against the sky. But there was the voice. He couldn't follow the thought to its end. In front of him he heard the familiar awful squeaking and the rustle of paws, and then there was the suffocating, sweetish smell of rotting flesh, and when the weak light of their torches reached the place where these sounds were coming from, they saw in front of their eyes such a scene that Artyom thought it might perhaps be preferable to return to the Reds. At the wall, face down in a row, lay 3 swollen bodies, their hands tied behind their backs with wire, and they had already been gnawed at by the rats. Pressing his jacket's sleeve to his nose so that he wouldn't smell the heavy Swedish and poisonous air, Artyom bent down over the bodies, and shined his light at them. They were stripped to their underwear, and their bodies showed no evidence of injury. But the hair on each of their heads was stuck together with blood, especially thickly around the black dot of the bullet hole. In the back of the head, Artyom pointed out, trying to make his voice sound calm and feeling that he might suddenly vomit. Mikhail Porfirovich half opened his mouth and his eyes began to shine. What they do, my God, what they do, he said, sighing. Vanechka, don't look, come here. But Vanechka, without showing the slightest unease, hunkered down next to the nearest corpse and began to point a finger at it, bellowing animatedly. The torch's beam slipped up the wall and it lit up a piece of dirty paper, which was stuck right above the corpses at eye level. Above it, the letters, Verter Reich, were painted, accompanied by a depiction of an eagle. It went on in Russian. Not one swarthy animal is allowed within 300 meters of the Great Reich. And the same, no through way, sign was also displayed with its circular black outline and little man crossed out. Swine. Artyom said through clenched teeth. Because they have different color hair? The old man just shook his head sadly and pulled on Vanechka's collar. He was busy studying the bodies and did not want to be lifted up from his squatting position. I see that our typographical machine still works, Mikhail Porfirovich said sadly, and he moved on. The travelers went on more slowly. After 2 minutes they saw the words, 300 meters, had been painted on the walls in red paint. 300 meters to go, Artyom said, listening uneasily to the echoes of a dog's barking in the distance. About 100 meters from the station they were struck by a bright light, and they stopped. Hands above your heads. Stand still. A voice roared through a loudspeaker. Artyom obediently put his hands at the back of his head and Mikhail Porfirovich thrust both his hands into the air. I said, everyone, hands up. Walk slowly forward. Don't make any sudden movements. The strained voice continued, and Artyom couldn't look to see who was speaking because the light was beating right into his eyes and it was too painful to do anything but look down. Walking with small steps for some distance, they again stood still when they were told the searchlight was finally turned to the side. There was a whole barricade erected there, and there were 2 machine gunners in position and another guy with a holster in his belt, and they were all dressed in camouflage with black berets, aslant on their shaved heads. They had white armbands, with something looking like the German swastika on them but with 3 points, not 4. There were some barely visible dark figures in the distance, and there was a nervously fidgeting dog by their feet. The surrounding walls were painted with crosses, eagles, slogans and curses aimed at non-Russians. They puzzled Artyom somewhat because they were partly in German. In a visible place, underneath a panel with the silhouette of an eagle on it and a 3-pronged swastika, there was that sign again, lit from underneath, the one with the unfortunate little black figure, and Artyom thought that it was being displayed like some sort of religious icon for them. One of the guards made a step forward and lit a long torch, holding it at head level. He slowly walked around the 3 of them, steadily looking into their faces, apparently trying to find some evidence of non-Slavic features. However, they all looked Russian, and he turned his torch away and shrugged his shoulders, disappointed. "Documents," he demanded. Artyom readily extended his passport. Mikhail Porfirovich rummaged in his pocket and finally found his. "And where are your documents for this one?" the older guard asked, nodding at Vanechka in disgust. "You see, the thing is, that the boy," the old man started to explain. "Silence. You will address me as officer. Answer the question precisely." The document checker barked at him and his torch jumped around in his hands. "Officer, you see, the boy is sick, he doesn't have a passport, he's just little, you see, but, look, he's assigned to me, here, I'll show you." Mikhail Porfirovich began to babble, looking at the officer ingratiatingly, trying to find a spark of sympathy in his eyes. But the man stood still, straight and stiff, like a rock, and his face was like stone, and Artyom again felt that he wanted to kill someone. "Where is the photograph?" the officer spat, having flipped through the pages. Vanechka, who had been standing quietly until that point, tensely watching the dog's silhouette and enthusiastically gurgling from time to time, now turned to the document checker and, to Artyom's horror, he bared his teeth and hooted meanly. Artyom was suddenly so scared for him that he forgot his own hostility toward the man, and his desire to kick him good and properly. The document checker took an involuntary step backwards, staring at Vanechka unkindly, and said, "Get rid of this. Immediately. Or I'll do it myself. Please forgive him, officer, he doesn't understand what he's doing." Artyom was surprised to hear his own voice pronounce. Mikhail Porfirovich looked at him with gratitude, and the document checker quickly rustled through Artyom's passport and returned it to him, saying coldly, "No questions for you. You can pass." Artyom made a few steps forward and froze, feeling that his legs wouldn't obey him. The officer turned away from him and repeated his question to the other 2 about the photograph. "You see, the thing is," Mikhail Porfirovich started, and, stumbling, he added, "Officer, the thing is that there's no photographer where we live, and it costs a lot to get them at other stations, and I just don't have the money to get a picture." Single quote. "Take off your clothes," the man interrupted him. "I'm sorry?" Mikhail Porforovich's voice quavered, and his legs started to tremble. Artyom took off his rucksack and put it on the floor, not thinking at all about what he was doing. There are some things that you don't want to do and you pledge to yourself that you won't do, you forbid yourself, and then suddenly they happen all by themselves. You don't even have time to think about them, and they don't make it to the cognitive centers of the brain. They just happen and that's it, and you're left just watching yourself with surprise, and convincing yourself that it wasn't your fault, it just happened all by itself. If they undressed them and led them like the others to the 300th meter, Artyom would get his machine gun out of his rucksack, would switch it to automatic fire and would take out as many of these camouflaged non-humans as he could, until they shot him down. Nothing else made any sense. It wasn't important that he had only known Mikhail and Vanechka for a day. It wasn't important that they would kill him. What would happen to VDNKH? There was no point in thinking what would happen afterwards. There are things that it's just simpler not to think about. Undress. The man articulated carefully, repeating himself. A search. But, if you please. Single quote. Mikhail Porfirovich uttered indistinctly. Silence. The man barked. Quickly. And he reinforced his words with a gesture, by taking his gun out of its holster. The old man started to unbutton his jacket hastily, and the document checker turned his pistol away and silently watched how the old man threw off his jersey, clumsily hopping on one foot to take off his boots, and swaying, trying to undo his belt buckle. Faster. The officer hissed rapidly. I'm clumsy. You see. Single quote. Mikhail Porfirovich started, but the document checker had finally had enough and smacked the old man in the teeth. Artyom rushed forward, but two strong arms grabbed him from behind, and, as much as he tried to extract himself from them, it was useless. And then something unforeseeable happened. Vanechka, who was about half the size of the thug in the black beret, suddenly bared his teeth, and with an animal roar he rushed at him. The man didn't expect such speed from the wretched boy, and Vanechka managed to grab his left hand and even to hit him in the chest. However, a second later the officer recovered and flung Vanechka off, took a step backwards, held out his hand holding the pistol and pulled the trigger. The shot, amplified by its echo in the tunnel, resounded in their ears, but Artyom thought he could still hear how Vanechka sobbed silently and sat down on the floor. He was leaning over, clutching both hands to his stomach, when the officer kicked him and, with a disgusted expression on his face, pulled the trigger again, aiming at the head. "I warned you." He threw a cold look at Mikhail Porfirovich, who was frozen in place, looking at Vanechka with his jaw dropped and rattling sounds coming from his chest. At that moment, everything went dark in front of Artyom's eyes, and he felt such strength inside of him that the soldiers holding him from behind almost fell to the floor when he rushed forward. Time stretched for Artyom, and he had enough of it to seize the handle of his machine gun and, clicking the safety lock, he fired a round right through the rucksack into the breast of the officer. He noticed with satisfaction the black line of dots on the green of the camouflage. Chapter 9 Du stirbst. To be hanged, the commandant concluded. There was a burst of applause which mercilessly tormented his eardrums. Artyom raised his head with difficulty and looked from side to side. Only one of his eyes could open. The other was totally swollen. The interrogators had tortured him with all their might. He couldn't hear very well either. It was as though sounds were making their way to him through a thick layer of cotton wool. It felt like his teeth were all still in place. But what would he need his teeth for now anyway? Again the same light-colored marble, the normal stuff. And this white marble was already setting his teeth on edge. Massive iron chandeliers on the ceiling, once, probably electrical fixtures. Now, there were lard candles in them, and the ceiling above them was completely black. There were only two such chandeliers burning in the whole station, one at the very end where a wide staircase stood, and the other where Artyom was standing in the middle of the hall, on the steps of a little bridge that connected to a side passage that led to another metro line. Frequent semicircular arches, almost completely unnoticeable columns, there was a lot of free space. What kind of station is this? The execution will take place tomorrow at 5 o'clock in the morning at Tverskaya station, the fat man who was standing next to the commandant specified. Like his superior, he was dressed not in green camouflage but in a black uniform with brilliant yellow buttons. There were black berets on both of them, but not as big or as crudely made as those on the soldiers in the tunnel. There were lots of depictions of eagles and the three-pronged swastika, and slogans and mottos, drawn with great care in Gothic letters. Diligently trying to focus on the blurred words, Artyom read, "The metro is for Russians. Swarthy people to the surface. Death to the rat-eaters." There were others too, with more abstract contents. March forward to the last battle for the greatness of the Russian spirit. With fire and sword we will establish true Russian order. Then there was something from Hitler. A healthy body means a healthy spirit. There was one inscription that especially made an impression on him. It was underneath a skillfully drawn portrait of a brave soldier with a powerful jaw and a strong chin, and a rather resolute-looking woman. They were depicted in profile, so that the man was shielding the woman. Each man is a soldier and each woman is the mother of a soldier, the slogan went. All these inscriptions and pictures had somehow absorbed more of Artyom's attention than the words of the commandant. Right in front of him, behind a cordon, the crowd was restless. There weren't many people here and they were all dressed rather blandly and basically, in quilted jackets and greasy overalls. There were hardly any women to be seen, and if this reflected reality, there wouldn't be many more soldiers in the future. Artyom's head fell to his chest. He hadn't the strength to hold it upright anymore, and if there hadn't been two broad-shouldered escorts in berets supporting him under the arms, he would have fallen already. He felt faint again, and his head had begun to spin, and he couldn't manage to say anything ironic. Artyom had the impression that they would now turn him inside out in front of all these people. A stupid indifference about what would happen to him gradually crept up on Artyom. Now he only had an abstract interest in what was surrounding him, as though none of this was happening to him, but he was just reading a book about it. The fate of the main character interested him, of course, but if he was killed then he could just pick another book off the shelf, one with a happy ending. At first, he had been carefully beaten at length by patient and strong people while others asked him clever and judicious questions. The room had been, predictably, covered with disturbing yellow-colored tiles, making it easy to wipe away blood. But it was impossible to get rid of its smell. To start off with, they taught him to call the gaunt man with slick, light hair and delicate features who was leading the interrogation, Commandant. Then they taught him not to ask questions but to answer them. Then they taught him to answer the questions accurately and to the point. Artyom couldn't understand how his teeth were still in his mouth, though a few of them were seriously wobbly and his mouth had a constant taste of blood in it. At first, he tried to justify himself, but it was explained to him that that wasn't worth it. Then he tried to stay silent, but he was quickly convinced that this too seemed to be the wrong thing to do. It was very painful. It is altogether a strange feeling when a strong man beats you over the head. It's not just pain, but some kind of hurricane, which wipes all the thought from your mind and smashes your feelings to pieces. The real torture happens afterwards. After a while, Artyom finally understood what he needed to do. It was simple. He needed to manage the expectations of the Commandant the best way he could. If the Commandant asked whether Artyom was sent by Kuznetsky most, he had to just affirm that with a nod. It took less strength, and the Commandant didn't wrinkle his Slavic nose at the response and his assistants didn't hit him. The Commandant assumed that Artyom was sent with the aim of collecting military information and performing some kind of sabotage. He agreed again with a nod, and then the torturer rubbed his hands together with satisfaction, and Artyom had saved his second eye. But it was important not just to nod. He had to listen to exactly what the Commandant had asked, because if Artyom assented inattentively, the mood would worsen, and one of his helpers would try, for example, to break one of Artyom's ribs. After about an hour and a half of this unrushed conversation, Artyom couldn't feel his body anymore. He couldn't see very well, he could scarcely hear, and he understood almost nothing. He lost consciousness a few times, but they brought him back to his senses with iced water and ammonia. He must have been a very interesting person to talk to. In the end, they had an absolutely false idea of who he was. They saw him as an enemy spy and a saboteur, who had appeared in order to stab the Fourth Reich in the back, and having decapitated the leadership, to sow the seeds of chaos and to prepare for an invasion. The ultimate goal was the establishment of an anti-national Caucasian Zionist regime over the whole of the metro system. Though Artyom generally understood little about politics, such a global aim seemed to him to be worthy, and so he told them that was true too. And it was good that he had agreed. Because of this, he still had all his teeth. After the final details of the plot were revealed, they allowed Artyom to pass out. When he could open his eye one last time, the Commandant was already reading the sentence. The final formalities had barely been settled when the date of his departure from this world was announced to the public, and they pulled a black hood over his head and face, and his vision worsened dramatically. He could see nothing, and he was even more dizzy. He barely managed to stay standing for a minute and stopped struggling when a spasm seized his body and he vomited right onto his boots. The guard took a cautious step backwards, and the public rustled indignantly. For a moment, Artyom felt ashamed, and then he felt his head swimming and his knees buckling. A strong arm was holding up his chin, and he heard a familiar voice, which now seemed almost to come from a dream world. "Let's go. Come with me, Artyom. It's all over. Get up," he said, but Artyom still couldn't find the strength to get up or even to lift his head. It was very dark, probably because of the hood. But how would he get it off if his hands were tied at the back? Getting it off was essential. To look to see if it was indeed the person he thought it was or if he was imagining it. The hood. Single quote. Artyom managed to say, hoping the person would understand. The black veil that had been over his eyes then disappeared, and Artyom saw Hunter in front of him. He hadn't changed at all since the time Artyom had talked with him, a while back now, a whole eternity ago, at VDNKH. How had he got here? Artyom wearily moved his head and looked around. He was on the platform of the exact same station where they had read his sentence. There were dead bodies everywhere. Only a few candles in one chandelier continued to smoke. The other chandelier was blown out. Hunter was holding the same pistol in his right hand that had so amazed Artyom the last time, having seemed so huge with its long silencer screwed onto its barrel and its impressive laser sight. Stechkin. The hunter was looking at Artyom anxiously and attentively. "Is everything okay with you? Can you walk?" "Yes. Probably. Artyom summoned his courage, but he was interested in something else at that moment. You're alive? Did everything work out for you? As you can see, Hunter smiled wearily. Thanks for your help, but I didn't complete the task. Artyom shook his head and it was burningly painful, and he was filled with shame. You did everything you could. Hunter patted him soothingly on the shoulder. And what's happening at home? At VDNKH? Everything's fine, Artyom. Everything has already passed. I was able to collapse the entrance and now the Dark Ones won't be able to get into the metro anymore. We're saved. Let's go. And what happened here? Artyom looked around, noticing with horror that the whole hall was filled with corpses, and that other than his voice and Hunter's, not another sound could be heard. It doesn't matter. Hunter looked into his eyes firmly. You shouldn't worry about it. He bent over and lifted his sack from the floor. A smoking army hand machine gun was lying in it. His cartridge belt was almost spent. The hunter moved forward and Artyom tried to keep step. Looking from side to side, he saw something that he hadn't noticed before. Several dark figures were hanging from the little bridge where Artyom had had his sentence read. Hunter said nothing and was taking long steps, as though he had forgotten that Artyom could barely move. As much as Artyom tried, the distance between them was increasing all the time, and Artyom was afraid that Hunter would just go off, leaving him in this horrible station, which was covered in slippery and still warm blood, and where the only inhabitants were corpses. Do I really deserve this? Artyom thought. Is my life so much more important than the lives of all these people? No, he was glad to have been rescued. But all these people, randomly scattered, like bags and rags, on the granite of the platform, side by side, on the rails, left forever in the poses that Hunter's bullets had found them in, they all died so that he could live. Hunter had made this exchange with such ease, just as though he had sacrificed some minor chess figures to safeguard one of the most important pieces. He was just a player, and the metro was a chessboard, and all the figures were his, because he was playing the game with himself. But here was the question. Was Artyom such an important piece to the game that all these people had to perish for his preservation? Henceforth the blood that was flowing along the cold granite would probably pulse in his veins too. It was like he had drunk it, extracted it from others for his existence. Now he would never be warm again. Artyom, with effort, ran forward a bit in order to catch up with Hunter and to ask if he would ever become warm again, or would he, even at the hottest firesides, stay this cold and melancholic, like an icy winter's night on a far-flung semi-station. But Hunter was far in the distance. Maybe it was because Artyom didn't manage to catch him up that Hunter descended onto the tracks and rushed into the tunnel with the agility of an animal. His movements seemed, to Artyom, like the movements of a dog? No, a rat. Oh God. Are you a rat? The terrible idea tore from Artyom's mouth, and he was frightened by what he'd said. No, came the answer. You're the rat. You're the rat. Cowardly rat. Cowardly rat. Someone repeated it just above his ear, and spat fruitily. Artyom shook his head but immediately regretted it. Now, thanks to his sharp movements, the aching blunt pain in his body had exploded. He lost control of his limbs and started to stumble forward, and then he rested his burning forehead on something cool and metallic. The surface was ribbed and it pressed on his skin unpleasantly, but it cooled his inflamed flesh, and Artyom froze in that position for a time, not having the strength to make any further decisions. He caught his breath and then carefully tried to open his left eye a little bit. He sat on the floor, his forehead against a lattice of some sort. It went up to the ceiling and filled the space on both sides of the low and narrow arch. He was facing the hall, and there were paths behind him. All the nearest arches opposite him, as far as he could see, were turned into cages too. There were a few people sitting in each of them. This station was exactly the opposite of the station where he had been sentenced to death. That one was utterly graceful, light, airy, spacious, with transparent columns, wide and high arches, despite the gloomy lighting and the inscriptions and drawings covering the walls. It was like a banquet hall compared with this one. Here everything was oppressive and scary. There was a low, rounded ceiling, like in the tunnels. It was barely twice a man's height. And there were massive, rough columns, each of which was much wider than the arches that cut across between them. The ceiling of the arches were so close to the ground that he could have reached up and touched it were it not for the fact that his hands were tied with wire behind his back. Apart from Artyom, there were another two people in the cell. One was lying on the ground with his face buried in a heap of rags, and he was groaning dully. The other had black eyes and brown hair and hadn't shaved for some time, and he was squatting, leaning against the marble wall, watching Artyom with lively curiosity. There were 2 strong men in camouflage and berets patrolling the length of the cages, one of whom had a big dog on a leash, and he would scold it from time to time. They, it seemed, had woken Artyom. It had been a dream. It had been a dream. He had dreamt it all. They were going to hang him. "What time is it?" he muttered, only slightly moving his inflamed tongue, and looking sideways at the black-eyed man. "Half-past 9. The man answered willingly, pronouncing his words with the same accent that Artyom had heard at Katai Gorod. Instead of, "oh," they said, and instead of, "why," they said, "I." And then he added, "in the evening. 9:30. 2.5 hours until 12, and 5 hours before. Before the procedure. 7.5 hours. And while he was thinking, counting, time was already flying past. Once Artyom had tried to imagine. What should a person feel and think in the face of death, the night before his execution? Fear? Hatred for his executioners? Regret? But he was empty inside. His heart was thumping hard in his breast, his temples were throbbing, blood slowly accumulated in his mouth until he swallowed. The blood had the taste of rusty iron. Or was it that wet iron had the taste of fresh blood? They would hang him. They would kill him. He would cease to exist. He couldn't imagine it, couldn't take it on board. Everyone knows that death is unavoidable. Death was a part of daily life in the metro. But it always seemed that nothing unfortunate would happen to you, that the bullets would fly past you, the disease would skip over you. Death of old age was a slow affair, so you needn't think about it. You can't live in constant awareness of your mortality. You had to forget about it, and though these thoughts came to you anyway, you had to drive them away, to smother them. Otherwise they could take root in your consciousness and they would make your life a misery. You can't think about the fact that you'll die. Otherwise you might go mad. There's only one thing that can save a man from madness, and that's uncertainty. The life of someone who has been sentenced to death is different from the life of a normal person in only one way. The one knows exactly when he will die, and the regular person is in the dark about it, and consequently it seems he can live forever, even though it's entirely possible that he could be killed in a catastrophic event the following day. Death isn't frightening by itself. What's frightening is expecting it. In 7 hours. How would they do it? Artyom couldn't really imagine how people were hanged. They once had to execute a traitor at their station, but Artyom was still little then and didn't understand much, and anyway, they wouldn't perform public executions at VDNKH. They would probably throw a rope around his neck. Either they'd string him up to the ceiling, or there would be some sort of stool involved. No, it didn't bear thinking about. He was thirsty. With effort he flicked the switch and the train of his thoughts swept onto other rails, to the officer he had shot. The first person he'd ever killed. The scene arose before his eyes again, invisible bullets going into his broad chest, and how they had left burnt black marks in which fresh blood had coagulated. He didn't feel the slightest regret for what he'd done, and this surprised him. Once, he had reckoned that every killed person must be a heavy burden on the conscience of the person who killed them. They would appear in dreams, disturb his old age. But no. It seemed it wasn't like that at all. There was no pity, no repentance, only gloomy satisfaction. And Artyom understood that if the murdered person were to come to him in a nightmare, then he would only turn indifferently away from the phantom and it would then disappear without a trace. But old age. There would be no old age anymore. Time was running out. It would probably involve a stool. When there is so little time, you have to think about something important, about the most important thing, that you never found time to think about before, leaving it all till later. About the fact that your life wasn't lived right, and that you'd do it differently if given a second chance. No. He couldn't have had any other life in this world, and there was nothing to try to redo. When the border guard shot Vanechka in the head, should he not have rushed for his automatic machine gun but instead have stayed standing at the site? It wouldn't have worked. He would never have managed to chase Vanechka and Mikhail Porfirovich from his dreams. What had happened to the old man? Damn. What would it take to get a mouthful of water? First they would lead him out of the cell. And if he was lucky then they'd lead him through the transfer passage, but there'd little time for that now. And if they didn't put that damned cover over his head, he would be able to see something, apart from the rods of the lattice in front of him in the endless rows of cages. "What station you from?" said Artyom through dry lips, tearing himself away from the lattice and looking up into the eyes of his neighbor. "Tverskaya," the man responded. Then he asked, "Listen, Brother, what are you in here for? I killed an officer, Artyom slowly replied. It was hard for him to speak. Oh. The unshaved man offered sympathetically. So they're going to hang you? Artyom shrugged, and turned again to lean on the lattice. Sure they will, his neighbor assured him. They will. And soon. Right here at the station, and they won't be transferring him. If only to get a drink of water. To wash this metallic taste from his mouth, to moisten his dry throat, then, maybe, he could speak to this man for a little more than a minute. There was no water in the cage, but on the other side of the space there was a fetid tin bucket. Could he ask his jailers? Maybe they give small indulgences to those who have been sentenced. If he could only have pushed his hand out through the lattice, and wave it a little. But his hands were tied behind his back, and the wire was digging into his wrists and he had lost all sensation. He tried to cry out, but only a rattle emerged, which turned into a cough from deep in his lungs. Both guards approached the cage when they noticed his attempts to get their attention. The rat has awoken, the one with the dog grinned. Artyom threw his head back to see the man's face and whispered with difficulty, "Drink." "Water. A drink?" The guard with the dog pretended to be surprised. "What do you need that for? You're just about to be strung up and all you want is to drink." "No, we won't be getting you any water. Maybe that way you'll die sooner." The matter was settled and Artyom closed his eyes wearily, but the jailers apparently wanted to chat with him some more. "So, you scum, you finally understood who you raised your fist to?" The other guard asked. "And you're even a Russian, you rat. It's because of those morons who will stab you in the back with your own knife, those. Single quote. He nodded at Artyom's neighbor in the next cage. "The whole metro will be full of them soon and your simple Russian won't even be able to breathe anymore." The unshaved prisoner looked down. Artyom could only find the strength to shrug his shoulders. "And they smacked that mongrel of yours nicely too," the first guard added. Sidorov said that the tunnel was a bloodbath. And quite right. Subhumans. They need to be destroyed. They are. Xenophond. He remembered the difficult word. They ruin things. And your old man died too, he concluded. What? Artyom sobbed. He'd been afraid of that, but he'd hoped that perhaps the old man hadn't died, that maybe he was somewhere here, in the next chamber. Right. He died. They ironed him a little bit but he up and croaked, the guard with the dog said happily, satisfied by the fact that Artyom was finally reacting to them. You will die. All your relatives will die. Single quote. He could see Mikhail Porfirovich, without a care in the world, stopping in the middle of the tunnel, leafing through his notepad, and then repeating this last line with emotion. What was it again? Der Toten Tatenraum? No, the poet was mistaken, there aren't any acts of glory anymore. There isn't anything anymore. Then he remembered how Mikhail Porfirovich had missed his old apartment, and especially his old bed. Then his thoughts started thickening, and were flowing more and more slowly, and then they stopped altogether. He rested his forehead against the lattice again and, with a dulled mind, he started looking at the jailer's sleeve. A three-pronged swastika. Strange symbol. Looks either like a star or like a crippled spider. Why only 3? He asked. Why 3? He had to tip his head towards the man's armband so the security guards would understand what he meant. Well, how many do you need? The one with the dog answered indignantly. There are 3 stations, you fool. It's a symbol of unity. And, just you wait, when we get to Polis, we'll add a 4th. Single quote. What are you talking about? The other guard interrupted. It's an ancient symbol, a primordial Slavic sign. It's called a solstice. It belonged to the Fritz and then we took it over. Stations. You pothead. But there's no more sun anymore. Single quote. Artyom squeezed out the words, feeling as though there was a muddy veil over his eyes, and his sense of hearing was disappearing into the haze. That's it. He's gone mad, the guard with the dog announced with gratification. Let's go, Senya, and find someone else for a chat. Artyom didn't know how much time had passed while he sat there deprived of his thoughts and his vision. He occasionally regained consciousness and understood vague images. But everything was saturated with the taste and smell of blood. However, he was glad that his body had taken pity on his mind and killed all thought, and so released his sense of reason was from melancholy. Hey, brother. His neighbor shook his shoulder. Don't sleep. You've been sleeping for a long time. It's almost 4 o'clock. Artyom tried to surface from the chasm of his unconsciousness but it was difficult, as though lead weights had been attached to his feet. Reality came to him slowly, like the indistinct outlines on film that has been placed in developing solution. "What time is it?" he croaked. 10 to 4, the black-eyed man said. 10 to 4. They'd probably come for him in about 40 minutes. And in an hour and 10 minutes. An hour and 9 minutes. An hour and 8 minutes. 7 minutes. "What's your name?" his neighbor asked. "Artyom. I'm Ruslan. My brother was called Ahmed, and they shoot him straight away. But I don't know what they do with me. My name is Russian. Maybe they don't want mistake." The black-eyed man was happy that he finally managed to start a conversation. "Where are you from?" None of this was of interest to Artyom, but the chatting of his unshaven neighbor helped him to fill his head. It didn't matter what it was filling it with. He didn't want to think about VDNKH. He didn't want to think about the mission that he had been charged with. He didn't want to think about what was happening in the metro. He didn't want to. "I'm from Kyievskaya. You know it? We call it sunny Kiev." Ruslan smiled, showing a row of white teeth. "There are lots of my people there. I have a wife, children, 3 children. The oldest one has 6 fingers on his hands," he added proudly. "Something to drink. Just a mouthful. Even if it's tepid. He wouldn't mind tepid water. Unfiltered even. Any water. A mouthful. And to be forgotten about again, until the escorts come to get him." He wanted an empty mind again, and not to be bothered. He wanted his head to stop spinning, to stop itching, to stop his thoughts from telling him that he'd made a mistake. He didn't have the right to do what he did. He should have gone off. Turned his back. Covered his ears. Carried on. Made it from Pushkinskaya to Chekhovskaya. And from there it was just one transfer. So easy. Just one transfer and it would all have been done, his task completed. He would be alive. Something to drink. His hands had become so numb that he didn't feel them. It's so much easier for people to die when they believe in something. For those who believe that death isn't the end of everything. For those in whose eyes the world is separated into black and white. Who know exactly what they need to do and why. Who hold the torch of an idea, of beliefs, in their hands, and everything they see is illuminated by it. Those who have nothing to doubt and nothing to regret. They must have an easy time of dying. They die with a smile on their face. "We had fruit big like this before. And the beautiful flowers. I give them to the girl for no money and she give me the smile." Single quote. The words reached Artyom but couldn't distract him anymore. Steps could be heard from the depths of the hall. Several people were approaching and Artyom's heart tightened and turned into a small nervous lump. Were they coming for him? So soon? He thought 40 minutes would have lasted longer. Or had his devilish neighbor told him that more time was left because he had wanted to give him some hope? No, it couldn't be. 3 pairs of boots stopped at his cage. 2 of them were in spotted military trousers, 1 in black trousers. The lock made a grinding sound and Artyom only just managed not to fall over as the cage door he was leaning on opened. "Pick him up," someone said. He was grabbed under the arms and he soared towards the ceiling. "Break a leg," Ruslan wished him, as a parting gesture. There were 2 machine gunners, but not those that he'd talked to. However, these were just as anonymous looking. A third guy with a bristling mustache and watery blue eyes was wearing a black uniform and a small beret. "Follow me," he ordered and they dragged Artyom to the other end of the platform. He tried to walk himself. He didn't want them to drag him like he was a helpless doll. If he had to leave this life, he wanted to do it with pride. But his legs wouldn't obey him, they buckled, and he could only clumsily place them on the floor, hampering the forward motion so that the man in the black uniform looked at him severely. The cages didn't continue to the end of the hall. The row was interrupted in the middle where the escalators to the next level down were situated. There, in the depths, torches were burning and ominous crimson light reflected on the ceilings. There were cries of pain coming from below. Artyom suddenly had a thought about the underworld and he felt a certain relief when they had led him past the escalators. From the last cage, someone yelled to him, "Farewell, my friend." But Artyom didn't pay him any attention. He could only see a glass of water looming before his eyes. On the opposite wall there was a guard's observation post, a roughly knocked together table with 2 chairs, and there was a sign with that symbol which said "No entry for black people." He couldn't see any gallows anywhere and, for a moment, Artyom had the crazy hope that they had only wanted to scare him and that they weren't really leading him to his hanging, that they were taking him to the end of the station so that he could be let go without the others seeing it. The man with the mustache, who was walking ahead, turned at the last archway, towards the pathways, and Artyom began to believe in his rescue fantasy even more strongly. There was a small platform on wheels standing on the rails, and it was arranged in such a manner that its floor was level with the station floor. There was a thick-set man in a spotted uniform, checking a loop of rope that was hanging from a hook screwed into the ceiling. The only difference between him and the others was that his rolled-up sleeves showed powerful forearms, and he had a knitted hat pulled over his head with holes cut into it for his eyes. "Is everything ready?" the man in the black uniform said, and the executioner nodded at him. "I don't like this construction," he said. "Why couldn't we use the good old stool? Then it's, pow." He punched his fist into his other palm. "Break his neck. But with this thing, while he's choking, he'll squirm like a worm on a hook. And when they choke, there's so much to clean up afterwards. There's like guts everywhere. Single quote. Enough," the man in the black uniform said. Then he took the executioner aside and furiously hissed something at him. As soon as their superior had stepped away, the soldiers quickly went back to their interrupted conversation. "So?" the one on the left impatiently asked the one on the right. "Okay. So," the one on the right whispered loudly. "I pushed her up against the column and shoved my hand under her skirt, and she turned all soft and said to me." But he didn't manage to finish because his superior had returned. "Never mind the fact that he's Russian, he transgressed. The traitor, the turncoat, degenerate, and traitors should be painfully punished." He was encouraging the executioner. They untied his hands, and took off his jacket and jumper so that Artyom stood there only wearing his dirty undershirt. Then they tore the cartridge case that Hunter had given him off the string around his neck. "A talisman?" the executioner inquired. "I'll put it in your pocket, it might still come in handy." His voice was far from evil, and it was curiously soothing. Then they pulled his hands together behind his back and pushed Artyom onto the scaffold. The soldiers remained on the platform since they weren't needed. He couldn't escape anyway since it required all the strength Artyom had just to stand there while the executioner fitted the loop over his head. To stand up, not fall, and make no noise. Something to drink. That's all that he could think about. "Water. Water. Water." he croaked. "Water?" The executioner threw up his hands in disappointment. "Where am I going to get you any water now? It's not possible, my dear, we're already way behind schedule. Now just be patient, not long now." Single quote. He jumped off onto the path with a thud and spat on his hands before taking up the rope attached to the scaffold. The soldiers were lined up and their commander had assumed a significant and even solemn look. As an enemy spy, who has viciously betrayed his people, he began. In Artyom's head there was a dance of thought fragments and images that said, "Wait, it's too early, I haven't yet managed to do what I had to do," and then Hunter's strict face appeared before his eyes and disappeared immediately in the crimson twilight of the station. Then Suhoi's tender gaze appeared and vanished too. "Mikhail Porfirovich, you will die. The Dark Ones. They can't wait." And over all this, interrupting his memories, the words, his desires, shrouding them in a stuffy dense haze, hung a great thirst. Something to drink. Degenerate, who discredits his own nation. The voice continued to burble. Suddenly there were shouts in the tunnel and a burst of machine gun fire, and then a loud bang and everything went quiet. The soldiers grabbed their machine guns. Their superior in black turned nervously and quickly said, "Punishment by death." "Go ahead," and he gave the signal. The executioner grunted and pulled the rope, planting his feet on the cross ties. The boards slipped away from Artyom's feet, though he tried to keep touching them, so that he could stay on the scaffold, but they moved further off and it was getting harder and harder to stand. The rope was dragging him back, towards death, and he didn't want it, he didn't want to die. Then the floor slipped out from under him and the loop tightened from the weight of his body. It squeezed his neck, cut into his windpipe, and a rattle issued from his throat. His sight lost its sharpness, and everything was twisted inside him. His body was begging for air, but he couldn't inhale, no matter what he tried, and his body started to coil, convulsively, and there was an awful tickling feeling in his stomach. The station clouded with a poisonous yellow smoke and gunshots roared nearby, and then he lost consciousness. "Hey, hangman, come on now. Don't pretend. We've felt your pulse so you can't feign death." And he was hit across the cheeks, bringing him round. "I refuse to do mouth-to-mouth on him again," the other person said. This time Artyom was absolutely sure that it was a dream, the last seconds of unconsciousness before the end. Death was so close, and the moment her iron fist closed around his neck was as indisputable as the moment the floor fell away from underneath him and he hung over the rails. "That's enough blinking, you'll be fine," the first voice insisted. "We got you out of the loop so you could enjoy life again, and you're rolling all over the floor on your face." Someone shook him hard. Artyom shyly opened an eye and then closed it, having decided that he was probably in the process of dying prematurely and that the afterlife had already begun. The being was leaning over him and it looked a bit like a person, but it was so unusual looking that it reminded Artyom of Khan's calculations about where souls go when they are separated from their transitory bodies. The skin of the being was a matte yellow, which you could even see in the light of a lantern nearby, and instead of eyes, he had narrow slits, as though a sculptor who was sculpting a person out of a tree had almost finished the face, but had only made an outline of the eyes, and he forgot to chip open the eyes so it could look out onto the world. The face was round with high cheekbones and Artyom had never seen anything like it. "No, this is not working," someone declared resolutely from above, and they sprayed water in his face. Artyom swallowed it convulsively and stretched out his hands for the bottle. At first he just held onto the neck of the bottle, and only after that did he get up and look around. He was rushing through a dark tunnel with head-spinning speed, lying on a section car that was no less than 2 meters long. There was a light smell of burning in the air, and Artyom thought with astonishment that it must be fueled with petrol. There were 4 people apart from him sitting on the section car, and there was a big, brown dog with a black undercoat. One of them was the guy who had hit Artyom across the cheeks. There was a bearded guy in a hat with ear flaps that had a red star sewn onto it and onto his quilted jacket too. He had a long machine gun dangling down his back, one just like the hoe that Artyom had before, but there was a bayonet knife screwed onto its barrel. The third person was a big fellow whose face Artyom didn't see at once, but when he did, he almost jumped off the car. His skin was very dark. Artyom looked at it a bit more and calmed down. He wasn't a dark one, his shade of skin wasn't the same as theirs, and he had a normal, human face with slightly out-turned lips and a flattened nose like a boxer's. The last guy had a relatively regular appearance, but he had a beautiful brace face and a strong chin, which reminded him of something on a poster at Pushkinskaya. He was dressed in a beautiful leather coat, which was tied with a wide belt with 2 rows of holes in it and an officer's sword belt, and from the belt hung a holster of impressive size. There was a Degtyaryov machine gun at the back of the section car and a fluttering red flag. When a beam from the lantern accidentally fell on the flag, he could see that it wasn't really a flag but a ragged piece of material with the red and black face of a bearded man on it. All this seemed more like some kind of terrible delirium than the miraculous rescue that Hunter had made for him when he ruthlessly cut his way through Pushkinskaya. "He's regained consciousness," the narrow-eyed man said joyfully. "So, hangman, what did they get you for?" He spoke totally without accent. His pronunciation was no different than Artyom's or Suhoi's. That was very strange, hearing pure Russian speech from such an unusual being. Artyom couldn't shed the feeling that this was some kind of farce, and the narrow-eyed man was only moving his lips while the bearded guy or the man in the leather coat spoke from behind him. "I shot one of their officers," he admitted reluctantly. "Well, good for you. You're just the kind we like. That's what they deserve," the man with the high cheekbones said enthusiastically, and the big, dark-skinned guy who was sitting at the front turned to Artyom and raised his eyebrows respectfully. Artyom thought that this guy must mispronounce words. "That means we didn't create such a scene for nothing." He smiled broadly. He also had a flawless accent, so that Artyom was confused and now didn't know what to think. "What's your name, hero?" the handsome man in leather asked him, and Artyom introduced himself. "I'm Comrade Rusakov. This is Comrade Bonsai." He pointed to the narrow-eyed man. "This is Comrade Maxim." The dark-skinned one grinned again. "And this is Comrade Fyodor." The dog came last. Artyom wouldn't have been surprised if he'd been called Comrade, too. But the dog was simply called Karatsupa. Artyom shook their hands one by one. The strong, dry hand of Comrade Rusakov, the narrow, firm palm of Comrade Bonsai, Maxim's black shovel of a hand, and the fleshy hand of Comrade Fyodor. He earnestly tried to remember all their names, especially the hard-to-pronounce Karatsupa. But it seemed that they called each other different names anyway. They addressed the main guy as Comrade Commissar, and the dark-skinned one they called Maximka or Lumumba. The narrow-eyed one was simply Bonsai, and the bearded one with the hat with ear flaps they called Uncle Fyodor. Welcome to the 1st International Red Fighting Brigade of the Moscow Metropolitan in the name of Ernesto Che Guevara, Comrade Rusakov triumphantly announced. Artyom thanked him and fell silent, looking around. The name was very long and the ending of it generally blended into something quite unclear. For a while, the red color had an effect on Artyom not unlike its effect on a bull in the word, brigade, was associated for him with Zhenya's stories about the gangster lawlessness somewhere near Shchebelovskaya. Most of all, he was intrigued by the face trembling on the cloth in the wind and he timidly asked, "And who have you got there on your flag?" At the last second he decided on the word, flag, having almost said, rag. "That, my brother, is Che Guevara," Bonsai explained to him. Which Che Guevara? Artyom hadn't understood, but seeing rage fill Rusakov's eyes and the mocking smile on Maximka's face, he figured out that he'd done something foolish. Comrade Ernesto Che Guevara. The commissar rapped the separate syllables. The great Cuban revolutionary. Now the sounds were all more distinct, though it still wasn't intelligible to Artyom, but he decided to widen his eyes enthusiastically and say nothing. After all, these people had saved his life, and angering them right now with his ignorance would be impolite. The tunnel's soldered ribs flashed past fantastically quickly, and during the length of their conversation they had already managed to fly through one half-empty station and stopped in the twilight of the tunnel beyond it. Here, at the side, there was a little dead-end offshoot where they could stop. "Let's see if the fascist reptiles dare to go after us," said Comrade Rusakov. Now they had to whisper very quietly because Comrades Rusakov and Karatsupa were attentively listening for sounds coming from the darkness. "Why did you do it? I mean, rescue me?" Artyom asked, trying to choose the right word. "It was a planned sortie. Some information arrived," explained Bonsai, smiling mysteriously. "About me?" Artyom asked in the hope that he could believe Khan's words about his special mission. "No, just in general." Bonsai made an indistinct gesture. "We heard they were planning some kind of atrocity. So Comrade Commissar decided we had to stop it. Besides, it's our mission to bother them constantly. They haven't put up roadblocks on this side, not even a bright torch, just a few outposts with simple fires," Maximka added. "We ran over them straight away. Sadly, we had to use the machine gun. But then, there was the smoke bomb. We had gas masks and we took you, our home-grown SS man, and went back." Uncle Fyodor, silent and smoking some kind of weed in a pipe, the smoke from which started to make his eyes tear up, suddenly said, "Yes, my young friend, it's good that you were appropriated. Do you want a little brew?" And picking up a half-empty bottle of some kind of murky swill from an iron box, he shook it and offered it to Artyom. It was going to take a lot of bravery to take a sip. It went down like sandpaper, but he felt as though a vice that had been clamped inside him this last 24 hours had relaxed. "So, are you Reds?" he asked cautiously. "We, my brother, are communists. Revolutionaries," Bonsai said proudly. "From the Red Line?" Artyom leaned in. "No, just simple communists," the man answered a bit hesitantly and hurried to add, "Comrade Commissar will explain it all to you, he's in charge of the ideology here." Comrade Rusakov, having returned after a few minutes, informed them, all is quiet. His handsome masculine face radiated a sense of calm. "We can take a break." There was nothing with which to build a fire. They hung the little kettle over a camping stove and cut up some cold pork. The revolutionaries ate suspiciously well. "No, Comrade Artyom, we aren't from the Red Line," Comrade Rusakov declared firmly when Bonsai related the question to him. "Comrade Moskvin has taken the position of Stalin, turned his back on a metro-wide revolution, officially denouncing the interstational and cutting off support for revolutionary activities. He's a renegade and he's a compromiser. Us comrades, we are sticking to Trotsky's line of thinking. You could even draw parallels between Castro and Che Guevara. That's why he's on our fighting banner," and he pointed to the sad, hanging rag with a broad gesture. "We have remained true to the revolutionary idea, unlike the collaborationist Comrade Moskvin. Us comrades, we condemn them and their line." "Aha, and who gives you fuel?" Uncle Fyodor added, puffing on his rolled-up cigarette. Comrade Rusakov flushed and threw a vicious look at Uncle Fyodor. Fyodor just mockingly tut-tutted and took a deeper pull on his cigarette. Artyom understood little from the commissar's explanation apart from the main thing. These people had little in common with the Reds who intended to string Mikhail Porforovich's guts up onto a stick and shoot him at the same time. This calmed him and in an effort to give a good impression, he twinkled. Stalin. That's the one in the mausoleum, right? But this time, he'd gone too far. An angry spasm deformed the beautiful and brave face of Comrade Rusakov. Bonsai turned away, and even Uncle Fyodor frowned. No, it's Lenin in the mausoleum. Artyom hurried to correct himself. The stern wrinkles on Comrade Rusakov's high forehead smoothed out, and he said severely, "You still need lots of work, Comrade Artyom." Artyom really didn't want Comrade Rusakov to work on him, but he restrained himself and said nothing in reply. He really understood little about politics, but it had started to interest him, and therefore, he waited until the storm had passed and ventured. "So why are you against the fascists?" "I mean, I'm also against them, but you guys are revolutionaries after all. Single quote. Those reptiles. Because of Spain, because of Ernst Thälmann and the Second World War." Comrade Rusakov spat through his clenched teeth, and though Artyom didn't understand a word of it, he didn't want to make a show of his ignorance yet again. Once they poured boiling water into the mugs, they all became more lively. Bonsai took to exhausting Uncle Fyodor with foolish questions, obviously trying to tease him, and Maximka, having sat down closer to Comrade Rusakov, asked quietly, "So tell me, Comrade Commissar, what does Marxism, Leninism say about headless mutants? It has bothered me for a long time. I want to be ideologically strong, and I'm drawing a blank on this one." His dazzling white teeth sparkled in a guilty smile. "Well, you see, Comrade Maxim," the commissar replied after a delay, "this, my brother, is not a simple matter," and he started thinking hard. Artyom was also interested in how the mutants were seen from a political point of view and, indeed, he was interested to learn if they existed at all. But Comrade Rusakov was silent, and Artyom's thoughts slid back down the track that he hadn't managed to get out of in the last few days. He needed to get to Polis. He was saved by a miracle, he'd been given one more chance, perhaps his last. His whole body hurt, he had a hard time breathing, deep breaths would set him off coughing, and he couldn't open one eye. He wanted to stay with these people very much. He felt much more calm and confident with them, and the darkness of the unfamiliar tunnel was not condensing around him and oppressing him. The rustlings and scratchings that flew up from the black bowels didn't frighten him, didn't put him on his guard, and he hoped that this respite would last forever. It was sweet to relive his rescue again and again. Even though death had been chomping its iron teeth just above his head, barely brushing against him, the sticky, body-paralyzing fear that had seized him before his execution had already evaporated. The last remnants, hidden under his heart and in his stomach, had been burnt out by the poisonous home brew of the bearded Comrade Fyodor. Fyodor himself, and the friendly Bonsai, and the serious leather-clad commissar, and the enormous Maxim Lumumba. It was so easy with them, in a way that he had never experienced since he'd left VDNKH 100 years before. None of his belongings were in his possession anymore. The wonderful new machine gun, the 5 magazines of cartridges, the passport, the food, the tea, 2 flashlights, they were all lost. Left with the fascists. All he had was a jacket, some trousers, and a twisted cartridge case in his pocket. The executioner had said, "Maybe it will come in useful." So what now? To stay here, with the fighters of the Interstational, the brigadiers of. Well, it's not important. To live their life and forget his own. No, never. He mustn't stop for a minute, mustn't rest. He had no right. This wasn't his life anymore. His fate belonged to others from the moment he agreed to Hunter's proposition. It was too late now. He had to go. There was no other option. He sat there quietly for a long time, thinking about nothing in particular. But the gloomy determination was ripening within him with every second, in his emaciated muscles, in his stretched and aching veins. He was like a soft toy from which all the sawdust has been drawn and it has become a shapeless rag that someone has cruelly hung on a metal skeleton. He wasn't himself anymore. He had been scattered together with the sawdust which was picked up by a tunnel draft, broken up into particles, and now, someone new had taken up residence inside his skin. Someone who didn't want to hear the desperate entreaties of his bleeding and exhausted body. Someone who crushed underfoot the desire to surrender, to stay still, to have a rest, to give up before the endeavor had a chance to assume a complete and realized form. This other person had taken the decision on the level of instinct, and he bypassed consciousness in which there now reigned silence and emptiness. The usual continuous flow of internal dialogue was cut off. It was like a meandering spring inside Artyom had been made straight. He got up to his feet with wooden and awkward movements, and the commissar looked at him in surprise, and Maxim even lowered his hand to his machine gun. "Comrade Commissar, could I speak with you?" Artyom asked in a toneless voice. Then, Bonsai turned around anxiously, disengaging from the unfortunate Uncle Fyodor. "Say it straight, Comrade Artyom, I don't have any secrets from my fighters," the Commissar cautiously responded. "You see, I am very grateful to you all for saving me. But I have nothing with which to repay you. I would really like to remain with you. But I can't. I have to go on. I have to." The Commissar said nothing in reply. "Well, where are you going?" Uncle Fyodor interjected unexpectedly. Artyom pressed his lips together and looked at the floor. An awkward silence hung in the air. It seemed to him that they were now looking at him tensely and suspiciously, trying to guess at his intentions. Was he a spy? Was he a traitor? Why was he being so secretive? "Well, if you don't want to say, then don't," Uncle Fyodor said in a conciliatory tone. To Polis, Artyom couldn't resist telling them. He couldn't risk losing the trust for the sake of some silly conspiracy theory. "You have some kind of business there?" Uncle Fyodor inquired with an innocent look. Artyom nodded silently. "Is it urgent?" The man continued to probe. "Well, look, we're not going to hold you back. If you don't want to talk about your business, then fine. But we can't just leave you here in the middle of the tunnel. Right, guys?" He turned to the others. Bonsai resolutely nodded. Maximka took his hands from the barrel of his gun and also confirmed the sentiment. Then Comrade Rusakov stepped in. "Are you prepared, Comrade Artyom, in front of the fighters of this brigade, who have saved your life, to swear that you are not planning any harm to the revolutionary cause?" he asked severely. "I swear it," Artyom answered readily. He had no intentions of harming the revolution. There were more important things to consider. Comrade Rusakov looked him in the eye, long and hard, and finally gave his verdict. "Comrade fighters. Personally, I believe Comrade Artyom. I ask you to vote for helping him to reach Polis." Uncle Fyodor was the first to raise his hand, and Artyom thought that it was probably him who had lifted him out of the noose. Then Maxim voted, and Bonsai just nodded. "You see, Comrade Artyom, not far from here, there is a passage that is unknown to the wider masses. It joins the Zamoskvoretskaya branch in the Red Line," said the commander. "We can set you on your way." He didn't manage to finish his sentence because Karatsupa, who had been lying quietly by his feet until then, jumped up suddenly and started to bark deafeningly. Comrade Rusakov whipped his pistol out of its holster with a lightning-fast movement. Artyom didn't have the time to see what everyone else did. Bonsai had already pulled the cord, starting the engine. Maxim took up his position at the rear and Uncle Fyodor took a bottle with a match sticking out of its top from the box that had held his home brew. The tunnel at that point dived downwards, so visibility was very bad, but the dog continued to strain, and Artyom felt anxious. "Give me a machine gun too," he asked in a whisper. Not far away a powerful flashlight flashed and went out. Then they heard someone barking out orders. Heavy boots trudged along the cross ties, and someone stumbled quietly, and then everything fell silent. Karatsupa, whose muzzle had been clamped shut by the commissar, struggled free and started to bark again. "It's not starting," Bonsai mumbled, slightly defeated. "We have to push it." Artyom was first to climb off the section car, and behind him leapt Uncle Fyodor and then Maxim. With effort they wedged the soles of their feet against the cross ties, and got the large object moving forward. It was shifting too slowly, and when they had finally awoken the engine, which started off by making coughing sounds, boots were thundering very near to them. "Fire!" came the order from the darkness, and the narrow space of the tunnel filled with sound. At least 4 cartridges roared past them, and bullets beat randomly around them, ricocheting, spitting sparks, and hitting pipes and making them ring out. Artyom thought that they had no way out, but Maxim, straightening out to his full height, held his machine gun in his hands and maintained fire for a long time. The automatic weapons went silent. Then the section car moved a bit more easily, and they had to start running after it to jump up onto its platform. "They're retreating. Push ahead," was the cry from behind, and the automatic machine guns rattled away behind them with redoubled strength, but most of the bullets hit the walls and ceiling of the tunnel. Swiftly setting the stub of the bottle on fire, Uncle Fyodor wrapped it in some rags and threw it onto the path. A minute later there was a bright flash, and the same clap of noise that Artyom heard when he was standing with the noose around his neck rang out. And again, more smoke. Comrade Rusakov ordered. "A motorized section car is simply a miracle," Artyom thought as their persecutors fell far behind. trying to fight their way through the curtain of smoke. The vehicle was moving easily forward and, scaring away the staring bystanders, it swooped through Novokuznetsky station where Comrade Rusakov flatly refused to stop. They were carried through so quickly that Artyom had barely any time to make out the station at all. There wasn't anything particularly special about it, apart from the meager lighting. There was a fair number of people there, but Bonsai whispered to him that the station was not good at all and its inhabitants were also a bit strange, and the last time that they tried to stop there they had seriously regretted it and only just managed to drag themselves out. "Sorry, comrade, but we won't be able to help you like we thought," Comrade Rusakov said to Artyom in a more familiar tone than usual. "Now we won't be able to return here for a while. We're going to our reserve base at Avtozavodskaya. If you want you can join the brigade." Artyom had to steel himself again and refuse the offer, but it was easier this time. He was seized by a cheerful sort of desperation. The whole world was against him, everything was going awry. However, the obstacles that the tunnels put in the way of his mission had awoken in Artyom a rage, and this obstinate rage relit his weakening vision with a rebellious fire, devouring in him any fear, sense of danger, reason and force. "No," he said firmly and calmly. "I have to go." "In that case, we'll go together until Pavelitskaya and then we'll part ways," said the commissar who had remained silent until this point. "It's a shame, Comrade Artyom. We need fighters." Near Novokuznetskaya, the tunnel forked and the section car took the left-hand path. When Artyom asked what went on down the right-hand path, they explained that that way was barred to them. A few hundred meters into it there was an advance post of the Hansa, a veritable fortress. This unremarkable tunnel, it seemed, led directly to the three ring stations, Oktyabrskaya, Dobrinskaya and Pavelitskaya. The Hansa didn't intend to destroy this little inter-tunnel passage and its very important transport link, but it was only used by Hansa secret agents. If someone else tried to approach the advance post, they would be destroyed immediately without even being given the chance to explain themselves. After traveling a while along this passage, they came upon Pavelitskaya. Artyom thought how right his friend at VDNKH had been when he had told him that in the old days you could cross the whole metro system within an hour, and he hadn't believed it at the time. If only he had a section car like theirs. But anyway, a section car wouldn't really have helped since there were lots of places that you couldn't just pass through like a breeze. No, there was no point in dreaming about it. In this new world there wouldn't be anything like it anymore. In this world each step required an improbable effort and searing pain. The old days were long gone. That magical, wonderful world was long dead. It didn't exist anymore, and there was no point in whining about it for the rest of your life. You had to spit on its grave and never look back. Chapter 10 No Pasaran. There were no patrols visible in front of Pavelitskaya station, just a group of disheveled people sitting 30 meters from the station's exit, moving aside to let the revolutionaries' trolley pass and watching it respectfully. "What, nobody lives here?" asked Artyom, trying to make his voice sound calm. He certainly did not want to be left alone in this deserted station, without weapons, food, and documents. At Pavelitskaya? Comrade Rusakov looked at him with surprise. "Of course they do. So why is there no border guard?" Artyom persisted. "Because this is Pavelitskaya," Bonsai interrupted, enunciating the syllables for emphasis. Who would bother it? Artyom thought to himself how much he agreed with the ancient sage who said, as he was dying, that the only thing he knows, is that he knows nothing. They all talked about the inviolability of Pavelitskaya station as if it needed no explanation, as though it was something everybody understood. "What, you mean you don't know?" Bonsai was incredulous. "Just wait, and see it for yourself." Pavelitskaya station captured Artyom's imagination at first glance. The ceilings were so high that the flickering flashes of light from the torches that protruded through rings hammered into the walls did not reach the ceiling, creating a frightening and bewitching sense of the infinite directly overhead. Enormous round arches were supported by slender columns that somehow managed to support the mighty vaults. The space between the arches was filled with bronze castings, tarnished, yet evocative of their past greatness. And although these were only the traditional hammers and sickles, framed as they were by arches, these half-forgotten symbols of a destroyed empire looked as proud and defiant as they did when they were forged. A never-ending row of columns, interspersed with the wavering, blood-colored torchlight, faded off into the incredibly distant haze, and even there, it seemed never to stop. The flames that licked the graceful marble pillars 100 or 1,000 paces away, seemed simply unable to penetrate the dense, almost palpable, gloom. This station once was, to be sure, the residence of the Cyclops, and therefore everything here was gigantic. Did no one dare to encroach upon it simply because it was so beautiful? Bonsai shifted the engine to idle. The trolley rolled slower and slower, gradually coming to a halt, while Artyom kept looking intently at the strange station. What was it all about? Why did nobody bother Pavelitskaya? What was so sacred about it? Certainly not only because it looked more like a fairy tale underground palace than a building built for the transportation industry. A whole crowd of ragged and unwashed urchins of all ages gathered around the stopped trolley. They enviously eyed the machine, and one even dared to jump down onto the track and touch the engine, respectfully silent, until Fyodor drove him away. That's it, Comrade Artyom. Here our paths diverge, the commander interrupted Artyom's thoughts. I talked things over with the other comrades and we decided to give you a little present. Here you go. And he handed Artyom a submachine gun, probably one of those taken off the killed security guards. And here's something more. He placed in Artyom's hand the lamp that had lit the way of the fascist in the black uniform with the mustache. These are all trophies, so take courage from them. They are rightfully yours. We would stay here longer, but we mustn't delay. Who knows how far the fascist bastards will decide to chase us? But they certainly won't dare to stick their noses into the Pavelitskaya. Despite his newly acquired firmness and resolve, Artyom's heart throbbed unpleasantly when Bonsai shook his hand, wishing him success. Maxim slapped him on the shoulder in a friendly way, and bearded Uncle Fyodor thrust him a half-drunk bottle of his potion, not knowing what else to give him. There you go, buddy, we'll meet again. And we'll be alive, we won't die. Comrade Rusakov shook hands once again, and his handsome, manly face grew serious. Comrade Artyom, in parting, I would like to tell you two things. First, believe in your star. As Comrade Ernesto Che Guevara said, hasta la victoria siempre. And second, and most important, no pasaran. All the other soldiers raised their right hand in a fist and repeated the slogan, no pasaran. There was nothing left for Artyom to do but to also raise his fist and shout the refrain, with just as much resolve and revolutionary fervor. No pasaran. Although for him personally, the whole ritual was just gobbledygook. But he didn't want to spoil the solemn moment of his departure with stupid questions. Apparently he did everything right, as Comrade Rusakov looked at him with pride and satisfaction, and then solemnly saluted him. The motor revved louder, and, enveloped in a blue-gray cloud of smoke, accompanied by an escort of delighted children, the trolley vanished into the darkness. Artyom was completely alone again, and farther from home than he had ever been before. The first thing he noticed, as he wandered along the platform, were the clocks. Artyom counted 4 of them right away. At the VDNKH, time was something rather symbolic. Like books, like attempts to set up schools for the children. A demonstration that the station residents continued to care, that they did not want to degenerate, that they were still human beings. But here, it seemed, clocks played some other kind of role, a much more important one. Wandering about some more, Artyom noticed other strange things. First, there were no living quarters of any kind at the station, except for some hitched-up subway cars on the second track and on into the tunnel. Only a small part of the train was visible in the hall, which is why Artyom did not notice it right away. Tradesmen of every imaginable kind, and workshops were all over the place, but there wasn't a single tent to live in, not even a simple screen behind which one could spend the night. Some beggars and tramps were lying around on bedding made just of cardboard. People bustling about the station approached the clocks from time to time. Some, who had their own watches, would anxiously check them against the red numbers on the display panel, and then go about their business again. If Khan were here, thought Artyom, it would be interesting to hear what he would have to say. Unlike Katai Gorod, where people showed lively interest in travelers, trying to feed them, to sell them something, to get them to visit somewhere, here everyone seemed preoccupied with their own affairs. They had no business with Artyom, and his sense of loneliness, which at first was displaced by curiosity, grew stronger and stronger. Trying to ward off a growing depression, he continued observing his surroundings. Artyom expected to see people here who were somehow different, with their own characteristic facial expressions, since life at a station like this could not help but leave its mark. At first glance, people were bustling about, shouting, working, arguing, just like anywhere else. But the more closely he looked, the more the chills went up and down his spine. There was a startling number of young cripples and freaks. One without fingers, one covered with disgusting scabs, with a crude stump in the place of an amputated third hand. The adults were frequently bald and sickly. There were almost no healthy, strong people to be found. Their stunted, deformed look offered a painful contrast to the dark expanse of station in which they lived. In the middle of the broad platform, there were two rectangular apertures leading into the depths, the passageway crossing over to the ring, toward the Hansa. But there were neither Hanseatic border guards, nor checkpoints, as there were at Prospect Mere, and someone had once told Artyom that the Hansa held all its neighboring stations in an iron fist. No, there was clearly something strange going on here. So he did not venture to the opposite edge of the hall. For starters, he had used 5 cartridges to buy himself a bowl of chopped, grilled mushrooms and a glass of putrid, bitter-tasting water. He swallowed the muck with disgust, sitting on an overturned plastic box that had once held empty bottles. Then he went over to the train, hoping to get a bit of a rest there, since his strength was failing, and he had been feeling more and more sick as he looked around. But the subway train was quite different from the one at Khatai Gorod. The cars were all torn up and completely empty, with the seats burnt and fused together. The soft leather sofas had been pulled out and carted off somewhere. There were bloodstains everywhere, and cartridge cases gleamed darkly on the floor. This place was clearly not a proper shelter, but more like a fortress that had withstood more than one siege. Not much time had passed while Artyom looked over the train, but when he returned to the platform, he hardly recognized the station. The counters were empty, the hubbub had died down and, except for a few tramps clustered on the platform, not far from the transfer passage, there was not a single living soul to be seen on the platform. It had become noticeably darker. The torches were extinguished on the side where he had come into the station, and only a few were burning at the center of the hall. But in the distance, at the opposite end, a dying fire was still burning. The clock showed it to be a little after 8 in the evening. What had happened? Artyom hurried on as quickly as the pain in his body would allow him. The crossing was closed on both sides, not just with the usual metal doors, but with sturdy iron gates. It was exactly the same on the second stairway, but one of the gates was still half open, and behind it could be seen solid latticework, welded, like the casements at Tverskaya station, with heavy reinforcement. Behind that had been placed a table, feebly lit with a small lamp, at which sat the guard, a washed-out gray-blue figure. No admission after 8, he snapped, when asked permission to enter. The gate opens at 6 in the morning, and turning away, he let it be understood that the conversation was over. Artyom was taken aback. Why did the life of the station come to an end after 8 in the evening? And what was he to do now? The tramps, having crawled into their cardboard boxes, looked positively repulsive, and he didn't want to go near them, so he decided to try his luck at the fire, which glimmered at the opposite end of the hall. It was clear even from afar that standing at the fire was no group of tramps, but rather border guards or something of the kind. Silhouetted against the fire, they seemed to be strong male figures, with the sharp contours of automatic weapons visible. But what was there to guard, sitting there on the platform itself? Guard posts should be set up in the tunnels, the entrances to the station, the farther away the better, but here. If some sort of creature crawled out or bandits attacked, the men on duty would not be able to do anything about it. But drawing closer, Artyom noticed something else. From behind the fire, a clear, white light flashed, seemingly going upwards, but too briefly, as if cut short at the very beginning, not striking the ceiling, but disappearing, contrary to all the laws of physics, after a couple of meters. The searchlight was illuminated infrequently, in distinct intervals, which is probably why Artyom had not noticed it earlier. What in the world could it be? He walked up to the fire, politely said hello, explained that he was traveling through, didn't know about the closing of the gate, and so missed it. He asked whether he might take a rest here, with the patrolmen. Take a rest? Sneered the man nearest him. He was a disheveled, dark-haired man with a large, fleshy nose. He was not tall, but was seemingly very strong. This is not a place for resting, kid. If you last till morning, you'll be doing fine. To the question of what was so dangerous about sitting by the fire in the middle of the platform, the man said nothing, but only gestured behind him with a nod of the head, to where the searchlight was switched on. The others were busy with their conversation and did not pay Artyom the slightest attention. Then he decided he would finally find out what was going on around here, and went over to the searchlight. What he saw there surprised him, but explained a lot. At the very end of the hall there was a little booth, such as you sometimes see near escalators, for obtaining transfers to other lines. Bags were piled up around it, reinforced here and there with massive iron plates. One of the patrolmen was taking the cover off an extremely formidable-looking type of weapon, and the other was sitting in the booth. On it was mounted the very searchlight that was shining upwards. Upwards. With no damper, no barrier here and not even a trace of one. The steps of the escalator began right behind the booth, leading up to the surface. And that was where the beam of the searchlight struck, anxiously probing from wall to wall, as if trying to find someone in the pitch darkness, but only picking up some kind of brownish lamp frame in the damp ceiling from which enormous chunks of plaster were peeling off, and beyond. Beyond that, one could see nothing. Suddenly everything fell into place. For some reason, here the metal damper that usually separated a station from the surface was missing. It was missing both from the platform and from above. Pavelitskaya was in direct contact with the outside world, and its residents found themselves under constant threat of attack. They breathed contaminated air, drank contaminated water, which is probably why it tasted so strange. That was why there were so many more mutations here among young people than, for example, at the VDNKH. That was why the adults looked so sickly, their skulls exposed and polished to a shine, their bodies worn out and subject to decay. They were gradually being devoured by radiation sickness. But still that was not all, apparently. How could one explain the fact that the whole station died after 8 o'clock in the evening, and that the dark-haired duty officer by the fire had said that surviving until morning was a big deal? Trembling, Artyom approached the man sitting in the booth. "Good evening," the man returned his greeting. He was about 50, but already quite bald, his remaining gray hairs tangled at the temples and the nape of the neck. His dark eyes looked curiously at Artyom, and his unpretentious, laced-up flak jacket could not conceal his rotund stomach. A pair of binoculars hung on his chest, along with a whistle. "Have a seat." He pointed Artyom to the nearest sandbag. "Those guys over there are having a grand old time, leaving me here alone to bore myself to death. So let's have a chat. Hey, did you hit someone's fist with your eye?" And so the conversation began. "As you see, we haven't been able to do anything halfway decent here," the duty officer explained sadly, pointing to the aperture leading to the escalator. "You would need concrete here, not iron. We tried iron, but it was no good. In the autumn, every damn thing is swept away by water. First it builds, then it breaks through. It happened several times, and many people perished. Since then, we've been getting by like this. Only life is not tranquil here like it is at other stations. We're always waiting. Scum can come crawling in on any given night. During the daytime they don't bother us, because they're either sleeping or roaming around on the surface. But it's after dark that things really get desperate. So, we've adapted here, of course, and after 8 o'clock, everyone goes into the passageway, where we live, and those left here are mostly the people who keep things going. But wait. Single quote. He broke off, flicked a switch on the console, and the searchlight flared up brightly. The conversation continued only after the white beam had scoured all 3 escalators, moved along the ceiling and the walls, and finally died out. "Up there," pointing toward the ceiling, the duty officer lowered his voice, "is Pavelitskaya railway station. At any rate, it used to be there. A godforsaken place. I don't even know where its tracks have gone. Only that right now something horrible is going on up there. You sometimes hear noises that make your blood run cold. And then when they crawl down. Single quote. He stopped, and then continued after a minute. We call them the newcomers, these creatures that climb down from up there. Out of the train station. So it's not so horrible. Well, a few times some of the stronger of these newcomers wiped out this cordon. Did you see our train there, the one forced off the tracks? That's how far they got. We wouldn't let them go below, where the women and children are. If the newcomers crawled down there, the jig would be up. Our men understood that themselves, and so they retreated to the train, dug in there, and finished off a few creatures. But as for themselves, just 2 out of 10 remained alive. One of the newcomers left, crawling off to the Novokuznetskaya station. Some people wanted to go after him in the morning, since the trail of slime he left behind was so thick, but he turned off at a side tunnel, went down, and we didn't dare follow him. We'd had enough disaster as it was. I heard that nobody ever attacks Pavelitskaya, Artyom recalled. Is that true? Of course, the duty officer nodded gravely. Who would bother us? If we weren't manning the defenses here, they would be crawling from here all the way along the line. No. Nobody is going to lift a finger against us. The Hansa have given us almost all of that transfer passage, up to the very end of their blockhouse. They gave us weapons, just so that we would protect them. I tell you, they really love to get others to do their dirty work. By the way, what's your name? I'm Mark. Artyom told him his name. Hold it. Artyom, something is stirring over there, Mark continued, and he quickly switched the searchlight back on. No, I'm probably hearing things, he said uncertainly, after a minute. Artyom was filled, drop by drop, with an oppressive sense of danger. Like Mark, he looked above attentively, but where Mark saw only the shadow of the broken lamp, Artyom thought he detected sinister, fantastic silhouettes, motionless in the dazzling beam of light. At first he thought it was his imagination playing tricks on him, but one of the strange contours stirred just a bit, as soon as a bit of light passed over it. Wait, he whispered. Try over in that corner, where there's a big crack, hurry. Single quote. And, as if nailed in place by the light beam, somewhere far off, further than the middle of the escalator, something large and bony froze for a moment, and then suddenly swooped down. Mark grabbed the whistle, which almost leapt out of his hand, and blew it with all his might, and in a second all those sitting around the fire rushed from their places and scrambled into position. It turned out there was another searchlight there. It was weaker, but cleverly combined with an unusual heavy machine gun. Artyom had never seen anything like it. The weapon had a long barrel with a bell muzzle at the end. The trailer was shaped like a web, and the cartridges moved along inside the greased and shining ammunition belt. Over there, around the 10th meter, the husky, thin fellow who had been sitting near Mark searched about for the newcomer with the beam. Give me the binoculars. Leica, at the 10th, on the right side. There it is. We're all here, baby, so sit still, muttered the gunner, aiming the weapon at the hidden black shadow. I've got him. A deafening rumble of machine gun fire burst out. A lamp was blown to smithereens at the 10th meter, and above, something let out a piercing shriek. Looks like we caught him, declared the husky fellow. Okay, give me some more light. There it is, lying there. Finished, the vermin. But from above, for a long time, heavy, almost human, groans could be heard, leaving Artyom on edge. When he proposed finishing off the newcomer to put it out of its misery, they replied, if you want, go on, kill it. We aren't a shooting gallery here, kiddo, we keep track of every cartridge. Mark was relieved of duty, and went over to the fire with Artyom. Mark lit up a cigarette from the fire, and Artyom began to listen to the general conversation. Look, Leica was telling us yesterday about the Hare Krishnas. A massive man with a low forehead and a powerful neck was speaking in a low, deep voice. They sit at Oktyabrskoy Pole and want to get into the Kurchatov Institute to blow up the nuclear reactor and bring enlightenment for everybody, but they have not yet got their act together to do it. Well, that reminded me of what happened to me 4 years ago, when I was still living at the Savelovskaya. One day I was getting ready to go to the Belaruskaya. My connection was at the Novoslobodskaya, so I went straight through the Hansa. So, I got to Belaruskaya, quickly went to the man I needed to meet, we dealt with our affairs, and I figured we ought to celebrate with a drink. So he says to me, you'd better be more careful, drunks often vanish around here. And I say to him, give me a break, and I won't take no for an answer. So he and I killed a bottle together. The last thing I remember is that he was crawling around on all fours and crying, I am LUNOKHOD1, the lunar rover. Then I wake up, mother of God. Tied up, gagged, my noggin shaved, lying in some kind of closet, probably in what used to be a cop shop. What a disaster, say I to myself. After half an hour, some devils come in and drag me to the hall by the scruff of the neck. I had no idea where I was. All the signs carrying place names had been torn down, the walls were smeared with something, the floor bloody, the fires burning, almost the whole station had been dug up, and there was a deep pit below, at least 20 meters, if not 30. There were stars drawn on the floor and ceiling, all in a single line, you know, the way children draw. Well, I'm wondering, have the Reds got me? Then I turned my head around, not quite. They brought me over to the pit, lowered a rope, and told me to climb down it. And prodded me with an assault rifle. I looked in, there were people piled up at the bottom, digging the pit deeper with pieces of scrap metal and shovels. The earth was being hoisted up with a winch, loaded into wagons, and carted off somewhere. Well, there was nothing I could do, I decided, as long as those fellows were there with their assault rifles, crazy guys, all of them tattooed from head to toe, a criminal enterprise of some kind. Probably I had landed in the zone. And it's as if these authorities are digging out, they want to escape. And these petty hooligans are their hired hands. But then I realized, that's all nonsense. What kind of metro zone has no cops? I tell them I'm afraid of heights, that I crash down right onto my head, and that they won't get much use out of me. They conferred among themselves and set me to work loading wagons with dirt that had been brought up from below. The scumbags cuffed me, chained me, and now they expect me to load their wagon? PFFT. But still, I couldn't figure out what they were doing. The job, to put it mildly, was not an easy one. I was lucky, he shrugged his gigantic shoulders, but there were some weaker guys there, so whenever someone collapsed into the dirt, the skinheads would pick him up and drag him off to the stairway. Then I went past one time, and I took a look. They had one guy there, a real blockhead, the type who used to stand in Red Square, where the heads rolled, and he had a good-sized axe stuck in him. There was blood everywhere, and heads were impaled on poles. I nearly puked. No, I think to myself, I'd better get out here before they kill me and make me into a stuffed animal. Okay, and who was it? The husky fellow who sat by the searchlight interrupted impatiently. I asked the men I was loading with. Do you know who? Satanists. Get it? They decided, you see, that the end of the world has already come, and the metro is the gate to hell. And he said something about a circle or something, I don't remember. Gateway, the gunner corrected him. Okay, so the metro is the gateway to hell, and hell itself is a little bit deeper down. And the devil, you see, is waiting there for them, they just have to reach him. So, they're digging. It's been 4 years since then. Maybe they've already hit bottom. And where is it? The gunner asked. I don't know. By God, I don't know. Well, I sure got myself out of there. I threw myself into the wagon while the guard wasn't watching, and sprinkled some dirt over me. I rolled along somewhere for a long time. Then they dumped out the contents of the wagon, from high up. I passed out, then came to, crept along, crawled out by some sort of tracks, just keeping on, straight ahead. But these tracks kept crossing other tracks, and my sense of direction deserted me. Then somebody picked me up, and when I woke up I was only at Dubrovka, get it? And the guy who had picked me up, had gone off already, such a nice guy. So I thought, where am I? ... Single quote. Then they talked about rumors that at Ilich Square and the Rimskaya there was an epidemic of some kind and many people had died, but Artyom paid no attention. The idea that the metro was the threshold to hell, or maybe even its first circle, mesmerized him, and a bizarre image arose before his eyes. Hundreds of people crawling around like ants, endlessly digging a pit with their hands, a shaft leading nowhere, until one day one of their pieces of scrap metal sticks strangely out of the soil, without sinking down below, and then hell and the metro are finally merged into one. Then it occurred to him that at this station, people live almost just like at VNDKH, constantly attacking monstrous creatures from the surface, holding off the onslaught alone, and if Pavelitskaya faltered, these monsters would spread throughout the line. Which meant that the role of VDNKH is not so unique as he had previously assumed. Who knew how many such stations there were in the metro, each covering its own turf, doing battle, not for the sake of general tranquility, but for its own hide. You could go back, retreat to the center, blow your tunnels up after you, but then you'd be left with less and less residential space, until all those who were still alive would be squeezed into a small patch of land, and would gnaw their way through one another's gullets. But if VDNKH was really nothing special, if there were other exits to the surface that it was impossible to conceal. That meant, Artyom decided to discontinue that line of thought. It was just the voice of weakness, of treasonous, sugary, seductive arguments not to continue the journey, to stop striving towards the goal. But he mustn't give up. That was a dead end. To distract himself, he resumed listening to the others' conversation. At first they were talking about the chances of somebody named Pushka to win some sort of victory. Then the husky fellow started to talk about how some idiots attacked Katai Gorod and shot loads of people, but the timely arrival of the Kaluga Brotherhood overpowered them, and the cutthroats went back to Taganskaya. Artyom wanted to point out that it was not Taganskaya at all, but the Tretyakhovskaya, but he was prevented from doing so by some scrawny guy whose face was hidden, and who said that the Kalugans had pretty much been kicked out of Katai Gorod, and now a new group controlled it, which nobody had ever heard of before. The husky dude argued heatedly with him, and Artyom started to nod off. This time he dreamed about nothing at all, and slept so soundly that even when the alarm whistle went off and everyone jumped up, he just couldn't wake up. It was probably a false alarm, because no shots were fired. When Mark finally woke him up, it was already 5:15. Get up. Time to go on duty. He cheerily shook Artyom by the shoulder. Let's go. I'll show you the passageway that they wouldn't let you into yesterday. Do you have a passport? Artyom shook his head. Well, never mind. We'll smooth it over somehow, Mark promised, and indeed, after a few minutes, they were already in the passage, and the security officer whistled the go-ahead obligingly, fondling 2 cartridges. The passageway was very long, even longer than the station itself. There were canvas tents along one wall, and rather bright little lamps burning. Hansa takes care of us, Mark smirked, and along the other was a partition, long, but not high, not more than a meter. By the way, this is one of the longest passageways in the whole metro. Mark said proudly. What's behind the partition, you ask? And you don't know? Why, it's a marvelous thing. Half of everything we earn goes there. Just wait, it's still early. Things will start up later on. It's almost always the same, in the evening, when the entrance to the station is closed and people don't have anything else to do. Although there can be qualification rounds during the day. No, really, you've never heard of it? Why, we've got a totalizator for rat races. We call it the Hippodrome. I thought everybody knew about it, he said with surprise, when he finally realized that Artyom was not joking. Do you like to gamble much? I'm a gambler myself. Artyom was certainly interested in watching races, but had never been fanatical about it. Besides, now, having slept so long, a storm cloud of guilt was growing and darkening over his head. He couldn't wait until evening, couldn't wait at all. He had to get moving. Too much time had already been wasted. But the way to Polis led through Hansa, and right now there was no way of getting there. I probably can't stay here until evening, said Artyom. I have to go to Polyanka. But then you'll be going across Hansa, said Mark with a frown. How are you going to get across Hansa if you have no visa, and no passport either? I can't help you there, my friend. But wait, let me throw out an idea. The chief of Pavelitskaya, not our Pavelitskaya, but the one on the ring, is a great fan of these races. His rat, Pirate, is a favorite. He comes here every night, with a security detail and full lighting. How about wagering yourself, personally, against him? But I haven't got anything to wager with, Artyom objected. Wager yourself, as a servant. Or if you want, I'll wager you. Mark's eyes sparkled with excitement. If we win, you get a visa. If we lose, you'll get there just the same, although of course it will be up to you how to get out. Is there an alternative? Artyom did not like this plan. It seemed somehow shameful to sell himself into slavery and, what's more, to lose himself to a rat totalizator. He decided to try to get to Hansa some other way. For a couple of hours, he hung around some stern border guards in dappled gray uniforms. They were dressed exactly like those at Prospect Mir, trying to strike up a conversation with them, but they kept mum. After one of them contemptuously called him one eye, that was unfair, because his left eye had already begun to open up, although it still hurt like hell, and told him to buzz off. Artyom finally abandoned that fruitless effort and started looking for the most sinister and suspicious people at the station, the weapon and drug traders, anyone who might be a contraband runner. But no one wanted to convey Artyom to Hansa in exchange for his automatic weapon and his lamp. Evening came on, and Artyom met it with quiet despair, sitting on the floor of the passageway and wallowing in self-flagellation. Around this time, the passage became more lively. The adults were returning from work, having dinner with their families. The children were making an uproar until time to go to bed, and finally, after the gate was locked, everyone poured out of their stalls and tents, toward the racecourse. There were lots of people here, at least 300, and finding Mark in such a crowd was no easy job. People were betting on how Pirate was running, whether Pushka would beat him just for once, mentioning various nicknames and other runners, but these two evidently had no competition. The important rat owners approached the starting position, carrying their well-groomed pets in little cages. The chief of Pavelitskaya ring was nowhere to be seen, and Mark also seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Artyom was even afraid that he was on patrol again today and wouldn't come. What in the world would he do then? Finally, a small procession appeared at the other end of the passageway. Walking with an escort of 2 morose bodyguards, an old man with a shaved head, lush, well-groomed mustaches, glasses, and an austere black suit, bore his corpulent body along with no hurry, with dignity. One of the security guards held a cushioned red velvet box with a latticed wall, in which something gray was thrashing about. That, most likely, was the famous pirate. The bodyguard carried the box with the rat to the starting line, and the mustached old man walked over to the referee sitting behind a little desk, chucked his aide off a chair, sat down heavily in the empty space, and started up a leisurely conversation. The second security man stood nearby, his back to the wall, legs spread wide, and with his hands on the short black automatic hanging around his chest. Such an imposing fellow was not the sort of person with whom to discuss a wager. Even to get close to him was frightening. Then Artyom saw the sloppily dressed Mark, scratching his long unwashed head, approaching these venerable people and beginning to explain something to the referee. From that distance, all he could hear was the intonation, but he could certainly see that the mustached old man at first flushed with indignation, then grimaced arrogantly, finally nodded with displeasure, took off his glasses, and started to clean them. Artyom made his way through the crowd to the starting position, where Mark was standing. "Everything is hush-hush," Mark announced, rubbing his hands with glee. Asked exactly what he had in mind, Mark explained that he had just thrust a personal bet upon the old chief, that his own new rat would outrun the favorite on the first round. He had to put Artyom up for it, Mark reported, but in exchange, he demanded a visa for all of Hansa for Artyom and himself. The chief, to be sure, rejected the proposal, saying that he doesn't engage in the slave trade. Artyom breathed a sigh of relief, but adding that such presumptuous insolence would have to be punished. If their rat lost, Mark and Artyom would have to clean the latrines at Pavelitskaya Ring for 1 year. If the rat won, then, okay, they would get the visa. Of course, he was positive that the second option was out of the question, which is why he agreed. He decided to punish the cocky upstarts who had dared to throw down a challenge to his pet. "And do you have your rat?" Artyom asked cautiously. "Of course," Mark reassured him. "A real brute. She'll tear pirate to shreds. Do you know how she ran away from me today? I could barely catch her. I chased her nearly to Novokuznetskaya. And what's her name?" "Her name? Sure. What's her name?" "Well, let's say, Rocket," Mark proposed. "Rocket. Does that sound menacing?" Artyom was not sure that the competition was really intended to see whose rat would tear a rival to pieces, but he kept his mouth shut. When Mark explained that he had only caught his rat today, Artyom couldn't stand it. "And so how do you know she's going to win?" "I believe in her, Artyom," Mark proclaimed solemnly. "And anyhow, you see, I've really wanted to have my own rat for a long time. I used to bet on other people's rats. They would lose, and I would think to myself, never mind, the day will come when I will have my own, and she'll bring me luck. But I never decided to do it. After all, it's not that simple. You have to get permission from the referee, and that's such a drag. My whole life will go by, some newcomer will gobble me up, or I'll die all on my own, and I'll never have my own rat. And then you turned up, and I thought, here we go. It's now or never. If you don't take a risk now, I said to myself, then you'll always be betting on someone else's rat. And I decided, if I'm going to play, then let me play for high stakes. Of course, I want to help you, but excuse me for saying that that's not the main thing. And so I wanted to go right up to that old fart," Mark lowered his voice, "and say, I'll wager myself against your pirate." He got so enraged that he forced the referee to certify my rat out of turn. "And you know," he added, barely audible, "this moment will be followed by a year of cleaning the latrines. Because our rat will surely lose." Artyom desperately tried to reason with him for the last time. Mark looked at him attentively, then smiled and said, "But what if?" Question mark single quote. Having sternly looked over the audience, the referee smoothed his graying hair, cleared his throat with self-importance, and began to read off the nicknames of the rats taking part in the race. Rocket was last, but Mark didn't pay any attention to that. Pirate got more applause than any others, and only Artyom clapped for Rocket, because Mark's hands were occupied, holding the cage. Artyom was still hoping for a miracle that would spare him from an ignominious end in a stinking abyss. Then the referee fired a blank from his Makarov, and the owners opened the cages. Rocket was the first to break out, and Artyom's heart leapt with joy. But then, while the other rats charged off along the length of the passageway, some slower, some faster, Rocket, not living up to her proud name, got stuck in a corner 5 meters from the starting line, and there she stayed. It was against the rules to prod the rats. Artyom glanced at Mark apprehensively, expecting that he would either start getting violent, or on the contrary, would languish, overwhelmed with grief. But the stern, proud expression on Mark's face reminded him more of that of the captain of the cruiser who gave the order to sink a warship to prevent the enemy from capturing it. A story about some war between the Russians and somebody else that he'd in a beat-up book lying in the library at the VDNKH. After a couple of minutes, the first rats reached the finish line. Pirate won. Second place was some creature with an unintelligible name. Pushka came in third. Artyom cast a glance at the referee table. The old guy with the mustache, wiping the sweat of excitement from his bald pate with the same cloth he had used earlier to clean his glasses, was discussing the results with the referee. Artyom was already expecting that they would forget about them, when the old man suddenly slapped himself on the forehead and, smiling sweetly, beckoned to Mark. Artyom felt almost like he did at the moment when they took him off for execution, although the sensation was not as strong. Making his way behind Mark to the referee's table, he comforted himself with the fact that, one way or another, the coast was now clear for him to cross Hansa territory. The only trick was to find a way to escape. But disgrace awaited him. Shrewdly inviting them to come up to the dais, Mustache turned to the audience and briefly explained the wager, then loudly proclaimed that both rascals were being sent, as agreed, to clean out the sanitary facilities for 1 year, starting today. 2 Hansa border guards appeared from God knows where, took away Artyom's automatic weapon, assuring him that his main opponent in the coming year would not be dangerous, and promising to return the weapon at the end of the sentence. Then, suffering the whistling and hooting of the crowd, they were led off to the ring. The passage went under the floor at the center of the hall, just as at the other station of the same name, but there the similarity between the 2 Pavelitskys ended. The one on the ring conveyed a very strange impression. On one side, the ceiling was low and there were no real columns at all. Arches spanned equal intervals along the wall, with the width of each arch being the same as the width of the gap between them. It seemed as though the first Pavelitskaya had been easy for the builders, as if the dirt there was softer and all one had to do was push one's way across it, whereas at the other Pavelitskaya, there was some hard, unyielding rock which was a real pain to chew through. But for some reason this place did not produce the depressing, melancholy feeling that the Tverskaya did. Maybe because here there was so much light, and the walls were decorated with simple designs and imitations of ancient columns, like in the pictures from Myths of Ancient Greece. In short, this was not the worst place for forced labor. And of course, it was clear right away that this was Hansa territory. First of all, it was unusually clean, comfortable, and large. Real lamps cased in glass shone softly from the ceiling. In the hall itself, which, to be sure, was not as spacious as at the twin station, there was not a single kiosk, though there were many work tables piled with mountains of intricate contraptions. Behind them sat people in blue overalls, and a pleasant smell, the light odor of machine oil, hung in the air. Probably the workday ended later than at the Pavelitskaya radial line. Hansa paraphernalia hung on the walls, an insignia with a brown circle on a white background, posters, appeals to raise labor productivity, and quotes from somebody named A. Smith. Under the largest flag, between the 2 stiff soldiers in an honor guard, stood a glass table, and Artyom lingered there as he passed, just to satisfy his curiosity about what sacred object might lie beneath the glass. There, on red velvet, lovingly lit with tiny lamps, lay 2 books. The first was a magnificently preserved, imposing volume with a black cover and a gold embossed inscription that read, Adam Smith. The Wealth of Nations. The second was a thoroughly dog-eared copy of a pocketbook, a piece of trash with a battered dust jacket that was torn and glued together again, on which thick letters spelled out, Dale Carnegie. How to Stop Worrying and Start Living. Artyom had never heard of either author, so what interested him much more was whether the station chief had used remnants of this very velvet to upholster the cage of his beloved rat. One line was not blocked, and trolleys traveled by from time to time, most of them hand-powered, loaded with boxes. But once a motorized trolley passed, enveloped in a cloud of smoke, and paused for a minute at the station before continuing further. Artyom was able to get a look at the strong soldiers, with black uniforms and black and white striped vests, who were sitting on it. Each had night vision equipment on his head, a strange, short automatic weapon against his chest, and heavy body armor. The commander, stroking the enormous, dark green, visored helmet that sat on his knees, exchanged a few words with the station security officers, dressed in the usual gray camouflage, and the trolley vanished into the tunnel. On the second line there was a complete train, in even better condition than the one Artyom had seen at Kuznetsky Bridge. There were probably living quarters behind the curtained windows, but through bare windows one could see desks with printers on them, behind which sat your usual business types, and engraved upon a sign over the door were the words, Central Office. This station produced an indescribable impression on Artyom. It was not that it amazed him like the first Pavelitskaya. There were no traces here of that mysterious, somber splendor that reminded one of the degenerated descendants of bygone superhuman greatness and the power of those who had built the metro. But still, people lived here just as if they were not part of the teeming, decadent, senseless, underground existence outside the ring line. Life went on in a steady, well-organized way. After the workday there was a well-deserved rest. Young people did not go out into a fantasy world of foolish yentas, but to business. The earlier you started your career, the farther up the ladder you could move, and adults were not afraid that as soon as their strength began to ebb, they would be turned out into the tunnel to be eaten by rats. It now became comprehensible why Hansa allowed only a few outsiders into its station, and reluctantly at that. The number of places in paradise is limited, only in hell is entry open to all. Why finally I've emigrated, exclaimed Mark, looking happily about him. At the end of the platform, another border guard sat in a glass cubicle with a sign, on duty, beside a rather small barrier painted with white and red stripes. When someone drove up to the duty officer, stopping respectfully, the guard came out of the cubicle with an expression of self-importance, inspected documents and sometimes cargo, and finally lifted the barrier. Artyom noted that all the border guards and customs officials were very proud of their posts. It was immediately obvious that they were doing something they enjoyed. On the other hand, he thought, how could one not like such work? They were taken over to a fence from which the road extended into the tunnel, and turned off to the side, to a corridor for staff quarters. Dreary yellow tile with scooped-out pitholes, proudly crowned with real toilet seats, indescribably filthy overalls, square shovels with some weird stuff growing on them, a wheelbarrow with only one wheel, making wild figure eights, carts that were to be loaded up and carted off to the nearest shaft that led into the depths. And all this was enveloped in a monstrous, unimaginable stench, saturating one's clothes, seeping into each hair from root to tip, penetrating beneath the skin, so that you began to think that it had become part of your very nature and would be with you forever, scaring away your own kind and making them get out of your way before they've even seen you. The first day of this monotonous work passed so slowly that Artyom decided they had been given an infinite shift. Dig, dump, roll, dig again, dump again, roll again, drain, then go back the other way, just so that this thrice damned cycle could be repeated. There was no end in sight to the work, since new visitors kept coming. Neither they nor the security guards standing at the entrance to the premises and at the endpoint of their route, at the shaft, hid their revulsion for the poor laborers. They stood aside squeamishly, holding their noses, or, the more delicate among them took a deep breath beforehand so as not to have to inhale next to Artyom and Mark. Their faces showed such loathing that Artyom asked himself in surprise, didn't all this crap come from their guts in the first place? At the end of the day, when his hands were worn to a pulp, despite wearing enormous canvas gloves, it seemed to Artyom that he had discovered the true nature of man, as well as the meaning of life. He now viewed man as a clever machine for the decomposition of food and the production of shit, functioning almost without a hitch throughout a life without meaning, if by the word, meaning, one has in mind some kind of ultimate goal. The meaning was in the process. To break down the most food possible, convert it even faster, and eliminate the dregs. Everything that was left of smoking pork chops, juicy braised mushrooms, fluffy cakes, now rotten and contaminated. Personality traits began to fade, becoming impersonal mechanisms for the destruction of the beautiful and the useful, creating instead something putrid and worthless. Artyom was disgusted with people and felt no less aversion to them than they to him. Mark was stoically patient, and tried to cheer up Artyom from time to time by saying things like, "Don't worry about it, they told me beforehand that emigration is always difficult at the beginning." And the main thing was that, neither on the first nor the second day did any possibility of escape present itself. The security guards were vigilant, and although the only thing Artyom and Mark would have to do to escape was to enter the tunnel beyond the shaft, heading toward Dobryninskaya, that was simply impossible. They spent the night in a nearby closet. The door was locked carefully at night, and whatever the time of day, a guard sat at the glass booth by the entrance to the station. The third day of their stay at the station arrived. Time here did not pass according to the usual 24-hour day. It crawled along like a slug, in the seconds of an unending nightmare. Artyom had already grown accustomed to the idea that nobody would ever approach him and talk to him again, and that the fate of a pariah was in store for him. It was as though he were no longer human and had turned into an inconceivably monstrous being, whom people saw not just as something ugly and repulsive, but also somehow perceptibly related to themselves, and that scared them and repulsed them even more, as if they might catch this monstrousness from him, as if he were a leper. First he worked out an escape plan. Then came a resounding void of despair. After that a dull stupor took over, in which his intellect was disconnected from his life. He turned inward, drew in the threads of feeling and sensation, and went into a cocoon somewhere in a remote corner of consciousness. Artyom continued to work mechanically, his motions as precise as those of an automaton. All he had to do was dig, dump, roll, and dig again, roll again, drain, and go back the other way, faster, to start digging again. His dreams lost any meaning, and in them, just as in his waking hours, he endlessly ran, dug, pushed, dug, and ran. On the evening of the 5th day, Artyom, pushing the wheelbarrow, tripped over a shovel that had been left on the floor. The wheelbarrow overturned, the contents spilled, and then he fell down into it himself. When he arose slowly from the floor, an idea suddenly popped into his head, and instead of running for a bucket and cloth, he slowly and deliberately headed for the entrance to the tunnel. He himself could feel that he was now so loathsome, so repulsive, that his aura would have to drive anyone away. And just at the moment, due to an improbable confluence of circumstances, the security guard who was invariably hanging around at the end of his route, was, for some reason, not there. Without giving a moment's thought to whether someone might be chasing him, Artyom started off across the ties. Blinded, but hardly stumbling, he walked faster and faster, until breaking into a run. But his reason had not returned to the job of directing his body. It was still holed up, cowering in its corner. Behind him he heard no shouts, no footsteps of pursuers. Only the trolley clattered by, loaded with cargo and lighting its way with a dim lantern. Artyom simply pressed himself against the wall, letting it go past. The people on board either did not notice him or did not consider it necessary to pay him any attention. Their gazes passed over him without lingering, and they didn't say a word. Suddenly he was seized with a feeling of his own invulnerability, conferred on him by his fall. Covered with stinking sludge, it was as if he had become invisible. This gave him strength, and consciousness gradually began to return. He had done it. Who knew how? Against all good sense, despite everything, he had managed to escape from the accursed station, and nobody was even following him. It was strange, it was amazing, but it seemed to him that, if he were only to try right now to comprehend what had happened, to dissect the miracle with the cold scalpel of rationality, then the magic would dissipate immediately, and the beam of the searchlight from a patrol trolley would quickly strike him in the back. Light shone at the end of the tunnel. He slackened his pace, and after a minute he was at DMITRY. The border guard there satisfied himself with the simple question, did they call for a sanitary technician? And quickly let him through, waving away the air around himself with one hand while holding the other over his mouth. Artyom had to keep moving, to get out of Hansa territory fast, before the security guards finally gathered their wits, before he could hear behind him the tramp of iron-rimmed jackboots, before warning shots thundered out into the air, and then faster. Not looking at anyone, keeping his eyes to the floor, his skin crawling with the disgust those around him felt for him, a vacuum forming around him so that he did not have to elbow his way through the dense crowd, Artyom strode to the border post. And now what was he going to say? More questions, more demands to present his passport. How could he reply? Artyom's head hung so low that his chin touched his chest, and he saw absolutely nothing around him, so that the only things he remembered about the whole station were the dark, neatly arranged granite slabs of the floor. He kept walking, frozen with anticipation of the moment when he would hear the peremptory order to stand still. Hans's border was closer and closer. Now. Right now. ... What kind of rubbish is this? A gasping voice resounded in his ear. There it was. I got lost. I'm not from here, muttered Artyom, tongue-tied from nervousness or maybe just getting into his role. Well, get the hell out of here, do you hear, you ugly mug? The voice sounded very persuasive, almost hypnotic, making him want to obey right away. Sure I would, mumbled Artyom, afraid, not knowing how to get out of this one. Begging is strictly forbidden on Hansa territory, the voice said sternly, and this time it was from a greater distance. Of course, right away. I have little children. ... Artyom finally realized what button to press, and became more animated. What children? Are you nuts? The invisible border guard flew into a rage. Popov, Lomako, come here. Get this scumbag out of here. Neither Popov nor Lomako wanted to soil their hands by touching Artyom, so they just shoved him in the back with the barrels of their automatics. Their superiors' angry curses flew after them. To Artyom, this sounded like heavenly music. Serpukhowskaya station. He had left the Hansa behind. Finally he looked up, but what he saw in the eyes of the people surrounding him made him look back at the floor. This was not tidy Hansan territory. He was once again in the midst of the dirty, poverty-stricken bedlam that reigned throughout the rest of the metro. But even here, Artyom was too loathsome. The miraculous armor that had saved him along the way, making him invisible, forcing people to turn away from the fugitive and not to notice him, to let him through all the outposts and checkpoints, had now turned back into a stinking, shitty scab. Evidently it was already past noon. Now that the initial exultation had worn off, that strange strength, as if borrowed from someone else, which had forced him to keep walking across the stretch from Pavelitskaya to Dobryninskaya, abruptly disappeared and left him alone with himself, hungry, deathly tired, without a penny to his name, giving off an unbearable stench, still showing traces of the blows of the week before. The paupers next to whom he had sat down along the wall, decided that they could no longer abide such company, crawled away from him, cursing, in various directions, and he was left completely alone. Hugging his shoulders so as not to feel so cold, he closed his eyes and sat there for a long while, thinking about absolutely nothing, until sleep overcame him. Artyom was walking along an unfinished tunnel. It was longer than all those he had traversed throughout his whole life, rolled into one. The tunnel twisted and turned, sometimes ascending, sometimes descending, but was never straight for more than 10 paces. But it just went on, and walking became harder and harder. His feet, blistered and bloody, were hurting, his back ached. Each new step called forth an echo of pain throughout his body. But as long as hope remained that the exit was not far away, maybe just around that next corner, Artyom found the strength to keep going. But then suddenly the simple, but terrifying thought occurred to him. What if the tunnel had no exit? If both the entrance and exit were closed, if someone invisible and omnipotent had shut him off, left him thrashing around, like a rat unsuccessfully trying to reach the experimenter's finger, in this maze without exit, so that he would keep dragging himself along until he gave out, until he collapsed, and doing this for no reason, just for fun. A rat in a maze. A squirrel in a wheel. But then, he thought, if continuing along the road does not lead to the exit, will refusing any senseless forward motion perhaps bestow liberation? He sat down on a railway tie, not because he was tired, but because he was at the end of his rope. The walls around him disappeared, and he thought, in order to achieve the goal, to complete the journey, all I have to do is to stop walking. Then this thought faded away and disappeared. When he woke up, he was seized by overwhelming anxiety, and at first could not imagine what had caused it. Only later did he begin to recall bits of the dream, to piece together a mosaic from these fragments, but the fragments just would not hold together. They crumbled. There was not enough glue to hold them together. That glue was some idea that had come to him during his dream. It was pivotal, a vision from the heart, and very important to him. Without it, all that was left was a pile of ragged underwear. But with it, a wonderful picture, full of miraculous import, opening up limitless horizons. But he couldn't remember the idea. Artyom gnawed on his fists, seized his dirty head with his dirty hands, his lips whispered something incomprehensible, and passers-by looked at him with fear and aversion. But the idea just didn't want to return. Then slowly, carefully, as if trying to use a strand of hair to pull out something stuck in a swamp, he started to reconstruct the idea out of the fragments of memory. And, what a miracle! Deftly grabbing hold of one of the images, he suddenly recognized it, in the same primordial form that it had first announced itself in his dream. To finish the journey, he only needed to stop walking. But now, in the bright light of waking consciousness, the thought seemed to him banal, pitiful, unworthy of attention. To finish the journey, he needed to stop walking? Well, of course. If you stop walking, then your journey is over. What could be simpler? But is that really the way out? And could that really be the conclusion of the journey? It often happens that an idea that appears in a dream to be a stroke of genius, turns out to be a meaningless jumble of words when one wakes up. Oh, my beloved brother. Filth on your body and in your soul. The voice was right next to him. That was as unexpected as the return of the idea, and the bitter taste of that disillusionment instantly vanished. He didn't even think the voice was addressing him, since he had already become so accustomed to the idea that people fled in all directions even before he could utter a word. "We welcome all the orphaned and wretched," the voice continued. It sounded so soft, so reassuring, so tender, that Artyom, no longer restraining himself, cast a sideways glance to the left, and then gloomily glanced to the right, afraid to discover that the person speaking was actually addressing somebody else. But there was nobody else nearby. The person was talking to him. Then he slowly raised his head and met the eyes of a rather short, smiling man wearing a loose-fitting robe, with dark blonde hair and rosy cheeks, who was reaching out his hand in friendship. It was vital for Artyom to reciprocate, so, not daring to smile, he too extended his hand. "Why isn't he recoiling from me like everybody else?" thought Artyom. "He's even ready to shake my hand. Why did he come up to me on his own, when everyone around was trying to get as far away from me as possible? I will help you, my brother," the rosy-cheeked fellow continued. "The brothers and I will give you shelter and restore your spiritual strength." Artyom just nodded, but his new companion found that sufficient. "So allow me to take you to the watchtower, oh my beloved brother," he intoned and, firmly taking Artyom by the hand, drew him along. Artyom did not remember much, and certainly didn't remember the road, but only understood that he was being led from the station into a tunnel, but which of the four, he did not know. His new acquaintance introduced himself as Brother Timothy. On the road, and at the grey, mundane GLUKHOVSKY station, and in the dark tunnel, he never stopped talking. "Rejoice, O beloved brother of mine, that you met me on your way, for your life is about to undergo a momentous change. The cheerless gloom of your aimless wandering is at an end, because you will attain that which you seek." Artyom did not understand very well what the man had in mind, because for him personally, his wanderings were far from over. But the rosy-cheeked and gentle Timothy spoke so smoothly and tenderly that he just wanted to keep on listening, to communicate with him in the same language, grateful for not rejecting him, when the whole world rejected him. "Do you believe in the one true God, O brother Artyom?" Timothy inquired, as if by the way, looking Artyom attentively in the eyes. Artyom could only shake his head in an indefinite way and mumble something unintelligible, which could be interpreted as desired, either as agreement or rejection. "That's good, that's wonderful, brother Artyom," Timothy exclaimed. "Only belief in the truth will save you from the torments of eternal hell and grant you expiation of your sins. Because," he assumed a stern and triumphal expression, "the kingdom of the God of our Jehovah is coming, and the holy biblical prophecies will be fulfilled. Do you study the Bible, O brother?" Artyom mumbled again, and the rosy-cheeked fellow this time looked at him with some misgivings. "When we get to the watchtower, your own eyes will convince you that you must study the holy book, given to us from on high, and that great blessings will come to those who have turned to the path of truth. The Bible, a precious gift of the God of our Jehovah, can only be compared to a letter from a loving father to his young son," Brother Timothy added, for good measure. "Do you know who wrote the Bible?" he asked Artyom a bit sternly.